Fu Yaoyao has traversed into a novel. She finds herself in a romance-infused cultivation narrative, having become a minor character whose foundations were damaged even before birth. Her entire family is ensnared in romantic delusions. Her mother, a spendthrift, willingly bestowed her spiritual lineage upon a scoundrel father, who, while appearing to thrive, is, in reality, injured and devoid of hope for advancement during her pregnancy. The irresponsible father squanders resources on his concubine and her offspring, grooming them into prodigies while awaiting the demise of Fu Yaoyao's family, so he may unite with the concubine and pursue immortality. Her elder brother, in a bid to save his betrothed, suffers the destruction of his spiritual root, becoming a worthless cultivator. Her second brother, entranced by the female protagonist, succumbs to an illicit romance, ultimately falling into madness. Her third brother, enamored with the protagonist's confidant, willingly meets death for her, only to perish tragically. Her sister, infatuated with the male lead, perpetually troubles the protagonist and is ultimately slain by those who admire the latter, meeting a brutal end. Fu Yaoyao asserts that romantic folly is a malady that must be cured. What is she to do? She is but a newborn. Life is arduous, and with a sigh, Yaoyao laments. Eventually, Fu Yaoyao discovers that the scoundrel has been cast aside, while her three brothers and a sister are all extraordinary geniuses. She herself is even more remarkable, possessing an immaculate celestial body and an all-encompassing spiritual root, relentlessly drawing spiritual energy into her being, with various divine beasts drawn to her presence. Chapter 1. Transmigration. After death, General Fu has perished in battle. In a selfless act to safeguard the evacuation of humanity from an entire planet, she sacrifices her own life. Upon opening her eyes once more, Fu Yaoyao finds herself enveloped in a soft, elastic material, with a force pressing against her, urging her forth. With a wicked sense of humor, she muses whether she is about to be extracted by the queen of the insect race. After a lifetime of interstellar warfare, earning a fearsome reputation, is she to meet her end as the excrement of an insect queen? Fu Yaoyao is overwhelmed with despair. Suddenly, a light appears ahead, accompanied by muffled voices. "Madam, inhale, exhale, push, slowly push, I can see the head." Before she can comprehend, the force propels her out. "The child is here. Congratulations, madam. It is a precious daughter." Just as the newly delivered Madame Fu attempts to breathe a sigh of relief, she faints. Fu Yaoyao thinks, "So splendid. She is not excrement. She has been born." "What? I, Fu Yaoyao, have been born again?" At that moment, a midwife exclaims, "Oh no, Madame is losing a great deal of blood. Quickly summon the fifth miss." Chaos ensues. Fu Yaoyao, now cleaned and swaddled in a soft cradle, finds all attention focused on the mother, leaving no one to notice her as a newborn. How dull! She whimsically blows bubbles. It seems her mother in this life is not in the best condition. She wriggles slightly as a newborn. Her body is small and delicate, making it difficult to control. As she shifts, she feels warmth in her thigh. Fu Yaoyao thinks, "Madam, you must hold on. The 17th miss is still young. She cannot be without her mother." A young woman weeps uncontrollably. Ah, the 17th. Her rank? It appears her family is quite prosperous in this life. How delightful! More people mean more talent, alleviating her burden. Perhaps in this life, she can indulge in a carefree existence. In her previous life, her parents had only her, and upon her birth, she was identified with an SS-level talent, becoming the hope of her entire family. The capable bear more responsibilities, and a great talent signifies a heavier load. She indeed did not disappoint after graduating from the highest military academy. She participated in numerous battles against the insect race, slaying countless foes and becoming a new generation's war god, leading her family to the pinnacle of success. Her life has been one of relentless warfare, and it has been exhausting. Fu Yaoyao blows another bubble. The young woman continues to cry, her voice buzzing. Fu Yaoyao thinks, although she wishes to refrain from commentary, it is truly quite noisy. While expressing her disdain, she strains to listen. Is her mother's hemorrhage serious? Yet she is but an infant, unable to assist. Alas! Yaoyao sighs. Weren't they supposed to summon the fifth miss? Why has no one gone out? Fu Yaoyao cannot help but entertain conspiracy theories. Could her mother be on the verge of death? Is treatment being deliberately delayed? Lying in her cradle, she can only move her tiny hands and feet, unable to turn, merely gazing at the ceiling. This will not do. She must observe her surroundings. Summoning all her strength, Fu Yaoyao manages to turn her neck slightly, barely making out the room's decor. The room is imbued with an ancient charm, opulent and splendid, reminiscent of images she has seen from ancient times. Thoughts of domestic strife and conspiracy flash through her mind. Having consumed novels and dramas from antiquity, she recognizes the tropes. It is over. She is destined to be motherless from birth. How tragic! How tragic! A motherless child is akin to a blade of grass, though she wishes to lead a leisurely life in this existence. She certainly does not wish to be like a mere weed. Someone, please save my mother. Is anyone there? Quickly, save my mother. She is suffering from severe postpartum hemorrhage. I have just been born. I cannot be without my mother. At this moment, outside the room, a young girl is being barred at the door. Ninth miss, you cannot enter the delivery room. Is unclean. I heard the baby crying. My mother has given birth. Why can't I enter? At that moment, a maid emerges from the delivery room, and Fu Ying immediately inquires, did my mother give birth? Was it a brother or sister? The maid, startled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, instinctively lowers her gaze. Is a young lady. Fu Ying, overjoyed, exclaims, wonderful. I wish to see her. She attempts to enter, but is blocked by two matrons. Ninth miss, do not enter. Fourth madam has just given birth and must be resting. If you disturb her, it would be inappropriate. Though appearing reckless, Fu Ying is quite observant. Luckily, her maternal grandfather intervened in time with a secret technique, ensuring her mother narrowly escaped death and that this child was saved. Now that her sister has just been born, they must be incredibly weak. It would indeed be unwise for her to recklessly barge in. Just then, she hears a soft, tender voice. Fu Ying is taken aback. Wow, such a sweet, soft voice. Whose voice is that? Who is communicating telepathically? At merely 16 years of age, Fu Ying possesses dual elemental roots of fire and wood, showcasing considerable aptitude, having reached the fourth stage of Qi training, placing her in the intermediate ranks of cultivators. Cultivators possess heightened senses after entering the path, allowing her to discern that the maid and matrons show no signs of alarm. Thus, they seem to have heard nothing. She assumes someone is transmitting thoughts. Upon listening closely, Fu Ying's expression shifts dramatically. Clear the way. As a cultivator, she finds the mortals, the maid and matrons, utterly incapable of stopping her. The two matrons and the maid exchange panicked glances. Fu Ying rushes into the delivery room, witnessing the large pool of blood on the birthing bed and her mother lying there, barely clinging to life. Her eyes redden with fury as she declares, if anything happens to my mother, I will hold you accountable for your lives. With that, she swiftly exits the delivery room, transforming into a streak of light, and in an instant, summons a woman clad in blue. This woman enters without a word, brandishing a glowing vial, releasing a fragrant aroma. She retrieves a snow-white pill from the vial and administers it to Madame Jean, who swallows it, the pill dissolving immediately. After a moment, the bleeding subsides. Fu Ying rejoices immensely. Marvelous. Only Fu Yaoyao feels as if struck by lightning. She suddenly recalls an incident during a pursuit of the insect race, when she entered a certain territory, discovering peculiar data she initially assumed to be a diary. Upon closer examination, she realized it was not a diary, but rather a narrative. The tale unfolds within a bizarre world, and coincidentally, there exists a character sharing her exact name. The narrative universe and power dynamics within the story are indeed quite innovative. However, the overall plot appears rather absurd. The entire world seems to revolve around a girl named Fu Yuexin, as if she is the epicenter of existence, with everyone enamored by her. Those who oppose her invariably meet with misfortune, seemingly without reason. Even more ludicrous is the fact that her half-brother has become infatuated with her. Fu Yaoyao yearns to abandon her literary pursuits in frustration. Yet, being an SS-level mental power wielder with an impeccable memory complicates her predicament. It is indeed a painful situation. At present, She has become the secondary character who periodically delivers talented individuals and treasures to the protagonist, Fu Yuexin, while harboring deep resentment. Chapter 2. The Family of Love-Struck Souls. The one who is hopelessly enamored with Fu Yuexin is her biological second elder brother. She is Fu Yuexin's half-sister. What a peculiar setup this is. The concept of half-siblings is quite prevalent in this tale. The story is built upon the premise that individuals acquire power through the cultivation of unique methods, and such individuals are referred to as xiuxianzhe, or cultivators. To become a cultivator, one must possess spiritual roots. Not everyone is blessed with spiritual roots. She understands this well. Much like her previous life in the interstellar realm, where some individuals are born with SS-level talents and exceptional mental fortitude, making their endeavors effortless, while others are simply ordinary. The likelihood of an ordinary person giving birth to one with spiritual roots is exceedingly low. However, the offspring of cultivators have a significantly higher chance of possessing such roots. Consequently, it is common for cultivators to have multiple wives or concubines. The original character's biological father, Fu Qingyuan, is a sixth-generation cultivator from the Fu family in Linyu City on the Jiuhuan continent, possessing the four spiritual roots of wood, water, fire, and earth. Due to the abundance of roots and their impure nature, his cultivation progresses slowly, prompting him to marry and procreate early to ensure the continuation of his family's strength. He has a personal maid. Although referred to as a maid, she is actually a descendant of cultivators who have been associated with the Fu family for several generations, yet have not produced any spiritual root bearers, thus becoming ordinary. They were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. Had it not been for the original character's mother, Fu Qingyuan might have wed the maid. However, as life often unfolds, the original character's mother, Jin Yuexin, the beloved daughter of the city lord of Jinling City, a three-rooted female cultivator, fell in love with him at first sight and declared she would marry no one else. Faced with the choice of the city lord's daughter, a cultivator with spiritual roots, and a gentle yet unremarkable maid who could not cultivate, Fu Qingyuan ultimately chose Jin Yuexin as his wife and took the maid as a concubine. Jin Yuexin is quite the romantic, and shortly after their marriage, she revealed to her husband a small spiritual vein gifted by her father. Consequently, Fu Qingyuan utilized her resources to support his children with the maid, cultivating them into prodigies despite their mediocre talents. Meanwhile, the original wife and her 3 sons and 2 daughters faced dire fates. The eldest son, in a bid to save his fiancée, became disabled and could no longer cultivate, retreating into a life of despair. The 3rd son fell in love with the protagonist's close companion, sacrificing everything for her, including his life, ultimately leading to his demise in a tragic manner. The most formidable among them was the original character's sister, Fu Yingying. She fell for the male protagonist of the original narrative. It is suicidal for a secondary character to compete for the male lead with the protagonist. Fu Yingying perished at the hands of the protagonist's many admirers, meeting a gruesome end. And then there is Fu Yaoyao, who, having been injured in utero due to foul play, possesses average talents. Yet, she harbors disdain for the protagonist and often sends adversaries and treasures her way, recklessly flirting with danger until she is ultimately slain by the infuriated protagonist, a fate widely applauded, even by her biological father. Fu Yingying's resolve hardened. No, she would not accept such a narrative. Just then, Jin's voice stirred awake. Fu Yingying quickly grasped her mother's hand, exclaiming, "Mother, you're finally awake." "I was terrified," Jin, looking bewildered, replied, "Silly child, I was merely tired and took a nap." This provoked Fu Yingying's ire. "That's not true. Mother, you suffered from postpartum hemorrhage. Those servants had the audacity to block me from entering, fully aware of your dire condition. Had anything happened to you, I would have made them pay dearly." Upon hearing this, Jin frowned. "Nonsense, do not speak of killing." Fu Yingying huffed. "Then I shall inform father, surely he will permit me to deal with them." Jin, exasperated, recognized that the cultivators, the lives of ordinary people, are inconsequential. However, she felt her daughter's temperament was rather impetuous and required tempering. Fu Qingheng, a contemporary of Fu Qingyuan and a 6th-generation member of the Fu family, possessed dual spiritual roots of fire and wood and practiced alchemy. Traditionally, alchemists and physicians were intertwined, and thus, she also excelled in medicinal practices. Fu Qingheng's countenance was delicate, her skin luminous like jade, yet her demeanor remained cool and aloof. Indeed, fourth sister has suffered from postpartum hemorrhage, but fortunately, Ying summoned me in time. I administered a nourishing pill, and she is now out of danger, Fu Qingheng stated, her brow furrowed. However, I perceive that there are lingering ailments that require careful recovery. Jean nodded, recalling that she had been injured by an adversary, compromising her foundation, necessitating diligent recuperation. Her two personal maids and midwives knelt in trepidation. One maid lamented, "Madam, you seemed well when I helped you bathe." The other added, "I brought in hot water after assisting you. I took the basin outside, unaware of your condition." The midwife hastily interjected, "It was I who discovered your hemorrhage and immediately sent for fifth miss." "I am innocent." Just then, a tiny voice piped up, "You all noticed my mother was hemorrhaging, yet you were too busy wailing to move. If not for my sister bursting in, my mother would have continued to bleed." How utterly dreadful! Fu Ying's expression darkened. "You deceitful servants." "Mother, they surely harbor ill intentions otherwise. Why would they block my entry?" The two maids quaked in fear, hastily defending themselves. "Ninth miss, you are still young, you have never witnessed childbirth. We feared it would frighten you, which is why we did not permit you inside. Besides, you are not a physician, what use would it be for you to enter?" Fu Yaoyao interjected, "Excuses. Just excuses." Fu Ying retorted, "You are merely making excuses." Fu Yaoyao added, "If not for my sister, by the time you went to summon fifth aunt, my mother would have perished." Fu Ying's ire intensified, her fiery temperament flared as she declared, "Bring those two to me. Knowing my mother was hemorrhaging yet blocking my way, they must be sent to be interrogated. Someone must have sent them to harm my mother." The two maids collapsed in defeat, attempting to protest, but their mouths were silenced as they were dragged away. Fu Ying was still seething. "I am utterly infuriated. How can the Fu family tolerate such treachery? They claim to be descendants, yet they dare to trample on us?" She gulped down some water. "I must inform father." "Mother, where is he? Did you not notify him of your condition? Where is he? It is all his fault. If he were here, would these servants dare to treat you so poorly?" Jean felt awkward. Her husband was in seclusion, and she had purposely refrained from notifying him during her labor. She could only say, "Your father is currently in seclusion. We shall speak of it once he emerges." Fu Ying pouted, "Mother, you always indulge him. He is not in seclusion. He exited yesterday and went out with sixth uncle without taking me along." At the mention of this, Fu Ying's dissatisfaction deepened. Jean was taken aback. Her husband had emerged from seclusion already. How had she been unaware? A maid beside Jean hastily explained, "Fourth master and madam share a deep bond. He must have accompanied sixth master to seek treasures for 17th miss." Chapter 3. The Deceiver. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately broke into a sweet smile. He, indeed, relished taking matters into his own hands. I had already advised him that there was no need for haste. Surely, in the future, he would have ample opportunities to share in our burdens as a father. However, that was simply his nature. Jean felt a surge of joy, realizing that her husband had withheld this information to surprise her. Meeting her eldest daughter's gaze, she remarked, "Your fiery temperament is clearly inherited from your father." Fu Ying pouted, "That's not true." Jean chuckled and asked, "By the way, have you seen your sister?" At that moment, all eyes turned to the newborn Fu Yaoyao. Fu Ying grinned, "Mother, my sister is asleep." As she spoke, she picked up Fu Yaoyao for a closer look, wrinkling her nose in dismay. "She is rather ugly." Fu Yaoyao retorted, "You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly." Fu Ying was taken aback. Was it the sound of her sister's tiny voice? Could it be that her sister had been speaking all along? But how can newborn manage that? Fu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at her sister. Jean, though slightly surprised, maintained her composure due to her age and experience. She merely chuckled softly, taking her newborn daughter into her arms with a gentle and affectionate expression. "Don't speak nonsense. Your sister is not ugly. Just look at her high nose bridge, her long eyes, and her rosy little face. She will surely grow into a beautiful girl with fair skin and big eyes." Fu Yaoyao beamed with satisfaction. Mother understands me. Mother is a great beauty. Mother. Let's cuddle. Jean Sure was momentarily stunned, both amused and bewildered, her heart filled with astonishment. This child of hers seemed to possess extraordinary talents. Yet, recalling the hardships her daughter had faced in the womb, her heart grew heavy. Fu Yingying was even more astonished. Her sister was quite the little flatterer. However, it appeared that no one else could hear her sister's words. Truly, they were sisters, sharing a unique bond. Before Fu Yingying could revel in her thoughts, she heard her sister say, "Isn't it obvious that my sister has poor taste? How could she fall for Fu Yuexin's man, that beast who disregards human ethics? My sister must be afflicted with poor eyesight. It is a sickness that needs remedying." Fu Yingying was taken aback. At just 16 years old, with a fiery temper and a singular focus on cultivation, she had yet to experience the stirrings of love. Hearing such words left her dumbfounded. As a male lead, his attributes are acceptable, yet one cannot deny that he is Fu Yuexin's master. It is utterly reprehensible for a master to engage romantically with a disciple. What is my sister thinking? Is she blinded by love, fixating only on his appearance? In the realm of cultivation, there is no shortage of handsome men. Why cling to one tree, only to suffer such a tragic fate at the hands of a male supporting character who covets the female lead? It leads to the ruin of her purity, the extraction of her spiritual bones, the destruction of her spiritual roots, leaving not even a trace of her primordial spirit. How tragic! Moreover, she needs to temper her temper, being used by others while counting money for them. Jean Sure, initially rendered speechless by her youngest daughter's heartfelt declarations, noticed her eldest daughter's unusual expression and inquired with concern, "What is the matter?" Fu Yingying's expression was complex. "It's nothing. By the way, mother, I forgot to bring the gift I prepared for my sister. I must take my leave." The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, and she needed to find a secluded spot to sort through her thoughts. With that, she fled. Jean Sure helplessly turned to Fu Qingheng, exclaiming, "This child." After Fu Yingying departed, Jean Sure furrowed her brow, contemplating her youngest daughter's earlier remarks. Indeed, Inger needed to amend her temperament. Yet, what was this about Inger falling for a male lead who was Fu Yuexin's master? Jean Sure's brow furrowed even deeper. She was well aware of Fu Yuexin. Wasn't she the daughter of her husband's concubine? Hadn't she been devoid of spiritual roots? The moment Jean Sure heard her youngest daughter imply that the male supporting character who admired Fu Yuexin could lead Inger to her demise, her countenance darkened considerably. Who was this male supporting character daring enough to harm her Inger? This matter must be reported to her husband. Cultivators often ventured far from home, with treasure hunts sometimes taking them away for a year or more. Jean Sure's current pregnancy was not full term. Had it been, she would have at least a month still to go. Ziyuan consoled Jean Sure, saying that the fourth master cherished his lady deeply. If he were to learn that she had given birth to another healthy and beautiful daughter, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. In all of Linyu City, who would not envy the fourth masteress lady? Not only did they harmonize beautifully, but all of their children possessed spiritual roots with remarkable talents, making them the envy of many. Spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, and the occurrence of such in the offspring of cultivators was largely a matter of probability. To enhance the likelihood of their descendants possessing spiritual roots, cultivators typically partnered with one another. Even so, some cultivators' offspring still lacked spiritual roots. However, among the 3 sons and 2 daughters born to the fourth masteress lady, excluding the newly born 17th miss, who had yet to be tested, all others possessed spiritual roots. She was indeed fortunate, having elevated the daughters of the Jean family to be the objects of desire among unmarried cultivators in nearby cities. A smile graced Jean Sure's lips, her eyes brimming with contentment. Yes, he would surely be delighted. The 17th miss bore the closest resemblance to him. Yet upon hearing this, Jean Sure's expression darkened again. She feared that during her ambush, the 17th miss had sustained injuries in her womb, possibly affecting her foundational roots. What if those roots were damaged? If only she had been more cautious and vigilant, perhaps that individual would not have succeeded in harming her. Jean Sure felt both sorrowful and guilty. Fu Yaoyao, eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't help but exclaim deceiver. "Mother, do not be fooled by that scoundrel." Fu Qingyuan held no affection for Jean Yuexin. Though he married her, Both were cultivators, yet their union did not follow the customary vows of cultivators. Their ceremony resembled that of ordinary people, indicating Fu Qingyuan's inner refusal to recognize Jin Yuexin as his true wife. The Fu family did not impose strict regulations on whether their offspring should contract a partnership with their spouse. However, one distinction remained. The essence of being a cultivator lay in how they formed such bonds. Cultivators must vow to the heavenly Tao to gain its recognition and blessings, thus truly sharing life and death together. Should one suffer severe injury or death, the other, while not succumbing, would nonetheless endure significant damage. Fu Qingyuan did not mention this, and the love-struck Jin Yuexin remained oblivious. Yet Fu Qingyuan subsequently pledged to the heavenly Tao with his concubine. His concubine, originally unable to cultivate, had been provided with an extraordinary spiritual herb by the female lead, and Fu Qingyuan made preparations to acquire a body with spiritual roots. Father has gone to the mortal realm to secure a body with spiritual roots for that concubine. Poor mother, so unaware, tirelessly giving birth to his children at home. That scoundrel of father had been deceiving mother all along, although the original text did not explicitly state it. Fu Yaoyao suspected that Jin Shi's injuries and the original owner's damaged foundational roots were undoubtedly connected to Fu Qingyuan. After all, this only served the interests of the female lead's faction, making her suspicions not entirely unfounded, though the original narrative lacked evidence. Chapter 4. Seeds of Doubt. Now transformed into an infant, Fu Yaoyao's temperament mirrored that of a child. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of righteous indignation, her tiny voice quaking with fury. Jin Shi's heart jolted. The mortal realm? A concubine? A body with spiritual roots? Jin Shi was left in a daze. What was her youngest daughter talking about? How could her husband venture into the mortal realm? Jin Shi's mind was in turmoil. She dared not believe, nor did she wish to accept this reality. Yet, once the seed of doubt was sown, the years of affection began to show cracks. Xin, the maid summoned by name, stepped forward, madam. Mother is so pitiful. The esteemed daughter of the city lord, once surrounded by love and carefree in her family, has reduced herself to this for a mere man, left without a loyal companion by her side. Alas, how difficult, remarked that Xin, with her aspirations to ascend to higher social standings and become a concubine, has long been compromised by others. Ziyuan, however, is commendable, despite sharing the surname Fu. She has remained untainted due to my mother's past kindness towards her. Just as she was about to instruct Xin to inquire about her husband's whereabouts, she suppressed the thought. Close the window, she commanded. Xin, sensing the urgency, responded respectfully, yes, I shall do so at once. I opened it earlier to ventilate the room, as the scent of blood was quite strong after your delivery. I have heard that while it is unwise for a postpartum woman to be exposed to drafts, the birthing chamber must still be aired. Goldsmith simply acknowledged her with a faint I desire blood swallow soup. Prepare it for me, she ordered. She nodded obediently. Goldsmith observed her for a moment, realizing that there was indeed a change in the girl. She wore the standard round-collar dress of the Fu family maids. The maids had 8 sets of clothing each year, 2 for each season, though these garments did not compare to the celestial robes of female cultivators. They were crafted from the finest materials available to mortals, enhancing her fair complexion and lively demeanor. Particularly, the pale yellow sash at her waist accentuated her slender figure, creating a delicate sway as she walked. Goldsmith's gaze deepened. She had never contemplated such details before. She had only 3 attendants, a nurse and 2 maids, assigned by the Fu family upon her marriage. As a cultivator, she had no need for personal attendants, but the Fu family maintained such customs. Her husband had explained that the Fu family was once a prosperous merchant clan, which gradually transformed into a family of cultivators after one generation produced a practitioner. One must not forget their roots. Consequently, some customs from their mortal days persisted, such as having personal maids for the ladies of the household, while the gentlemen had their own footmen. Most of these maids and footmen were descendants of the family, some being Fu family offspring and others being outsiders who had allied with the Fu family over the years. None possessed spiritual roots. If they had possessed spiritual roots, they would not be serving, but would instead be trained in cultivation by their elders. Being able to serve cultivators by transitioning from the mortal realm to the realm of cultivation was considered a blessing. After all, with the Fu family's vastness, certain tasks still required assistance. Rather than entrusting them to outsiders, it was preferable to select from their own descendants, who were familiar and reliable. Goldsmith found her husband's explanation entirely reasonable. Xixin and Ziyuan had served her for many years, and she believed she had treated them well. Yet she was surprised to discover Xixin's hidden ambitions. Goldsmith's anger did not stem from Xixin's feelings for Fu Qingyuan, but rather from the betrayal she felt. She was not a mere matron of the mortal realm. While she felt a twinge of jealousy regarding her husband's potential concubines, she would not outright oppose it. The higher a cultivator's level, the more challenging it was for their descendants. The continuation of the family line was a responsibility for every family member. Had Xixin directly expressed her ambitions, Goldsmith might have been able to support her. What truly angered and disappointed her was the sense of betrayal from Xixin. Goldsmith tightened her fingers slightly. "Ziyuan," she called. Ziyuan approached quickly. "I am here." Despite her daughter's assertion that Ziyuan was trustworthy, Goldsmith found herself distrustful of everyone at that moment. Though she felt there were certain tasks she could delegate to Ziyuan, she slowly closed her eyes, taking a moment before opening them again. "Inquire at Sihai Hall whether the fourth master has ventured into the mortal realm." Ziyuan's expression shifted subtly, yet she remained silent and obediently replied, "Yes, I shall do so at once." Once the room was left with only her and her youngest daughter, along with several carefully selected wet nurses, Goldsmith steeled herself. "Bring over Miss 17. One of the wet nurses hurriedly cradled Fu Yaoyao and placed her in Goldsmith's arms. Goldsmith gazed down at her daughter, noting that among the many children she had birthed, this child was the most beautiful. She did not appear to be a preemie. Her skin was fair and clean, her lips rosy, and her large eyes bright, with a head full of thick black hair. It was a pity that this child was destined for hardship. Goldsmith felt a pang of compassion as she stroked Fu Yaoyao's soft hair, murmuring, "My dear daughter, even if you cannot cultivate, your mother and siblings will ensure your well-being throughout your life." Fu Yaoyao chirped, "Mother smells so good. Hug me." Hearing her daughter's sweet voice melted Goldsmith's heart, allowing her to temporarily set aside her worries. She had not yet given up hope regarding Fu Qingyuan and intended to investigate certain matters herself. She would plan her next steps once her health improved. At that moment, Goldsmith clung to hope, refusing to believe that her years of love had been in vain. She glanced at the 5 wet nurses standing before her, stating calmly, "Take Miss 17 to be nursed." She was reluctant to entrust her child to anyone, even if these mortals were mere insects in the presence of cultivators. "Bring a screen over here," she commanded. The wet nurses exchanged glances, but none dared to speak. Fu Yaoyao was bewildered. She was not accustomed to the idea of drinking from a stranger. "No, I refuse." In her past life, she had never tasted her mother's milk, as their interstellar civilization had long ago unlocked the secrets of genetics and the formulas for artificial breast milk. She had been nourished by the intelligent milk of a mechanical wet nurse. Human milk, especially from an unfamiliar woman, was unacceptable to her. Wah, no human milk. The ancient times are terrifying. The wet nurses took turns attempting to feed Fu Yaoyao, but none succeeded, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Gaining entry to the Fu residence to nurse the newborn lady was a tremendous opportunity. Everyone in Linyue City knew that the 4th madam of the Fu family had given birth to 3 sons and a daughter, each possessing extraordinary talent. While they may not understand much, it was common knowledge that the 4th madam was blessed, as all her children could cultivate. Thus, when it was rumored that she was selecting a wet nurse for her unborn child, everyone rushed to offer their services. They all wished to boast that they had nursed a child of a cultivator. Goldsmith regained some strength and frowned upon hearing that her daughter refused to drink milk. "Are you not serving with due diligence?" The wet nurses were so frightened that they quickly knelt, exclaiming, "We dare not." Goldsmith scrutinized them for a moment, concluding that they indeed could not afford to be negligent. Yet, why would her precious baby refuse nourishment? Was she not hungry? Fu Yaoyao silently protested, "Oh, dear mother, I am starving. Not them, not strangers." Goldsmith's face flushed with embarrassment. Could it be that the little one desired her mother's milk? "No, no human milk. If it comes to that, cow's milk or goat's milk will suffice." Goldsmith sighed in relief and instructed her maid. Fetch me milk from the iron-backed cow and the snow sheep. Fu Yaoyao, still crying and protesting, perked up her ears. What is an iron-backed cow? What is a snow sheep? Goldsmith seemingly explained casually. If you refuse their milk, then you shall have the milk of spiritual beasts. My Jin family is not unable to provide. Fu Yaoyao responded, Oh, spiritual beast milk. That should be similar to cow-s or goat-s milk. That works. Hungry. Grandma. Goldsmith's lips curled into a gentle smile. Yet, no one noticed that she referred to the Jin family rather than the Fu family. Although both she and Fu Qingyuan were cultivators, in truth, her status was superior. She was the sole daughter of the Jin city lord, with 12 brothers, undeniably the treasured pearl of the family. Fu Qingyuan, on the other hand, was merely a distant relative of the Fu family, a once impoverished young man who had serendipitously discovered his spiritual roots. Before that revelation, his family had been on the brink of starvation. Had it not been for her immediate infatuation with Fu Qingyuan, insisting on marrying him, the Jin city lord would never have considered marrying off his precious daughter to bear children for another family. But what of it? If Fu Qingyuan dared to betray her, she would not hesitate to change her children's surname to Jin. Goldsmith was conflicted within her heart at that moment. She hoped that her youngest daughter was mistaken. After all, she and her husband had shared decades of affection. How could he possibly be such an unfaithful and heartless man? Yet, her daughter, wise beyond her years, spoke with such conviction that doubt began to creep into her heart. The maid brought forth a bowl of pristine snow-white sheep's milk and another bowl of creamy yellow cow's milk. Fu Yaoyao caught a whiff of the fragrant milk from afar. Grandma, it smells so good. Fu Yaoyao, still in the tender stage of infancy, sipped a few mouthfuls of the sweet milk before succumbing to drowsiness. Before long, her tiny lips bubbled with frothy milk, her eyelids began to flutter, and she soon drifted into a gentle slumber, producing soft cooing sounds that made Jin Shi both amused and exasperated. She placed her daughter beside her, tucked her in with a blanket, and then instructed the others to leave. The wet nurse and maids dared not protest. Once they had all exited, Jin Shi gently tapped her finger on a verdant bracelet adorning her right wrist. A glimmer of light flashed, and a yellow talisman materialized in her palm. Jin Shi gazed at the talisman for a moment, gritted her teeth, and crushed it. Strangely, as the talisman shattered, it transformed into a cascade of shimmering starlight that vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Jinling City, within the Jin family estate, a youthful figure exclaimed, My little sister has shattered the talisman I gave her. Huh, she must be missing me. With that, the young man, Jin Sheng Shi'er, transformed into a streak of light and swiftly disappeared. He was the 12th brother of Jin Shi, possessing a fair complexion and youthful appearance. His unique cultivation method allowed him to enter the Fu family estate as if it were an unguarded realm, startling Jin Shi in the process. You reckless fool, brother 12. Don't frighten your little niece. Jin Sheng Shi'er, initially nonchalant, widened his eyes in alarm upon hearing her words. Little sister, weren't you due to give birth in over a month? How is it that you delivered early? Despite his surprise, he quickly adopted a cautious demeanor. But his restless glances betrayed his anxiety. Where's the warm jade cradle I prepared for my little niece? Why isn't she using it? He tiptoed closer, looking rather comical. Jin Shi couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier frustrations dissipating a bit. I haven't discarded it. When she's older, she will use it. She's a preemie, and having her beside me gives her a greater sense of security. Jin Sheng Shi'er breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That makes sense. However, he soon frowned again. What of Fu Qingyuan? The mention of Fu Qingyuan, her brother-in-law, hardened Jin Sheng Shi'er's tone considerably. Who would be fond of a stranger who whisked away their sister? Such ones were often ill-intentioned. Yet, what could they do when their sister was enamored? The 12 brothers had no choice but to accept the situation. Jin Shi lowered her gaze, feeling a sudden swell of grievance. She recalled how, during her own childbirth experiences, her husband was rarely by her side. Each time she became pregnant, he solemnly promised that he would be present when she gave birth. Yet not once did he fulfill that promise. Each absence seemed coincidental, as the timing of a child's birth was often shrouded in the mysteries of fate. Even cultivators could not predict the exact moment of arrival. Only those practicing unique methods and skilled in divination could achieve such precision, but even they would hesitate to act. Divining fate often came at a great cost to one's lifespan and cultivation. Jean sure did not wish for her brother to perceive her distress. So she averted her gaze and said, "Your brother-in-law has gone out treasure hunting, claiming it is for the sake of your newly born niece." Jean Sheng sure air scoffed. Jean sure suddenly hesitated, unsure whether to share her suspicions with him. If she were to ask her brother to investigate her husband, his nature would undoubtedly lead him to uncover every detail of her husband's possessions, even the number of spirit stones within his bag. She bit her lip and, seemingly casually, remarked, "I don't know where he has gone or how long he will be away. I fear for his safety. Brother, if you have the time, I would like to ask for your assistance." Jean Sheng sure air's expression grew serious. "Speak." Jean sure bit her lip again. "Go find him and ensure his safety." She hesitated midway through her request. Jean Sheng sure air's handsome face darkened. "We all opposed your marriage to him, yet you stubbornly pursued it. What could you possibly see in that old fool? Mediocre talent, ordinary lineage, and even his looks are nothing special. A grown man out in the world, and I, as his brother-in-law, am expected to guard him? Does he even deserve it?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Jean sure, unwilling to believe that her husband had betrayed her, certainly could not voice the idea of having her brother monitor him. What if it turned out to be untrue? Wouldn't he that create unnecessary conflict? Seeing his sister silent, Jean Sheng sure air was infuriated to the point of speechlessness. Fine, I will go. I owe you one for my past life. After all, you are my sister." He added, "Let me hold my little niece." Jean sure reproached Brother 12. Yaoyao is still asleep. Jean Sheng sure air was quite dissatisfied. 17? If you like Fu Qing Yuan so much, just bring him home. Why must you marry him? Now, look at my precious little niece. She's been relegated to 17. She should rightfully be the 5th miss of the Jean family. He was quite displeased with this ranking. Chapter 6. A man in pursuit of wind and speed. The couple, the city lord of Jean, consisted of a great cultivator in the Yuanying stage and another in the Jean dance stage. Together, they bore 13 children, and they had vowed to the heavenly Tao to remain devoted to one another for a lifetime. Thus, their household was not as chaotic as the Fu family's. All their children were born of their union. Jean Mu's remarkable fertility was, in part, due to her genuine ability to conceive, but also for another significant reason. Strictly speaking, the 13 siblings of the Jean family did not all originate from the same mother. However, in the realm of cultivation, kinship is traditionally recognized by one's primordial spirit. The city lord of Jean hailed from a loose cultivation background, thus lacking the strong familial ties that characterized the Fu family. He did not impose expectations on his children to marry and reproduce, nor to bear more offspring with spiritual roots. Consequently, the 12 Jean brothers remained unmarried. It was not that they did not wish to marry. Rather, they simply had yet to encounter a companion with whom they could walk the path together. Jean Sure, being the youngest sister, was the only one to marry. Therefore, if her children were to be ranked within the Jean family, they would each find their own place. Jean Sure, Fu Yaoyao was awakened by the noise around her. Hearing the chatter nearby, she expressed her displeasure with a frown, her delicate brow furrowing as she let out a soft, infantile wail. Fu Yaoyao, "Oh, I'm but a tiny baby now." Jean Chung Sure air was elated. "Look at her. She woke up as soon as she sensed her uncle was here. Quick, let me hold her. Uncle will take you flying." Jean Sure begrudgingly handed her daughter to her 12th brother and cautioned, "Brother 12, be gentle. 17 is still small. Don't frighten her." While aware of her daughter's intelligence, she also recognized that, no matter how clever, she was still merely a newborn, and she could not bear the thought of her rough and careless brother scaring her precious child. Jean Chungsher air waved her off impatiently. "Come here, little niece. Your mother is grown up and is no longer as adorable. You are the cutest. Uncle loves you the most." Fu Yaoyao's tiny form was swiftly lifted into a warm, sturdy embrace, and a handsome face loomed large before her, startling her. Jean Chungsher air, filled with excitement, declared, "Look at my little niece. Is it not fate that she stops crying the moment I hold her?" Fu Yaoyao thought to herself, "This is my rather unhinged uncle. He looks quite handsome, but suddenly being confronted with such a large face, who wouldn't he be startled?" How could I possibly cry? Jin Shi nearly burst into laughter. Jin Chung Shi, however, was momentarily stunned. Who is speaking? He looked around, still cradling his little niece. Then, feigning seriousness, he remarked, "How adorable, truly deserving of being the cherished jewel of the Jin family. Little sister, I shall take her out to broaden her horizons." With that, he embraced Fu Yaoyao and transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. The Jin matriarch's attempt to intervene came too late. She ought to have anticipated this move from her 12th brother, Jin Shi mused. Yet, upon further reflection, she recognized that while the 12th brother might be a bit eccentric, he remained reliable in significant matters. Furthermore, 17 was the child of a cultivator, nurtured by spiritual energy even while in her womb, having consumed countless rare treasures and elixirs. Even if born prematurely, her physique would be far sturdier than that of an ordinary infant. Moreover, securely wrapped in swaddling, her 12th brother would ensure that no harm befell her. With this thought, Jin Shi felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, Jin 12 had swiftly transported himself and Fu Yaoyao to a hillside. Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, "Oh my, this is exhilarating, even more so than riding a battle mech. No wonder you're my 12th uncle, a man who seeks the thrill of wind and speed." This time, Jin 12 clearly heard her words. He couldn't resist poking the delicate, fair face of the little girl in his arms, earning a playful retort from her. "Ouch, you've poked me. You'll have to pay for that. My skin is tough, and you can't afford the price." Jin 12 chuckled. "This little niece of mine is quite amusing. The more one looks at her, the more one adores her." Fu Yaoyao added, "What a pity. She only pursues wind and speed, lacking in intellect." Jin 12 replied, "All 12 of my brothers are doting on their sisters, and despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, my 12th brother has a soft spot for our mother, being the youngest." Jin 12 nodded in satisfaction, thinking it would be good for Xin to hear this. Indeed, his precious niece understood him well. No wonder he lost his mind upon learning of my mother's death. Jin 12 pondered, ignoring the notion of someone plotting against the Jin family, and instead focused on the key detail that someone intended to harm his sister. Although Jin 12 was carefree, he would never endanger 17. It was certainly not beneficial for a newborn to be away from her mother for such an extended period. Jin Shi stood in shock, taking a while to regain her composure. Why had this sudden statement emerged? Jin 12 scratched his head, uncertain how to explain to his sister. As a brother overly protective of his sister, he didn't care where the information came from or its reliability. The mere thought that someone might harm his sister was unacceptable. Jin Shi noticed his serious tone and reddened eyes. However, she could not possibly disclose to her brother that her newborn daughter claimed her husband had divided affections, suggesting that someone in the household was scheming to harm her. That would be tantamount to madness. After some contemplation, she chose to recount her postpartum bleeding incident, explaining how the midwives and maids seemed to deliberately delay seeking help. Upon hearing this, Jin 12 immediately handed Fu Yaoyao back to her, his expression darkening. "Fu Qingyuan is there. I will go teach him a lesson." Jin Shi felt deeply touched, urging him to investigate and keep an eye on Fu Qingyuan's actions, ensuring he reported any suspicious behavior promptly. After much persuasion, Jin 12 reluctantly set aside his immediate desire to confront Fu Qingyuan. Fu Yaoyao chimed in, "Alas, my maternal grandfather is a Yuanying stage cultivator. My grandmother a Jindan stage cultivator, and my 12 uncles possess diverse talents. Despite the strong bond among the 13 siblings, my mother still met with an untimely demise. One can only say she squandered a good hand of cards." Jin Shi reflected, "Indeed, my daughter is correct. Regardless of the outcome, she has her parents and brothers. She is not without support. Should she discover her husband's duplicity, she must be prepared swiftly." Ziyuan rushed in a flurry, yet Jin Shi comforted her, advising her to sit and have some water first. A young maid promptly poured a glass of water for Ziyuan and discreetly excused herself. With the door closed, Ziyuan took a sip before saying, "The tea-serving maid at Si Hai Tang is my cousin." I inquired if she had seen the 4th master go to Si Hai Tang to receive family tasks, but she said she had not. Jin Shi remained silent, lost in thought. Si Hai Tang is merely the place where family tasks are assigned. Typically, family members pass through there when going out. However, my irresponsible father would not make a special trip to Si Hai Tang for personal matters regarding his concubine. Jin Shi conceded, "Yet my daughter is right. Si Hai Tang is not a necessary stop." Ziyuan continued, "However, I have learned of another matter." Jin Shi gestured for her to proceed. "My cousin shares a room with a maid named Song Ji, who serves Madame Jiang. It is said that yesterday, when the fourth master went out, Miss Song Ji handed him a large bundle. Well done, Sister Ziyuan. Madame Jiang's parents reside in the mortal realm. My irresponsible father must be delivering gifts to his in-laws." Jin Shi's expression darkened. Her own parents were her husband's legitimate in-laws. What significance did Madame Jiang's parents hold? Yet, merely delivering items did not imply anything conclusive. Perhaps her husband had legitimate reasons to visit the mortal realm. Although Madame Jiang was merely a concubine, her husband, known for his sense of loyalty, might have simply been helping her out. Jin Shi was unwilling to accept this. Ziyuan is clever, she thought, sensing her mistress's unease. "Do not overthink, madam. The fourth master is generally kind-hearted. He seldom reproaches us maids. Helping Madame Jiang by delivering items to the mortal realm does not indicate anything sinister." Jin Shi considered. This girl is becoming increasingly far-fetched. However, she reminded me that I recall the fourth master has 3 concubines. Ziyuan felt somewhat helpless. As a mortal, she had been selected through rigorous means from the mortal realm before being sent to the Jiuhuan Xiuxian realm. Prior to that, she had spent a year learning the rules of the Fu family in the mortal realm. In the Jiuhuan Xiuxian realm, the Fu family was the primary household, while the mortal realm served merely as a temporary base. However, the patriarch's brothers, cousins, and countless siblings without spiritual roots made the situation lively. To produce more descendants with spiritual roots, the patriarch's house was bustling with concubines and servants, leading to numerous conflicts, especially with a jealous primary wife. Life that could be quite chaotic. She had never encountered a mistress like Jin Shi. She was unaware of how many concubines the fourth master had. "Yes, indeed. Our fourth master has 3 concubines, Madame Jiang, Madame Liu, and Madame Li." Jin Shi remained silent for a moment, asking, "Were their names?" Ziyuan relayed the information truthfully. "Madame Li is named Shi, Madame Liu's given name is Shu Wei, and Madame Jiang's is said to be Yaoyao." Jin Shi nodded, absorbing the information. Fu Qingyuan's household was sparse. Jin Shi was not immortal and often needed to cultivate or venture out for training, spending less time at home and having little interaction with those 3 women. Thus, she had no recollection of their names until Ziyuan mentioned them. However, one of those names seemed vaguely familiar. As Jin Shi contemplated, her expression suddenly paled. She recalled an incident from many years ago when she and her husband had gone out to train and passed by a cold pool, where fog grass grew abundantly. Fog grass was a companion herb of the third-tier demon beast, Shui Xianjiao. Where there was fog grass, there would undoubtedly be Shui Xianjiao. Driven by the desire for the demon core of the third-tier beast, her husband had insisted on hunting it down despite the warnings. Unbeknownst to them, the Xianjiao, although merely a third-tier demon beast, possessed a remarkably high intelligence, leading the couple into a dizzying dance that nearly cost them their lives. However, they both returned from the battle with injuries. That very night, her husband developed a high fever, and despite being afflicted by fever herself, she tended to him throughout the night, vaguely hearing him call out Yaoyao. Jin Shi, upon recalling this, felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Could it be that she had misheard? She remembered having deliberately tested her husband before, and he had displayed a somewhat unnatural demeanor, laughing off her suspicions as mere jealousy. The more she pondered, the colder her heart became. My mother is truly magnanimous. The enemy lurks in the shadows. Yet she remains oblivious to whether the opponent is human or beast. If Jiang Yaoyao were to find out, she would surely be enraged. Listening to her daughter's soft, sweet voice, Jin Shi thought, "You will eventually be the death of me." However, this distraction eased her anger somewhat. After all, if she had already resigned herself to the notion of him being a scoundrel, then his misdeeds were to be expected. Yet her feelings for him were genuine. Jin Shi did not shed tears but remained in a daze. Ziyuan watched her anxiously. "Madam, what troubles you?" Jin Shi waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just lost in thought. You may leave now." As a cultivator, she was far from a weak-willed mortal woman, though saddened. She did not wish to reveal her emotions to her maid. After sending Ziyuan away, the head of the Fu family arrived with others. The current head of the Fu family, being a cousin of Fu Qingyuan, was a cultivator at the early golden core stage, sporting a pair of thin mustaches. He spoke pleasantly and was quite affable. Upon seeing Jin Shi and Fu Yaoyao, he was particularly pleased. Jin Shi, however, did not exhibit much enthusiasm, for the child within her had been harmed. She feared she would disappoint her uncle. The head of the Fu family had initially intended to flatter her, but ended up feeling awkward instead, scratching his nose. "Your niece has just given birth. She must rest. We shall not disturb you." With that, he led his entourage away, leaving behind a chinkoan pouch containing some spirit stones, 2 exquisite magical artifacts, and a pair of shimmering jiao pearls. Chapter 8. Zhenjuan Xianing. It is said that jiao pearls are formed from the tears of proud beings. At first glance, they appear transparent, but upon closer inspection, they reveal a layer of iridescent colors, with the quality of the pearls correlating to the richness of their hues. Their rounded and plump shape is quite beautiful, and they can also serve as water-repellent beads, making them a rare treasure. While these items are considered exceedingly precious by ordinary cultivators, Jin Shi, being the daughter of the city lord of Jinling Cheng, had seen her fair share of fine treasures. Thus, she found nothing particularly remarkable about them. However, seeing the pearl's delightful roundness, comparable to that of a baby's fist, she tossed it to her daughter to play with, confident that it would not be accidentally swallowed. "Zhu, do you like it?" Jin Shi smiled. "Mother knew you would. Your grandmother once mentioned that I adored playing with round pearls when I was young." Fu Yaoyao beamed with pride. "Mother is a great beauty. I am too. I look like Mother." Jin Shi couldn't help but chuckle lightly. As Fu Yaoyao played with the jiao pearls, she suddenly recalled something of great importance. Wishing she could speak immediately, for it pertained to the lives of the cultivators and citizens of the entire Jinling Cheng. The city is nestled against the 10,000 great mountains, which are inhabited by demon tribes. While there is usually peace, any ambition on either side could lead to violent conflict. Historically, Jinling Cheng has experienced 3 beast tides. This time, the beast tide came without warning, and the Jin family fought valiantly, losing several of her 12 uncles, which weakened their overall strength and left them unable to care for themselves. Had it not been for this, the Fu family would never have dared to treat Jin Shi lightly, especially not during her vulnerable state post-birth. The beast tide is imminent. We must alert grandfather and grandmother to prepare in advance, she thought. The causes of beast tides are numerous, and in this instance, it was due to the emergence of a demon king, leading to rampant breeding among the demon tribes. Such uncontrolled expansion would inevitably result in a territorial reshuffle. Just as human cultivators covet the demon tribe's demon cores and bodies, the demons also desire human flesh and various treasures. However, given the heavy losses the Jin family suffered this time, Fu Yaoyao could not bear to see it happen again. Upon hearing about the beast tide, Jin Shi's face drained of color. She could hardly think of anything else but Jiang Shi. She immediately shattered the token left to her by her father. Meanwhile, in a valley thousands of miles away, a young man sat cross-legged on a stone, suddenly stirring as his brow twitched and he opened his eyes wide. In an instant, he blurred and reappeared several miles away, vanishing from sight in mere steps. Jin Shi's father, known by the common name Jin Sheng, was generally addressed by his Dao name among cultivators after achieving the golden core stage. He had already reached the nascent soul stage and was known as Zhenjuan Xianing. Though Zhenjuan Xianing had become a grandfather, he appeared no older than 30, with a handsome and tall figure. Once a cultivator enters the Dao, they transcend the mundane realm, with a lifespan exceeding 100 years at the Qi refining stage, 300 years at the foundation establishment stage, and over 600 years at the golden core stage. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one could live for over 1,000 years. Zhenjuan Xianing was over 400 years old, yet his doting nature towards his daughter made him seem much younger. Upon receiving his daughter's message, he hastened to Lin Yucheng, filled with ire. Had he known, he would have knocked the troublesome Fu boy unconscious and brought him to the Jin family. If his daughter liked him, they would meet. If not, he would leave him be, avoiding the current anxiety of worrying about his daughter's treatment at the Fu family. Recalling last year's incident when his daughter faced an ambush, nearly resulting in a tragic double demise, his anger simmered. Despite being called Xianing, he possessed a fiery disposition due to his fire attribute spiritual root and cultivation methods. This influence rendered his temperament quite explosive. He rushed directly to the Fu family without prior notice, startling the Fu family as cultivators. Cultivators at a certain level can sense others, especially higher-tier cultivators. The oppressive aura from a high-tier cultivator can be catastrophic for lower-tier cultivators. As Jinjuan Xianing passed overhead, several low-tier Fu cultivators could not withstand the pressure and spat blood. The high-tier Fu cultivators, sensing a grave threat, immediately ordered preparations. Yet the assigned cultivators felt disheartened. If the visitor bore ill intentions, the Fu family would be in grave danger. The most powerful cultivator in the Fu family was the head's uncle, who had been stuck at the late golden core stage for over 500 years with no progress. Should he continue to stagnate, he would soon meet his end. The Jin family's daughter marrying into the Fu family brought a traditional dowry, including a main ingredient for the Pi Dan. This potion increases the chances of childbirth. A lifesaver for the Fu family. Jin Shi, understanding the gravity of the situation, presented the main ingredient upon entering, and just half a month prior, the Fu family head's uncle consumed the Pi Dan, successfully advancing to the early nascent soul stage. This new nascent soul cultivator brought great satisfaction to the Fu family, elevating them to a mid-sized family in Lin Yucheng. Therefore, the Jin family could be deemed the Fu family's benefactor and support. However, since the Fu family gained a nascent soul cultivator, their previous humility before the Jin family vanished. The Fu family was on the brink of disaster. They could not afford to remain idle. The head of the Fu family, with a furrowed brow, commanded, "Quickly, inform our ancestor, and send people to protect the children of Yuing Hall. For any family, fresh blood signifies hope, and in the face of external threats, it is imperative to safeguard these sparks of life." As all were stirred into action, the head of the Fu family was not idle. Suddenly, he recalled Jean. Jean was anxiously pacing within her quarters, having just shattered a token given by her father. Her parents adored their only daughter, showering her with various tokens of affection. However, the piece she had just crushed was crafted from the remnants of materials used by her father, Xian Jun, in the forging of magical artifacts. He had transformed the leftover materials into beads, which he stored in his dantian, nurturing them alongside his life-bound treasure for many years. These beads shared a source with Xian Jun's precious artifact and resonated with it in harmony. Therefore, as soon as Jean crushed the bead, Xian Jun immediately sensed it. "My dear, has someone bullied you?" Before he arrived, his voice had already echoed. "Let me see if that lad with the surname Fu has wronged you. I shall deal with him immediately." Chapter 9. Unruly Whims. The voice was deafening, startling Fu Yaoyao, who frowned. "Who is so inconsiderate, making such a racket in my mother's presence? Do they not care about others' rest? I am quite irritable upon waking. I am very angry." Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Jean could not help but chuckle. Her daughter was indeed like her, sharing the same morning temperament. Raised in a loving home by her parents and 12 brothers, it was a miracle she had not become spoiled and unruly. What was a mere morning irritability? Jean reminisced about her childhood, abruptly pausing. She had thought that marrying into the Fu family would bring her great happiness, where she was respected by her in-laws, enjoyed harmonious relationships with her sisters-in-law, and was treated kindly by her sisters. Most importantly, there was love and harmony with her husband, a perfect match akin to celestial beings. Although the Fu family adhered to traditional customs, they were nonetheless a clan of cultivators, not entirely bound by worldly conventions. Yet, Jean felt as if she had not experienced that carefree joy in quite some time. In the Jean family, she was the cherished jewel of her parents and brothers. No matter her actions, or lack thereof, she was pampered by them. But in the Fu household, she felt constrained. Comparisons are often daunting, and this one struck Jean with a sudden realization. Had she married into a life of self-inflicted suffering? Doubts clouded her affection for her husband, and she perceived the Fu family's demeanor toward her as more indifferent than respectful. In her maternal home, whether her parents or brothers were present, they would seek her out, sharing any novel treasures with her at the earliest opportunity. Yet in the Fu family, aside from her husband, she had scarcely any confidence. As for her morning irritability, it seemed to have vanished. Was it that her morning irritability had indeed disappeared, or had she simply restrained it? Aware that the Fu family would not indulge her as her own family had, Jean was no fool. She had already arrived at her own conclusions without needing anyone's input. Lost in thought, she suddenly found herself face-to-face with Xian Yingjun. Upon seeing her flat abdomen, he was taken aback. Goodness, has the Fu family taken away your child, my granddaughter? By the heavens! Fu's young scion, come forth to meet your doom. Jean shook her head in exasperation. Father, please calm yourself. Do not frighten your little granddaughter. She is sleeping peacefully, and you have awakened her. She may well become upset and pull at your hair, ears, or beard. Xian Yingjun hesitated, then burst into laughter, his expression shifting like a mask. No wonder I sensed something the other day. Your mother urged me to come see you soon. I had no idea my heart would be filled with such joy. Where is my little granddaughter? He continued, chuckling. But you are right. She is your daughter, likely to share your temperament. If I were to wake her, she would surely tug at my hair, ears, and beard. At that moment, Jean took the opportunity to observe her father closely. Xian Yingjun appeared to be in his 30s, youthful and vibrant. Yet he had a fondness for facial hair. Now, seeing him clean-shaven, Jean was taken aback. Father, what happened to your beard? Did you not say that a man ought to have a beard to appear impressive? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Xian Yingjun's face. Just then, a small voice chimed in. Oh, he has arrived. My dear grandfather is here. So handsome and charming. Xian Yingjun regarded the little voice with suspicion. Yet it praised his handsomeness. Before he could revel in a moment, he heard the voice continue. What a pity he is under the thumb of his wife. How could a grandmother as fastidious as ours allow grandfather to keep such a scraggly beard? Not everyone can appreciate the beauty of a full beard. Jean stifled a laugh, deliberately changing the subject. Is it that mother forbids you from keeping it? Xian Yingjun offered an awkward smile. Jean knew her clever little daughter had spoken the truth. It was indeed her mother who had prohibited her father from sporting facial hair. Although Jean herself felt her father's beard was unappealing, she recognized that aside from his affection for her mother and compliments toward her beauty, his aesthetic sensibilities were quite lacking. Without the beard, you look so spirited. Xian Yingjun understood his daughter well. At my age, being a grandfather, how can I command respect among the younger generation without a beard? It is indeed a valid point. Xian Yingjun, being over 400 years old, possessed a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years due to his cultivation. Thus, he was indeed youthful in appearance. However, cultivators possess a semblance of youthfulness far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, particularly those of high cultivation. The more gifted one is, the more youthful they appear, with their visage often remaining in the prime of life. Although Xian Yingjun's talent was not particularly extraordinary upon reaching the Yuaning stage, his appearance regained its youthfulness. Yet, considering his status as a grandfather, lacking facial hair could indeed be seen as unbecoming. Jean, however, paid little heed to such matters. Xian Yingjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly turned to his daughter with a grin. My precious daughter, why were you so eager to summon me? Has that lad with the surname Fu been troubling you? Jin's mind snapped back to the matter at hand. Father, is our Jinling city still peaceful? Upon hearing this, Xian Yingjun's expression shifted. Although I'm not often at home, your 12 brothers and the guest elders in the city have remained diligent. It should be relatively stable. Jin pressed further. What the 10,000 great mountains? Are the beasts still calm? Suen Yingxin Yun is confused and deepened. Has my dear daughter heard some news? Jean hesitated. She held her family dear and wished to shield them from harm. Thus, upon hearing whispers of a possible beast tide, she had impulsively shattered her father's token. In retrospect, it seemed rash. She had employed the most effective tactic, claiming to have heard rumors of an impending beast tide, urging her father to prepare, for their Jean family would be the first to bear the brunt if such a calamity were to unfold. Xian Yingjun felt a pang of concern. My dear, I have indulged you in the past because you are my beloved daughter. But do not jest about such matters. If a beast tide were indeed imminent, it would spell disaster for Jinling City. Yet, if you are merely repeating hearsay, It could lead to unnecessary trouble. Jean insisted, I do not care. You, my mother, and my brothers must remain safe. You must prepare in advance. Xianing Zhenjun replied, understood. Chapter 10. The Wise One. Jean expressed her dissatisfaction. Father, do you not trust me? While I may have been a playful child, having played tricks on you and my brothers, I know better now. This matter concerns the very survival of Jinling City. I have no time for jest. Xianing Zhenjun's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Father knows. My dear, did you come to find me for this matter? After a moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of emotion. His daughter had been spoiled since childhood, and the last time she had shown maturity was for that young man from the Fu family, which had stirred feelings of envy in the old father. Unexpectedly, this time, she had shattered the token out of concern for their family's safety. She had truly grown. Jin Xingzhu thus arrived at a conclusion. Where was that young man from the Fu family? Indeed, he treated her poorly, pushing his precious daughter to become so understanding. My little granddaughter has already been born smoothly. Why was he not by your side? Though I, as her grandfather, am somewhat reckless and doting, at least I have a bit of sense. It seems to be a fortunate mistake. Huh. Jean sure. Xianing Zhenjun once again heard the sweet voice of the little one. Speaking of which, my old grandfather is also somewhat unfortunate. As a dignified city lord, he remains unaware that his beloved daughter has been harmed. Yet, one cannot blame him. After all, fate does not always align with human wishes. Just when Jinling City encountered difficulties, 6 of my 12 uncles perished. How tragic. At this moment, Xianing Zhenjun confirmed that this sweet voice indeed belonged to his newly born granddaughter. To his astonishment, his granddaughter was a being of innate wisdom. High-level cultivators have extensive experiences, and the offspring of cultivators are inherently precious. Even if Xianing Zhenjun's offspring were not difficult to conceive, they remained exceedingly valuable. Therefore, he felt no discontent regarding his granddaughter's uniqueness. Rather, he took pride in her being born to his cherished daughter, a true child of destiny. The so-called innate wisdom refers to individuals who possess memories from past lives, even from several incarnations ago. Such individuals are regarded as favored by the heavens. Xianing Zhenjun found no fault in this, but rather felt a sense of fulfillment. His granddaughter ought to be favored by the heavens, a fitting child of his beloved daughter. However, upon reflecting on his granddaughter's words, Xianing Zhenjun became unsettled. 6 of his 12 sons had perished, and that Fu Qingyuan truly treated his daughter poorly? His heart ached. Exiner, how long will you conceal this from your father? If your mother knew you were living such a life in the Fu family, it would break her heart. Jean sure. My grandfather, a flamboyant handsome man. Fu Yaoyao felt a bit drowsy, primarily because the daily exchanges between this father and daughter were rather painful to witness. Perhaps it was best to sleep. She stifled a delicate yawn, then closed her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she was peacefully snoring. Xianing Zhenjun's eyes widened. He was utterly enamored with this little granddaughter of his. Jean sure felt warmth in her heart. Her previous anxiety dissipated. Father, do you think I am the type to suffer losses? Rest assured, if that Fu dares to make me suffer, I shall not let him off easily. Xianing Zhenjun applauded. This is indeed my daughter. Jean sure reminded her father. You must also pay attention to the beast tide situation and prepare in advance. It can never be wrong. Xianing Zhenjun took her words to heart. Although the occurrences of beast tides in Jinling City's history were few, they could not be entirely dismissed. After all, Jinling City is the gateway to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Should the demon tribes launch a massive invasion, Jinling City would be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, Exiner's concerns were not without merit. Jean sure managed to persuade Xianing Zhenjun to leave. The unfortunate members of the Fu family, having been on high alert for most of the day, suddenly found the so-called crisis threatening their clan had vanished without a trace. However, the head of the Fu family was a suspicious individual and did not fully lower his guard until a certain cultivator casually suggested. Could it be that the 4th sister-in-law's family has come to visit? Did she not just give birth to a child? Fu Qingyuan, as the husband, was absent from home, and since the child's aptitude had yet to be assessed, the Fu family was aware of the situation but did not regard it with much weight. However, upon hearing the cultivator's remark, they suddenly found it quite plausible. The Jin family was notorious for their eccentricity. Though the Fu family had received numerous benefits from Jin Sure, they always felt an inexplicable tension when faced with the Jin family. This peculiar feeling made the Fu family reluctant to engage with the Jin family unless absolutely necessary. If it truly were the Jin family, everything would then make sense. After all, the Jin family had always been dismissive. They cared solely for Jin Shi and had come and gone as they pleased over the years, hardly acknowledging the Fu family. The Fu family had long been dissatisfied with this situation, but due to the Jin family's power and their long-standing favors, they had refrained from voicing their grievances. This time, no one brought it up. Merely mentioning the Jin family was enough for everyone to understand. The head of the Fu family furrowed his brow. I shall inquire with the fourth sister-in-law. With that, he vanished from sight. However, the head of the Fu family did not encounter Jin Shi this time. Instead, he faced a closed door. Jin Shi's maid informed him that Jin Shi was still recovering from her injuries and had just given birth. Thus, she was resting and not receiving guests. Jin Shi felt a cold smile within, her gaze coolly fixed on the handsome man before her. Exiner, my wife, you have worked hard. Once again, I was unable to be present for our child's birth. I am truly shameful. As soon as Fu Qingyuan entered, he offered apologies. Tightly grasping Jin Shi's hand, his eyes filled with concern. Are you well? In the past, whenever he held her hand and spoke gentle words, she could forgive anything. However, once doubt crept in her heart and a rift formed, Jin Shi was no longer so easily deceived. I heard you went to the mortal realm this time. I wonder what remarkable treasures you discovered there. Fu Qingyuan was taken aback, momentarily a loss for his wife's meaning. Yet, knowing that his wife had always been spoiled at home, she was hardly easy to placate. If she were not the daughter of the city lord of Jinling, he would have coaxed her gently. Exiner, are you upset with me? Indeed, he had ventured into the mortal realm and unexpectedly found a promising candidate. Chapter 11. The last chance. Fu Qingyuan appeared exceedingly pleased. Jin Shi lowered her gaze, seemingly casually remarking, "Oh, is it a young and beautiful girl?" If he were indeed seeking a vessel with cultivation potential for a concubine, he would certainly need to find a girl. After all, he would not seek a male body for Jiang Shi. Fu Qingyuan clearly did not anticipate her question. He was momentarily stunned before gently smiling. Are you feeling jealous? My despicable husband truly is a master. No wonder he can manipulate my mother so effortlessly. This is the tactic of a scoundrel. While he does not admit it, he also does not deny it. Jin Shi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Had she not heard her daughter's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have been deceived. She evaded Fu Qingyuan's hand, saying softly, "Little Shiqi just fell asleep. Do not disturb her." Fu Yaoyao, yes, do not let him hold me. What if he drops me? Upon hearing this, Jin Shi's expression turned as cold as ice. Her little darling's lack of trust in him undoubtedly stemmed from some knowledge. It was a pity she had always defended him. Reminiscing about their years of love, once suspicion took root in her heart, all past moments seemed to peel away the veil, revealing the essence beneath the surface. Fu Qingyuan had been her husband for decades. They had 3 sons and 2 daughters together, yet they had never practiced dual cultivation. Those unaware would assume that marital intimacy equates to dual cultivation. But in reality, the life-bonding dual cultivation of cultivators is a matter of mutual openness and spiritual connection, distinctly separate from mere physical union and procreation. Jin Shi, having been pampered since childhood and being a cultivator, had never been one to shy away from matters. She naturally believed that once they became husband and wife, they ought to engage in life-bonding dual cultivation. However, Fu Qingyuan had always made excuses, claiming he had suffered severe internal injuries and feared it would frighten her. Initially, Jin Shi sympathized with his insecurities. Now, upon reflection, it was clear that it was not insecurity, but rather an unwillingness to be fully honest with her. To this day, they have only conducted a mundane wedding ceremony without establishing a true bond as partners in the Tao. This has long been a concern in Jin's heart. She wished to offer him one final opportunity. Fu Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly, yet inwardly he sighed in relief. Jin was unwilling for him to hold her child, and so was he. If she joyfully presented the child to him, he would have to feign delight, which would be unbearable. Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, "Yai." Jin soothingly patted her daughter, while Fu Yaoyao responded with a soft whimper. Was she trying to change the subject? She could do that too. Fu Qingyuan remained oblivious to Jin's peculiar behavior. In his eyes, while Jin, the daughter of the city lord, could bestow countless advantages upon him, her temperament was erratic, often leading her to impulsive decisions. However, she possessed a significant virtue, her magnanimity, which never placed him in a difficult position. Jean feigned a cheerful demeanor, expressing, "How wonderful. My husband. We have been partners in the Tao for decades, yet we have not held a formal ceremony. If you have no objections, I would like to arrange one." Fu Qingyuan's expression shifted abruptly before he quickly regained his composure. What prompted this sudden thought? Jean meticulously observed his countenance, not missing the fleeting look of disdain that crossed his face. Her heart grew colder with each passing moment. Did her husband not wish for this? Fu Qingyuan hastily replied, "How could that be? We have been husband and wife for decades, my dear. You are gentle and virtuous, my capable consort." In the past, Jean would have felt joy upon hearing such words, for Fu Qingyuan had told her that the Fu family upheld traditional customs, and praising a woman for her virtue was the highest form of commendation. Yet now, Jean merely wished to retort against his notion of gentility and virtue. She was Jean Yuexin, not some mundane, virtuous woman. "My husband, Yaoyao. As partners in the Tao, we ought to support one another and pursue longevity together." Hearing her words, Fu Qingyuan's smile stiffened further. Why was her heart suddenly inclined to discuss such matters? By the way, has the child's name been decided? Fu Yaoyao thought. Here comes the scoundrel again, diverting the topic. How deeply must my mother love him to endure being treated like a fool? Jean replied, although the name indeed remains unchosen. She was quite pleased with the name she had chosen. Her sister was named Ying, and she was named Yaoyao. It was evident they were sisters. Fu Qingyuan showed no interest in what name Jean would bestow upon the child, for he felt little paternal affection toward Jin's offspring. In fact, the more exceptional the children were, the more ordinary he felt in comparison to the offspring of his beloved. His heart harbored growing resentment. Fu Yaoyao chimed in, "I like the name mother has chosen." Upon hearing her daughter express her fondness, a gentle smile graced Jin's lips. "Look, even this little one likes it." Fu Qingyuan remarked, "I had not expected you to have already chosen a name for the child. Let be as you wish, Fu Yaoyao." Perhaps fearing Jean would persist in insisting on the ceremony, Fu Qingyuan found an excuse and quickly departed. Fu Yaoyao sighed, "Do not be sad, mother. You still have Yaoyao and your brothers and sisters. If that scoundrel does not cherish you, it is his loss." Jean had initially felt a tinge of sorrow, but her little girl's comforting words instantly lifted her spirits. This little one, so young and cherubic, why did she speak with such mature and endearing charm? Jean extended a finger, which Fu Yaoyao grasped tightly. The soft, chubby hand warmed Jin's once icy heart. "Rest assured, mother will not be upset. Your grandfather and grandmother have taught me since childhood to cultivate oneself. As cultivators, we seize the opportunities bestowed by heaven and earth, and it is vital to cherish ourselves. Over the years, for your father." Jean paused, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips, her gaze gradually firming. "With your grandfather and grandmother, your 12 uncles, and you, I fear nothing. But the treasures of a Jean family are not so easily claimed." Chapter 12. Doubts and Arrangements. Jean entered the Fu family adorned in a bridal procession of 10 miles. In marriages among cultivators, aside from offspring, the merging of resources holds great significance. The Jean family boasts the renowned Xian Yingzhenjuan, a long-established Yuanian cultivator with substantial wealth. Xian Yingzhenjuan and his wife, Qing Wuzhenren, share a deep affection, and Jean is their only daughter. Aside from the primary ingredient of the Piyi Dan and the spirit vein, the Fu family reaps countless invisible benefits. Fu Yaoyao, recalling her mother's words, immediately thought of that spirit vein. Jean furrowed her brow, remembering her daughter's mention of the eldest daughter competing for someone with Fu Yuexin, who seemed to be Fu Yuexin's master. Yet, she vaguely recalled that Aunt Jiang had given birth to 2 children, one of whom was named Fu Yuexin. However, wasn't that girl lacking in talent? Did a talentless girl require a cultivator's resources? Why did she still have a master? Jin's heart brimmed with confusion. Though she did not concern herself with Fu Qingyuan's concubines and their offspring, she was aware of their existence. According to conventional wisdom, she was the legitimate mother of those children. However, that was all. Those worldly women were merely birds kept by men, confined to the inner chambers, dedicating their lives to male dominance. Even if their husbands fathered children with other women, they were expected to raise them as their own, nurturing them with care. This was, in essence, a deception, a form of exploitation against women. Relationships among people are fundamentally of two kinds: blood ties and mutual interests. As a cultivator, she was meant to journey toward longevity with her husband. While he may father children with other women for the sake of his family's prosperity, she could overlook it. But to expect her to treat those children as her own was preposterous. She would not partake in such farce. Thus, Jean would at most ignore those children. Yet, she could not recall how many children those three concubines had borne. She vaguely remembered Aunt Jiang having two. However, none of those children possessed any talent. This was understandable, as Fu Qingyuan himself lacked talent, and those concubines were mere mortals, making it common for their offspring to lack aptitude as well. However, after hearing her daughter's sentiments, Jean began to entertain other notions. What if Fu Qingyuan was deliberately claiming that the children born of his concubines lacked talent in order to protect them, raising them elsewhere? Jean found herself bemused by her own conjecture. If that were indeed the case, had Fu Qingyuan been wary of her all along? What then of her sacrifices over the years? Although it was in Jinling City that she had fallen for him at first sight, Fu Qingyuan had also displayed profound affection. If he were unwilling, why would she force him to marry her? Jean felt a surge of anger. She yearned to confront him directly and to take her children away from the Fu family at once. Yet she understood that while she could leave, her children bore the Fu surname. Cultivators place great importance on offspring, and all her children possess talent. Even if the Jean family was powerful, extricating herself would not be a simple task. Thus, this matter required careful planning. For now, her foremost priority was to restore her health and to deplete that spirit vein before Fu Qingyuan could act. The thought of Fu Qingyuan secretly mining the spirit vein only to discover it was empty brought Jean near to laughter. Otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss. Her gaze grew resolute and cold. Guoming, Ziyuan stepped forward, madam. Ziyuan paused, then bowed her head, yes. Jean observed Ziyuan's retreating figure for a moment. Though her daughter claimed the girl was loyal, she was still a member of the Fu family. Jean had always been resolute and decisive, yet these years in the Fu household had clouded her judgment due to emotions. As Fu Yaoyao would put it, she had been ensnared by Fu Qingyuan, causing her actions and decisions to shift somewhat. Now, she finally understood that Fu Qingyuan's feelings for her were not sincere, and she felt less constrained in her actions. After Ziyuan left, Jean turned to Shi Xin, saying, "You too have not seen the fourth elder for a while. If you miss him, go pay a visit." Shi Xin was lost in thought, and upon suddenly hearing Jean Shi's words, her heart surged with joy. "Madam," she stammered, a hint of panic flickering across her face. Jean Shi regarded her with a placid gaze. "How long have you harbored feelings for the fourth master?" In a flurry, Shi Xin knelt, her head bowed in deference. I never would have imagined that my mother, with her forthright nature, would so decisively see through my father's shortcomings. Truly, she is my mother." Jean Shi softened her tone as much as possible. "Your mortal lifespan hardly exceeds a century. I am not one to hold grudges against others. Had you confided your feelings for the fourth master sooner, I would have considered accommodating you." She paused, then added, "However, I will not tolerate treachery against one's master." Shi Xin's complexion paled further as she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "Fourth madam, it is my fault. It is all my fault. I only spoke because of what Aunt Li said." Jean Shi's brow furrowed. "Aunt Li? Is not Fu Qingyuan's beloved name Jiang?" Shi Xin bit her lip, drawing blood. "Aunt Li is my cousin. She does not truly wish harm upon you. She is merely envious. You are a cultivator, able to share longevity with the fourth master. While we mortal women possess only fleeting beauty, relying on our wombs to please him, yet we are often left with daughters and sons who—" Jean Shi's eyes had turned cold. "How old is Aunt Li this year?" Shi Xin trembled. She is 35. Jean Shi nodded. "Aunt Li is past her prime and has not borne any children. She is of no use now. You may move into her quarters." Aunt Li had given birth, but her offspring lacked any aptitude. The Fu family was a paradoxical clan, nurturing those with potential while coldly dismissing those without. Children without aptitude were generally raised by their mothers until 5 or 6 years old, then sent to the mortal realm of the Fu family. For there was little utility in keeping unqualified mortals. Even in selecting servants, one had to wait until they were older. In essence, having children without aptitude was akin to not having given birth at all. Chapter 13. Killing with a borrowed knife. Aunt Li had children, more than one. but none possessed the requisite talent, rendering them useless in a family like the Fu's. 35? Past her prime? My mother's words truly cut deep. Jinshi furrowed her brow, concerned that her daughter might perceive her as malicious. Just as she was about to clarify, the young girl interjected. As expected of my mother, I admire you. Jinshi couldn't help but smile. She, incredulous, lifted her head, her eyes alight with joy, realizing that for young, capable maids like herself, there existed paths beyond merely becoming concubines to the masters of the estate. While the masters wielded power, they too would age, and, as maids, even if they married into the household, they would only ever be concubines. However, marrying an immortal from Jiuhuan was an entirely different matter. Should they bear children with cultivation aptitude, their status would elevate to that of a legitimate matriarch, akin to the rightful wives of the mortal realm. There was no maid who did not aspire to live with dignity, to transform her life entirely. Initially, she sought merely to change her fate, but upon arriving at Jiuhuan and encountering these immortals, her aspirations ignited with fervor. In the realm of cultivators, beauty abounds. Cultivators command the forces of nature, and regardless of gender, they're the finest among mortals. Once she beheld such individuals, it became increasingly difficult to regard other men with any interest. Will you truly support me, madam? Jinshi snorted, her expression devoid of warmth. You have served by my side for 8 years. Have you ever witnessed me mistreating the fourth master as concubines? She paused, taken aback. As one of Jinshi's foremost maids, she knew that. Despite the madam's status as a cultivator forbidding close attendance, she was aware of the dynamics. The madam was absorbed in her cultivation, caring little for anything aside from the fourth master and the young masters and mistresses. Jinshi, with her noble lineage and vast treasures, was exceedingly generous. When she and Ziyuan were recently assigned, they received numerous elixirs for longevity, rare treasures in the mortal world, but the madam seemed indifferent to their value. She understood then that her madam was not an ordinary woman. Biting her lip, she knelt again, acknowledging her mistake. I should not have listened to Aunt Lee's slander. Jinshi cast her a sidelong glance. You did not heed Aunt Lee's words. You acted for your own benefit. Xian's face drained of color, and she quickly lowered her head to hide her trepidation. Jinshi continued, You must understand, this is not the mortal realm. Even in my absence, you would not have the chance to be with the fourth master. Do you really think you are worthy of such a pairing? Do you believe Aunt Lee possesses that qualification? Foolish girl. Jinshi regarded Xian with utter indifference. To her, the young woman was but a mere insect. Having lost hope in Fu Qingyuan, she was unconcerned whether another mortal woman joined his ranks. Dealing with a mortal was as simple as having one mortal eliminate another, thus keeping her hands clean. Moreover, Jinshi had other plans. Fu Qingyuan had invested considerable effort for that Jiang woman, who would undoubtedly see herself as his wife. Jinshi, open-minded, could accept Fu Qingyuan's other women, but she doubted that the mortal-born Jiang could accommodate another, leaving Xian to face the consequences. This strategy was aptly named killing with a borrowed knife. Xian dared not lift her head, hastily promising, Yes, I understand my mistake. I shall be utterly devoted to you, madam. Jinshi, disinterested in further discourse, commanded her to leave. Grateful, Xian exited. My mother is truly remarkable, devising such a plan to send women to my father. Jiang, with her pride, will have to sacrifice her love for my father's ambitions. She may tolerate my mother, Lu, and Li, as they are women she cannot surpass, but she will never accept Xian. This is a clever ploy, executed without bloodshed. Jinshi massaged her temples as she listened to her daughter. The fourth master has gone to Lu Yinyang's quarters, but encountered Song Ji, who was close to Jiang Yinyang along the way. Jinshi scoffed. Fu Yaoyao couldn't help but comment. I must say, my father is remarkably restrained. After much effort to find a suitable vessel, he refrains from sharing it with his beloved and seeks a shield instead. If my mother were foolish, she might think his beloved is Lu, and thus blame her. TSK. This group is conspiring to deceive my mother. Jinshi waved her hand, acknowledging the information. Ziyuan furrowed her brow. Madam, the fourth master is quite attached to the girl he brought from the mortal realm. I have yet to find an opportunity. Do not worry, it is not urgent. Since this body is meant for Jiang, it will eventually be arranged for her to serve Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi instructed Ziyuan, no matter, keep an eye out and find an opportunity to speak with her. Ziyuan eagerly agreed. Upon entering, she had encountered Xian, who exited with an expression of exhilaration, leaving her deeply puzzled but too cautious to inquire further, ultimately departing without asking anything. Fu Qingyuan had indeed expended considerable effort in seeking a suitable vessel in the mortal realm, as the art of possession was forbidden. To possess meant to forcibly take over another's body, particularly for someone like Jiang, who lacked spiritual roots. Seizing the body of one with spiritual roots was an act against the heavens. This was absolutely forbidden. Yet, human nature is inherently selfish, leading to the continued illicit use of such arts. There were also restrictions. One could employ this technique only once. Using it a second time would result in instant death, with the soul extinguished. Thus, Fu Qingyuan sought a vessel of excellent potential for his beloved. The essence of the realm of mortals lies in its scarcity of spiritual energy, where individuals possessing spiritual roots are a rarity, with only one in a myriad. The girl he discovered, although not particularly outstanding, possessed the third-grade spiritual root, which, for a family like the Jiang family, is commendable. Due to various concerns, Fu Qingyuan outwardly showed no particular favoritism towards his 3 concubines. However, since Jiang Yinyang had given birth to the least number of children, she appeared to be the least favored. In contrast, Li Yinyang bore 6 children, 4 sons and 2 daughters, while Lu Yinyang had 7, 6 daughters and 1 son. Li Yinyang shared this sentiment, expressing her frustration by repeatedly stabbing a small figure inscribed with Lu Yinyang's birth details. In Chapter 14, as brothers come to visit, Ziyuan, fearing for Jin Shi's emotional well-being, carefully tried to comfort her, saying, "Madam, your health is paramount." She was at a loss for words on how to console her. Having been chosen from the mortal realm to serve the Fu family, Ziyuan had observed that, at this juncture, the 4th mistress needed solace. However, the dynamics between the 4th master and mistress were evidently different from those in the mortal realm. She was uncertain whether the mistress cared about the master's other concubines. Even though the 4th mistress was a cultivator, Ziyuan believed she was first and foremost a woman, and no woman could be indifferent to the presence of other women around her husband. Yet, the 4th mistress's magnanimity set her apart from ordinary individuals. But the 4th mistress had just given birth. Did she truly not mind that her husband was absent, preferring to be with other women? Jin Shi certainly cared. Her concern morphed into resentment. Yet, it was precisely during such moments that she felt most lucid. For the sake of giving birth to more children with cultivation potential for the Fu family, she had suppressed her own cultivation level over the years. The higher a cultivator's level, the less favorable it became for childbirth. Yet, her sacrifices had resulted in such betrayal. Jin Shi felt a surge of anger, a precursor to madness. "Mother, do not be angry. Let us not dwell on it. Regardless of where that unworthy father chooses to go, we do not need him." Jin Shi's tumultuous emotions strangely calmed, but she still coughed up blood. Ziyuan gasped, "Madam." Jin Shi waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing, and instructed Ziyuan to leave. After a moment's thought, Jin Shi added, "Continue to keep an eye on things for me." Ziyuan immediately replied, "Yes." She assumed the 4th master had brought a woman from the mortal realm intending to take her as a concubine to bear offspring for the Fu family. However, considering the 4th mistress had just given birth, such actions would surely wound her heart. Feeling the weight of her responsibilities, Ziyuan observed closely. Finally, unable to contain herself, she asked, "Madam," regarding Xian. Jin Shi glanced at her and explained coolly, "That is her own wish. I did not coerce her." Ziyuan hesitated. Fu Yaoyao, curious about their cryptic conversation, pondered the peculiar situation. She knew her mother was infatuated with love, yet due to her worldview, she did not pay much attention to her father's concubines. Regardless of whether one was a cultivator or a mortal, humanity could not escape its nature. How could a wife, married for years, lack possessiveness over her husband unless she was completely indifferent? Yet, her mother was enamored. How could she not care about that unworthy father? Fu Yaoyao found it perplexing, but being young with limited energy, she soon fell into a light slumber. Seeing Ziyuan's silence, Jin Shi snorted, "What? Do you wish to become one of those favored individuals?" Startled, Ziyuan quickly knelt. No, I would not dare. Jin sure looked at her, questioning whether it was a lack of desire or simply fear. Cold sweat beaded on Ziyuan's forehead. I am but a mortal and dare not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards the immortals. Jin sure nodded, recognizing that this girl was sensible. In truth, she harbored no resentment towards Liu, Li, or even Jiang. Over the years, these women had remained relatively compliant, almost transparent, not interfering with her affairs. Jin sure was astute. Fu Qingyuan had wronged her, and even for Jiang, she should seek accountability from Fu Qingyuan rather than fixate on a mortal woman. You understand, then? I may speak harshly, but to us, you mortal women truly have lives as fragile as grass. This is fate, unless someone is willing to defy the heavens for you. A price not everyone can bear. Ziyuan bowed her head even lower, wishing she could disappear. Yes, I understand. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I have already spoken with that young lady. She is quite amiable. Jin Shure's interest peaked at once, urging Ziyuan to continue. Ziyuan recounted her meeting with the young lady, noting her warm demeanor and suggesting she likely came from a good background. Jin Shure frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. Continue to keep in touch with her and look for an opportunity for her to meet me. Ziyuan promptly agreed, yes. In the following days, Jin Shure remained vigilant, concerned that Fu Qingyuan might act prematurely, allowing Jiang to usurp her position. She sought opportunities to send secret messages to her brothers, requesting them to excavate the spiritual vein gifted to her by their father. Jin 12, possessing a unique spiritual root talent, arrived promptly. To his surprise, his sister summoned them for the purpose of unearthing the spiritual vein. He thought for a moment and added, however, we currently do not know what qualifications our little girl possesses. Once confirmed, I, her 12th uncle, will prepare a special gift for her. Speaking of his little niece, a gentle smile graced Jin Shure's face. You spoil her. From now on, whatever she desires, she will come to you, her uncle, for it. I shall not interfere. Jin 12 smirked, I don't mind. A short while later, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside, causing Jin 12 to raise an eyebrow and click his tongue. Jin Shure realized her other brothers had arrived. Her brothers had come directly to her room without even greeting the Fu family, unlike Jin 12, who found such formalities unnecessary and a waste of time. The head of the Fu family was taken aback, unable to suppress his speculation regarding their purpose for visiting. Could it be related to the child born of the Jin family? However, the child's aptitude had yet to be assessed, and logically, it should not have garnered the Jin family's attention. Or was it that the Jin family had reported them? Although the Jin family was not a particularly large clan, the city lord Jin and his wife were capable of bearing children, and each of Jin's 12 brothers possessed remarkable aptitude and profound cultivation. The mere thought of this caused the head of the Fu family to feel a sense of impending baldness. The matters concerning Fu Qingyuan could be concealed from the Jin family. Firstly, because Jin's family had a unique perspective shaped by their upbringing in Jihuan, which differed significantly from that of ordinary women, showing little regard for concubines. Secondly, it was also due to the protection provided by the Fu family. Yet, the fact that so many members of the Jin family had come this time was evidently extraordinary. The head of the Fu family was a typical example of a guilty conscience. Having committed wrongdoings, he naturally feared that they would come to settle accounts. Earlier, while accompanying the Jin family's cultivators, he discreetly sent someone to notify Fu Qingyuan to arrive promptly. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the start. That ordinary woman was truly a disaster. Had it not been for the fact that her 2 children possessed aptitude, he would have long since expelled her from Jihuan. However, it was too late to voice any grievances now. He could only appease the Jin family cultivators with amiability. Each member of the Jin family stood tall and handsome, their appearances distinct yet striking. Among them was Jin's eldest brother, Ninli Jinjuan, whose demeanor was calm and imposing, emanating a chilling aura. It was said that Nanli Jinjuan was a cultivator with an anomalous ice spiritual root, his presence both steady and fearsome. Jin's family was taken aback. Jin's earlier mention of potential sacrifices among her brothers during the Beast Tide was now a harsh reality, as her eldest brother had indeed perished. Among Jin's 12 brothers, only the 11th and 12th were her full siblings, born of the same mother in this lifetime, while the older brothers were born in a previous life. Although they were still kin, the significant age difference rendered them more like peers to her father than brothers. Jean was not afraid of her parents, but she feared her 10 brothers. They were indeed doting, yet their affection was not as unconditional as that of their parents. Jean recalled a mischief from her childhood when she had stolen the spirit monkey wine that her 6th brother had painstakingly procured. Getting thoroughly intoxicated and sleeping on his large bed, her cheeks flushed like a little pig. Her 6th brother had shown her no mercy, spanking her until it stung. Jean felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Although she knew she should not hold grudges, she was now a mother herself. If the little girl were to learn of this incident, she could only imagine the laughter it would provoke. This secret must never reach Yaoyao's ears. Otherwise, she would be ridiculed by a mere child. Despite her trepidation towards her brothers, Jean did not wish for any misfortune to befall them. She greeted them with a hint of restraint, addressing her brothers. Eldest brother, 2nd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, 9th brother, 10th brother, 11th brother. Yaoyao, observing the neatly lined up uncles, felt a surge of admiration for her maternal grandparents, exclaiming in her heart how impressive they were. The head of the Fu family maintained a courteous demeanor, remarking that the 4th brother's wife had just given birth, and considering the timeline, the child was indeed premature. Just as he finished speaking, a voice interjected, "Oh, little sister, your child is truly delightful, chubby and fair, certainly not resembling a premature infant." The head of the Fu family looked over. During his previous visit, he had merely gone through the motions and had not closely observed Fu Yaoyao. Now, hearing the Jean family's remarks, he glanced over and noted that the little girl appeared to have grown a bit, her complexion fair and plump, indeed a picture of health. The head of the Fu family furrowed his brow. Was it not said that the child was premature? How could a premature infant appear so well? Yet, he could not voice such thoughts in front of the Jean family. 4th brother's wife. Has the jiaozhu I gifted to this child been put to use? Is said to be nurturing. The Jean brothers turned in unison. The head of the Fu family quickly added, "The jiaozhu is merely a personal gift from me. The Fu family ensures that no member is neglected." 4th brother's wife has borne a child for the Fu family, and once the child reaches a month old and has undergone aptitude assessment, should the child possess aptitude, the Fu family will certainly present a generous gift. Before Jean could speak, Jean Daejiu lowered his gaze, his voice calm and measured. "Oh, what kind of jiaozhu is it?" "As far as I know, jiaozhu comes in various grades. Only the superior ones possess nurturing properties. I happen to have a few superior jiaozhu here." As Jean Daejiu spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing a small, exquisitely crafted shell box that sparkled enticingly. The box was beautifully shaped like a shell, and Fu Yaoyao stared at it for a while, unable to shake the suspicion that it was indeed a shell. Jean Daejiu then blew gently on the shell, and it immediately emitted a blinding white light. Following the light, a row of colorful beads emerged, larger and rounder than before, about the size of an infant's fist. "Wow, Uncle is magnificent." The head of the Fu family felt a hint of discomfort in his expression and could only manage a dry laugh. "The quality of Jinjuan Nanli's jiaozhu is indeed outstanding. We would never dare compare ourselves to you, Jinjuan. My own is merely a token of goodwill." Feeling the weight of the situation, the head of the Fu family found it increasingly difficult to remain, seeking an excuse to discreetly withdraw. With the head of the Fu family having departed, the other accompanying members of the Fu family also felt it inappropriate to linger. Chapter 16. Overwhelming pressure. Once the unrelated individuals from the Fu family had left, the expressions on the faces of Jin's uncles grew notably uniform. Initially warm and amiable, their countenances now morphed into a collective mask of inscrutability. It was now Jin's turn to feel a surge of anxiety. Eldest brother, 2nd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, 9th brother, 10th brother, 11th brother. I was wrong. Regardless of whether she was in the wrong or not, it was best to admit fault first. Yet, despite their affection for her, the brothers, displaying a stern demeanor, were not swayed. Jean Daejiu, as the eldest and a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator, had lived for several hundred years and, with a cold expression, represented the brothers as he inquired, what was the mistake? Jean felt a pang of despair. Fu Yaoyao also felt a sense of unease. This was not the affectionate demeanor she had anticipated from her uncles. Yet, she recalled from the original text that Jin's brothers indeed had a soft spot for their sister, unwilling to see her harmed. They feared her suffering, yet were reluctant to see her in distress. Otherwise, with Fu Qingyuan and the Fu family, it would have been impossible to marry Jean. Jean had merely sent a casual message, only to have an entire battalion of brothers arrive. Attempting to divert the conversation, Jean asked, "We're a third brother, seventh brother, an eighth brother?" Jean Dejiu's voice was icy. "Have you not inquired about your 12th brother? Is little 12 hiding away?" "Jean, eldest brother, must you be so perceptive?" Jean felt a wave of sympathy for her 12th brother. Her eldest brother's keen insight was hardly a blessing. Jean had carefully considered reaching out to her brothers, but now, faced with their imposing demeanor, she suddenly hesitated to reveal her situation in the Fu family. What if her brothers, in a fit of anger, dismantled the Fu family? Jean certainly did not harbor lingering feelings for Fu Qingyuan. She was far from a benevolent character, one who would offer the other cheek after being slapped. After all, a person raised by protective parents and doted upon by brothers could not possibly possess such a temperament. However, she did have 5 children with Fu Qingyuan. Even for the sake of the children, she cannot completely eradicate the Fu family, as the blood of the Fu lineage still flows through the veins of the little ones. Eldest brother, the purpose of summoning you all here is to discuss a pressing matter. Jean Shi deftly shifted the topic. The other brothers remained silent, as usual, with Jean Dejiu acting as the spokesperson. He merely cast a piercing glance at Jean Shi, prompting her to recount the situation at hand. "My mother is exceptional, a paragon of womanhood. However, if I had so many elder brothers supporting me, my life would certainly not resemble hers, which was quite tragic. As the daughter of a city lord, possessing 12 capable and devoted brothers, she still ended up as a mere vessel for childbirth, ultimately succumbing to illness, a truly harrowing fate. Although my mother may be somewhat infatuated with love, my admiration for her only grows." Listening to her daughter's heartfelt musings, Jean Shi's lips twitched in exasperation. The brothers, upon entering, had heard the suspicious youthful voice. Despite their vigilance, they chose to remain still for the moment. It soon became clear that the voice belonged to their newly born niece. All the brothers, seasoned in their schemes, refrained from exposing this realization. He would be able to indulge her with little icicles to play with daily. Jean Ergo, endowed with the advantage of an earth spirit root, appeared to be a kind and amiable elder brother, but in reality, he possessed immense strength and was also a beast master. However, recalling how his little sister had cried in fear from a caterpillar he had brought, he felt that the little girl might be difficult to appease. It was perplexing that such an adorable creature could evoke fear. "Little sister, you know how your third brother is obsessed with swordsmanship and indifferent to most matters. He received word of some celestial iron appearing and dashed off immediately," Jean Ergus said with a smile. "But rest assured, his soul lamp remains intact. He'll be fine. As for your 7th and 8th brothers, they're not at home, and we are unaware of their whereabouts." Jean Shi responded with a simple, "Oh." Jean Ergus thought to himself that his sister had grown up and was now insistent on marrying, which was not endearing at all. Fortunately, they had a new niece, who was indeed charming. He could provide her with numerous elixirs, presenting them as sweet treats. Alas, it was a pity that she could not grow up within the Jean family like her older siblings. However, now that they had a niece, she would surely fill that void. He, as her uncle, would ensure she received the finest elixirs throughout her upbringing. While Jean Wu Gu spoke grandly, his eyes stealthily observed the newborn niece, contemplating how she truly resembled a gem, wise beyond her years. Unlike her mother, who had been rebellious and would surely seek to marry outside the family. Why should a daughter of the Jean family endure grievances elsewhere? Jean Lugo, with a keen sense, inquired, "What do you want her brothers to do?" Finally, it was Jean Shi's turn to speak, but she hesitated, swallowing nervously as she faced the collective gaze of her brothers, which was quite intimidating. Yet before she could begin, Jean Lugu interjected, "Brothers, let us strip little sister of her spiritual vein. We shall not grant any advantage to the Fu family." Jean Shi furrowed her brow. Brothers, shouldn't we leave her a portion?" Jean Jiugo, possessing a scholarly demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to Jean Shirgo. Yet he was a formation master, while Jean Shirgo was a scholar. He had once excelled in his studies, achieving the highest honors. Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously in agreement. Oh, Uncle Gio is a science major, and Uncle Shi leans towards the arts. I understand. Jean Sure continued. As for Jean Sure E and Jean Sure Air, they still resemble youthful adolescents, with striking golden eyes that are said to be the natural sun eyes, capable of countering all malevolent forces. However, this very gift makes them unnerving, revealing all schemes and deceit. The brothers turned their attention toward her, and Jean Sure found it difficult to meet their gaze, particularly that of 11th brother, whose golden eyes were particularly daunting. I still harbor feelings for that scoundrel. I am merely contemplating how Yaoyao and the others carry the blood of the Fu family. Jean Sure's brothers felt a mix of frustration and affection for their sister. However, upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, they softened, realizing that discussing such grim matters in front of a child was inappropriate. Jean de Gu declared, "Then let us leave a portion." Jean Lu Gu, with a smile that belied his intentions, understood his elder brother's meaning perfectly, allowing that Fu boy to harbor hope only to be met with disappointment. Fu Yaoyao remarked, "Truly, my sixth uncle, renowned for his cunning. Yin li yu yescri momentarily faltered." He had been exposed by his niece, who astutely evaluated him. "Ah, my dear niece, it is no surprise that you see through me. Indeed, my sixth uncle is self-serving and cunning, destined to be one of the villains, yet ultimately seems to fall to the protagonist group. How tragic." Jean Lu Gu was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. Jean Sure had heard her daughter refer to them as villains on multiple occasions, and it had left her somewhat numb. Were they all doomed to be mere cannon fodder? No, they must not resign themselves to such a fate. Now that they were aware of their potential end, they must take measures to avert it, ensuring they all live well. With this thought, Jean Sure's heart steadied a little. The other Jean brothers were nearly in stitches, though they pretended to maintain composure. Old Lu usually put on a fade, but it was amusing that even the newborn niece could see through him so easily. Fu Yaoyao sighed, "It is still tragic, after all. We are destined to be the villainous cannon fodder, merely augmenting the protagonist's endeavors in love and ambition. How lamentable. My eldest uncle perished while saving a fool amid a beast tide, and my second uncle lost many cherished spirit beasts, barely surviving." Jean de Gu and Jean Air Gu were aghast, unable to comprehend that their elder brother would meet such a fate or suffer losses of beloved spirit beasts. Jean Air Gu, particularly fond of beast mastery, had accumulated numerous treasures. Thus, among the brothers, he was the least wealthy, as it was impossible to resist the allure of each adorable beast, even the tiniest insects. "What beast tide?" he inquired, utterly bewildered. "My third uncle is a machine devoid of emotions, a man of sword and spirit. How could one man's strength withstand a beast tide?" He had secured a piece of celestial iron, but had not yet refined it before rushing to save someone, ultimately succumbing to the beast tide. Yet, as a battle enthusiast, he died honorably. "My fourth uncle is an alchemist, entirely reliant on logistics. Those in support roles are not adept in combat. They prioritize self-preservation, yet he insisted on rescuing some maiden. Did he truly fall for her beauty? Others speculate that my fourth uncle is enamored with beauty, but it is not so. It was the ancient alchemical formula that lured him in. How could he resist that?" Jean Si Gu protested, "Am I such a person?" Indeed, he was enthralled by alchemy, showing little interest in women. But if a woman approached him with an ancient alchemical formula, he would undoubtedly be exceedingly cordial. It mattered not whether she was a woman or otherwise. Anyone presenting an ancient formula would receive his utmost enthusiasm. Jean Si Gu felt tears welling. His newborn niece understood him so well, she truly grasped his essence. "My fifth uncle is doing well. He is a master of crafting artifacts. With numerous tools at his disposal, he survives by forging magical treasures without charging a fee. However, having lost so many family members and wealth, he must be heartbroken. For an artifact master, the most remarkable treasure is perpetually the next one. If a magical item can prove useful amidst a beast tide, he would not hesitate to utilize it, for preserving one's life takes precedence. My sixth uncle has already been critiqued, so I shall refrain from further commentary. On to my seventh uncle. Oh, having so many uncles can be quite tedious. It is exhausting to engage in such banter, and I long for slumber. Nevertheless, I am a person who believes in completion, having begun this critique. I must continue through each uncle without omission." The Jean brothers expressed their gratitude, acknowledging my impartiality towards them. "My seventh uncle possesses a certain uniqueness. He is somewhat effeminate, enjoying the attire of women. Although there is nothing inherently wrong with adopting a delicate demeanor, which can lead to unexpected victories, it is unfortunate that within the Jean family, composed entirely of straight men and women, his flirtatious remarks fall flat. The Jean brothers believe that while they should respect and understand his interests, hearing him ridiculed by his own niece casts a shadow on his reputation. My eighth uncle is a musician, embodying the qualities of a gentleman, warm and gentle as jade. He is particularly favored by the ladies. However, unbeknownst to many, he harbors a fear of women. Only my grandmother and mother are allowed near him. No other female, not even a mosquito, is permitted to approach. It is no wonder he never converses with my seventh uncle, whose antics are a calamity for him. My ninth uncle is a master of formations, possessing a meticulous mind and excelling at everything he undertakes. However, he tends to be overly particular, which can come across as being fussy. Despite his quirks, I adore my uncle. He is always the most charming in my eyes. My 10th uncle expresses his surprise at the arrival of a newborn girl, while my 11th uncle is advised to be cautious with his precious eyes that can subdue the most malevolent forces. However, he is cautioned to refrain from excessively boasting about his abilities and to maintain a low profile. The 12th chapter unfolds with my young uncle already having visited, and I have expressed my grievances. I feel fatigued. It is time for rest. Observing my daughter, I note that she has closed her eyes and begun to snore softly. I find myself in a perplexing mix of emotions, as my daughter just criticized her brothers, leaving me somewhat guilty. Unexpectedly, my sixth brother changes his stance, suggesting that a portion should indeed be reserved for him. He smiles oddly, and after some contemplation, the other brothers, who initially disagreed, decide to follow his lead, trusting his clever ideas. My sixth uncle, devoid of any guilt, acknowledges that she understands her intentions best. This is not to say that the others are foolish. Rather, it is that my sixth uncle's mind is particularly sharp, always filled with creative solutions. However, as I gaze upon my numerous brothers, I find myself regretting whether it was premature to summon them. Despite my reservations, I remind myself that my brothers have not engaged in any reckless behavior over the years, so I shall entrust this matter to them. If I cannot trust my family, who else can I rely on? Consequently, I clear my throat and state that we shall proceed as my brothers suggest, and I appreciate their assistance. My eldest brother's expression remains cold as he glances at our beloved younger sister, and then at her adorable daughter nestled in her arms, his gaze softening. His inquiry comes off as entirely natural, akin to commenting on the pleasant weather. My lips twitch in response, yet I feel overwhelmed by the presence of my brothers, particularly with my sixth brother's cunning nature. I intend to remain until we clarify matters and reach a conclusion. My ninth brother, being meticulous and somewhat obsessive-compulsive, agrees that we should resolve everything before departing. The Jean brothers exchange glances. They understand each other well. Each brother has his peculiarities, and as their sister, I am equally stubborn, which is why the Jean family reluctantly permitted me to marry into the Fu family. Despite my years of marriage, my family has always been apprehensive about my husband. Thankfully, no scandals have emerged concerning him over the years, and now with several children. It is surprising that problems have arisen, especially ones I have uncovered myself. The Jean brothers maintain their composure outwardly, but internally they are overjoyed. My sister's room remains available for her, and my second brother muses that it is no issue if she dislikes caterpillars. He can simply provide her with more adorable creatures to play with. My fourth brother thinks that while we may lack in other areas, we have an abundance of elixirs. As they traverse my sister's room, they express dissatisfaction with the Fu family's layout, which resembles a confinement for women. Yet, since the female members express no discontent, the Jean family members refrain from intervening, fearing it would seem meddlesome. Now that my sister has gained clarity, it is indeed a relief. My fifth brother believes that we have ample magical artifacts, recalling that his nieces and nephews possess commendable talents. With this realization, our family line shall flourish, much to our parents' delight. My sixth brother smiles warmly, his intentions unclear. My eldest brother decisively states that we should act promptly, with the others nodding in agreement, aware that delays may invite unforeseen complications. I brace myself, acknowledging the necessity of swift action. At this moment, a voice from outside interrupts, identifying itself as Fu Qingyuan. who expresses regret for not properly welcoming the visiting uncles. My demeanor cools instantly. Before I can respond, Fu Qingyuan reproaches me for not informing him of the uncle's arrival, thus allowing them to witness my embarrassment. I had not anticipated his audacity to turn the tables on me. Previously, I viewed him through a lens of affection, but now, without that filter, the truth becomes starkly evident. In the presence of her brothers, Jean Shi maintained her dignity. Moreover, she had no intention of leaving immediately, so she did not exhibit any unusual behavior, merely responding with a slightly cold demeanor. Brothers, I heard you came to see me and Yaoyao after learning about my premature delivery. Fu Qingyuan quickly admitted his fault, stating it was entirely his error for not being by her side during childbirth and causing her distress. Jean Shi raised an eyebrow, questioning the absurdity of his words. Without the filter of affection, Fu Qingyuan truly repulsed her. She had lost patience to converse further, saying, "Brothers, you wished to speak with him, did you not? I am weary. You may exit to converse." Jean Lugu's eyes brightened as he exchanged glances with his brothers, promptly escorting Fu Qingyuan out. When Fu Yaoyao awoke, only she and her mother remained in the room, feeling disappointed that her uncles had all departed. Oh dear, having so many uncles can indeed be quite worrying. They leave after just a nap? How ridiculous! I hope the heavens grant that they all survive the beast tide. Upon hearing this, Jean Shi suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to inform her brothers about the beast tide. However, she had already discussed this matter with her father. Once the situation was clarified, her father would certainly relay the information to her brothers based on its urgency. This peculiar bee was not an ordinary one, but rather a cherished creature raised by Jean Ergue. Chapter 19, Bruised and Battered. This creature is known as the swift bee, capable of rapidly transmitting messages while maintaining an exceptionally high level of secrecy. Despite its small size, it is classified as a first-tier demon beast. Yet it is quite fragile and difficult to care for, preferring a special nectar from a specific flower found in the snowy mountains. Consequently, Jean Ergue must make an annual journey to the extreme northern land of Hanchuan for their sustenance. Such a precious creature. Jean Ergue had painstakingly managed to rear just over 10 of them. Each one is dear to him as his own mother. While such a statement may seem disrespectful to Qing Wu Zhenrun, Jean Shi, as his biological daughter, spoke nothing but the truth. The swift bee sniffed the pile of powder, which instantly transformed into a stream of powdery mist, all consumed by the bee before vanishing with it. Jean Shi finally sighed in relief. The next morning, Fu Qingyuan appeared before Jean Shi punctually. In truth, he had no desire to come, especially after being thoroughly beaten by her uncles the previous day. His uncles were particularly ruthless. This was one of the reasons he harbored disdain for Jean Shi. Despite her good looks and noble lineage, her exceptional qualities were perceived as a disadvantage by men. A woman should embody the virtues of obedience and gentleness. Fu Qingyuan felt a swell of indignation, deeply regretting his decision to marry Jean Shi. Had he chosen Yaoyao instead, such troubles would never have arisen. Yaoyao was gentle and compliant, always prioritizing him, even bearing 2 well-behaved and talented children. Heaven knows the elation he felt upon discovering the potential of his children with Yaoyao. Yet, Jean Shi's offspring also exhibited talent, surpassing that of his children with Yaoyao, abruptly awakening him from his joy. Fu Qingyuan had many children, 7 of whom possessed talent. Apart from the 5 born to Jean Shi, the others were fathered with Yaoyao. He was filled with regret, realizing that he had married Jean Shi partly due to the belief that children of cultivators had a higher probability of possessing talent, and partly out of envy for the influential Jean family. However, after yesterday's events, the Jean family support had only brought him humiliation. Had he known that Yaoyao could give birth to talented children, he would have never wed Jean Shi, nor would he have been beaten by his 9 uncles, enduring the humiliation without daring to retaliate. Jean Shi noticed the bruises adorning Fu Qingyuan's face, instantly recognizing the handiwork of her brothers. Despite their differing personalities, they were all mischievous when united, capable of causing a great deal of trouble together. However, with Fu Qingyuan in such a state, he would have no face to complain even before his own family. Did the Fu family not pride themselves on being a cultured family in a mortal realm? Jean's brothers had already been sufficiently courteous. The sight of her husband's battered visage elicited a sense of amusement in Jean Shi. Fu Yaoyao, upon seeing her father in such a condition, was taken aback. Oh, has my scoundrel father been stung by a bee? Quite symmetrical, I must say. If one were not to look closely, one might think he was wearing makeup. Haha, it's laughable. Perhaps my father is putting on this act to make amends with my mother. Fu Qingyuan's left and right cheeks were equally swollen, with matching bruises. Jean sure could hardly contain her laughter, and upon hearing her daughter's playful remarks, she was both amused and exasperated. This mischievous child had compared her father to a performer. Seizing the moment, Jean sure feigned surprise, asking, "My dear husband, what has happened to you? How did you come to look like this?" Her inquiry prompted Fu Qingyuan to lament, subtly blaming his brothers for their excessive force. "It's nothing, merely that my brothers were venting their frustrations, sympathizing with your struggles. It is entirely my fault. While I deserve this punishment, they were indeed a bit too harsh. Just look at this face of mine. How am I to hold a proper celebration for our Yaoyao as full moon? It seems we will have to trouble other elders in the clan to assess her talent." Jean sure scoffed inwardly, realizing he dared to use their daughter's talent assessment as leverage against her. The Fu family had a long-standing tradition of assessing every child's talent at their full moon celebration, a rite performed by those closest to the child, symbolizing good wishes. Had Jean sure known a day prior that Fu Qingyuan harbored reluctance to assess their daughter's talent, she would have been infuriated. Yet now, she felt remarkably composed. Talent is innate, determined from the womb. It exists or it does not, independent of who conducts the assessment. Just who did Fu Qingyuan consider himself to be? That he could influence her daughter's assessment? Fu Qingyuan was taken aback, completely unprepared for Jean Shure's assertion. He instinctively wanted to refuse. Even if he held no affection for the children Jean Shure bore, they were still his children. How could they be assessed within the Jean family? It was no easy feat to produce a child with cultivation potential, and every family held their progeny in high regard. Should Fu Yaoyao possess exceptional talent? What if the Jean family concealed this from the Fu family? However, after a moment of contemplation, he agreed. "Very well, I shall trouble my in-laws." He spoke with a face full of guilt, lamenting, "It is my fault. Had it not been for my desire to find treasures for Yaoyao and you, I would not have left her side." Jean sure rolled her eyes internally, increasingly convinced of Fu Qingyuan's hypocrisy. Beyond his handsome visage, he was of mediocre talent, full of deceit. She began to question her initial attraction to him. "Mother, I have discovered a problem. My scoundrel father claims he has gone to prepare treasures for us. Could it be mere empty words? He was never present during your childbirth." "Oh, right. Fu Yuexin is of the same age as my sister. Although Fu Yuexin's brother Fu Yuezhong is a year younger than my elder brother, they are only a few months apart. Perhaps he was not seeking treasures, but rather accompanying them?" Jean Shure's gaze sharpened. It is said that a woman free from romantic delusions possesses double combat power. And this held true for her as well, because she held no regard for the concubine nor interfered with their freedoms. She realized that Fu Qingyuan might indeed have been with a mistress during her childbirth. Chapter 20. Requesting gifts, however, given the words of my unworthy father. I remarked to my dear mother, "Why do you not demand anything from him? We have gained nothing, yet he has reaped all the verbal benefits." I surmised that had my uncles not given him a sound thrashing, fearing that my mother would report him again, he would certainly not have graced us with his presence today. If her husband truly held her in regard, how could he always be absent when she gave birth? Such coincidences are far too numerous to be mere happenstance. Yet, as human beings are not devoid of emotions, can one truly claim to be entirely unfeeling? To say that she harbored no sorrow would be a falsehood. Nevertheless, the little girl spoke wisely. She could not continue to be foolish, accepting whatever Fu Qingyuan dictated. Eventually, the world would say that Fu Qingyuan ventured into the outside realm, braving perilous trials solely to procure treasures for her and their child. In reality, nothing at all. Even if there were something, it would undoubtedly benefit the offspring of his concubine. So why not allow these rumors to materialize? The Jean matriarch silently commended her daughter for her sagacity. Indeed, her young offspring was a remarkable treasure. Thus, with a face full of emotion, she addressed her husband. "My dear, your efforts are commendable." Before Fu Qingyuan could even exhale in relief, Jean continued, "What treasures have you brought back from your journey for our precious daughter? Surely, that woman is not someone you intended as a gift for her?" Fu Qingyuan's lips twitched. That woman was certainly not intended for Fu Yaoyao. The little girl had not even been tested. If she lacked aptitude, it was her own misfortune. Fu Qingyuan had always shown only superficial affection toward the children born to Jin. How could he expend such effort for them? With a bruised visage, he feigned a deep emotional countenance and inquired, "What are you saying, my dear? How could a mere mortal be worthy of a gift for my precious daughter?" Jin raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Did you not say her aptitude was commendable? Was she not a promising find from the mortal realm? How had she suddenly become just a mortal?" Fu Qingyuan felt a moment of embarrassment. Had he spun too many tales before his mother? In the past, when she was infatuated, she was easily deceived, and even if his lies were exposed, she would not mind. Now, did she perceive him as a harbinger of deceit? Jin, somewhat speechless, pondered whether she had been so foolish. The reality was that she had seemingly been kept in the dark by Fu Qingyuan for so many years. Fooled like a simpleton, it was undeniable that Fu Qingyuan had attracted Jin due to his extraordinary appearance. Who could bear to criticize such a handsome and romantic figure? However, the situation was different now. Fu Qingyuan's face was swollen like a pig's head. While it could not be said to be entirely devoid of charm, it was undeniably ruined. The more she scrutinized his face, the clearer her realization became. Fu Qingyuan appeared anxious. He had placed that girl beside Yaoyao to encourage their interaction, believing that Yaoyao, being so amiable, would foster a fondness, making future possession less contentious. Yet, he never anticipated that Jin, usually amiable, would become so obstinate at this moment. Had it not been for the recent reprimand from the Jin brothers, Fu Qingyuan would not have gone to such lengths to placate Jin. However, the Jin brothers' intimidating presence was too formidable. He had no choice but to suppress his indignation. Speaking in a tone as gentle as water, "My dear, do you not trust me? I may have erred. She is but a mortal. Later, I discovered her familial ties to the Jiang clan and sent her to serve them." He understood that he would have to offer something of value today. He hastily added, "Before I ventured into the mortal realm, I explored a small secret domain and fortuitously discovered a century-old Zhugua." He quickly retrieved the cherished century-old Zhugua from his storage bag, presenting it to Jin as if unveiling a treasure. Jin's feelings were somewhat mixed. The century-old Zhugua was the primary ingredient for the dantian dan, a highly sought-after remedy in the ninth ring, particularly among female cultivators, which led to its inflated price and scarcity due to overharvesting. The spiritual herbs of the cultivation realm were revered due to their rarity, unlike ordinary plants. They cannot be cultivated artificially. The Zhugua required a specific environment to thrive and typically appeared only in secret domains. Its scarcity made it even more precious. However, Jin was the sole daughter of the Jin family. If she desired Zhugua, her mother's private stock contained hundreds. Her fourth brother was a high-ranking alchemist, capable of producing as many dantian dan as desired. Thus, while the Zhugua might be exceedingly precious to others, it held little significance for her. In fact, had it not been for concerns about her appearance being fixed, she would have been fed dantian dan directly by her fourth brother shortly after her birth. Though Jin appeared as a bewitchingly beautiful matron, she was nearing 50. Yet, her beauty showed no signs of aging. In fact, after giving birth, she appeared even more radiant due to the dantian dan she had consumed at 17. The efficacy of this remedy was to preserve one's appearance at its prime. Seeing that Jin's expression remained unmoved, Fu Qingyuan gritted his teeth and continued, "I endured several days of hardship in that small secret domain, where I also obtained a few drops of Millennium Yaoyao liquid, all for our daughter." He feigned a deeply affectionate demeanor while internally feeling as though he might vomit blood. The Zhugua was tolerable. He felt no loss in giving it to Fu Yaoyao, as it was merely a superficial trinket favored by female cultivators. In contrast, the Millennium Yaoyao liquid was something he had intended to reserve for Yu Zong and Yu Xian. The thought of parting with it caused him immense distress. Yet he had no choice but to present it. Only then did Jin realize. She deliberately raised an eyebrow. "So, my dear, you brought the Zhugua merely to placate me? It appears you have indeed procured something truly remarkable for our Yaoyao." Chapter 21. The subtle art of wit. Fu Qingyuan observed Jin's demeanor, and his lips twitched with exasperation. Had his wife truly grown so disdainful of the Zhugua? It was a priceless treasure. He feigned a smile, but Jin was no fool. In her past, she had been blinded by love, mistaking Fu Qingyuan's trifles for treasures. Now, she had awakened to her status as the cherished jewel of the Jin family, well acquainted with true riches. Thus, she playfully chided, "What's so special about that? Merely a trinket. My dear, you must know that Zhuguo is nothing more than a treat for spirit beasts and an ingredient for Ding Dan. My fourth brother delights in such things, and my parents are never idle. I already possess several Ding Dan." Jean noticed Fu Qingyuan's expression darkening, and a sense of satisfaction welled within her as she continued. "Indeed, the Millennium Yushui liquid is a fine treasure, but in my family, it is hardly rare. I have several bottles lying unused." Fu Qingyuan chuckled inwardly. "Ah, my unworthy father's face, though a kaleidoscope of colors, surely pales in comparison to the irritation my mother has caused him. When did she become so adept at wielding subtlety?" Though Jean did not fully grasp her daughter's words, it mattered little. She reveled in the praise from her beloved daughter. How delightful it was to confront Fu Qingyuan in this manner. How had she been so naive in the past? Fu Qingyuan, suppressing his anger, felt his jealousy flare to the point of igniting. Yet, he had no choice but to placate Jean. "My dear, if you find no value in these items, I shall keep them for myself." Jean Sure abruptly snatched the item from Fu Qingyuan's hand, chiding him, "Give it here. How can you, as a father, act in such a manner? Even though I, as a mother, am not lacking, what you have painstakingly acquired cannot be the same. These are your responsibilities." This was the heartfelt sentiment of Jean Sure. The children are not solely her responsibility, so why should Fu Qingyuan simply turn his back and offer nothing? Moreover, the Qianyin Yusui, regardless of her own abundance, remains a truly valuable resource. She intended to reserve it for her daughter Yaoyao. The Qianyin Yusui is rich in spiritual energy and can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones. What if Yaoyao's aptitude is lacking? Would she not need it? Although Fu Qingyuan's few drops were woefully inadequate, possibly not even sufficient for a fraction, Jean Sure glanced at the vial containing the Yusui and the box holding the Zhuguo, and suddenly exclaimed, "My dear husband, if you find it inconvenient to hold on to such items, do let me know. Why go to such lengths to store treasures in this manner, causing a loss of medicinal efficacy? Isn't that a waste?" As she spoke, Jean Sure retrieved a pearlescent vial and a resplendent wooden box from her storage bracelet. Placing the Zhuguo inside the box and transferring the Qianyin Yusui into the new vial. Once she completed the task, she casually discarded the original box and vial. Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened immediately. "Ah, my mother. Truly, she possesses a talent for inflicting mild harm while delivering profound insult. How utterly amusing. The Jean family's strength surpassed that of the Fu family, yet out of love. Jean Sure had always comported herself with remarkable gentleness since marrying into the family. The scoundrel Fu Qingyuan had no parents here and was not required to show filial piety. Ironically, every year, he would take Jean Sure to the mortal realm to visit his parents. Not every year, though. Sometimes, he would inform her that his parents were considerate of her and that there was no need to visit. Jean Sure did not think much of it, believing the thin spiritual energy of the mortal realm would be uncomfortable for cultivators, so she accepted his reasoning. However, she remained blissfully unaware that during those times when he claimed his parents were considerate, he was actually accompanied by his favored concubine and their offspring. Because Jean Sure consistently displayed a gentle and considerate demeanor, Fu Qingyuan often forgot that she was not merely a compliant woman adhering to traditional virtues. She possessed a sharp side as well. She could articulate words that elicited groans, yet were devoid of any misstep. To preserve Fu Qingyuan's pride, even when she desired to use fine items, she would not indulge herself alone, often insisting on sharing with him, while also refraining from presenting too many or too precious items at once. As she pondered this, a sense of existential doubt washed over her. Did she harbor tendencies towards self-sacrifice? Why forsake her cultivation to bear children for Fu's family? Was she out of her mind? For a family as modest as the Fu family, to marry a woman of my stature is indeed a stroke of fortune. To not cherish it is one thing, but to dare to flaunt it before me as if I were enamored with your trifles is utterly absurd. Jean Sure narrowed her eyes, concealing the amusement within. Her little daughter was truly dear to her. Fu Qingyuan, rendered speechless by Jean Sure's indignation, felt a shadow of inferiority crawl through his heart, though he feigned an expression of injury. Does my wife disdain me for being ineffectual? For being unable to provide the best for our children? What? My precious daughter wishes to sever ties with me? That simply cannot be. Jin Shi resolutely rejected that notion. After all, how could Fu Qingyuan hold more importance than her beloved daughter? Thus, she deftly redirected the conversation. As parents, we must strive harder. The stronger we become, the more precious resources we can acquire, ensuring our children will want for nothing in the future. Fu Qingyuan interjected, "That is not my intention. My dear wife, since you currently do not wish to hold the dual cultivation ceremony, why don't we venture out together for some trials? Accumulating resources for our children would be beneficial." Fu Qingyuan's eyes narrowed. He had brought that woman from the mortal realm to enable Yaoyao to defy fate and seize the woman's identity. Now that Yaoyao was with the woman, he needed to ensure she learned cultivation, for cultivators cannot seize the bodies of mortals, nor can mortals seize the bodies of mortals. If Yaoyao wished to take over that woman, there were numerous preparatory steps to undertake. His presence was indispensable. Although the affection between him and Yaoyao was evident to the Fu family, they were not the type to act without tangible results. When he decided to marry Jin Shi, the Fu family was a vested party, wholeheartedly endorsing the union. Later, when he took Yaoyao as a concubine, it was deemed perfectly normal and no one objected. Subsequently, when he tampered with the test results for Yuzong and Uxin, it posed no loss to the Fu family, as those two children, despite having some aptitude, were not particularly exceptional. Their spiritual roots were modeled, and their purity was low, rendering their cultivation journey fraught with challenges. However, for the Fu family to willingly serve Yaoyao, that was nearly impossible. Thus, Fu Qingyuan felt compelled to remain at home. Chapter 22. Pretending to be innocent, but how could he persuade Jin Shi? Fu Qingyuan found himself in a quandary. He had observed Jin Shi's recent odd behavior. Initially, he had not paid it much mind, but after receiving a thorough beating from his brothers-in-law, he had no choice but to appease Jin Shi. Fu Qingyuan felt a surge of hatred. His own cultivation was paltry, whereas his brothers-in-law were all gifted with high levels of attainment. His eldest brother-in-law was even a Yuanying stage cultivator, and envy tinted Fu Qingyuan's vision red. Yet he felt utterly powerless. He could not stand against them. The hierarchy within the cultivation world was stark, and even a minor disparity in realms felt like an insurmountable chasm. What more? When a foundation establishment cultivator faced a Yuanying stage cultivator, it was akin to confronting a vast abyss. He knew that his brothers-in-law had shown him mercy. Had they not, he might have been struck down in an instant. A single blow from a Yuanying stage cultivator was beyond the endurance of a foundation establishment cultivator. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gently, "My beloved wife, it is not that I am unwilling, but our Yaoyao is still so young. Can you bear to leave her at home?" He purposely winked, though with his vividly colorful features, the attempt at charm appeared quite ungraceful. "Of course, I yearn to share a bed with you, but it requires sacrificing our child. It all depends on whether you can bear it." "Ha, scoundrel! Knowing full well that a child is a mother's soft spot, you dare to leverage that against my wife." Jin Shi's expression turned icy. Had it not been an inappropriate time for confrontation, she would have struck him out of sheer indignation. She feigned anger. "I see you have changed your heart, unwilling to pledge allegiance to me in the heavenly path, nor to venture out together for trials. Tell me, have you encountered some enchanting vixen outside, captivating you?" Upon hearing Jin Shi's initial remark, Fu Qingyuan's pupils widened in shock, but the latter part soothed him. He assumed Jin Shi was merely feeling jealous. His heart swelled with pride. Regardless of how formidable the men of the Jin family might be, they could not compete with the fact that their younger sister had willingly chosen him, remaining in the Fu family to bear his children. As long as Jin Shi was by his side, the Jin brothers could do nothing to him. Even if they were Yuanying stage cultivators, even if they harbored a desire to kill him, they would still have to spare his life. With this thought, Fu Qingyuan's heart brimmed with smug satisfaction. "No, my dear heart, I have eyes only for you. You have just given birth. How could I allow you to overexert yourself? That would surely cause me pain. Moreover, you would not wish for Yaoyao to suffer, would you?" Fu Qingyuan feigned concern for Jin Shi. "My dear heart, I know I have wronged you. Over these years, you have accompanied me in the Fu family, and I have not provided you with a good life. The Fu family is not as powerful as the Jin family, and you have endured much hardship. Words that sway the heart are often woven with threads of truth and deception. Uttering only falsehoods is futile, yet narrative composed solely of truth is equally implausible. When Fu Qingyuan spoke these words, he did so with an unnerving ease, having deceived the Jin clan for many years with such beguiling rhetoric. With time, as our little daughter matures, we shall undoubtedly host a dual cultivation ceremony, embarking on a journey towards immortality together. Jin Shi, on the other hand, found the situation laughable. It was evident that such flattery was mere pretense, and only someone foolish would believe it. However, she had long ceased to be swayed by his words. She feigned reassurance, deciding to wait a little longer. She issued Fu Qingyuan an ultimatum, yet could not afford to wait indefinitely. Husband, I married you out of love. We are destined for immortality together. Thus, I have waited patiently and never pressed you, but you must remember our pact. She suppressed her disgust as she playfully coaxed Fu Qingyuan. Jin Shi thought to herself, my mother is so beautiful. She could have any man she desires. What a disgraceful father, from which refuse heap did my mother drag him out. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi nearly lost her composure, but managed to restrain herself, her expression growing somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, Fu Qingyuan remained oblivious, mistakenly believing her to be genuinely angered and issuing him an ultimatum. Jin Shi was not one to be trifled with, as she was the sole cherished daughter of the Jin family. Having been raised amidst adoration, she was not inherently spoiled, but certainly not one to be meek. Yet love had dulled her senses. Regrettably, Fu Qingyuan failed to comprehend this. He perceived only humiliation. Feeling cornered, yet daring not to reveal his indifference, he quickly placed a hand over his heart, assuring her, do not worry. Internally, he thought, once Yaoyao can cultivate, he would ensure they trained diligently, subsequently finding the right opportunity to deal with Jin Shi, allowing him and Yaoyao to be together forever. A smirk danced upon Jin Shi's lips as she understood the importance of knowing when to withdraw. She refrained from pressing Fu Qingyuan too hard and feigned concern over his injuries. Husband, what happened to your face? Who possesses such audacity to strike you? Fu Qingyuan's lips twitched at her words. He longed to question her about her brother's aggression towards him, but he chose to believe in her ignorance, as it provided him some comfort. He feigned helplessness, remarking that it was indeed his brothers-in-law who had caused her such distress, and that she had borne a child for the Fu family. He touched his face, still feeling pain from the encounter with the Jin brothers. Having been thoroughly beaten, he felt no shame in expressing his grievances to Jin Shi. With a hint of anger mixed with jest, he remarked that it was only natural for his brothers-in-law to be upset, as he had failed to care for her properly. Perhaps they had not realized that he would be too embarrassed to face the world after this incident. Unexpectedly, Jin Shi found herself in a moment of realization regarding her daughter's commentary on green tea. She understood the implications behind it, recognizing that her brothers had indeed targeted Fu Qingyuan, inflicting such damage while relishing their advantage. She felt a surge of distaste towards him, but after a moment of contemplation, her mood lightened. The injuries on Fu Qingyuan's face were not the result of ordinary violence. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the wounds were vividly colored, as though stained by some peculiar substance. Despite the appealing name, the Tsayujiju, or colorful jade spider, was a venomous creature capable of inflicting excruciating pain. Although not immediately lethal, the wounds would begin to rot within 7 days if left untreated, potentially disfiguring Fu Qingyuan's face. A smirk graced Jin Shi's lips. Her second brother had shown no mercy. This knowledge eased her mind, yet she remained a devoted wife, determined not to exhibit any glee at his misfortune. Feigning concern, she lamented, how could my brother strike your face? Wouldn't that be a source of mockery for all to see? Fu Qingyuan hailed from the Fu family in the mundane world. Despite its insignificance in the 9-ring cultivation realm, the Fu family held considerable influence in the mortal realm, controlling an entire nation. Yet Fu Qingyuan's parents had lived rather unfortunate lives, lacking spiritual roots and intelligence, merely tending to their fields. Growing up in such a humble environment, Fu Qingyuan had developed certain flaws in his character, such as an excessive desire for prestige, akin to his father. Jin Shi's words prompted a visible agreement on his face. Though he suppressed any vocal affirmation, fearing her words might inadvertently expose him to her brothers, further diminishing his pride. Jin Shi, now more perceptive than before, swiftly grasped his unspoken thoughts. Instead of voicing what he wished her to say, she sighed, husband, please do not blame my brothers. They're my kin. How could they intentionally bully the husband of their beloved sister? They must surely be testing you. Fu Qingyuan, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Jin Shi's strategy was astute. Anyone would be bewildered by her reasoning. He could only imagine that his father must be thinking, is this a test or an excuse for my beating? Jin Shi nearly laughed at her daughter's sardonic remarks. Her sense of humor had always been rather simple. Unfortunately, since marrying into the Fu family, she had found little cause for laughter. Her amusement gradually faded. Fu Qingyuan suspected Jin Shi was being ironic, yet her demeanor suggested sincerity and not mockery. Having shared years of marriage with her, he recognized her affection, which had tempered her once spoiled demeanor. Before he could respond, she continued, but rest assured, I will speak to my brothers on your behalf. You value your dignity, do you not? Moreover, shouldn't they show some consideration for our children? Fu Qingyuan had little room to object. How could he, a mere foundation-level cultivator, dare to be angry at those of a higher cultivation? He swallowed his indignation and departed from Jin Shi's quarters, this time without disguise, heading directly to Aunt Zhang's residence. Due to his presence at Jiang Yinyang's abode, she was occupied, and entry into the inner quarters was prohibited. On the other hand, the Jin family welcomed a visitor. Fu Yaoyao curiously observed the young girl before her, whose skin was waxy yellow and hair dry, appearing to be no older than 11 or 12. However, the girl's eyes shone brightly, indicative of a resolute spirit. Fu Yaoyao recalled that, in the original text, Jiang Shi did not possess the ability to seize another's essence. As the biological mother of the protagonist Fu Yuexin, she must surely possess a spiritual root. Otherwise, the protagonist's family would lack perfection. Therefore, the extraordinary spiritual herb Fu Yuexin sought must have purified Jiang Shi's spiritual root, rendering this girl before her unnecessary. Jin Shi scrutinized the young maiden as well. Perhaps due to her family's impoverished circumstances, the girl appeared somewhat shabby for her age. At 12 years old, she looked no more than 10. Jin Shi felt an immense disdain for Fu Qingyuan. How could he possibly lay hands on such a young girl? Did he intend to raise her as a daughter after Jiang Yinyang seized her essence? Truly absurd. Do not be afraid. I have heard that you are a fine specimen brought from the mortal realm by your husband. Has he arranged a place for you? The girl, though slender, held her back straight. Her voice was soft yet resonant. An immortal has stated that I possess the aptitude for cultivation and wishes to take me as a disciple. Jin Shi internally scorned Fu Qingyuan, the old rogue, who was adept at deceiving young maidens. She resolved to ensure he did not reveal his true nature. Your master just informed me that there was a mistake and that you lack the qualifications. However, since you have come to Jiuhuan, he will take responsibility for you. He also mentioned that you have a familial connection with Jiang Shi. The young girl was not foolish and quickly discerned the identity of the person before her. It was said that wealthy families often had both wives and concubines. To her surprise, even immortals had such arrangements. Given the beauty of the immortal and this lady before her, how could the immortal master allow her to serve the former? If this lady were merely a concubine, how could she dare compete with the first wife for attendance? It seemed more likely that the previous one held that status. The girl recalled the previous lady's delicate demeanor, fitting the image of the pretentious vixen her grandmother often scolded. In contrast, the woman before her, with her striking features and commanding presence, was clearly not a mere concubine. Although she was just a peasant girl and had recently arrived, she had no desire to become entangled in the conflicts of others' marital affairs. Disappointment gnawed at her. The immortal had clearly stated she possessed the qualifications for cultivation and had gifted her parents a large box of gold to bring her away. How could he suddenly claim she lacked aptitude? Was this not a deception against her and her family? Chapter 24. The young girl Zhang Chunhua. The girl's name was Zhang Chunhua, 12 years of age, the eldest daughter in her family. At her age, she was considered almost an adult at home. Her grandmother had already been inquiring in the nearby villages, preparing to find a suitable match for her in the coming years. Had her master not found her and proclaimed her qualified, she certainly would not have left her home for such a strange place at such a tender age. Although her family was impoverished, they had not reached the point of selling their children. Her master had clearly stated she had the aptitude for cultivation. If she did not possess it, why would he bestow her family with so much gold? Zhang Chunhua felt a surge of urgency. Madam, my master has said I possess aptitude. Jin Shi's eyes glinted. Is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. If that is the case, then you certainly have no familial connection to Jiang Shi. Zhang Chunhua felt ashamed for so easily falling into another trap. However, she had followed the immortal to pursue cultivation. If not for this purpose, why would she accompany a stranger to a place where she could never find her family again? Though the lady's words were courteous and devoid of disdain, Zhang Chunhua chose not to respond. She pursed her lips defiantly, refusing to speak. She had the qualifications and a master. Could this lady truly harm her? Jin Shi, noticing her silence, smiled gently. Good child, do not fear. I harbor no ill will towards you. If I did, you might not leave here alive. Zhang Chunhua raised her head, her expression slightly grave. She was a clever and alert girl. It was precisely because she harbored doubts about Fu Qingyuan that she had agreed to meet this lady. Yet, what did the lady's words truly signify? It left her perplexed. Nevertheless, Zhang Chunhua did not intend to inquire further. She only trusted herself. Her grandmother had often said that regardless of who it was, even cultivators were ultimately driven by self-interest, differing only in their pursuits. As long as she possessed something valuable to others, she would remain safe. Since her master had instructed her to stay at ease, she would temporarily serve as this lady's attendant. Ah, this sister is quite nice, discreet, and intelligent. Yet, upon entering the realm of cultivation, her perceptions will undoubtedly be upended. I hope my mother aids her, even if only to vex that scoundrel of a father. Jin Shi, having overheard her daughter's thoughts, raised an eyebrow. If her daughter wished for her to annoy Fu Qingyuan, so be it. Jin Shi then turned to the young girl, stating, should you encounter trouble in the future, feel free to come here to find me. If I am unavailable, seek the Jin family in Jinling City. I will assist you. Zhang Chunhua glanced at her quickly, uncertain whether to trust her, but she bowed her head and turned to leave. Jin Shi watched the girl's retreating figure, increasingly convinced that Fu Qingyuan was utterly despicable. Even with her prestigious lineage, she had never engaged in such deceitful acts. Fu Qingyuan was clearly attempting to exploit this girl's physical form for Jiang Shi, while deceitfully claiming he wished to take her as a disciple, a truly sinister intent. Jin Shi found herself at a loss for words. She was not well acquainted with the girl, and relative to Fu Qingyuan, perhaps she was even less familiar. She had observed that while Fu Qingyuan harbored ulterior motives, the garments and adornments worn by the girl were pristine, indicating that Fu Qingyuan was indeed adept at winning hearts. Thus, when she had questioned the girl earlier, the young maiden had hesitated to speak the truth, demonstrating her wariness. Jin Shi summoned Ziyuan and instructed her to cultivate a closer relationship with the girl in Jiang Shi's quarters. Although Ziyuan was puzzled by the request, she had always followed Jin Shi's commands and nodded in agreement. However, there was still a matter she was uncertain how to broach with her mistress. Jin Shi, sensing her unease, urged, speak freely, holding it in as uncomfortable. Ziyuan, having served beside her for many years, was typically cautious and composed. In contrast, the more vivacious Shi Xian had now taken up the role of Fu Qingyuan's concubine, leaving the prudent one at a loss for words. It was evident that few individuals were without flaws. Ziyuan, slightly embarrassed by her mistress's teasing, deliberated before speaking. It concerns Li Yinyang. She is crying and refusing to leave, insisting on seeing the madam. Shi Xian is preventing her from doing so, and this matter has already reached the fourth master. Jin Shi did not lift her gaze. Ziyuan continued, but the fourth master has not intervened. Though Li Shi is a minor figure, she has served me and bore children for me. Does my scoundrel father not care for his reputation? Jin Shi understood. If he chose to ignore her, then so be it. Ziyuan cautiously observed Jin Shi's expression. Li Yinyang harbors much resentment towards you, accusing you of being intolerant. The Fu family is indeed a chaotic place. Clearly a Jiao Huan cultivation family, yet they behave like wealthy mortals, dragging their feet and shirking responsibility. How difficult could it be to dismiss a concubine who contributes nothing to the family? Must she insist on seeing me? What audacity, given her past attempts to harm me. Even if my mother were to slap her dead, there would be no grounds for her to complain. My mother is the cherished jewel of the Jin family, a cultivator in her own right. Could the Fu family truly dare to cross her? Jin Shi's understanding deepened. Indeed, her daughter was correct. If Li Yinyang did not wish to leave, tell Shi Xian that if she remains, this concubine will not be able to stay peacefully. Jin Shi furrowed her brow and listened as Fu Yaoyao continued. In truth, Fu Mama is not a bad person. She has been loyal to my mother. Yet her rigidity is quite vexing. Seeing my mother's amiable nature, she incessantly imposes the mundane world's principles upon her. My mother's misfortunes largely stem from her romantic inclinations, but Fu Mama has played a pivotal role in this unfortunate narrative. Jin Shi raised an eyebrow, only to see Fu Mama hastening in from outside. This elderly servant, who often spoke in an entertaining manner, had not initially annoyed Jin Shi, but after hearing her daughter's sentiments, she felt a strange irritation. She frowned. Fu Mama, you have traveled a long way and endured much hardship. Jin Shi scrutinized Fu Mama. Although referred to as Mama, she was relatively young, having been granted numerous longevity elixirs by Jin Shi due to her valued service. As a result, she appeared to be just over 30. Serving celestial beings was indeed a great fortune, having been chosen to remain in Jiuhuan to serve the immortals. Her family also reaped the benefits. For instance, she did not need to marry, but instead secured a husband to remain at home. To better fulfill her duties and serve the celestial beings, Fu Mama had no intention of bearing more children. She planned to wait until her son was older to marry him off and take several concubines to bear him offspring. The more children, the better, with good fortune. They might eventually have descendants with potential. Why should she tire herself out? Would it not be better to exert others instead? If Fu Yaoyao were aware of her thoughts, she would surely commend her. Fu Mama was indeed a perceptive individual. Jin Shi cast a glance at her. Since her daughter regarded Fu Mama as loyal, she chose to believe that the woman had no ulterior motives. However, mere loyalty was insufficient. Jin Shi stated, Li Shi has ulterior motives, and I have already had her expelled. Upon hearing that it was Aunt Li, Fu Mama let out a sigh of relief. She had previously believed that only the children born to the master possessed potential. But she had recently learned that the 2 children sent to the mortal realm by Aunt Jiang were also talented. To be honest, Fu Mama had been quite astonished. Initially, she thought Fourth Master had some issues. Fourth Madam came from a good background, lacked resources, and had a decent temperament. She assumed Fourth Master was merely idle when he engaged in such matters. However, her perspective changed. No matter how many resources Fourth Madam had, she could not give birth to children for concubines. If Aunt Jiang's children had remained in the Fu household, under Fourth Madam's watchful eye, they would have never surpassed the children born to Fourth Madam. But now they were not in the Fu household. Instead, Fourth Master was concealing their talents while raising them outside, which changed everything. Moreover, it should be noted that Fu Mama had a slight familial connection with Jiang Shi's girl. However, Fu Mama had not yet decided whether to side with Fourth Madam or Aunt Jiang, so she chose to remain neutral. Thus, upon hearing that it was not Aunt Jiang who was expelled, Fu Mama maintained her composure and even expressed indignation. Such treacherous individuals deserve to be cast out. Jin Shi glanced at her, but what if she cried and refused to leave the Fu household? What should Fu Mama do? Fu Mama, full of righteous anger, exclaimed, How can someone like her still have the audacity to stay in the Fu household? I shall see to it that she is expelled. Jin Shi held her daughter close. Speak your mind. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Mama decided to voice her concerns. You have dealt with Li Shi, but why have you promoted that girl Xian? Jin Shi chuckled lightly. Xian is an ambitious girl who has served me for many years. How could I not support her? Fu Mama cautiously raised her head to glance at Jin Shi, genuinely uncertain whether Fourth Madam was truly magnanimous or merely pretending. Her experience led her to believe that Fourth Madam must be displeased. What woman would willingly share her husband, even if Fourth Madam was a cultivator? She could not escape the norms of society. However, since Xian was personally promoted by Fourth Madam, could there be some ulterior motive? Fu Mama could not help but entertain conspiratorial thoughts. Madam, alas, your mind is consumed with domestic intrigue. It is unfortunate that my mother is navigating a cultivation realm. While this Fu Mama seems to have stumbled into the wrong narrative. Initially, Jin Shi found Fu Mama somewhat bothersome, but upon hearing her daughter's words, she suddenly found it amusing. Why should she bother with someone as insignificant as an aunt? Fu Mama wished to say more, but Jin Shi waved her hand. Enough. You came here alongside Shi Xin and Zi Yuan. Now that Shi Xin has become a concubine, you should serve her. Fu Mama was taken aback, but she straightened her back and replied respectfully, I shall not disappoint fourth madam as trust. Ha ha, it's hilarious. My mother simply found her annoying and sent her away. You can't possibly think my mother sent her to spy on Shi Xin, can you? It must be said that Fu Yaoyao had hit the nail on the head. Fu Mama genuinely believed she had been assigned as a covert observer for the new concubine. Jean Shi slightly curled her lips, feeling somewhat weary. She could not help but ponder if, like her daughter had said, she had become ensnared in romantic notions over the years due to the influence of these servants. If it were not for these mortals occasionally instilling the belief that a husband is paramount, could she have been so foolishly deceived by Fu Chengyuan? Though it might seem unfair to blame others, from a certain perspective, it was not entirely incorrect. These mortals, unable to cultivate, possessed a different worldview. However, upon deeper reflection, it was chilling to think that the Jiuhuan Fu family, a renowned lineage of cultivators, had brought in these women from the mortal realm to serve female cultivators. What was their intention? Were they attempting to tame the female cultivators? The thought sent a shiver down Jean Shi's spine. If that were indeed the case, the Fu family would be truly reprehensible. Jean Shi felt restless, but soon calmed herself. Among those who served her closely, there were only three, Zi Yuan, Shi Xin, and Fu Mama. Aside from them, no one else was allowed in her inner quarters, thus ensuring a positive influence. Among these three, only the eldest, Fu Mama, spoke the most and loved to share her life experiences and the mundane rules of society. Jean Shi seldom spent time at home, and her relationship with her maids was not particularly close. Therefore, Fu Mama likely did not realize that Jean Shi was older than she. The thought was amusing. Time flew, and before long, it was the day of Fu Yaoyao's full moon celebration. Upon her birth, Fu Yaoyao was already more beautiful than the average infant, and after a month of nurturing, she had grown even more lovely. She possessed a head of lustrous black hair, a fair complexion, and large, sparkling eyes resembling black grapes, with a rosy mouth bubbling with delight. Looking at her daughter, Jean Shi felt her heart melt. Hatred can indeed foster rapid growth. Before departing, Jean Fu and the Jean family brothers had left her ample medicinal pills for recuperation. Jean Shi felt invigorated, and her health had significantly improved. Currently, she was attended only by Zi Yuan, as Shi Xin had become Aunt Gu, and Fu Mama was by her side. Today, Jean Shi was accompanied solely by Zi Yuan. Zi Yuan adored Fu Yaoyao. Had it not been for Jean Shi needing her to run errands, she would have held onto her nonstop. Our Miss Yaoyao is truly beautiful. Today is the day of her aptitude test. Surely, with her appearance, she must possess cultivation potential. If even she lacks it, that would be quite absurd. Jean Shi cast a glance at her, her gaze slightly lowered. Spiritual roots are innate to each individual. Yet most people's spiritual roots are not stable enough for testing from the outset. Thus, it is entirely normal for a child to show no cultivation talent at the full moon. However, Fu Yaoyao's siblings had all demonstrated their spiritual roots at that age. There exists another perspective, which posits that the more exceptional one's spiritual root, the sooner it can be tested. Indeed, it has been demonstrated that Fu Yaoyao's siblings possess remarkably superior spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are primarily categorized into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, there are other derivative spiritual roots, such as ice, thunder, and wind. The 5 elemental spiritual roots are the most common and widely recognized. In truth, every individual possesses a spiritual root to some extent. Yet having a spiritual root does not automatically confer the aptitude for cultivation. This is because spiritual roots correspond to the 5 elemental spiritual energies. The higher the purity of the spiritual root, the more readily one can absorb these energies. Furthermore, a singular spiritual root must possess a strength of at least 3 to enable cultivation. Thus, merely possessing a spiritual root is insufficient. One must also have the requisite purity. Logically, Fu Chengyuan should have arrived sooner. Yet Jean Shi and Zi Yuan awaited him for quite some time to no avail. Zi Yuan wished to speak, yet feared provoking the lady's displeasure, ultimately remaining silent. Jean Shi cradled Fu Yaoyao in her arms and observed the little girl smacking her lips. Her gaze softened considerably. She had no interest in Fu Chengyuan assessing her daughter's aptitude. Her beloved Yaoyao deserved her mother's personal evaluation. At that moment, Fu Yinging arrived in a flurry, exclaiming, "Mother, I'm here." With a quick glance, she inquired about her younger sister, expressing frustration that her elder brothers were tardy on such a momentous occasion. "Where's father? He isn't here either?" Her words flowed like oil. "I shall summon them." Jean Shi barely had time to dissuade her daughter before Fu Yinging dashed off. Just then, a young servant rushed over, his face etched with anxiety, and reported, "Fourth madam, the fourth master said he will come later. It is inconvenient for him to arrive now." At this moment, Fu Yaoyao happened to awaken and could not help but retort, "What inconvenience? The aptitude test is held within our household, with specialized instruments for testing. There is no need for him to show his face. He simply feels embarrassed and does not wish to be seen." Although Jean Shi had long perceived Fu Chengyuan's unworthy nature, his absence still caused her some distress. Yaoyao was correct. Testing one's aptitude in the family posed no loss of face. How could he neglect such an important event in his daughter's life? Noticing Jean Shi's displeased expression, Ziyuan sought to comfort her, but was at a loss for words, ultimately suggesting, "Madam, let us proceed. We must not delay the timing." The instrument for testing aptitude is known as the Suling pan. Due to the rarity of its materials, it is not something that every individual possesses. However, it holds immense significance for cultivation families, prompting most to invest considerable resources to procure several. The Suling pan is housed within the family's Ling testing hall, overseen by an elder in charge. Although the Fu family is a relatively small clan in Linyu City, many of its members have married and had children, with particularly numerous offspring from concubines. As Jean Shi and Ziyuan approached with Fu Yaoyao, they noted a considerable queue of children ahead of them. Fu Yaoyao gazed around with wide, curious eyes, observing several maids and matrons cradling children. Upon spotting Jean Shi, a disciple of the Fu family immediately beckoned her and Ziyuan, stating, "Fourth madam, this way please. The testing ceremony for the 17th miss is prepared." Jean Shi nodded slightly. A matron holding a child expressed dissatisfaction, questioning why they should wait in line while she could cut ahead. Isn't it only children with spiritual roots who are entitled to this privilege? Who does she think she is, the 17th miss? Jean Shi's expression darkened instantaneously. Ziyuan retorted sharply, "What nonsense! This is our fourth madam. Naturally, her child is the 17th Mississippi." The matron's defiance quickly evaporated, and she stammered, "Fourth madam, I beg your pardon. It was a misunderstanding." Who in the Fu household did not recognize Jean Shi? She was the most admirable among the wives, a cultivator who bore numerous exceptional children. The mere ability to bear children was a source of envy, and the fact that each child exhibited outstanding aptitude was akin to winning the lottery. However, as Jean Shi Ziyuan moved on, the matron could not help but murmur to herself, "I did not speak falsely. Before the test, no one can ascertain whether that child possesses aptitude." She glanced at the child she held in her arms, born of a concubine, and had once hoped for her to grow into a rare beauty. Yet after glimpsing the child in fourth madam's arms, she felt disheartened by her own. She silently mused, "Surely, fourth madam cannot possibly give birth to so many children with cultivation aptitude. That would be too extraordinary, leaving no space for others to thrive." Many mortal women who became concubines for cultivators spent their lives without bearing a single child of aptitude, often passing away prematurely. Her own aunt was one such example. Since marrying at 16, she had given birth annually, yet had failed to produce a child of merit. Now at 35 with over 10 children, each devoid of aptitude. Although she had consumed some longevity elixirs, expecting to bear children indefinitely was unrealistic. It was said that fourth madam's family was particularly illustrious and possessed elixirs to maintain eternal youth. The matron's eyes suddenly brightened. Fu Yaoyao was still quite young, and while Jean Shi could occasionally perceive her thoughts, she found the little girl's murmurs utterly endearing. Chapter 27. The Aptitude Test 2. At this moment, Jean Shi heard her daughter's thoughts once more. "Oh, I thought it was something extraordinary This looks remarkably like the instrument for testing mental energy. Jinshi found herself puzzled by some of her daughter's terminology, but listened with rapt attention. She had heard that some children retain past memories, preserving wisdom from previous lives. But even if they held onto such memories, did not this current incarnation spring from her own flesh? Was it not her own essence that had entered her womb, becoming her child? Thus, Jinshi did not reject this notion. Rather, she found it immensely intriguing. The little girl seemed to have knowledge about the instrument for testing spiritual roots. The Suling Pan, as it is called, indeed resembles a plate divided into several compartments, appearing unremarkable and dark. Jinshi was a familiar presence here. Among the 28 cultivators in Fucheng Yuan's circle, 8 were married with children. However, few, if any, shared her experience of being both a cultivator and a consistent bearer of offspring. Aside from her, most cultivators in the Fu family had spouses who were not cultivators and had not born children. Jinshi recalled that Fu Deji's wife had given birth to a daughter, but that child lacked aptitude and had not qualified by the time of her first month. She would have another opportunity to be tested at 5. If she did not qualify then, it would signify the end of hope. The majority of those participating in the testing were children of mortal concubines, and those with spiritual roots among them were exceedingly rare. Judging by the number of individuals waiting outside, the Fu family had a considerable number of newborns each year, yet those possessing cultivable spiritual roots were nearly non-existent. Before the test commenced, she gently poked her finger at her daughter's soft hand, saying, "Little one, Mother is going to assess your aptitude now. Do not fear, for I am here. Even if you do not possess aptitude, I will always protect you." After speaking, Jinshi planted a kiss on her daughter's forehead. Fu Yaoyao, taken by surprise, widened her eyes, exclaiming, "Mother, the beautiful lady wants a kiss." Jinshi could only smile in exasperation and said, "Let us begin." The attending disciple glanced around, noting Fu Cheng Yuan's absence, and cautiously inquired, "Fourth aunt, shall we not wait for fourth uncle?" To become the master of the testing spirit plate, the young boy before them is also a cultivator endowed with spiritual roots. However, due to his youth, low rank, and insufficient cultivation, he holds deep respect for the Jin family. Zi Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly explained. Fourth master has business to attend to and cannot be present. Jin family matriarch waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. Let us proceed directly. Each individual's spiritual roots are innate. The test is the same for everyone. The attending disciple broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting, "Could it be that I have encountered misfortune by witnessing an argument between the fourth uncle and fourth aunt? If this little sister turns out to possess no spiritual roots, won't I be in trouble?" His palms grew clammy with anxiety as he grasped Fu Yaoyao's hand, trembling slightly. Fu Yaoyao, curious about the spirit root testing process, was suddenly seized by a shaking grip and exclaimed, "Oh, with such striking features, could it be that he is having a fit at this moment?" Jin family matriarch was initially tense, but nearly burst into laughter upon hearing her words. She shot a playful glare at her little daughter, amused by the girl's lively spirit. The spirit testing plate was specifically designed for this purpose. Its methodology straightforward. Simply place one hand upon the plate, and if spiritual roots are present, the plate will reveal changes. As Fu Yaoyao placed her hand atop the testing plate, a gentle coolness enveloped her. Jin matriarch's eyes widened in astonishment as an unexpected event unfolded. With a resounding bang, the disciple jumped in shock, witnessing the previously smooth surface of the testing plate distort, revealing a small hole in its center. Stunned, he could hardly contain his trembling voice. Jin matriarch's heart raced. This was entirely unlike the scenario of possessing no cultivation aptitude. Could it be? Suppressing her mounting excitement, she reminded herself to remain calm. "How long has this testing plate been in use?" The disciple replied promptly, "Though we possess several testing plates, we have never encountered one that malfunctioned." Zi Yuan, pale with fear, asked, "Madam, could this be an ominous omen?" Jin matriarch furrowed her brow, dismissing the notion. Absurd. The testing plate is meant for assessing spiritual roots. How could there be any ill omens? Realizing she had misspoken, Zi Yuan fell silent. Jin matriarch decisively decided to retrieve another testing plate. The disciple, seeing no other option. And knowing that fourth aunt was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage with the Jean family's backing, readily agreed. It's merely a damaged testing plate. It is of little consequence. This time, Ziyuan suggested, Madam, why not allow me to test first? If my results are normal, we can proceed with the young lady's test. Jean matriarch pondered briefly before acquiescing. Ziyuan took a deep breath and placed her hand upon the testing plate. Immediately, it illuminated as if absorbing energy, with several beams of light rising, the highest reaching only 2. Ziyuan possessed spiritual roots, and although they were not particularly exceptional, she had 2, metal and wood. However, their purity was insufficient, for the fewer the roots, the higher the purity and aptitude. Yet, if the purity were sufficiently high, even a greater number of mixed roots would not detract from one's potential. Ziyuan had long been aware of her inadequate purity, which rendered her incapable of cultivation. But to confirm it again brought a tinge of disappointment. It appeared the rumors held true. After the age of 5, if one's purity did not improve, the likelihood of enhancement throughout one's life was nearly non-existent. Of course, there were ways around this. If someone were to invest significant effort in seeking exceptional treasures, they could enhance their purity and achieve cultivation. Yet, individuals like her were often abandoned by their families. Thus, the results of the young lady's test appeared exceedingly perplexing. Fu Yaoyao nibbled on her fingers, puzzled. Am I truly a gifted individual in this life, destined to be devoid of cultivation? Oh, if I cannot cultivate, how shall I avenge my beautiful mother against the scoundrel father? She sighed. I wonder if my talent can still manifest in this new world. Life was no easy journey, and Fu Yaoyao let out a lament. Jean matriarch mused that this child was indeed her source of joy. Naturally, she hoped that Yaoyao could cultivate. In this world, only absolute strength could provide protection for oneself and one's family. With a heart full of trepidation, she placed her daughter's hand once more upon the testing plate. In this instance, the sound of a bang resonated almost immediately as Fu Yaoyao's hand touched the surface, revealing yet another small hole in a similar location. According to the common knowledge of cultivators, if a magical tool or treasure developed a hole, it was undoubtedly damaged. Yet, how could a testing plate for aptitude break? This suggested that the previous testing plate had malfunctioned at a slower rate, perhaps dulled by frequent use. Jean matriarch glanced at Ziyuan and then at the disciple, who both averted their gazes, unwilling to meet her eyes. In her view, the situation with the testing plate was peculiar. Every individual possessed some form of spiritual roots, albeit with varying issues. Rarely was anyone entirely devoid of them. Most mortals had numerous roots, albeit muddled. Jean matriarch knew of individuals with over 10 types of spiritual roots, their colors a bizarre amalgamation, yet lacking in purity, rendering them dim. In contrast, cultivators typically possessed fewer roots, yet with greater clarity. For instance, she herself boasted 3 roots, 3 attributes: water with a purity of 5, metal with 7, and earth with 8. Purity is measured on a scale of 10 for saturation, making her earth root the most advantageous. However, regarding her daughter, the abundance and muddle of roots may have rendered them indiscernible, leading to the plate's malfunction. Jean matriarch held an unrealistic hope. Could it be that her daughter's aptitude was too exceptional for the plate to discern? Yet, she dared not entertain such thoughts. Every child absorbed energy from their mother during gestation, including spiritual energy. Thus, after confirming her pregnancy, she exerted herself more than anyone else in cultivation, bolstered by the Jean family's abundant resources. While she had done her utmost to nourish her children, the aptitude of her earlier offspring had yielded limited effects. Nonetheless, Jean matriarch understood that existing resources were one matter, while each child's innate aptitude and absorption capacity were another. As a mother, she could only strive within her limits to ensure her conscience remained clear. However, the turmoil her child endured during her pregnancy, coupled with severe pain and injury, could not have been without consequence. It was wiser not to cling to such fanciful hopes. The reality must be that her daughter's aptitude was lacking. Jean matriarch's heart sank. The disciple and Ziyuan exchanged glances, wishing to vanish at that moment. Why had it to be her on duty today? Was it too late to switch places? Observing Jean matriarch's solemn demeanor, He struggled to comprehend her thoughts and tentatively suggested, "There are still a few testing plates in the storeroom. Shall we retrieve them for further trials?" Though testing plates were high-grade spiritual instruments of significant value, their singular function limited their overall worth. The Fu family was not a wealthy clan, but could afford few. The disciple responsible for the testing hall held the authority to make such adjustments. However, having already lost 2 testing plates today, if an elder in charge were to inquire, it would pose a dilemma for him. Stealing a glance at Jean Matriarch, he gritted his teeth and resolved, "Let us proceed." Fourth uncle and fourth aunt were both cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and with the Jean family backing them. Losing a few testing plates was not an insurmountable loss. Yet, such occurrences had never been heard of since the establishment of the Fu family, making it truly exceptional. Seizing the opportunity to fetch the testing plates, the disciple hurriedly sent a message to the one in charge. Upon their return, they respectfully presented the spirit testing plate with both hands, resolutely refraining from touching it again. He found himself in a difficult position. After all, fourth aunt could bear the blame for damaging the spirit testing plate, whereas he, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, could not. Observing the distance kept by the disciple, who dared not even glance in her direction, Jean understood his thoughts immediately. Her gaze softened upon seeing her youngest son, for indeed, this was their little sister. "Wow, this is my little brother. He resembles a super idol." Even in the era of interstellar travel, super idols existed. In their time, television and films were holographic, demanding high standards of talent from both stars and idols. Unknown to many, the iron-willed general Fu Yaoyao was secretly an ardent fan. However, when compared to her battlefield, her idol's world paled in significance, and Fu Yaoyao lamented her inadequacies as a devoted fan. Yet, it mattered little now, for she had a brother who bore a striking resemblance to a super idol. However, upon contemplating the fate that awaited her exquisite and handsome brother, Fu Yaoyao found herself unable to smile. "My brother appears lively and cheerful. He hardly seems the type to fall for the female lead's best friend and subsequently descend into darkness and obsession. How unfortunate for my brother. Could be due to a lack of love?" Fu Changxing wondered, what was that sound? He suspected his ears were malfunctioning and swiftly turned to his eldest sister. They were of similar age, both possessing vibrant personalities, frequently embarking on adventures together, thus maintaining a strong bond. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, she immediately turned away. "What does that mean? Am I too handsome today?" Fu Changxing raised an eyebrow. "My brother is truly unfortunate. Loving oneself is better than loving another. What is the worth of the female lead's best friend compared to one's own life? My brother is confused." This time, Fu Changxing comprehended clearly. He was taken aback. As was Jean. What did the little girl just say? She cast a disbelieving glance at her optimistic and cheerful youngest son. Before the birth of the little girl, the youngest son's appearance was the most exquisite, and his lively character had always led Jean to believe that she had no worries regarding her children. Yet at this moment, her thoughts shifted. The little girl had previously mentioned that the eldest daughter would compete with the female lead for men. And now her youngest son was said to be infatuated with the female lead's best friend? It seemed they truly resembled a family of antagonists dedicated to delivering sacrifices to the female lead. Having heard enough, Jean began to draw parallels. However, educating her son was not the same as guiding her daughter. As a mother, she could not frequently seek out her son for psychological counseling. Jean narrowed her eyes, thinking that sons often avoided their mothers. And if her son did not meet a good end, was it not the fault of Fu Qingyuan, the irresponsible father? The more she pondered, the more her resentment grew. Fu Yingying's emotions were equally complex, competing with Fu Yuexin for men. How could her brother fall for Fu Yuexin's best friend? Was her brother lacking in judgment? With this thought, Fu Yingying glared at Fu Changxing. Fu Changxing pondered. What was that sound? Although shocked to hear his sister's thoughts, he could not fathom where he had offended her. Why was she glaring at him? He felt unjustly wronged. Jin's disdain for Fu Yuexin intensified. If what the little girl said was true, then Fu Yuexin was someone who could not be spared. Cultivating was an act against the heavens, and the rules of the cultivation world always prioritized strength. Thus, Jean never considered herself a good person. Should anyone dare to bully her children, as a mother, she would undoubtedly eradicate all obstacles for them. Jean nodded in agreement. Fu Changxing hastily inquired. Has my sister's aptitude been tested? What is her aptitude? By the way, where is father? It was only then that he realized he had not seen Fu Qingyuan. Do not mention that irresponsible father. He was beaten black and blue by his uncles and is hiding away in the concubine's quarters. Fu Changxing coughed awkwardly. Mother, I heard that my uncles visited yesterday. Did father offend them? The fact that the Jin brothers had come to the Fu family was not something that could be concealed. Their father had certainly suffered at their hands, and his bruised face would surely be a source of embarrassment, given how much he valued his pride. Fu Yingying scoffed. Every time mother gives birth, father is never around. Of course, my uncles had to defend mother. It was just a beating. As a girl, Fu Yingying staunchly sided with her mother. What kind of husband was absent during such times? The birth of a child for a female cultivator was no easy feat. And considering her mother-esque condition, being able to give birth to 5 children, with each sibling possessing cultivation aptitude, it was clear that their father did not appreciate this. She believed her uncles were justified in their actions. Fu Changxing coughed again, feeling awkward. Being a boy, he did not see this as a significant matter. Father was not at fault, for a cultivator-esque path often strayed from the ordinary, and it was merely a matter of timing. Over the years, father had treated mother and the siblings well. Yet, he felt it was somewhat unreasonable that their father chose to miss such an important event as his sister's aptitude, testing for the sake of his pride. Fu Yaoyao could not help but retort. "TSK, my brother is such a scoundrel, failing to see anything wrong with our irresponsible father. He does not know that both children of the concubine had their aptitudes tested personally by our father. Fu Yuexin was born in the same year as my sister. And while my father was away on adventures when my sister was born, he stayed by Jiang Yinyang's side during Fu Yuexin's birth. Both Jin and Fu Yingying wore grim expressions. Fu Changxing was oblivious to the significance of Fu Yuexin's identity. Within the cultivation families, only those with cultivation aptitude were acknowledged. This was a precaution against Jin and the Jin family. TSK, my mother is truly pitiful. It's as if she bore 2 pieces of char siu. My second brother is in love with the female lead Fu Yuexin, while my brother has fallen for the female lead's best friend. Of course, love blinds one to all else. Fu Changxing was stunned. Fu Yuexin was the female lead. This meant she was his half-sister, born of the concubine Jiang. Wait, if Fu Yuexin had cultivation aptitude, why did their father hide this fact and raise her outside? Moreover, why would his second brother fall in love with Fu Yuexin? Wasn't Fu Yuexin their half-sister? Fu Changxing was utterly perplexed. Fu Yingying and Jin shared a look of incredulity. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance and then quickly shifted their gazes. Perhaps the sheer volume of shocking revelations left the 3 of them in silence. Zi Yuan assumed that 4th Madam and the 2 young masters were saddened by the situation concerning the 17th Mississippi. She quickly suggested, 4th Madam, why not try again? Jin paused for a moment, glanced at the testing plate brought by the disciple, and decided to give it another attempt. The result was that all 3 testing plates emitted a clear sound, with one sustaining a small crack. Jin was at a loss for words. Fu Yingying and Fu Changxing were equally stunned. Though Fu Changxing remained silent, his expression vividly conveyed his thoughts. Jin was at a loss for how to respond. The disciple's face was equally grim. He regretted his actions. All the testing plates in the storeroom were now gone. Had he known this would happen, he would not have feared offending 4th Aunt and removed all the testing plates from the storeroom. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator approached. This newcomer sported a short beard. His handsome face bore a resemblance to Fu Qingyuan, and he was a close relative, ranking 9th in their lineage, aged over 200 years, with mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. The disciple dared not speak. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Jin. Jin maintained her composure. 9th uncle, my daughter Yaoyao's aptitude seems to have encountered a slight issue. Jin Sure was reluctant to believe that her youngest daughter lacked aptitude. Yet upon being questioned by Fu Jio, she felt a twinge of doubt. Uncle Jio, I will cover the cost of the spirit testing plate. Yaoyao's aptitude does indeed seem questionable. I would prefer to wait until she grows older before testing her again. Mother, don't be upset. I'm not afraid, even if I lack aptitude. But does this count as achieving the spirit testing plate's group annihilation achievement? Ha ha ha. Jin Sure, initially composed, could not help but feel a lump in her throat upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt words. Fu Yingying and Fu Changxing also felt a pang of sorrow. They had high hopes for this little sister, but the harsh realities of the cultivation world dictated that if she lacked aptitude, she would become mere dust within a century. Moreover, the Fu family would not permit her to remain in Zhouhuan. She would inevitably be sent to the mortal realm. Yet, if her mother insisted, she could stay with the Fu family for at most 5 more years, until the aptitude test at the age of 5. Yaoyao would not have her life predetermined by the Fu family. Chapter 30. What kind of medicine is sold in the gourd? Fu Jia remained silent for a moment before reassuring her. I can understand your feelings. Let us proceed, as you suggest. However, the spirit testing plate must still be compensated for, as it constitutes the Fu family's communal property. His wealthy niece had already promised to cover the cost. What more could he say? The fact that Fu Yaoyao did not display aptitude was likely something only Jin Shi and her 3 children could empathize with. The Fu family had many children each year, and those who could demonstrate aptitude were indeed rare. To speak of Jin Shi, who had given birth to 5 children with 4 qualifying for cultivation, was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. What more could one ask for? Previously, a matron who had harbored some thoughts regarding Jin Shi's line cutting in the spirit testing hall became intrigued upon hearing this news, especially since the child in her arms had shown aptitude. The child possessed 4 spirit roots, with water root purity at 7, while the other 3 roots ranged between 3 and 4 in purity, indicating a moderate level of aptitude. Additionally, 2 other children had also manifested spirit roots. However, the most discussed matter among the Fu family was the fact that the child born to 4th madam had not shown any aptitude. Fu Qingyuan quickly learned of this situation and hastened over with a face painted in distress, urgently discussing the matter of sending Fu Yaoyao to the mortal realm with Jin Shi. Exiner, rest assured, once Yaoyao is sent to the mortal realm, she will be placed beside my parents. She will never suffer any grievances. Jin Shi, already frustrated, was met with Fu Qingyuan's sudden intrusion. Under normal circumstances, she would never unleash her anger upon him, but having seen through his pretenses, she no longer felt the need to spare him any consideration. My child will not go to the mortal realm, nor will she be sent to your parents. Fu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, finally responding, Exa, what is the matter? Are you concerned that my parents will mistreat our Yaoyao? He looked bewildered. Fear not. My parents are still relatively young. Even if they lack the energy to care for Yaoyao, there are servants and wet nurses in the household. She will certainly not be neglected. Upon hearing her worthless father's words, Fu Yaoyao began to retort, Pa, I won't go. I won't go. I have aptitude. No mortal realm for me. Mother, that scoundrel father is relishing this. If I go to the mortal realm, they will surely mistreat me. Fu Yaoyao had previously been dazed by the testing plate, but she recalled that in the original text, her body possessed aptitude, which had been diminished due to an injury during gestation. A poor aptitude was not synonymous with a complete lack of aptitude. The reason for the current outcome remained a mystery, but her possession of aptitude was certain. Upon hearing her youngest daughter's voice, Jin Shi's initial sorrow dissipated, replaced by a fierce determination. My child will absolutely not go to the mortal realm. If the Fu family cannot support her, then we shall send her to the Jin family. Even if Yaoyao lacks aptitude, the Jin family can provide for her. Jin Shi declared resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet Fu Qingyuan remained undeterred. Exiner, why must you insist on this? You have provided our parents with precious longevity pills and beauty-enhancing pills. They appear quite youthful. They are immensely grateful to you. Yaoyao is their biological granddaughter. How could they allow her to suffer? What nonsense are you speaking? The Fu family is not incapable of raising children. Sending her to the Jin family would be a laughing stock. Jin Shi was exasperated to the point of laughter. Your Fu family is so esteemed that my Yaoyao is unworthy? How is it that a child without aptitude cannot be given to us, the Jin family? Fu Qingyuan was left speechless, feigning anger. Exer, do not act irrationally. You have just given birth to this child. I shall not stoop to your level. Oh, how cunning. Resorting to such tactics when you cannot best my mother. Jin Shi was perplexed by her youngest daughter's words, but deduced from the context that they were not complimentary. She snorted coldly, regardless of whether Yaoyao possesses aptitude. Sending her to the mortal realm is out of the question. If you disagree, I shall summon my parents and brothers to come and take her. Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Xin. Jean Shi ignored him, issuing her dismissal. My esteemed husband is busy. I shall not keep you any longer. Jean Shi believed she would not care, yet she found herself deeply affected. She was too weary to even glance at his face, wishing only for him to vanish from her sight. Seeing that he could not achieve his aims, Fu Qingyuan reluctantly departed. Fu Yaoyao found it strange. Why would Fu Qingyuan suddenly target her? Yet, she realized that her situation diverged from the original text protagonist, leaving her uncertain about what had transpired. It was difficult to fathom her father's intentions. However, Fu Qingyuan was solely focused on his children with Jiang Shi and had now unexpectedly proposed sending her to the mortal realm to be with Fu Fu and Fu Mu. This cannot bode well. Fu Qingyuan, in his 60s, had parents in the mortal realm who were in their 80s or 90s. Due to having a son capable of cultivation, their status had naturally risen, especially since their son had married Jean Shi, bringing considerable gifts into the family. The elderly couple appeared to be in good health, looking only 50 or 60. However, the lifespan of mortals is limited, and without the ability to cultivate, they could not live beyond 200 years. What scheme was Fu Qingyuan plotting? Neither Fu Yaoyao nor Jean Shi could decipher his motives. Nevertheless, Jean Shi was unconcerned with these matters. Her mind was solely focused on the notion that her daughter claimed to possess aptitude, and thus she must indeed have it. With the current testing merely a result of unforeseen circumstances. Fu Yaoyao recalled a detail. Could this be related to the protagonist Fu Yuexin? Fu Yuexin and her brother Fu Yuezong were raised in the mortal realm. One wonders what scheme that scoundrel father is concocting by sending two children with cultivation aptitude to a place devoid of spiritual energy. Could it merely be to foster closer ties with their relatives? Fu Yuexin and Fu Yuezong had not always lived in the mortal realm. That place, with its scant spiritual energy and lack of ancient ruins or secret realms, offered little benefit for cultivation. However, it served as an excellent environment for honing one's mindset. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Jean Shi furrowed her brow, contemplating. If this was indeed for their benefit, it was not impossible. But why must her child also be sent to the mortal realm? Jean Shi remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a momentary act of spite from Jiang Shi. Upon learning that Jean Shi's youngest daughter lacked aptitude, she recalled her own two children with aptitude who had been sent to the mortal realm for training. To bear two children with aptitude was, in fact, a source of pride for Jiang Shi. Yet her husband had sent them away, concealing the truth of their potential from everyone. As a mother, Jiang Shi truly struggled to comprehend her husband's actions. However, she found herself powerless to oppose Fu Qingyuan's decisions. Not only could she not resist, but she also had to feign understanding and empathy. In Jiang Shi's eyes, the fact that her two children possessed the potential for cultivation was a legitimate reason for them to remain within the Fu family, showcasing her fortune as a mere mortal who bore two gifted children. This was a source of great pride for her. Yet, with a single word from her husband, the reality of their talents was obliterated, and they were sent to the mortal realm, forcing her to endure the separation and visit them sporadically. Her husband referred to this as hiding one's brilliance. Consequently, while Fu Qingyuan's children were banished, Jean Shi's children could remain in Jiuhuan and the Fu household, leaving Jiang Shi with an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that her current status made it impossible for her to rival Jean Shi, at least until her own children achieved success in cultivation. With great difficulty, she found relief in the fact that Jean Shi's youngest child lacked the potential for cultivation. To vent her frustrations, she subtly influenced Fu Qingyuan, who indeed found himself swayed. Although the Fu family was his own lineage, Fu Qingyuan felt that his foundation in Jiuhuan was still too fragile, especially after being jointly beaten by the Jin brothers, leaving him without any means of retaliation. If only he had brothers by his side to support him, he would not have been so defenseless. The more Fu Qingyuan pondered, the darker his expression became. Before becoming a concubine, Jiang Shi had been a maid dedicated to serving Fu Qingyuan, adeptly managing such matters without allowing her own attendants to interfere. The longer Jiang Shi spent with Fu Qingyuan, the heavier her sense of crisis became. In her youth, such feelings were not as palpable, but as she aged, They became increasingly pronounced. Jiang Shi was Fu Qingyuan's close mate, and they were of similar ages, with her being 2 years his senior. At 68 he was 70, and at 70 she was already perceived as a frail old woman in the mortal realm. Thanks to the miraculous elixirs of the cultivation world, Jiang Shi appeared to be merely in her 30s. However, no matter how wondrous the elixirs, without cultivation, she could never truly regain her youth. As long as she did not exchange bodies with a peasant girl from the mortal realm, she would never find peace. Gently, she massaged Fu Qingyuan's shoulders, observing his countenance, and cautiously asked, "What troubles you, my lord?" She lowered her gaze, feigning a gentle and obedient demeanor. "Ever since my sister gave birth, you seem rather unhappy?" Jiang Shi spoke carefully, but Fu Qingyuan had always been unguarded before her. He snorted coldly. "Why should I be happy? A little girl, without the potential for cultivation, is treated like a treasure and not sent to the mortal realm." Jiang Shi's heart sank, tears streaming down her cheeks. She hastily wiped her tears and softened her tone, asking, "Has my sister been upset, or did I say something wrong?" The more she expressed her concerns, the more Fu Qingyuan felt a surge of affection for her. "You have said nothing wrong," he replied, embracing Jiang Shi and patting her shoulder. "You and I share the same intentions. It is just that Jiang Shi is unwilling. She insists that if the Fu family is not willing to raise the child, she will send her to the Jin family." Jiang Shi was taken aback, a flicker of jealousy emerging in her eyes. "Why am I not so fortunate?" she lamented. "My 2 children, clearly the pride of heaven, must remain in the mortal realm. How absurd that Jiang Shi's daughter, a mere mortal girl devoid of cultivation potential, enjoys everything that does not belong to her in the Jiuhuan cultivation realm. How unfair is the heavens?" Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Has my lord explained to my sister that sending the little girl to the mortal realm is for the child's sake?" Fu Qingyuan snorted. "If only she were as understanding as you." Jiang Shi's expression darkened. "Is that how it ends if my sister refuses? Truly, that child is ours, and both of us are cultivators. Even if the child lacks potential, there is still a significant possibility that her offspring will possess cultivation potential. If raised in the Jin family, then..." Jiang Shi's face was etched with worry. Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened further as he grasped the implications of her words. This was precisely what Fu Qingyuan had been contemplating. The cultivation realm, in its quest for selecting promising candidates, had concluded over millennia of observation that the offspring of cultivators were the most likely to possess cultivation potential. Following that, the unions between cultivators and mortals were next in line, with the least potential arising from unions between mortals. However, even generational gaps could yield a considerable probability of producing children with cultivation potential. Thus, Fu Qingyuan intended to send Jiang Shi's daughter to the mortal realm to be raised by her parents. As the views regarding children in the mortal realm were far more restrictive, with paternal influence being significantly pronounced. Unlike the cultivation realm, where strength held sway and diminished paternal authority, the children in the mortal realm were not assessed for potential at birth, but were evaluated by their biological parents at the age of 5 or 6. With those deemed to possess cultivation potential being brought back to Jiuhuan for nurturing and training. Moreover, families would not sever the bond between children and their parents. Influenced by various notions from the mortal realm, Fu Qingyuan inherently embodied a patriarchal mindset. Yet, due to his lack of potential and meager cultivation, he felt powerless against the strength-centric ideals of the cultivation realm. He could not control Jiang Shi, but Jiang Shi was entirely within his grasp. This was another reason he sent Fu Yuexin and Fu Yuezong to the mortal realm to be raised by his parents. His family members supported him, and children raised by them would surely carry the imprint of their father. Allowing Jiang Shi to send the child to be nurtured by the Jin family would mean the child, educated by the Jin family, would have no further connection to Fu Qingyuan, regardless of future marriages or adoptions. The Jin family was truly despicable. At that moment, Jiang Shi suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, your face." Upon mentioning the injury on his face, Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened once more. "What is it?" Jiang Shi appeared terrified, her countenance deepening in color. As she spoke, she hastily extricated herself from Fu Qingyuan's embrace, scurrying to fetch a mirror to present to him. Fu Qingyuan had taken a medicinal pill the day before and carefully applied some rejuvenating powder, both common elixirs in the cultivation realm meant to invigorate and heal. Yet, to his surprise, the medicines had proven ineffective. The wound on his face appeared to worsen, taking on a ghastly array of colors and a bizarre shape. Fu Qingyuan's face turned pale with anger as he smashed the mirror and, with a flourish of his robe, stormed off to Jin Shi's quarters. In his tempestuous arrival and departure, Jiang Shi's gentle smile vanished entirely. She distanced herself from the chair Fu Qingyuan had occupied and instructed her servants to meticulously cleanse it with strong liquor. To her astonishment, the one who entered was Zhang Chunhua. Initially taken aback, Jiang Shi soon reacted and said, "Why are you the one attending to me?" Zhang Chunhua was startled but quickly regained her composure. "It is a blessing to serve the madam. Since my master has left me here with you, I must do my utmost to show my respect." Her words flattered Jiang Shi immensely. Although this young girl was not particularly old, she was clever and articulate, and had it not been for her purpose, Jiang Shi would have found her quite endearing. However, since her husband brought her in for the purpose of seizing her body, Jiang Shi naturally cherished her form even more. She grasped Zhang Chunhua's hand, examining her closely while smiling. "Good child, you are my lord's disciple, not my maid. How could I allow you to do such things? Quickly, call Song Ji to take care of it, and you should rest." Zhang Chunhua felt overwhelmed by Jiang Shi's warmth, but obediently withdrew. She truly wished to inquire of Jiang Yinyang whether she possessed any aptitude, and why her master and mistress claimed she lacked it. Intelligent and perceptive, Zhang Chunhua had gathered quite a bit of information during her stay at the Jiang residence. The entire Fu family was a clan of cultivators, and if one lacked aptitude, even a biological child would be sent to the mortal realm for rearing. If she truly had no aptitude, why would her master have brought her from the mortal realm? Surely it could not be that he took a fancy to her? Zhang Chunhua found that implausible. She gazed at her reflection in the water. In her village, people often praised her beauty and capability, asserting that she would surely find a good marriage in the future. However, upon arriving here, she realized that while her features might be considered decent, she could hardly be deemed beautiful. Everyone here was simply too stunning. It was inconceivable that her master would take interest in a mere country girl like her. Yet if she did possess aptitude, why would the mistress resort to deception? Zhang Chunhua's mind was sharp, and she excelled in analysis. Who was truly lying? And what role did Jiang Yinyang play in this? These questions perplexed her. Nevertheless, despite her confusion, she relied on her animal instincts and felt that the seemingly stern and unapproachable mistress could not be a malevolent person. Conversely, it was the amiable and gentle Jiang Yinyang who might harbor ulterior motives. From a young age, her grandmother had warned her that villains often feign kindness to deceive others, as a gentle demeanor made it easier to ensnare victims. Yet, she could not fathom what someone as beautiful and gentle as Jiang Yinyang could possibly desire from a mere country girl. What could a young and handsome master see in her? Disliking someone requires no reason, but to deceive must surely entail a motive. However, since she could not unravel these thoughts, Zhang Chunhua decided to observe keenly, reflect earnestly, and proceed step by step. Fu Qingyuan felt quite displeased, but refrained from expressing it. Fu Yaoyao, still unable to turn over, was cradled in Jin's embrace and could see Fu Qingyuan's face. "TSK, my scoundrel father's expression is worsening. Though his complexion is ghastly, he still pretends to be gentle as water. What a performance. I wonder if my mother is still swayed by his charade. He actually intends to send me to the mortal realm. Let us see if my mother pays him any mind." Jin had never intended to engage with Fu Qingyuan, and now she was even less inclined to do so. Fu Qingyuan had no choice but to lower his visage and seek reconciliation. "Madam, do not be angry. Since you are reluctant, let us not proceed with the sending. However, since Yaoyao lacks cultivation aptitude, you must make plans for her future." Jin immediately raised her head. "How can I not make plans for her future?" Her voice rose sharply. "My Yaoyao possesses cultivation aptitude. I intend to test her again when she turns 5. He had not originally come for Jin's little daughter. Since you insist, I shall not press the matter. I initially hoped for Yaoyao to bond more with my parents, who want to get close to those old geezers, those whose minds are as constrained as their bound feet. My scoundrel father wouldn't be trying to raise me as a sacrifice to the patriarchal norms of the mortal realm, would he? My two grandfathers are not good people. They are selfish and self-serving. Thankfully, they cannot cultivate and will not live long. Otherwise, my sister and I would surely fall victim to their schemes. Speaking of Fu Qingyuan's parents and siblings, they truly were a peculiar bunch. In the original tale, the protagonist Fu Yuexin was raised in the mortal realm by Fu Qingyuan's parents. Ever since Fu Qingyuan emerged as a foundational cultivator, the old couple of the Fu family had become quite agitated, and the entire clan moved from Fu family village to the city. The old master and mistress transformed abruptly from humble farmers to affluent nobility. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they ponder the unseemly. They raised Fu Yuexin with utmost affection, but for their own bright futures, they plotted against her, even wishing for her to usurp the throne and control her marriage, hoping she would concoct elixirs for their long lives. What audacity! In the mortal realm, there are several kingdoms, and while each prominent family bore the shadow of a cultivating clan, the realm was not solely dominated by the Fu family and could not excessively intervene in their affairs. In any case, Fu Yaoyao harbored no fondness for Fu Qingyuan's parents. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Jin's face darkened. Growing up in Zhehuan, she could scarcely imagine the loathsome actions mortals would undertake for power. The mere thought of those two mortals trying to meddle in her daughter's marriages filled her with rage. You can give up on that notion. I will not send Yaoyao to the mortal realm. The rules of the Fu family are theirs alone. The Jin family has no such regulations. Fu Qingyuan nodded deeply. Madam, I came to ask for some medicine. Could you please check if the injury on my face has worsened? Jin shot him a glance, thinking that he finally realized the truth. What he bore on his face was not an injury, but the poison from the colorful jade spider nurtured by her second brother. Though she was profoundly disappointed in him, she was not malevolent enough to wish for his demise. She stated plainly, that is not an injury. It is the bite of a colorful jade spider. It likely happened during the skirmish when my brother accidentally got you. Chapter 33. I never expected you to be such a person. The expression on Fu Qingyuan's face was quite remarkable. Accidentally? He accidentally exposed me to the poison of a colorful jade spider? Recalling how his uncles had treated him during the melee, Fu Qingyuan's face darkened further. He was well aware that the colorful jade spider was a third-tier beast, infamous for its poison. Yet, he had never expected his uncles to use such a creature while dealing with him. What a splendid accident. It was clearly intentional, meant to make him suffer. Although a third-tier beast poison was not particularly potent, failure to detoxify in time could lead to poisoning. Fu Qingyuan swallowed hard, reflecting on the day he was besieged, and his expression grew even more grim. Madam, please do not jest with me. He attempted to resist, wondering if Jin was merely teasing him. Did he truly want to present himself at the Jin family seeking medicine with such a face? He could easily imagine the Jin family eagerly awaiting his arrival. For someone as prideful as Fu Qingyuan, seeking help, especially from his in-laws, was an immensely embarrassing endeavor. Moreover, he believed the Jin family would not readily provide him with the antidote, but would certainly go out of their way to humiliate him. His countenance darkened, his mood exceedingly irritable. Jin's expression was cold. Do I appear to be jesting with you? Who would joke with you? Hurry and plead with my second uncle. If you do not, you will be disfigured and unable to use that face to deceive young maidens any longer. Fu Yaoyao blew some bubbles, contentedly nestling in Jin's embrace. She extended her small hand from her sleeve. Since her full moon, her control over her body had significantly improved. However, as her hand emerged, the previously lengthy sleeves shrank by an inch, then two, until they were just right for her little hand to slip out. Ah, the cultivation world is rather pleasant. This garment shares a similar charm with the battle attire from her previous star realm. How splendid. Ultimately, Fu Qingyuan left with a stern expression. After her confinement, Jin could not remain idle in the Fu residence. She was no mere mortal, unable to confine herself to the inner courtyard after marriage. However, since she still bore an undisclosed ailment and was carrying a child, she refrained from wandering about recklessly. For now, she could only move her hands and feet. Jin placed her on a soft couch, where she joyfully waved her limbs in delight. It is truly delightful to escape from the confines of the Fu family, where the air is far from fresh. The Jin family, in contrast, hold a certain charm that reminds me of my maternal grandparents and uncles. I have yet to meet my third, seventh, and eighth uncles. If fortune favors me on this visit, I shall finally be united with them all. Listening to my daughter's heartfelt musings, Jean sure could not help but smile. Who could argue otherwise? Although she harbors a slight trepidation towards her brothers, fear does not equate to a lack of affection. She deeply longs for them. Regardless of Fu Qingyuan's worthiness, the Jean family is on the brink of turmoil. And as a daughter of the Jean family, she cannot remain indifferent. However, she has resolved to sever ties with Fu Qingyuan, and this departure from the Fu household will not be without preparation. While Fu Dage, eldest brother, Fu Changbai, and Fu Urge, second brother, Fu Changjun are currently absent, Fu Changxing and Fu Yingying remain. Jean sure plans to take them along. Fu Yingying holds a fondness for the Jean family, but Fu Changxing finds himself in a precarious position. Fu Yaoyao remarked, the Fu family clings to the outdated notions of male supremacy from the mortal realm. Yet all men seem alike, especially when they're the beneficiaries of such privileges. Naturally, they will hesitate. But must my third brother be rendered useless? Is my mother's son not worthy of her affection? If he has been molded into a proponent of male dominance by the Fu family, can he not be discarded? Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Jean Shu's expression sharpened, her gaze as piercing as a blade, directed at Fu Changxing. Fu Yingying's countenance also darkened. Third brother. How could you be this way? Fu Changxing awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. He never anticipated that his little sister harbored such thoughts about him. Yet one cannot deny her remarkable insight into human nature at such a tender age. However, both mother and elder sister have misconstrued his intentions. Fu Changxing quickly clarified, no, absolutely not. I do not wish to leave the Fu family. The Jean family is certainly wonderful. Upon contemplation, he acknowledged that the Jean family had indeed treated him well. His maternal grandparents possess formidable skills, and although there are 12 uncles, their elder brothers are exceptionally talented, requiring no assistance from their grandparents, unlike the Fu family, which suffers from a scarcity of resources amidst a plethora of heirs. The competition is thus intensified. More importantly, their father's abilities are mediocre, limiting the resources he can secure for his siblings. Fu Changxing felt a pang of reality settle in. He seemed to be rather pragmatic. He pondered. Should his parents part ways, he would undoubtedly side with his mother and sister, though he was uncertain how his eldest and second brothers would choose. Yet, had his parents not always shared a strong bond? Fu Changxing was no fool. He had once believed in the strength of his parents' relationship. But since the birth of his little sister, he sensed a shift. Their bond was not as solid as he had perceived, and their father did not exhibit the same level of concern for them. He had not attended his little sister's qualification test, nor theirs, having only participated in the eldest brother's assessment. Fu Changxing rubbed his nose, pondering, is it not permissible for me to go? He playfully urged Jean Shu, mother, you must intercede with my uncles on my behalf, especially my third uncle. That man is so stoic and formidable. How could I ever compete with him? The 19-year-old boy, lively and youthful, had never been particularly dedicated to his training. Who is training for whom? Ultimately, it is for yourself. If you neglect your practice now, when you fall for the heroine's best friend, she may disdain you for your lack of prowess, relegating you to the role of a mere backup. My third uncle's training is for your own good. What a pity for my third brother, wasted in the Fu family. Jean Shu initially bore a stern expression, but upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, her demeanor became abruptly serious. Your third uncle is acting in your best interest. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they regress. Do you wish to become a mere specter beneath another sword? Fu Yingying, with her exuberant disposition, was rarely seen without a whip in her hand, and was, in fact, more committed to her training than Fu Changxing. However, she faced a similar predicament. The Fu family was overcrowded, and Fu Qingyuan, as her father, lacked the strength to provide substantial support, even expressing a desire for her to remain safe. Reflecting on this now sent a chill down Fu Yingying's spine. What does stay safe even mean? If she were an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation, perhaps it would suffice. But as a cultivator, her journey was inherently fraught with peril. The path ahead was laden with thorns, and stagnation equated to regression. To suggest mere safety was to sever her path of cultivation entirely. Such malevolence. The more Fu Yingying contemplated, the angrier she became, and she exclaimed, "Indeed, third brother, you are far too complacent. Cultivation is inherently arduous, and third uncle's training is for your benefit. If you sweat more in practice, you will bleed less in trials." Fu Yaoyao felt compelled to applaud her sister. "Indeed, my sister possesses a higher level of awareness. But with such insight, why on earth would she compete with the heroine for such a foolish male protagonist? Are there no worthy men left in this realm of cultivation?" While the original text describes the male lead as handsome, beauty cannot sustain one, as long as one's prowess is sufficiently high. Even the most attractive can be utilized as mere cannon fodder. Fu Yaoyao sighed, "Alas, my sister is destined to be cannon fodder. Oh, how difficult it is." Fu Yingying replied, "Indeed, it is quite uncomfortable." Her younger sister's lack of discernment ignited Fu Yingying's rebellious spirit. Moreover, her sister's words sparked a new perspective within her. Previously, when her sister suggested she would vie for the male protagonist, Fu Yingying found such an idea intolerable. Being still young and yet to experience love. The sudden revelation that her younger sister had feelings for someone and was willing to undertake irrational actions left Fu Yingying bewildered. However, her sister had opened the door to a new world. Indeed, if she were to fall in love in the future, as long as her cultivation was sufficiently advanced, what could the heroine possibly hold against her? If that man were uncooperative, she could simply seize him. It was not a significant matter. Fu Yingying understood herself well. Should she develop feelings for someone, it was likely driven by superficial attraction. Since it was merely lust, why require mutual consent? Would that not be overkill? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Fu Yaoyao was utterly unaware that her casual musings had altered the trajectory of her sister's fate. Fu Changxing gefilt in Tiralirongd. He had said nothing against going to the Jin family. Yet why did both his mother and sister suddenly appear so grave? With a helpless expression, he thought, "I never objected. If we are to go, then let us go." Yet, he felt a twinge of trepidation. For facing so many uncles was somewhat unnerving. Wasn't it said that the lineage of cultivators was fraught with difficulties? How had his maternal grandparents managed to have so many children? Fu Changxing was deeply troubled. However, his mother and elder sister seemed to possess a point. He could not simply continue to laze about. Is my third brother forsaking his family for the sake of Fu Yuexin's friend? Perhaps he's been misled by our negligent father? Just look at him. He seems utterly disinterested in cultivation, which is quite concerning. Fu Yaoyao could not help but voice her critique. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi felt a jolt. Previously, she had been oblivious to Fu Chengyuan's sinister intentions. But now her eyes were opened to many truths. Having grown up in the Jin family, her brothers were all exemplary individuals, including her parents. Her father, a city lord, was perpetually occupied, and as a high-ranking cultivator, he prioritized his training above all else. Their differing statuses resulted in disparate perspectives. Her mother, too, though her cultivation method granted her an additional life, would not relinquish her hard-won progress without dire necessity. Since Jin Shi turned 5, she had only been able to count on her fingers the number of times she had seen her mother. In the midst of her brothers, each possessing a distinctly different temperament, one could discern the extraordinary efforts they must have invested behind their impressive cultivation. No one attains such mastery without enduring unimaginable hardships. The pursuit of rewards necessitates sacrifices, a truth that Jin Shi comprehends all too well. Consequently, she imposes similar expectations upon her own children. In stark contrast, Fu Chengyuan has repeatedly urged her not to exert excessive pressure on the children, blaming her for the immense burden they bear. Jin Shi could not suppress a derisive smile at the thought. Was he attempting to shield his own offspring from the notion that the 2 children born of a concubine might surpass her own? With a cold glint in her eye, she recalled the 2 children of Jiang Shi, who were said to lack any talent. She found it beneath her to inflict harm upon them. However, should Fu Chengyuan dare to utilize her children as a means to pave the way for his own, it was an absolute impossibility. That very evening, however, Granny Fu sought an audience with Jin Shi. Initially resistant to the idea, Jin Shi was swayed upon hearing her eldest daughter's grievances. "Mother, Those mortals are insufferable. Can we not have them trailing after me? You cannot fathom their audacity, attempting to meddle in my affairs. And that Granny Fu by your side is particularly loathsome, constantly leveraging her status, as well as yours, to pressure me. Upon uttering these words, Jean Shi's countenance darkened. How dare that old crone use her status to intimidate her? Fu Yingying retorted with a scoff. Isn't it true? She shamelessly claims that one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog, calling me unruly, and asserting that she is a confidant of yours, lamenting that I do not possess the decorum befitting a young lady, which would surely sadden you. Jean Shi was taken aback and seething with anger. Had she truly spoken such words? Fu Yingying assumed her mother did not believe her and expressed her displeasure, insisting that if Jean Shi doubted her, she could inquire directly with Granny Fu. With a stern expression, Jean Shi commanded Granny Fu to enter and speak. Upon her arrival, Granny Fu was momentarily taken aback to find Fu Yingying present, but quickly regained her composure. The presence of the ninth miss was timely, as it would prevent future manipulation by her husband as concubines. Afterward, she approached Jean Shi with an air of seniority. Jean Shi, maintaining her patience, signaled her to continue. Granny Fu, believing she had secured a reprieve from Jean Shi's ire, spoke without restraint. Madam, you have shown great mercy by expelling the aging and unappealingly Shi from the Jiuan. Yet, outsiders dare to claim that you cannot tolerate concubines, labeling you as envious. Where else in this world could one find a primary wife as magnanimous as you? Granny Fu, a mere mortal, spoke exclusively from the perspective of a legitimate wife, embodying a fierce disdain for concubines. Jean Shi, growing weary of her nonsensical drivel, could not help but frown. Did you come here merely to regale me with this nonsense? Granny Fu was taken aback. In her view, her words were anything but trivial. The fourth madam was the legitimate wife, and she spoke from that vantage point. Why then was Jean Shi displeased? The fourth madam, I assure you, every word I speak is heartfelt. Granny Fu quickly pledged her loyalty, stating that she had crucial news to share. This time, she dared not feign superiority, promptly revealing, it concerns Jiang Yinyang. Initially, Jean Shi assumed she would speak ill of Gu Yinyang, speculating that should fortune smile upon her with a son or daughter possessing even the slightest cultivation aptitude, it would elevate her status. The reason Li Shi was so easily dismissed was not solely due to her attempts to undermine Jean Shi, but rather because she failed to bear a child with any potential for cultivation. At best, she would find a residence within Jiuan, a mere extension of the Fu family's domain. Yet, Gu Yinyang's greatest asset was her youth, brimming with endless possibilities. Jean Shi, however, never anticipated that Granny Fu's remarks would pertain to Jiang Yinyang. In the past, she had scarcely paid attention to Fu Qingyuan's concubines. Whether it was Jiang Yinyang, Lu Yinyang, or Li Yinyang, they all seemed inconsequential to her. After all, they were strangers, not individuals she deemed worthy of concern. Any annoyance she felt was trivial. She was not the sort to stoop to the level of petty squabbles. The status quo of the cultivation world was such that practitioners engaged in a system of one husband with multiple wives or one wife with multiple consorts. Yet, she could not overlook the significant influence Jiang Yinyang and her children exerted on her family. Jean Shi found herself compelled to address the matter with caution, her tone softening. Oh, Jiang Yinyang? Having accompanied Jean Shi for many years, Granny Fu could not claim to fully understand her temperament, yet she had gleaned some insights. Noticing Jean Shi's interest, she felt a surge of elation and immediately declared, Yes, Jiang Yinyang. I have discovered that she intends to cultivate her maidservants to entice the fourth master. Granny Fu spoke with unwavering conviction, while Jean Shi found herself momentarily at a loss. Previously, she had been unaware of the intricate dynamics surrounding the various concubines. But after hearing her daughter's words, she had taken the time to familiarize herself with their backgrounds, personalities, and experiences over the years. A cultivator's ability to retain information was fundamental. Thus, she possessed a comprehensive understanding of the various concubines, including the ousted Li Shi's character and history. Lu Shi exuded gentleness. Li Shi was spirited and envious, while Jiang Shi cloaked her true nature and subtlety, presenting herself as amiable and understanding. Overall, It was evident that Fu Qingyuan had dedicated considerable effort to protect his childhood friend, his personal maid. Yet among the three, it was Jiang Shi who harbored the strongest possessive feelings towards Fu Qingyuan. Lu Shi, with her gentle disposition, had always been non-confrontational, aware of her status as a mortal woman and resigned to her fate as a concubine, primarily existing to bear children. Lu Shi understood that while Fu Qingyuan could not grant her the status of a legitimate wife, he was undeniably more appealing than any man in the mortal realm. After all, even the most handsome and charming mortals eventually succumb to the ravages of time. Women, in many respects, share a similar appreciation for beauty. Most importantly, Jiang Shi, as the legitimate wife, never stirred trouble, remaining indifferent to the existence of concubines. What could be better than this life? An abundance of exquisite delicacies, an endless array of gold and silver jewelry, and sumptuous silks. Lu Shi appeared thoroughly content. Conversely, Li Shi exhibited a fiery temperament, always eager to vie for attention. From what Jiang Shi had gathered, she had not only usurped Lu Shi's favor, but had also encroached upon Jiang Shi's. Such a brazen character could hardly be overlooked. After all, she had attempted to undermine Jiang Shi's standing. Jiang Shi did not harbor disdain for Li Shi's demeanor, recognizing that every cultivator understood the necessity of seizing opportunities. A personality like Li Shi's, marked by ambition, could have led to a vastly different life had she possessed any talent. Unfortunately, she lacked aptitude and had incurred Jiang Shi's wrath. Jiang Shi saw no wrongdoing in her expulsion. Sparing her life was an act of mercy. Such a person would naturally possess a strong sense of belonging to Fu Qingyuan, making her possessiveness evident. If she had wished to provide Fu Qingyuan with additional companions, would she not have done so by now? The confines of Fu Qingyuan's courtyard would surely be filled with individuals. Thus, Jiang Shi remained skeptical. Observing her disbelief, Granny Fu grew anxious, insisting, "Madam, you must trust me. I have witnessed countless things with my own eyes. That maidservant is clearly not one to be underestimated." If Jiang Shi did not desire her to entrap the fourth master, why would she constantly keep her by her side? It is rumored that they even require her company at night. Fu Yingying and Fu Yaoyao were left astounded. What is this Fu Mama saying? Why does she wish to taint her pure soul? She is still such an adorable and innocent child. Is this something a mere infant should hear? Fu Yaoyao was utterly bewildered. This old woman seems truly deranged. My mother is a cultivator, and yet she insists on dragging my mother into the intricate web of domestic strife. What is her intention? Is she attempting to eliminate rivals for Gu Yinyang? Jiang Shi, initially perplexed and even slightly intrigued, felt her expression immediately fade upon hearing her daughter's thoughts. Understood, you may leave now. Fu Mama was taken aback. She could not fathom how such a significant matter could be so disregarded by the mistress. In contrast, those worldly ladies would engage in fierce battles with their concubines. Yet, Fu Mama remained unconvinced, firmly believing that the mistress must care for Siyi. If she did not, why would she have specifically sent her to monitor Gu Yinyang? However, alas, even though she is on the mistress's side, she currently resides by Gu Yinyang's side, leaving her fate in the hands of Gu Yinyang. A mere old servant must consider her own interests. Nevertheless, the newly arrived maid beside Jiang Yinyang is indeed highly suspicious. This, Fu Mama was certain she was not mistaken about. She had come today on Gu Yinyang's orders. Since becoming a concubine, Gu Yinyang has been ambitious, desiring to gain Si Ye's favor and to bear him more children, ideally those with cultivation potential. Yet now, having left the mistress's side, she has positioned herself against the mistress and the other concubines. Gu Yinyang's ambition is indeed vast. Fu Mama covertly glanced at Jiang Shi, swallowed hard, and continued to express her loyalty. Mistress, you should consider your plans early. Jiang Shi had completely lost interest, waving Fu Mama away as if swatting a fly. Do not come to me again in the future. Fu Mama's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Shi did not grant her the opportunity to speak, dismissing her with a wave of her hand. Fu Mama's face flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word, her gaze gradually filled with fear and pleading. Having been by Jiang Shi's side for so many years, she had always assumed Jiang Shi to be quite amiable. Jiang Shi had not been in the Fu family long. and even when at home, she would not trouble herself with the affairs of mere mortals, occasionally even willing to listen to them. Over time, they truly believed Jean Sure to be easygoing. However, they were entirely unaware that Jean Sure's amiability stemmed from her deep affection for Fu Qingyuan. Her love for him made her willing to accept the arrangements of the Fu family, exhibiting tolerance towards those who served her. Now, Jean Sure was naturally disinclined to hear such frivolous talk. It was then that Fu Mama sensed the terrifying nature of Jean Sure as a cultivator. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The divide between cultivators and mortals is as vast as heaven and earth. Fu Mama, overwhelmed by anxiety, fainted on the spot. Yet, among the 3 women present, not a single one felt sympathy or pity for her. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Ying remarked, "Mother, can we not discipline the maids around me? I have endured them for too long. They are clearly defenseless mortals, and I could easily incinerate them with a mere fireball. Yet they dare to point fingers at me." Jean Sure recalled that her eldest daughter had previously expressed similar sentiments, but she had merely laughed it off. There is no need to specifically discipline them. Upon hearing this, Fu Ying immediately pouted in displeasure, only to hear her mother nonchalantly say, "If you dislike them, simply expel them." Fu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Observing her reaction, Jean Sure lowered her gaze, stating, "We are cultivators. They are merely mortals." Fu Ying immediately brightened. "Yes, the daughter understands." Fu Yaoyao clicked her tongue. "Ah, it is indeed my mother. As a cultivator, she does not stoop to the level of mortals. If she dislikes them, she merely expels them. To trouble oneself with them would mean equating oneself with such beings." Fu Yaoyao deeply resonated with this notion. In her previous life, she was exceptionally gifted, a celebrated starship general. In any era where there are many, there are conflicts. Her family had its share of disputes, yet she never focused her thoughts on them, knowing her true battlefield lay among the stars. This is the perspective. Jean Sure wholeheartedly agreed with her youngest daughter's words. However, Fu Ying felt a twinge of shame as she often found herself angered by the household servants' overreach. Even her infant sister comprehended this principle, which had troubled her for quite some time. Mother and little sister were correct. Those mortals were beings she could easily eliminate with a flick of her finger. Why should she be distressed by their mere existence? If she did not like them, she could simply send them away. Although the Fu family adhered to the old customs of the mortal realm, would the elders truly punish her, a descendant with cultivation potential, for not wanting servants? Most likely, it would be the mortals who faced reprimand for failing to win their master's favor. Her face brightened, and her steps lightened considerably. Jean Sure, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile, adding, "The Jean family does not have servants for you to command." Fu Ying paused. "That is even better." Jean Sure chuckled. Fu Qingyuan was immensely pleased, for he knew well that his wife was the most gentle, considerate, and magnanimous. Fu Yaoyao felt a pang of bitterness. "Oh, my dear mother, my scoundrel father is still at your side. You are an independent cultivator, not a parasitic vine. How dare he evaluate you so?" Jean Sure mused that indeed, her previous perception of Fu Qingyuan had been overly lenient. After hearing her youngest daughter's words, she found his remarks utterly vile, almost making her nauseous. She suppressed her feelings. Jean Sure's eyes suddenly lit up as she pondered, "What does my husband think?" However, with the Jean family facing imminent danger, she was reluctant to offend Fu Qingyuan and the Fu family at such a critical juncture. While the Fu family may not be formidable, with the beast tide approaching, she could not afford to hand them a knife to wield against the Jean family. She never held grudges, typically retaliating immediately. Yet, when dealing with the Fu family, she could only seek to settle accounts later, prioritizing the preservation of the Jean family. Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened upon hearing Jean Sure's words, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was clear that his ungrateful uncles had secretly harmed him using poisonous beasts. He should have gone to confront them, yet he found himself compelled to approach them with heavy gifts. Much of the dowry that Jean Sure had initially brought with her was now in Fu Qingyuan's possession, with only a small portion remaining in the Jean family. Fu Qingyuan was notoriously stingy, unwilling to part with everything he had taken for himself, opting to bring only a portion before visiting the Fu family's treasure vault, before finally heading to the Jean family with his wife and children. Both Fu Chengyuan and Jin Shi were at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment cultivators cannot activate magical artifacts, but Jin Shi's brothers were all nascent soul cultivators, and she had a master craftsman brother, which endowed them with many exquisite magical tools. Cradled in Jin Shi's arms, Fu Yaoyao beheld a tiny, exquisitely crafted ship materialize in her mother's hand. Before she could marvel at the exceptional craftsmanship, she watched as the beautiful little ship unfurled with the wind. Wow, having never seen such a sight before, Fu Yaoyao couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "The power system of this world is truly remarkable." In her previous life, she had encountered many intricately designed starships, yet she had never seen such an elegantly styled vessel. This technique of expanding with the wind likely employs the principles of spatial folding. Jin Shi, witnessing the lively expression of admiration on her daughter's face, couldn't help but smile. It is quite natural for girls to have an affinity for the color pink. My mother adores pink, so what of it? Jin Shi raised an eyebrow. Her daughter was indeed correct. She loved pink for she was a girl. And what was wrong with that? From her childhood, her fondness for pink had never waned. However, Fu Chengyuan insisted that the Fu family adhered to the old customs of the mortal realm, asserting that pink was not a color befitting the main wife, but rather reserved for concubines. Since that moment, Jin Shi had forsaken all garments and accessories of that hue, including this ostentatious magical vessel. The mere recollection now churned her stomach. It seemed the Fu family perpetually measured the female cultivators of Jiuhuan against the standards of the mortal realm. Although the Fu family was not a prominent clan, numerous female cultivators had married into it. Should she not expose this phenomenon? The customs of the mortal realm existed solely to reinforce imperial and paternal authority. Yet, in the Jiuhuan cultivation world where strength reigned supreme, the Fu family still adhered to those outdated principles. Was this not a malicious intent? Fu Yingying had already dashed forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mother, why did you not bring forth such a magical vessel sooner? Were you afraid I would claim it for myself?" Jin Shi replied curtly, "Do you like it?" Fu Yingying nodded eagerly. Jin Shi continued, "If you like it, then it is yours." Fu Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" Jin Shi waved her hand affectionately. "Your fifth uncle is a master craftsman. For our Jin family, this is not an extraordinary gift. However, it must be said that this magical vessel fulfilled every little girl's dreams of beauty. It was fortunate that her fifth brother could conceive such a creation, likely investing considerable effort in its crafting. Yet, due to Fu Chengyuan's prejudices, she had squandered her fifth brother's goodwill. Now it seemed almost laughable in retrospect. Upon witnessing Jin Shi casually bestowing this exquisite magical artifact upon her daughter, Fu Chengyuan's expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Fu Yingying shooed away the maids and basked in the joy of her newfound treasure, bouncing with exhilaration. Jin Shi proudly nodded, cradling Fu Yaoyao as they followed Fu Yingying aboard the vessel. Fu Chongqing trailed behind, noticing the displeasure flickering in Fu Chengyuan's gaze. Fu Chongqing frowned. This magical vessel was indeed beautiful. Any girl would adore it. Perhaps their father thought it too flamboyant, as he was always so earnest and fond of lecturing his siblings. Thus, Fu Chongqing and his siblings had never been particularly close to Fu Chengyuan. There was an abundance of respect, yet a lack of intimacy. However, their father's current demeanor was somewhat unbearable to witness. The vibrant hues on Fu Chengyuan's face appeared even more pronounced, as if he had been stained with some peculiar substance. Had it not been for his known affliction, one might have assumed he harbored some peculiar taste. Fu Chongqing rubbed his nose and chose to remain silent. The magical vessel boasted 2 levels. The lower deck housed a cabin, spacious and lavishly adorned, akin to an opulent suite, complete with bedrooms and living areas, while the upper deck served as a charming tea room. It was evident that Jin Wugu viewed his sister as someone who indulged in pleasure, and he was more than willing to indulge her, considering every aspect. The entire vessel was inscribed with intricate formations, capable of both offense and defense, reputedly able to withstand a full-force strike from a Jindan cultivator. Upon hearing Jin Shi's words, Fu Chengyuan's previously calm demeanor faltered. Once all had boarded the magical vessel, he began his admonition What does a young girl like you need this vessel for? His ex-owner would surely appreciate such a treasure, and he needed to devise a means to acquire it. Jean Sure would grant him whatever he desired, a notion he had grown accustomed to over the years. Thus, he reprimanded Fu Yingying. Fu Yingying pouted, "Father, what do you mean by asking what a young girl needs this vessel for? This vessel is so pink. It is clearly meant for a girl." Fu Qingyuan then realized his tone had been overly harsh and softened his approach. "That is not my intention. What I mean is, you are only at the 4th level of Qi training. Possessing such a magical artifact while traveling could attract undue attention. I worry for your safety." Fu Yingying gefrowned. Skepticism etched on her face. She had not forgotten her younger sister's negative remarks regarding their father. Having felt little paternal love, coupled with the awareness of Fu Qingyuan's ulterior motives, she was unwilling to heed his words. With a huff, she retorted, "Father, that reasoning is flawed. It is precisely because my cultivation is lacking that I require a good magical artifact for protection. I would trust the artifact crafted by fifth uncle. It might even save my life someday." "What? Do you believe my life is not worth saving?" Fu Qingyuan was taken aback. His daughter showed him no regard whatsoever. Though he harbored little affection for the children born of Jean Sure, they were nonetheless his blood and a part of the Fu family. While he could forsake them in a critical moment, it seemed a pity for them to perish so easily at another's hands. Ultimately, what troubled him most was his daughter's defiance. However, Jean Sure, sitting nearby and coaxing their youngest daughter, appeared oblivious to his plight, leaving him feeling utterly out of place. Fu Yingying dashed to the upper-level flower hall to play, leaving Fu Qingyuan with a fleeting glimpse of her jubilant back. "Fu Yaoyao Muzet, is it possible that my wretched father wishes to deceive my mother into relinquishing this magical vessel for the female protagonist? After all, in his eyes, she's his only true daughter. My sister and I are merely adopted." In discussing this, Fu Yaoyao found it quite extraordinary that, even in the interstellar era, relationships among individuals have become increasingly indifferent, yet the upper echelons of society place great emphasis on family and bloodlines. Her mother, Jean Sure, clearly possessed superior qualities compared to Jiang Sure, while she and her sister Fu Yingying were evidently more accomplished than the 2 daughters of Jiang Sure. Yet, their father inexplicably favored Fu Yuexin. One could only conclude that he was a rather peculiar individual. Although Jean Sure had long prepared herself for this reality, hearing her youngest daughter's sentiments still pricked her heart like needles. The child she had borne with her life, was she truly so worthless in her husband's eyes? What flaws did her children possess? Why were they deemed inferior to the offspring of Jiang Sure? Jean Sure had always prided herself on her ability to remain unaffected by misplaced anger, but at this moment, she could not help but direct her ire toward Jiang Sure and her 2 children. Chapter 38. The Absolute Spirit Pill. Nevertheless, Jean Sure retained a measure of rationality. As long as he did not demand the magical vessel, she would pretend to be unaware. Yet, Fu Qingyuan soon disappointed her. He approached, feigning to massage Jean Sure's shoulders. Jean Sure was a woman of clear affections. Having long recognized his vile nature, she harbored an intense aversion to his touch. She pretended to stand and soothe her youngest daughter, deftly avoiding Fu Qingyuan's hand. Fu Qingyuan had intended to ease the tension between them, but his hand grasped nothing but air, leaving it awkwardly suspended. Suppressing his rising anger, he spoke in a gentle tone, "My dear wife, you are indulging Yingying too much." Fu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then seated himself with utmost seriousness. "This magical vessel is a foundational gift from your 5th elder brother. How could you so casually give it to Yingying?" Jean Sure felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, yet maintained a composed facade. With a casual tone, she replied, "Husband, I cannot agree with your statement. Yingying is my eldest daughter, my precious gem. Whether a magical vessel or more, as long as I possess it, I shall surely grant her wishes." Fu Qingyuan was genuinely surprised by Jean Sure's response. Even he, typically dull-witted, sensed that she had recently harbored resentment toward him, and that their relationship was no longer as intimate as it once had been. He pondered meticulously over what could have gone awry, ultimately concluding that the only issue was his absence during the birth of his youngest daughter. Yet, he had been absent during the births of several children. As a cultivator, how could he remain tethered to one location at all times? Even though the Fu family was his lineage, He had to venture forth to cultivate and seek opportunities. He could not simply linger at home in retirement. This was the natural reasoning of Fu Qingyuan. However, he still needed to appease his wife, for otherwise the treasures belonging to the Jin family would elude him. With a visage marked by guilt, he pondered, "My beloved, yet are you still angry with your husband?" Jin, who had once relished being addressed in such a manner, now felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing it. Yet she stifled her discomfort, for her sacrifices had been substantial. She suppressed her revulsion and decided to change the subject, urging her husband to speak plainly. Fu Qingyuan, feeling a surge of irritation, thought to himself, "What has happened to Jean? Why has she become so uncommunicative?" Remembering the gentle attentiveness of Yaoyao, he spoke softly again, "I understand your feelings, but our Inger is still quite young. I fear we might spoil her if we indulge her too much. Why not leave this magical vessel with me for now? Since it can withstand a powerful blow from a golden core cultivator, I shall reward it to her when she reaches the foundation establishment stage." How illogical! If my mother were to give the vessel to that wretched father for safekeeping, it would be akin to a terminal case of infatuation. Jean thought. Her daughter's words merely confirmed her suspicions. He harbored no affection for her, only countless schemes. Adopting an expression of feigned doubt, she remarked, "Husband, something is amiss with you." Fu Qingyuan felt a jolt of anxiety at her scrutiny and feigned calmness. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly be amiss?" Jean deftly diverted the conversation, asserting that the magical vessel was beloved by their daughter. "I have only Inger and Yaoyao as daughters, yet you have other daughters. I cannot trust you with them." Fu Qingyuan's brow twitched at her insinuation. In that fleeting moment, he almost believed that Jean had uncovered the truth. However, he quickly regained his composure. That was impossible. Yu Xin and Yu Zong were carefully sheltered in the mortal realm, separated by a boundary stone from the Nine Rings cultivation world. A passage to the mortal realm requiring a boundary stone, which was commonplace among cultivation families. After all, cultivation families had numerous descendants in the mortal realm. Yet, the Jin family was not a cultivation family. His father-in-law had begun as a loose cultivator, thus he had no ties to the mortal realm, where spiritual energy was sparse and detrimental to cultivation. Even rare elixirs and exotic beasts were nearly non-existent there. Typically, cultivators would not waste their time in such a place. Therefore, it was inconceivable that Jean could know of his secretive concealment of their children there. With this thought, Fu Qingyuan regained his composure. "My dear, you are overthinking. These years, I have felt indebted to you. Yet for the sake of our family's progeny, I had no choice but to take a few concubines. In our Fu family, every married man has concubines. How many do they have in their backyards? How many do I have?" Fu Qingyuan gazed at Jean with affectionate eyes. Had it been any other time, Jean would have felt as though she had wed the finest man in the world. Yet now, she was overwhelmed with nausea. She no longer wished to converse with Fu Qingyuan, fearing she might be compelled to physically confront him. She expressed her desire to rest with Yaoyao, dismissing him. Since Fu Qingyuan misunderstood her jealousy, she decided to embrace it. Who knows? Even if there are none now, what about in the future when they bear children with cultivation aptitude? Fu Qingyuan suddenly whispered, "Rest assured, no one but you could bear a child with cultivation aptitude." Jean was taken aback by his words. Casting a suspicious glance at Fu Qingyuan, he maintained a deeply affectionate demeanor. "My dear, I have administered the absolute spirit pill to them. Even if they were to conceive, their children would not possess cultivation potential." In an instant, Jin's expression faltered, revealing her shock. However, this was quickly replaced by a chilling realization. The voice of her youngest daughter echoed in her mind. "Oh heavens, how could I have forgotten this? I must say, my detestable father is truly ruthless. If Aunt Lee and Aunt Lou were to learn of this, they might just despise him entirely. I knew it. Although the chances of a mortal bearing a child with cultivation aptitude are inherently low, Aunt Lou and Aunt Lee together have given birth to over a dozen children. Yet none possess such potential. Now I see the issue lies here. You gave them the absolute spirit pill?" Jean could hardly believe it. In that moment, she truly recognized that the man she had shared her bed with for decades was profoundly cold-blooded, even more beastly than an animal. If Aunt Lee and Aunt Lou were indeed unfortunate in bearing children with cultivation aptitude, it was merely fate. Yet now, The one to extinguish their hopes was none other than their beloved husband. Could there be a more cruel twist? In the Nine Rings, Aunt Li and Aunt Lu were merely Fu Qingyuan's concubines, yet in the mortal realm, they were esteemed young ladies. Jean recalled that their fathers and brothers held positions in the court. They had sent their daughters to him with the hope of producing grandchildren with cultivation aptitude, thereby altering their fortunes. Fu Qingyuan's actions were akin to murdering their parents and severing their means of livelihood. If Aunt Li and Aunt Lu discovered this, would they not wish to tear him apart? Chapter 39. Selfish and Indifferent. Her brothers were numerous and accomplished, and, as the youngest sister, Jean had a modicum of understanding, albeit lacking expertise in any particular field. She was acutely aware of what the absolute spirit pill entailed. It was designed to sever all spiritual energy. After consuming such a pill, a fetus would be unable to absorb even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. Though cultivators had yet to discern why some individuals possess cultivation aptitude, while others did not. The ratio of those with such potential in the mortal realm compared to the Nine Rings underscored the significance of spiritual energy in determining aptitude. Jean was not so foolish as to cry out for others at this juncture. She simply did not wish to see Fu Qingyuan any longer. She coldly declared, "I wish to rest with Yaoyao. You may leave now." Fu Qingyuan, failing to express his loyalty, found himself cast out. His expression darkened. Yet, upon exiting the chamber, he realized that Jean had not entrusted him with a magical vessel. Fu Qingyuan remained confident that the vessel would ultimately be his and chose not to pursue the matter further. The vessel sailed swiftly and smoothly, and seated within, Fu Yaoyao lost track of time until Jean cradled her down from the magical vessel. The customs of Jinling City vastly differed from those of Linyu City. However, as a young child who had never ventured far, Fu Yaoyao found everything intriguing, her eyes wide with wonder. Upon seeing this, Fu Yinging smiled and exclaimed, "Mother, look at my little sister. She too loves Jinling City." Jinling City, backed by the vast 10,000 mountains, was built against the mountainside, exuding grandeur. Compared to the small Linyu City, it was indeed far superior, with broader roads and bustling streets filled with shops and pedestrians, far surpassing Linyu City in number. Upon arriving at Jinling City, the use of flying artifacts is strictly prohibited. The vast city is enveloped in an imperceptible protective barrier, with various flying artifacts emitting shimmering spiritual light around its periphery, creating a dreamlike and enchanting spectacle. However, the Jin family's vessel prominently displays a striking golden character, distinguishing them from other cultivators who must pay spirit stones and undergo inspections by the city guards before entering. As soon as they disembark, guards approach them respectfully. Fu Qinjuan, who relishes the limelight, seizes the opportunity and declares, "We are the female relatives of the city Lordess Mansion, here to pay a visit." Upon hearing this, the guard swiftly retrieves a jade talisman from his pocket, pressing it to his forehead for inspection. After comparing it carefully with the Jin family members, his expression becomes even more amiable. Fu Yaoyao cannot help but exclaim internally, "Wow, my mother-S status is truly impressive." According to the lore, the entire Jihuan region is divided into 4 directions. The west is home to numerous cultivation families. The east boasts the formidable Sanshio alliance. The south is dominated by sects, while the north remains a public area, akin to a lawless land with all sorts of people. Thus, Jinling City is essentially the dominion of the Jin family. Though the Jin family does not rank among the most prominent cultivation families, City Lord Jin possesses profound cultivation and has numerous children, with the 2 eldest being Yuanian cultivators. The younger ones also exhibit exceptional talent and cultivation levels, leading outsiders to view them as a burgeoning cultivation family. In the western regions, it is common for one or a few cultivation families to dominate a city. For example, Linyu City, where the Fu family resides, is occupied by 4 families, the Lin, Yu, Zhou, and Fong families. The Fu family, previously inconsequential in Linyu City, has grown in stature through their alliance with the Jin family, gaining a measure of influence. 3 other families of similar standing to the Fu family are the Wang, Lu, and Xief families. The Fu family currently aligns with the Lin family. Sensing her daughter's thoughts, Jin Shi cannot help but chuckle, Is that jade talisman from your fifth brother? Jin sure nods, and Fu Yingying and Fu Changxing stand tall with pride. Fu Qingyuan basks in the admiration of others, enjoying their gazes. Were it not for the unreasonable and fiercely protective nature of the Jin family, he would find this place quite agreeable. Regrettably, the Jin family's relatives are notoriously difficult. However, as Fu Qingyuan steps forward, he is halted by a guard. Despite standing at the city gate, this guard is evidently a minor leader, possessing later-stage foundation establishment cultivation, surpassing Fu Qingyuan's level. Thus, he can only smile and force compliance. Esteemed friend, may I inquire if there are further instructions? The guard, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies. Esteemed friend, you cannot enter. Fu Yaoyao nearly bursts into laughter, while Jin Shi, Fu Yingying, and Fu Changxing all fix their gazes on Fu Qingyuan. In that moment, he feels the weight of their scrutiny, stripped of any sense of superiority, as if he were something contemptible, causing him great discomfort. He suppresses his anger and asks in the calmest tone possible, why? The guard glances at him. What is that on your face? Are you possessed by a demon? We must conduct a thorough investigation before allowing you entry. Fu Yaoyao cannot contain her laughter. Ha ha. Yet, she can only laugh internally, as her newborn body prevents her from expressing it aloud. Fu Changxing wears a conflicted expression. Fu Yingying pretends not to hear, but her suppressed smile betrays her. Jin Shi forces herself to remain composed, patting her youngest daughter as if to soothe her. Husband, although you are the son-in-law of the city lord's mansion, if you are suspected, you must cooperate with the inspection. Fu Qingyuan, confused, thinks that others may not know the colorful marks on his face, but surely Jin Shi does. Jin Shi turns away, feigning ignorance. Fu Qingyuan can only say, esteemed friend, you misunderstand. He explains earnestly, as if fearing the guard would not believe him. In Chapter 40, Qing Wuzhenren, Fu Yaoyao observes, Mother, wake up. Look at you. Without your precious son, you are nothing. To see how earnestly he explains himself. This is the demeanor he should exhibit. Yet you, with superior talent and lineage, seem to grovel before him. Why is that? At this moment, Jin Shi realizes the terrifying truth. A person can truly change. Perhaps it is just as her daughter said, after decades of marriage. She has been forced to endure the definitions imposed upon her by Fu Qingyuan. Jin Shi reflects on their early years of marriage when Fu Qingyuan's demeanor towards her was far more sincere, echoing the same affection he now displays to the guard. Suddenly, she feels nauseous and decides to leave. Fu Yingying immediately follows, while Fu Changxing hesitates. Mother, what about father? He is still perplexed, wondering why it seems that his parents have quarreled. To him, father has always treated mother well. As among the Fu family, he has the least number of concubines. Although his cultivation is not high, he works diligently to seek resources through adventures. Yet, why does it seem to mother that he is utterly irredeemable? I will wait for father here, he ultimately decides. It seems my brother has been enchanted by the heroine's friend, becoming estranged from his family for a reason. Is he inherently flawed, unable to discern right from wrong? Can my brother still be saved? Fu Changxing, perhaps out of pride, chooses to remain. Jin Shi does not say anything and turns to Fu Yingying, asking, what about you? Fu Yingying resolutely replies, I will go with mother. Jin Shi's expression softens slightly. Very well, let's enter together. The three of them proceed side by side. Such behavior from my brother is unacceptable. I must devise a way to bring him back. I hope my other two brothers are not like this. Fu Yaoyao sighs internally. Indeed, while the Fu family and our unworthy father may not treat mother well, they uphold a belief in male superiority. Even if Fu Qingyuan disregards my brothers, the Fu family raised them, and it is natural for them to harbor feelings for the family. Moreover, as men, they benefit from the family's toxic ideals. Both Jin Shi and Fu Yingying hear Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, and the mother and daughter fall into an unusual silence. Nevertheless, if mother wishes for her elder brothers, a little discipline will suffice. If one beating is not enough, then 2 or 3, until they comply, they think in unison. Jin Shi, Fu Yingying, sister is too violent. Yet I adore it. No wonder she is my sister. Jin Shi's previously disrupted mood is instantly restored. Her youngest daughter speaks truthfully. If the 3 sons choose to stand with the Fu family, she still has 2 daughters. What is there to fear? Worst case, She will pretend she never bore those 3 troublesome sons. The Jin family resides in the Grand City Lord's mansion, which is impressively constructed. Upon entering, the 3 women are greeted by a beautiful young woman. Fu Yaoyao gazes intently at this stunning figure, clad in a flowing red robe and styled with a Taoist bun. She radiates an allure that is both enchanting and dignified. As Fu Yaoyao contemplates the identity of this woman, she instantly approaches and embraces Jin Shi warmly. Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yingying, with a smile, exclaims, "Grandmother." Fu Yaoyao, wow, this is my grandmother. Is my maternal grandmother truly so youthful and beautiful? At last, I comprehend the source of my mother's beauty. She is indeed a great beauty, and so is my grandmother. It stands to reason that I shall grow into an extraordinary beauty as well. The esteemed Qing Wuzhenren was just about to take the child from her obedient daughter's arms, rumored to be her newly born granddaughter. Suddenly, a soft, endearing voice broke through the air, causing her to pause and instinctively glance at the little girl nestled in her daughter's embrace. However, being a practitioner of the Golden Core realm, she possessed exceptional composure and, though astonished internally, maintained a calm exterior. "Is this truly my little granddaughter?" Jin Shi smiled as she handed her daughter to her mother, affirming that the child would undoubtedly adore her. Qing Wuzhenren, lost in thought, couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how her daughter, as a child, would become transfixed upon encountering someone beautiful. Ah, so my stunning mother was indeed enamored with appearances. It is no wonder she was drawn to that scoundrel. His most commendable trait was his handsome visage, was it not? Had it not been for that face, my mother would surely have overlooked him. Qing Wuzhenren laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a delightful child!" Upon seeing the infant, an immediate sense of warmth enveloped her, and upon hearing the child's innocent thoughts, she found herself enamored with this new little granddaughter. Though she harbored similar inclinations towards beauty as her daughter, this was the first time Qing Wuzhenren encountered such terminology and found it remarkably apparent. She had learned from her husband about the actions of her son-in-law and felt considerable discontent towards him, yet she would never direct her ire toward her grandchildren. Fortunately, this child, despite sharing her mother's fixation on beauty, lacked the naivete that led her mother to marry a handsome man, only to be taken advantage of for so many years. Upon reflecting on this, Qing Wuzhenren's expression grew solemn, and her brows furrowed. Even Jin Shi, her biological daughter, dared not meet her gaze. Jin Shi hastily shifted the topic, inquiring about her father's whereabouts. "Mother, shall we go inside? Is father not home?" As she spoke, she naturally accepted the child back into her arms. From within her garments, she produced a jade pendant, crafted from ancient spiritual essence jade, to nurture her body. Jin Shi wasted no time in accepting it and placing it in her daughter's embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, you have certainly acquired many treasures." Qing Wuzhenren smiled softly, for at their level of cultivation, one would inevitably gain rewards through exploration. Chapter 41. Fu Yao, Yaoyao Sedouts. The secret realm was an unintentional discovery, where the relics were well preserved, granting her unexpected opportunities. This piece of spiritual essence jade was but one of the treasures she had acquired. The jade contained a richness and purity of spiritual energy, making it the ideal choice for nurturing an infant's health. Upon obtaining it, Qing Wuzhenren thought of her daughter, who was pregnant, planning to fashion a pendant for the child upon birth. Little did she anticipate the child would arrive much sooner than expected. Yet, the infant appeared well, with a rosy complexion and exquisite beauty. The more Qing Wuzhenren gazed at the child, the more satisfied she became. Still, despite her aversion to projecting blame, the sight of the child inevitably reminded her of the child's biological father, which left her somewhat displeased. Has he not come today? The bond between mother and daughter was profound, and Jin Shi instantly understood that her mother referred to Fu Chengyuan. Before she could respond, Qing Wuzhenren continued, Hasn't he gone out to explore again, has he? He has been absent during your deliveries and shows little concern for the children. What do you truly see in him?" In the past, Jin Shi would have retorted, defending Fu Chengyuan, stating that he did care about them, albeit he was simply too busy. After all, his poor aptitude limited the support his family could provide him, necessitating his relentless efforts to improve his cultivation. Thus, he was perpetually occupied. However, Jin Shi's perspective had shifted entirely. Fu Changyuan's busyness was now inconsequential to her. After all, he was pursuing his own opportunities. Was he not? Moreover, he might be scheming against her to support his concubine and their children. After a moment of silence, Jin Shi revealed, he did come. Last time my brothers visited, they gave him a beating. My second brother mischievously used a colorful spider to ambush him. This time he seeks elixirs. A flicker of disdain crossed Qing Wuzhenren's face. How dare he waste my son's elixirs? Have your second brother give him the inferior ones. The so-called inferior elixirs were those that had not been thoroughly refined, posing risks of poison and potential regression in cultivation if consumed carelessly. How amusing! How wicked is my grandmother! Qing Wuzhenren, smiling as she gently caressed her adorable little granddaughter's hair, contemplated mischievously. Let your second brother add some itching powder to the antidote to mar his looks. Once his appearance is ruined, he shall no longer deceive innocent young girls with that handsome face. Despite having lived 2 lives, Qing Wuzhenren's temperament remained unchanged. She appeared as a breathtaking beauty, yet her words were candid and straightforward, capable of inciting frustration. Jin Shi felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Grandmother, is merely disfiguring him sufficient? Qing Wuzhenren turned her gaze to Fu Yingying. Well then, what do you propose? Fu Yingying was at a loss for words. Qing Wuzhenren then looked back at Jin Shi. You know your father is somewhat uncouth. He struggles to articulate his thoughts. You must tell me everything, as I cannot trust his words. I wish to hear it from your own lips. Oh, a child with a mother is a treasure. Is my grandmother concerned that my mother might soften? Jin Shi mused, realizing that her grandmother's intent was to ensure her mother vividly recalled the wrongs committed by the scoundrel, thereby solidifying her resolve against forgiveness. This would facilitate the Jin family's actions against him. Jin Shi reflected on her own naivety, having been deceived for so many years, unaware that the true love of Fu Changyuan lay elsewhere. Ultimately, it was his prerogative whom he chose to love, yet he had clearly not loved her, Jin Yu Xan, and instead manipulated her for resources and various motives, which was indeed unprincipled. He had shown little care for her children. As thoughts of her somewhat oblivious younger son crossed her mind, Jin Shi felt a headache coming on. Fu Yaoyao clenched her tiny fists, indignantly declaring, furthermore, can grandmother investigate the recent ambush on my mother? I suspect it was orchestrated by that scoundrel. This revelation shocked even Jin Shi. Fu Ying gasped, what? The last time mother was attacked and severely injured, was it done by father? How could this be? Fu Yingying harbored a deep-seated dislike for Fu Changyuan, as he had always been distant, and the family's resources had never favored her. However, the notion that he would secretly harm her mother was difficult for her to accept. After all, mother was pregnant with his child at the time. That was his own flesh and blood, even if he harbored no affection for her. He had no reason to act so cruelly. The child was born with the surname Fu. If endowed with exceptional talents, it would greatly benefit the Fu family in the future. Could it be that, out of selfish desires, one would resort to harming their mother and younger sister? Fu Yingying found this utterly unbelievable. The expression on Qing Wuzhenren's face darkened even further. However, the words of the younger daughter struck like a hammer, causing Jin Shi to feel dizzy. She had always believed that Fu Qingyuan's greatest betrayal was his insincerity towards her. Yet, she never imagined that he wished for her demise. What had Jin Yuexin done to deserve such treatment? Nevertheless, as the situation had yet to be thoroughly investigated, it was premature to reach a conclusion. Fu Yaoyao remained oblivious to the profound impact her words had on the 3 individuals before her. She continued to babble, cursing her scoundrel father in her heart. A father who deceives emotions and harms his pitiful mother deserves nothing but misfortune. May all his opportunities be snatched away by others. May he encounter more tribulations than anyone else, and may he be entangled by inner demons, unable to ascend. For cultivators, nothing is more vicious than the curse of stagnation in their cultivation. Both mother and daughter were individuals with clear affections and aversions. At this point, Fu Qingyuan was no longer considered one of their own. After identifying their target, they ceased mentioning him to avoid affecting their mood. Chapter 42. He was targeted. The mother and daughter tacitly agreed not to speak of Fu Qingyuan any longer and shifted their conversation to the matter of the beast tide. Upon mentioning this, The beautiful visage of their grandmother, Qing Wu Zhenren, grew serious. Xinhui, your reminder is quite timely. Although your father has not detected any anomalies recently, the beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains have always been restless. It is not impossible for them to initiate a beast tide. Fu Yaoyao reflected that the 10,000 Great Mountains was merely a broad concept for human cultivators regarding the territory of the demon race. Thus, the information her grandfather could gather was limited. Having perused the entire book, she was aware of the origins and developments of the impending disaster. Hence, for human cultivators, this calamity could even be considered beyond investigation. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't even know about this beast tide. Regardless, there is no need for suspicion. We should prepare thoroughly. Let us not suffer the same fate as the Jin family, which swiftly fell from grace. I earnestly wish for my grandfather, grandmother, and uncles not to encounter any misfortune. Qing Wu Zhenren held her granddaughter close, but perhaps due to the child's tender age, the sounds she heard were fragmented and unclear. Nonetheless, she perceived that what she could discern was a divine blessing for the Jin family. In truth, once cultivators reach a certain level, they possess a precognitive sense of danger, particularly with the unique cultivation method she practiced. Due to her straightforward nature, few realized her proficiency in divination. Jin Shi and Fu Yingying also heard Fu Yaoyao's thoughts in fragments. However, the emotional responses of the mother and daughter were entirely different. Jin Shi yearned to hear her daughter speak again, but regrettably, the little girl fell fast asleep, leaving her amused yet exasperated. At this moment, Fu Qingyuan had finally completed his physical examination, yet no one escorted him into the city lord's residence. He was left to navigate alone. He longed to maintain his dignity by not attending, but the lingering poison in his body prevented him from finding peace. Who knew if this poison would affect his cultivation? Thus, he had no choice but to arrive. Ever since marrying Jin Shi, he had never been treated this way within the Jin family. As the saying goes, it is difficult for one to transition from extravagance to frugality, which made his countenance particularly grim. He had anticipated that upon reaching the gates of the city lord's residence, everything would proceed smoothly. However, he found himself unable to enter. The gates were protected by a facial recognition barrier, which had been pre-recorded by Jin Wuge, allowing only those whose faces were registered to pass freely. Previously, Fu Qingyuan had enjoyed the same privileges, but now, that was no longer the case. Since the arrival of Jin Shi and her daughters, Jin Wuge had reinforced the barrier, erasing Fu Qingyuan's facial recognition. Now, he had to go through the same process as others and request passage. Fu Qingyuan suppressed his anger. The fact that he could not enter directly was already humiliating enough. But to have to present a formal greeting as the sole son-in-law was an even greater disgrace. To make matters worse, after he submitted his greeting and revealed his identity, the guards at the city lord's residence still refused to grant him entry. The guard was an elderly man whose sharp eyes belied his age, possessing a cultivation level at the late foundation establishment stage, neither high nor low, comparable to Fu Qingyuan himself. This left Fu Qingyuan unable to unleash his frustration on the old man. Despite the Fu family's patriarchal traditions and their efforts to confine female cultivators through the use of commoners, they all understood that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Regardless of one's gender, without power, one would be disregarded. This was even more apparent outside of the Fu family. The mere guard at the city lord's residence was already at the late foundation establishment stage, which was nothing short of a mockery. Fu Qingyuan's mindset teetered on the brink of collapse. When Jin Shi was at home, she was showered with affection. She was lively and spirited, albeit with a few naive flaws typical of youth. As long as she corrected them promptly, she was still a good child. The people of the city lord's residence were quite fond of her, thanks to the esteemed cultivation of city Lord Xian Yingzhenjuan, who commanded great respect, and the city lord's wife, who single-handedly raised numerous children, establishing a small family. The Jin family was exceptionally united. Fu Qingyuan was nearly driven to the point of bleeding from his fury. He realized that the old man before him was doing so deliberately, intending to vent his frustrations on Jin Shi. But what had he done to deserve such treatment? Perhaps he initially recognized his wrongs towards Jin Shi, but over time, he had forgotten, even taking her sacrifices for granted. Jin Shi, as a wife of the Fu family, remained loyal to her husband, devoting herself entirely, even to the extent of sacrificing her life. Was this not a matter of course? I am the son-in-law of the Jin family. The guard eyed him skeptically. Oh, is that so? What proof do you have? Fu Qingyuan thought. Could he not recognize the son-in-law of the Jin family? Even as he was slow on the uptake, Fu Qingyuan came to a realization. He was targeted by the Jin family. But why? Was it simply because he was absent during Jin Shi's childbirth? Chapter 43. The Cross-Dressing Master. Jin Shijiao having grasped this point, Fu Qingyuan found little cause for anger. The guard snickered derisively, clearly unconvinced. Fu Qingyuan lamented his current predicament, regretting not having allowed his youngest son to accompany him. Had his son been with him, Jin Shi would not have allowed her family to treat him so poorly. However, due to his own pride, Fu Qingyuan had to endure this humiliation. I kindly ask you to relay my message. If what I say is untrue, you may expel me. The guard scrutinized him for a moment before feigning acquiescence. Wait here. With that, the door returned to its closed state. Once left alone, Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened significantly. He immediately retrieved a communication talisman from his storage bag and softly murmured a few words to it. The talisman instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and darted towards the city lord's manor. Fu Qingyuan maintained a composed gaze for a considerable time, his expression darkening further. Not only was he barred from entering the Yu family, but even his spiritual imprint had been summarily rejected by the Jin family. Every cultivator's spiritual imprint is unique, and the principle of communication talismans hinges upon this fact. Typically, familiar cultivators would leave their spiritual imprints with one another. At this moment, Fu Qingyuan felt immense regret. He should not have distanced himself from the Jin family, neglecting to leave his imprint, which now rendered him reliant on the talisman, only to find it rendered useless, leaving him unable to contact the Jins. Fu Qingyuan was acutely aware that, within the Jin family, apart from Jin Yuexin, he was regarded as inconsequential. Yet, the more he understood this, the more it pained him. Under normal circumstances, as husband and wife, they would share an honest connection, and, even without a communication talisman, there would be a mutual awareness. However, such a bond was absent between him and the Jin family. They had never sworn an oath before the heavens, nor conducted a dual cultivation ceremony. Meanwhile, the main hall of the Jin family buzzed with liveliness. All 11 of his brothers had gathered, except for Jin Sangu, the swordsmanship fanatic. Fu Yaoyao gazed at the assembly of handsome men, her eyes dazzled, as she animatedly critiqued her uncles. Of course, she was particularly fascinated by the uncles she had not previously encountered, namely the 7th and 8th. Oh dear, if I weren't aware that my 7th uncle is a master of cross-dressing, I might genuinely believe I had a beautiful aunt. My grandmother's genes are truly remarkable. Her daughters are stunning, and her sons are handsome. No wonder my sister and I are so beautiful. Real person Qingwu remarked, I do enjoy the candidness of little Yaoyao. In this day and age, hearing a few genuine words is exceedingly rare. Jean sure felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her little daughter was far too unrefined, though she believed the girl to be exceptionally wise and knowledgeable, which was indeed a blessing. It was rather awkward to hear her effusively praising her own brothers under such pressure. Fu Yinging quietly observed her sister's thoughts while discreetly appraising her uncles, sighing inwardly. If her little sister had undergone rigorous training under their uncles, she likely wouldn't be so naive. Do these men merely seek beauty? No, they're not only beautiful, but strikingly devilish. It's simply terrifying. Fu Changxing felt an even greater burden, so much so that he scarcely noticed his sister's musings. The pressure from his uncles was overwhelming, particularly from the 7th uncle, who sauntered over and collapsed dramatically into his arms, gazing up with affection, asking, Changxing, my dear boy, do you think I'm beautiful? Fu Changxing's face contorted slightly. Ah, beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. Jin Shigo was pleased, declaring, my nephew has discerning taste, unlike the 8th, who avoids me as if I were a hideous monster. Besides his penchant for cross-dressing and adorning himself in pastel colors, Jin Shiga had mastered a unique technique that allowed him to alter his voice. Most astonishingly, while he could effortlessly adjust his voice to alluring feminine tones when dressed as a woman, he insisted on using a deep, coarse male voice, often laced with a flirtatious lilt. a combination that was simply unbearable for most. Witnessing such a stunning beauty paired with that voice could render anyone deaf. Jean Beige, a potential sufferer of gynophobia, kept his distance. Had it not been for the newly born niece, he would have resolutely stayed away today, refusing to come no matter the circumstances. After all, he steadfastly avoided appearing alongside Jean Chiga. Fu Changxing remarked, "Seventh uncle, perhaps you should get down. What if I accidentally drop you?" The robust-voiced Jean Chiga exaggeratedly replied, "Are you truly going to discard a great beauty like me?" Fu Changxing found himself torn between wanting to let go and the fear of doing so, utterly perplexed. Jean Chiga, satisfied, playfully tilted his chin. "Now that's more like it." He then switched to a voice that could charm the very soul. Initially, Fu Changxing harbored concerns about his father, but Jean Chiga's antics distracted him entirely. His worries dissipated. After all, his father was unlikely to be in immediate peril, regardless of the Jean family's reception. Jean Shi mused, "What a clever child. It matters not that we part ways. Let it be." Ultimately, Fu Qingyuan did enter the city lord's manor, albeit no longer in the capacity of a distinguished guest, but rather as an ordinary visitor. As an ordinary individual, even gaining an audience with the city lord or the young lord was no easy feat. From the moment Fu Qingyuan arrived at the city lord's gates to the small flower hall, he failed to stir any awareness in Jean Yuexin, nor did he attract the attention of Fu Yaoyao and her siblings. The Jean family, from top to bottom, had consciously concealed this matter. Since his little sister had decided to sever ties with him, Fu Qingyuan, once a prominent son-in-law, had naturally become an inconsequential figure in the eyes of the Jean family. Why would an inconsequential person warrant the attention of a beloved daughter and cherished sister? Clearly, there was no need for concern. As the prized jewel of the Jean family, did anyone need to care about an outsider's affairs? Absolutely not. Unbeknownst to Jean Shi, Fu Yaoyao and her siblings were also oblivious to this. If Fu Yaoyao had a moment to spare, she might briefly think of her unworthy father. But presently, she was entirely preoccupied, surrounded by a myriad of striking young men, leaving no room for contemplation about her father. "Where's my father? Why hasn't he entered? Who is he to me? His absence has no bearing on me. For I, Fu Yaoyao, am currently in the company of 11 diverse and charming young men, utterly enchanted." Real person Qin Wu led Jean Shi to the quiet room, with Fu Yingying following closely behind. Qin Wu nodded gently to her, welcoming her presence. Qin Wu harbored her own thoughts. Her daughter was her flesh and blood. Despite the earlier bewilderment that had led her daughter to marry into the Fu family, in a mother's heart, her daughter remained her daughter, regardless of marriage. She was always inclined to support her family. Look, she had regained her clarity. A moment of confusion was inconsequential, as long as there would come a day of clarity. However, her granddaughter bore the Fu surname. She wished to show this child how much her mother had sacrificed for the Fu family over the years. If the granddaughter could empathize with her daughter, she would stay with the Jean family. If not, then she was of no concern. Qin Wu cast a glance at the little girl, excitedly flailing her arms in her eldest son's embrace. She found her quite delightful, perfectly to her liking. Besides, children should be nurtured from a young age to foster closeness. Qin Wu escorted Jean Shi and Fu Yingying away, while Jean Shi remained somewhat anxious. After all, her youngest daughter had only just turned a month old. Could she really entrust such a small child to her brothers? She couldn't help but worry, but Qin Wu, seeing her expression, reassured her with a glance. "Do not fret. Your elder brother is experienced, and the others are equally capable." The expression on Jean Shi's face reflected her complex emotions. Her brothers, due to the significant age difference, could almost be considered her fathers. The eldest, the 11th and 12th brothers, were only slightly older than her, while the 10th brother was decades her senior. However, they adhered to a certain parenting style. Jean Shi steeled herself and ultimately refrained from saying anything, for regardless of the circumstances, her brothers would undoubtedly never harm her little Yaoyao. Moreover, Yaoyao was truly one of a kind. Perhaps she would appreciate the way her brothers raised children. Fu Yingying, on the other hand, did not dwell on it much, considering her sister was still quite young. Although the uncles were rather fierce, they genuinely wished her well, albeit the methods were rather harsh. Fu Yingying felt certain that they would not treat her younger sister in such a manner, especially since the little one had just reached her first month. and her potential remained a mystery. According to their mother, the little sister possessed talent, yet she was indeed the ultimate enigma of the spiritual testing plate. Fu Yingying was somewhat at a loss for words. She had inquired about this on her way here and could not help but share it with her grandmother. Qing Wuzhenren was indeed intrigued. The spiritual testing plate had developed a hole. Her expression was one of surprise. Despite her extensive experience, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. Could it be that her little granddaughter was of remarkable lineage? From a moment, she could hear her heart's voice. Qing Wuzhenren realized that her little granddaughter was extraordinary. Cultivators traditionally held respect for those with innate wisdom. As long as this child harbored kind intentions and cared for their family, it would be of no consequence. Jean Sher nodded thoughtfully, expressing her belief that their Yaoyao was indeed a fortunate individual. She paused and asked her mother for her thoughts. Qing Wuzhenren's expression returned to normal. First, let me examine your health, and then we shall check on our little Yaoyao. Her words were like a calming balm, bringing immediate peace to Jean Sher's heart. The three generations, mother, daughter, and granddaughter, entered the quiet chamber, remaining there for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao was cradled in the arms of Uncle Jean, while the remaining 10 uncles were eager to take their turn. However, Uncle Jin's formidable presence deterred anyone from attempting to take Yaoyao from him. Each uncle utilized their unique skills, hoping to entice Yaoyao to choose them. Uncle Jean Eyre reached into his robe and produced a spirit beast pouch, looking somewhat regretful. I had no idea our Yaoyao would come. I wasn't prepared with any adorable spirit beasts. But let's take a look at this. He extracted a golden spirit beast pouch, and upon reaching inside, a golden egg appeared in his palm, adorned with faint white cloud patterns. He scratched his head, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I forgot what kind of spirit beast egg this is, but just look at how beautiful it is. Let's let our Yaoyao play with it." Generally, spirit beast eggs did not possess such cloud patterns, and this particular egg was brimming with spiritual energy. Other eggs did not wish to stay near it, indicating it was of a higher grade. Most spirit beasts were born from eggs and possessed innate bloodline suppression. The higher the grade of the spirit beast, the more it preferred solitude, shunning the company of other beasts. Uncle Jean Eyre, a skilled beast tamer, had considerable experience in this area. Based on his expertise, this egg was undoubtedly from a high-grade spirit beast. Although it had yet to hatch, it was still a fitting gift for his little niece. Uncle Jean Lu interjected without mercy, "Second brother, that pattern on the egg isn't something you drew yourself to create a facade, is it?" Uncle Jean Eyre's expression faltered momentarily. "I'll give you another chance. Take a good look at this pattern and tell me what it is." Uncle Jean Eyre shamelessly employed his pressure. Higher-tier cultivators exert pressure on those of lower tiers. If the disparity in levels is too great, the pressure could reduce the lower-tier cultivator to dust. Uncle Jean Eyre was in the early stages of Yuanying, while Uncle Jean Lu was merely in the mid-stage of Jindan. In this matchup, Jean Lu was undoubtedly the weaker one. He awkwardly chuckled. "Yes, it's cloud patterns, definitely cloud patterns." Uncle Jean C. mercilessly mocked. "Old Lu, you uncultured creature, go away." "Sweet baby, your name is Yaoyao, right? Come see this. It's a pill personally refined by your fourth uncle. After consuming it, your skin will be as white and delicate as snow, and it will emit a faint aroma of ice plum." The typically aloof fourth uncle turned and revealed a gentle smile. Fu Yaoyao thought it was delightful to watch her uncles bicker. Chapter 45. Shuepa Bing Meidan. Just as Uncle Jean C finished speaking, Uncle Jean Shi waved his sleeves in dissatisfaction, saying, "Fourth brother, I'll give you another chance. Didn't you say the Shuepa Bing Meidan was out of stock?" The fourth uncle remained unfazed, turning to Uncle Jean to report, "Big brother, seventh brother is threatening me." The Shuepa Bing Meidan was a special auxiliary pill, effective at dispelling turbid energy and calming the mind. This pill was particularly popular among female cultivators, as it not only dispelled turbid energy and calmed the mind, but also had detoxifying and beautifying effects, rendering the skin as fair as snow and leaving a lingering scent of ice plum. Regardless of the era, women and children were the easiest to please when it came to money. However, Uncle Jean C. was a pragmatist. In his view, auxiliary pills for cultivation should possess significant effects or other special benefits. Thus, while the Shuepa Bing Meidan was highly sought after, its production was limited. As a high-tier alchemist, Uncle Jinshi did not take much interest in this particular pill. He would refine some only when he felt inclined or had the necessary materials on hand. Otherwise, he would not bother, resulting in highly variable production rates. Yet, the difficulty of refining this pill was exceptionally high, and the success rate was quite low. Uncle Jinshi had never found it on the market, having only seen it at an auction, with most of it flowing from his own fourth brother. This fourth brother, unwilling to profit himself, also prevented others from doing so. Indeed, Uncle Jinshi had made a fortune from the schwepp of being Meidan. Moreover, it suited his penchant for dressing in women's clothing, further enhancing his ethereal image. However, his own fourth brother refused to cooperate, leading him to miss opportunities to acquire this pill in bulk through internal channels. Fourth brother had claimed there were no more schwepp of being Meidan, yet here he was presenting one to his little niece. Did having a little niece mean he had forgotten about his own brother? A single glance from Uncle Jin froze Uncle Jinshi's smile, and he deliberately turned away from his fourth brother, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he addressed Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, your poor seventh uncle has been bullied. Your fourth uncle is a heartless scoundrel, having a schwepp of being Meidan and not giving any to your seventh uncle. Seventh uncle only wishes to be a decent man, but alas, he cannot because he lacks the schwepp of being Meidan. Fu Yaoyao felt no stirring in her heart, even suppressing a smile. Seventh uncle has been bullied by fourth uncle. But what can I, a mere infant, do? I am just a defenseless little baby. Fu Yaoyao did not notice that Uncle Jinshi's expression momentarily stiffened, while Uncle Jinshi could not help but smirk, and Uncle Jin Da's lips twitched. The expressions of the other uncles were quite complex. However, Uncle Jin Ba appeared quite pleased, casting a disdainful glance at his seventh brother. Oh no, as long as this man wore women's clothing, he would never acknowledge him as his seventh brother. Uncle Jin Air's face darkened slightly. Old Seven, do not lead little Yaoyao astray. Uncle Jinshi pretended not to hear, brushing his hair back. Little sweetheart, you must grow up quickly. Seventh uncle has many beautiful new clothes, all collected from various places, made from the finest materials, ensuring you will adore them. They will make you look exceptionally ethereal. Fu Yaoyao mused that her father, General Fu, had always worn military attire and had never tried on anything else. However, she had to admit that seventh uncle's attire was quite pleasing to the eye. To be honest, she found herself particularly intrigued by this cross-dressing gentleman's masculine attire. After all, her curiosity was piqued by the thought of such a remarkable talent, who dazzled in feminine garments, appearing equally striking in male attire. Yet, she was at a loss for words, yearning to express herself immediately. Ah, how she wished to voice her thoughts. The elegance with which Jin Chijio donned women's clothing was undeniable. One could only imagine how much more handsome he would appear in men's wear. Jin Chijio, moved to tears, remarked, "Indeed, my dear niece possesses discerning taste." However, he was soon dismissed to the side by Jean Baju, who regarded him with disdain. With poise, Jean Baju retrieved a long flute from his sleeve, its emerald hue reminiscent of a fine tourmaline. A young lady should learn a bit of music. It need not be mastery, but a touch of understanding can refine one's character, he stated, revealing that he had acquired this exquisite instrument from a secret realm. Though currently classified as a superior magical artifact, it harbored the potential to be transformed into a true treasure through further refinement. His voice, warm and melodious, flowed like the finest of melodies. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinjo interjected, "In my opinion, it would be better for Yaoyao to study formations with me. A young lady ought not to indulge in frivolities like her mother. What if she falls prey to some scoundrel, just like her mother?" Jin Sure, unrelenting, countered. "And what about you, ninth brother? You immerse yourself in those outdated battle tactics, rarely leaving your abode. Wouldn't Yaoyao end up as a disheveled old maid?" Fu Yaoyao, without a word of retort, gazed intently at him. "Then what do you propose we should teach Yaoyao?" Jin Sure promptly produced a golden brush from his storage artifact. Jin Zhou's expression conveyed his understanding. "What can we learn from that brush of yours, which is steeped in antiquated rhetoric and lacks any martial prowess?" Jin Shure's face darkened in humiliation. "Given that you are my elder brother, I shall refrain from engaging with you on this matter." Little did Jin Zhou know that he had perished under the claws of a beast during the beast tide. Merely a coincidence, one might say. Jin Shure found himself at a loss for words, his scholarly demeanor now in tatters. He rebutted with a stern expression. If Yaoyao does not learn brushwork from me, what will she study? It cannot be formations like you intend. Ultimately, you are just teaching her to be a timid turtle, hiding away in your formations. Jin Jiu mused that in terms of combat prowess, he and Jin Shi were evenly matched. However, he believed that by developing formidable formations, he could secure an invincible position. Jin Shi and Jin 12 remained silent, the latter perched on a large tree in the courtyard, chewing on a blade of grass, listening intently to their brother's quarrel. What was there to dispute over a mere infant? Once she grew up, she would have little regard for their opinions. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao sensed a chilling aura of death approaching. Yet before she could react, the menacing presence dissipated, transforming into a gentle caress akin to a spring breeze, softly resting upon her face. She beheld a striking young man with long brows that brushed his temples, clad in dark garments that accentuated his snow-white complexion. Jin Daejiu burst into laughter, playfully slapping the young man on the back. "Ah, you rascal, your sword intent has made remarkable progress." Jin Liujiu, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Third brother spends all day idly practicing. It is no wonder he has improved." Jin Liujiu, born with a dark spiritual root, was an assassin, while Jin San was a swordsman, his sword intent bright and upright. Jin Liujiu's stealthy skills had never once harmed his elder brother, rendering his pride a mere farce in Jin San's presence. This left him exasperated, especially as Jin San continued to advance further in his practice. How infuriating, Jin Liujiu thought. My third uncle is a formidable figure, a veritable king of competition in the realm of cultivation, thriving on internal rivalry that stifles others. I can hardly blame my sixth uncle for wearing that expression of a slighted maiden. Regardless, Fu Yaoyao, reveling in her youth, delighted in the spectacle, particularly the rivalry among her uncles. Let the competition unfold. I wish to witness the drama. Jin Liujiu, caught off guard by his niece's unspoken sentiments, was momentarily stunned. Yet upon further contemplation, he could not help but shed tears of shared experience, sensing that she was perhaps reveling in their misfortune. Jin San furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he seemed to hear a delicate voice, akin to a freshly bloomed flower, easily severed at the slightest touch. Even a usually composed Jin San, fixated on competition, failed to identify the source of the voice. He instinctively looked to his elder brother, who wore a gentle smile, appearing oblivious to the sound. Jin San then turned to Jin Liujiu, who looked equally troubled yet unremarkable. Observing his other brothers, their expressions varied, but all seemed to find the situation explicable. Finally, Jin San's gaze fell upon the little girl cradled in his brother's arms, clad in a red outfit topped with a vibrant tiger hat. "Ah, this reminds me of the hat worn by my niece Ying Ying in her youth," he mused. Cultivators possess acute hearing and memory, seldom forgetting details. Furthermore, this tiger hat had been a gift from their mother, leaving no room for error in recognition. Jin San, typically concise with words, inquired, "Who is she?" Jin Daejiu, somewhat irritable, retorted, "Have you lost your senses after such a lengthy seclusion?" Jin Urge chuckled, his tone somewhat naive. "Brother, when the third was in seclusion, our little sister was not yet pregnant." Jin Daejiu shot him a glance, implying that even if he had not been present, he would have checked the messaging talismans upon his return. Understanding dawned upon Jin San, his expression softening. "May I hold her?" Jin Daejiu immediately withdrew his hands. "You reek of sword energy. Do not frighten the child." "I will hold her." Jin Urge chimed in, "Brother, you possess an ice spiritual root, known for its coldness and lethality, and your cultivation method mirrors third brother's. Both are ruthless. How can you criticize him for being intimidating?" Jin Daejiu comprehended the implications of Jin Urge's words, but feigned ignorance, stubbornly refusing to relinquish his hold. Jin San held great respect for Jin Daejiu, and since he was unwilling to part with the child, Jin San did not press the issue. After pondering, he asked, "What about the child's aptitude?" Jin Daejiu and the Jin brothers exchanged bewildered glances. "Oh, it seems we are unaware," they admitted, for their little sister had not disclosed her daughter's qualifications. They had no knowledge of the child's aptitude, and it was entirely possible she lacked any. What, then, were they competing over? Yet, how could their little sister's child possibly lack aptitude? They all hailed from the same lineage, each endowed with spiritual roots and considerable talent. While their little sister's aptitude was slightly inferior, she still possessed a respectable mid-range spiritual root. Having borne 4 children, each exhibited considerable potential for cultivation. Surely, this child would not be an exception. They were confident that she possessed at least moderate aptitude. Jean Daejiu, with a stern expression, cleared his throat. Let us proceed to assess the little girl's spiritual root. All eyes turned to Jean Wu, who nonchalantly retrieved a circular device from his robes, feigning indifference to the pressure from his brothers. He was eager to discover his niece's aptitude. This device differs from the Fu family's spiritual root testing disc. It appears rounder and more aesthetically pleasing. Surely it will yield more accurate results. Jean Daejiu's lips curled into a faint smile as Jean San furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the little girl in his brother's arms, for he had heard the delicate voice all too clearly. He unexpectedly heard the heartfelt thoughts of that little girl. It turned out that the sweet voice just now belonged to his dear little niece. Jean Sanji's expression softened considerably. Indeed, as his niece, she had already formed such a harmonious connection with him at such a tender age. She must be an exceptional candidate for sword cultivation. He, Jean Sancheng, would undoubtedly fulfill the trust placed in him by his sister. Fu Yaoyao was completely unaware that she had caught the attention of her ruthless uncle. She behaved like a genuine infant, filled with curiosity about everything, even wanting to touch and lick things like a small child would. No. Anyway, Fu Yaoyao immediately grasped the round disc, which instantly emitted a faint glow. This light was so delicate it seemed almost non-existent. However, everyone present were cultivators, and their senses were significantly sharper than those of ordinary people, so they immediately recognized its presence. Eventually, the youngest among them, Jean 12, spoke up. "Elder brother, what does this mean?" Jean 12 had always shared a close bond with his sister, considering himself to be the niece's most affectionate uncle. Therefore, he was particularly concerned about the outcome. Although he asked this question, he already had an answer in his heart, and thus quickly turned to Jean 5, asking, "Elder brother, has your craftsmanship declined? Can't even produce a top-tier measuring disc?" Jean 5's face darkened like ink. However, the test result was indeed disappointing, leading everyone to doubt its validity. He directly took out another disc from his storage treasure, which was also a top-tier measuring disc. Magical artifacts are graded from 1 to 9, with those above 9 categorized as top-tier. Beyond magical artifacts are spiritual treasures, also divided into grades 1 through 9, with the top-tier spiritual treasures being the finest. Jean 5 had a passion for crafting magical artifacts since childhood, dedicating decades to this path, developing exquisite craftsmanship. Now, at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, he could effortlessly forge treasures above grade 5 and even create those of grades 1, 2, and 8, as well as 9. He planned to attempt crafting top-tier treasures after his next breakthrough. Hence, he was always confident in his skills, as market demand spoke volumes. Chapter 47. Never have I seen such shamelessness yet. He never expected to suffer a setback with his little niece. Jean 5 could hardly comprehend this turn of events. In an indescribable tone, he exclaimed, "This is impossible." He rummaged through his storage treasure for quite a while, tossing out a heap of items, including common tools like swords and knives, as well as rarer ones such as whips, umbrellas, and even jewelry. These were all magical artifacts. "These are all the treasures I have crafted recently. You can examine them yourselves." With Jean Ge's tacit approval, the Jean family brothers reluctantly began to scrutinize their elder brother's newly forged treasures, subtly nitpicking. "Elder brother, this umbrella is too gaudy. I would to even give it to a dog." Jean 7, holding a long sword, expressed his disdain and was about to discard it for something more suitable for a girl when he heard, "Give it to me. I want it. Woof, woof, woof." Saying this, he swiftly snatched the umbrella-shaped artifact from Jean 8's hands. The artifact was a bright crimson, adorned with dazzling golden edges, with a black framework that exuded a jade-like quality. It was evident that it combined both offensive and defensive capabilities. When Jean 8's umbrella-shaped artifact was snatched away, he felt a slight brush against his hand, and his expression turned quite dramatic. He struggled to raise his touched hand, desperately invoking a cleaning spell. Seeing this, Jean 12 couldn't help but suggest, "Elder brother 8, I recommend you cut off your hand and burn it with fire. It will surely clean it thoroughly." Jean 8 furrowed his brow at him, glancing at his hand as if contemplating the feasibility of his suggestion. Although the Jean brothers relentlessly critiqued Jean 5's artifacts, they eventually stored their examined treasures back into their respective storage treasures or magical artifacts. Fu Yaoyao thought to herself, haha, am I not helping my uncles generate revenue? Increasing my fifth uncle's performance? This indicates that my fifth uncle's skills are perfectly fine, so don't worry. I am indeed talented, albeit a bit unique. In the Fu family, I have no reputation at all, although the Fu family's terrible measuring disc surely deserves blame. The Jean brothers collectively sighed in relief upon hearing their niece declare her talents. Only Jean 5 grumbled. What happened to the inspection? You all just took my newly forged artifacts? Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation, reasoning that since they were brothers, it wasn't entirely a loss. After all, it was not a freebie. He could always ask them for more materials next time to forge new artifacts and treasures. Ah, how delightful. Who knows how Jean 5 amassed so many materials for crafting treasures and artifacts. It was evident enough. Regardless, they were all brothers, so no one was at a loss. Jean 5, the uncle, was quite content. The other uncles were satisfied as well. Finally, everyone's gaze fell back on Fu Yaoyao, prompting Jean Heir Jiu to comment. With such weak light, the little girl's talent must be quite poor. Jean Sanjiu replied, no matter, sword cultivators do not require exceptional talent. What matters is determination and the willingness to endure hardship. Fu Yaoyao interjected, Jean Heir Jiu. That is not my point. What I mean is, if the little one's talent is lacking, then so be it. To be a beastmaster, one only needs a strong spiritual sense. The little one's spiritual sense is certainly robust. Otherwise, how could she communicate with me, her second uncle, at such a young age? Jean Heir Jiu firmly believed that his ability to hear Fu Yaoyao's thoughts was solely due to the girl's formidable spiritual sense. A small child with strong spiritual sense learning to master beasts. Perfectly plausible. However, the other uncles seemed to be oblivious to this. Jean Siju remarked, looking at the measuring disc test results, our little one's spiritual root distribution is quite even, as long as there are fire and wood spiritual roots. She can refine pills. If her talent is poor, won't she just have to consume more medicine? Jean Wujio added, if the little one desires pills, can you, as her fourth uncle, be stingy? Jean Si Jio quickly retorted, well, that is indeed right. If the little one wants artifacts and treasures, as her fifth uncle, I cannot be stingy either. If she desires formations, Jean Jio cannot be stingy either. Jean Lu Jio immediately chimed in, exactly. If the little one wants spirit beasts, second brother cannot be stingy. Whatever our little one desires, she shall have, allowing her to focus wholeheartedly on mastering assassination techniques. The others collectively remarked, I have seen shamelessness, but never such egregious shamelessness. Fu Yaoyao finally understood why her uncles carried her around, while her elder sister and third brother wore expressions of unspoken complexity. So that was the reason. Her uncles, in their love and rivalry, were all vying for superiority. The jester was indeed herself. She had promised herself to be a salt-dried fish in this lifetime, yet it seemed that was no longer feasible. Still, she was quite curious about her own talents. From her uncle's fragmented remarks, she could glean a few insights. First, she undoubtedly possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Second, her talent was indeed rather poor. This aligned perfectly with her role as a supporting character in the original narrative, where she played the third-generation foil to the heroine. Jean de Gu, seeing his brothers quarrel noisily, decisively interjected, Old 5, aren't you researching the 5 elements measuring disc? Have you made any progress? The Jean brothers collectively paused in surprise. Jean Sang-gu directly asked, what is that? He often ventured out to train, thus remaining somewhat oblivious to the affairs of his brothers who preferred to stay home. Jean 5 took the initiative to explain, currently, the test results of measuring discs in the cultivation world are mostly rather vague. In reality, determining the specific talents and purity of a cultivator's spiritual root relies heavily on estimations from senior cultivators. The measuring disc merely provides a rough estimate. Therefore, I aim to develop a device that can accurately measure the purity and aptitude of spiritual roots. Everyone's eyes sparkled with eagerness. If such a remarkable invention could be realized, it would undoubtedly yield immense profit. Jean Lu smiled like a cunning old fox. Fifth brother, I'm counting on you. Observing such a smile, Jin Woo instinctively clutched his chest, urging, do not look at me with that gaze. However, as all his brothers regarded him with similar expressions, he chose to turn away, pretending to be oblivious to their intentions. He scoffed inwardly, believing that as long as he did not face them, he could feign ignorance of their plans to exploit him as a means of profit. In light of Jin Woo's resistance, Jin Dage decided to discuss the matter with him later. For his cultivators, none could afford to disregard the allure of spirit stones. Jin Dage inquired, what about the finished product? Jin Woo replied, only a semi-finished product. Jin Dage responded, a semi-finished product will suffice. After a brief hesitation, Jin Woo reluctantly retrieved a larger, rounder disc from his storage artifact, upon which intricate and uncommon characters were inscribed. Jin Dage placed his hand upon it, and a surge of spiritual light ascended into the air, forming a luminous screen. Ice and fire dual spiritual roots, with fire purity at 1 and ice purity at 9.9. Chapter 48, Spirit Cleansing Pill. Jin Dage nodded at Jin Woo. Xiao Wu, well done. At the praise from his elder brother, Jin Woo's expression grew somewhat awkward, thinking to himself, as long as my brother is satisfied, that's enough. Jin Huaritli interjected. Since elder brother says it's usable, let us test it on Xiao Guai. He immediately placed Fu Yaoyao's small hand upon the meticulously crafted spirit testing disc, and a burst of colorful light shot forth. However, to everyone's astonishment, the light was rather feeble and quickly diminished. The luminous screen displayed her spiritual root qualifications. Jin's spiritual root purity at 2, Mu's spiritual root purity at 2, Shui's spiritual root purity at 2, Hua spiritual root purity at 2, and 2 spiritual root purity at 2. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances. Had this result belonged to anyone else, Jin 12 would have scoffed without a second thought, perhaps even mocking the uniform mediocrity of the results. Yet, when it was revealed that this talent belonged to his own niece, Jin 12 found himself at a loss for words. He hastily glanced at Jin Dage, the pillar among the brothers. Jin Dage pondered, so, does this niece possess spiritual roots or not? If she has none, it seems implausible. She possesses a complete set of 5 elements, and their distribution is remarkably even. If the purity of her roots were slightly higher, she would be an exceedingly rare 5-element spiritual root talent. While single-element roots are revered as heavenly roots, they're not the most sought-after among cultivators. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more one comprehends the significance of the cyclical nature of the 5 elements. Furthermore, if the purity of the 5-element roots is high, the speed of cultivation would be comparable to that of single-element roots, and the potential of a cultivator with all 5 elements far surpasses that of one with a single element. Yet, each type of root possesses a purity of only 2. A purity below 3 is deemed insufficient for cultivation. Even with great effort, should one embark on the path, their lackluster aptitude would yield little progress throughout their lifetime. The life of a cultivator is exceedingly monotonous and tests an individual's resolve. If one's aptitude is inherently poor, even the most steadfast determination would lead to minimal accomplishments. In such a case, it would be better to live as an ordinary person, at least avoiding the pains and tribulations that come with cultivation, especially when such suffering yields little reward. This is the ultimate fate of most talentless mortals. Why endure the unbearable pain only to achieve so little? Yet now, this inadequately talented individual is their own niece, which the Jin family uncles find hard to accept. After a long pause, Jin Air suggested, could it be that old Wu's equipment is faulty? Perhaps it is erroneous? Jin 12 quickly chimed in, 5th brother. Your flawed artifact needs proper refinement. Jin Wu retorted, such rudeness. If what I produce is truly defective, then there would scarcely be any functioning artifacts within the realm of cultivation. Jin 12 scoffed, such hubris. Jin Dage coldly interjected, enough of the bickering. Is this known to our little sister? At this, the Jin brothers found themselves troubled once more. Jin Lu remarked, little sister is bound to know. The Fu family tests the qualifications of their newborns upon their first month. How could she possibly be unaware? At that moment, Jin San suddenly spoke up. Why has little sister returned home? Jin Bar wrinkled his nose in distaste. Speak plainly and put away your flamboyant gestures. Jin Shi shot a sidelong glance at his 8th brother, playfully tossing a flirtatious glance. What business is it of yours? Jimba lamented, alas, iam tainted. I have been subjected to disdain by this androgynous creature. How terrifying! If Jin Shi were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly cast another flirtatious glance and firmly assert. That was not disdain, it was a flirtation. Jin Shi proposed, what if we try the spirit cleansing pill? Instantly, the eyes of all the Jin brothers lit up. However, Jin Er hesitated, pondering whether Xiao Guai was too young for such a remedy. Would it be appropriate to consult their little sister first? If they were to administer the spirit cleansing pill immediately, their little sister would surely be displeased. The spirit cleansing pill is specifically designed to purify the purity of spiritual roots and is, of course, a rare and precious elixir. Yet, Jin Si, being an alchemist, possesses an array of peculiar pills. Nevertheless, the primary ingredient for the spirit cleansing pill is exceedingly rare, making it a priceless treasure with no market value. Although he holds the formula, he has only produced one complete pill. This singular pill was initially intended for a trading event, but now must be reserved for his precious niece. Indeed, Jin 12 inquired, fourth brother, isn't this pill your prized possession? You never let us even glimpse it before, yet now you are willing to part with it. It's quite miraculous. Jin Si, with a face of righteous indignation, replied, you do not require this. Now that Xiao Guai needs it, as her uncle, I must fulfill my duty. The other Jin brothers chimed in, oh, look at you, parading your significance. Are you the sole uncle of Xiao Guai in the entire Jin family? Jin Er expressed discontent. Fourth, is this pill reliable? If it is not, we cannot use it on our own kin. Fu Yaoyao had drifted into slumber, as her uncles quarreled over her like birds fighting for a flower, taking too long for her little constitution to endure. Yet, the wonder of infancy is remarkable. Having just awoken, she was suddenly full of energy. Upon hearing the mention of the spirit cleansing pill, she froze momentarily. Wait, how could the spirit cleansing pill appear at this time? Isn't this treasure meant to be sought by the protagonist for her mother? For every person possesses some degree of spiritual roots. Some may have roots that are mottled and lack potency, while others teeter on the brink of being cultivable. A slight elevation in purity can enable cultivation, yet a minuscule deficiency can render one incapable. In such instances, the spirit cleansing pill can serve a beneficial purpose. Fortuitously, Jiang Yinyang falls within that marginal category of cultivators. Chapter 49. The spirit beast egg that flies over automatically, moreover, as the biological mother of the protagonist. Upon consuming the spirit cleansing pill, she triggered a doubling effect, resulting in an unexpectedly excellent purification of her spiritual roots. This is also due to the favor of the heavenly Tao towards those surrounding Fu Yuexin, the protagonist. Yet now, what has she just heard? Her scheming uncles are considering administering the spirit cleansing pill to her. She harbors deep skepticism regarding the authenticity of this pill, fearing that its application on her, a mere supporting character, may have dire consequences. She certainly does not wish to fall victim to her own kin. Thus, Fu Yaoyao vehemently resisted. Oh, what spirit cleansing pill? I don't believe it. Are my uncles conspiring to do me harm? The Jin brothers were simultaneously taken aback. Jin Si remarked, the little girl is naive. Her inner thoughts cannot be taken seriously. Am I not your beloved uncle? How could I possibly harm you? Jin Shi pondered. The little girl is seeking my assistance. Should I come to her aid? If I thwart fourth brother's intentions now, shall I forever forfeit the chance to acquire the Shuepa Bingmei Dan? Alas, the persona of this ethereal woman must be preserved. Otherwise, it would lose all its charm. Even though I possess beauty, if I lose my allure, will those insipid men still harbor affection for me? Thus, whom should I ultimately choose? My precious little niece or the other? At last, Jin spoke. Let us not allow the little one to use it just yet. First, let us hear what the younger sister has to say. Jin Er also chimed in. Indeed, when mother and the younger sister emerge, we should inquire whether she has assessed the little one's aptitude. If she has, let the truth be told. If not, we shall say we have tested it, explaining that the little ones suffer harm in the womb and cannot commence her cultivation too early. We must mend her aptitude, lest it hinder her future pursuits. He paused, thinking that such reasoning would surely garner the younger sister's agreement. The Jin brothers contemplated this and unanimously endorsed Jin Er's proposition. Fu Yaoyao interjected. Does the infant's right not count as a right? Not a single person has inquired about the baby's wishes. Even a feigned conversation would suffice. Should they dare to ask, she would assuredly express herself. Yet, the uncles remained stubbornly set in their ways, leaving her utterly frustrated. At that moment, an oval object suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow and darted in one direction with astonishing speed, catching even Jean Eyre, who had been holding it, off guard. Fortunately, Jean Da's reflexes were swift enough to prevent this reckless egg from colliding with Fu Yaoyao. She remained shaken, exclaiming, "Oh dear, that was perilously close. I nearly met my end at the hands of this egg. My uncle's precious gift almost turned against me." Jean Eyre felt a tinge of embarrassment, for this was certainly not his intention. The egg had acted on its own volition. A peculiar thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I told you, our little one must possess cultivation aptitude. Behold, this egg, which I stumbled upon, is likely that of a high-tier magical beast, and it has chosen our little one." Jean 12 could not help but pour cold water on the excitement. Who knows? It might be aiming for Big Brother instead. What if it prefers him? The others exchanged glances, as Jean 12's assertion did carry some weight. Jean Lu crossed his arms and declared, "Stop with the idle chatter. If we wish to determine whom this egg favors, we shall simply test it. I will hold the little one." With a righteous expression, he took Fu Yaoyao from Jean Da's arms. Fu Yaoyao gazed up at Jean Lu with her round, gleaming eyes, and his heart melted. "Oh dear, my little niece is so fragrant, soft, and adorable. At last, I am holding her." However, the other Jean brothers were not so slow to react. "Old Lu, once you're done, it will be my turn next. If that egg flies toward you now, could it not be that it has changed its mind and chosen you?" The voice belonged to Jean Sure, who had been silent until now. The other brothers of the Jean family chimed in. "So you two are the clever ones, while we are mere fools, is that it?" Jean insisted, "Let old Lu hold her first, then each of you may have a turn. Old Eyre shall hold the egg." Jean Eyre grumbled, "Why am I the only one getting hurt?" Yet, out of respect for Jean Da's authority, he complied. As Fu Yaoyao rested in Jean Lu's arms, the egg indeed soared toward him. Jean Lu, being agile, swiftly embraced Fu Yaoyao, evading the egg's trajectory. Fu Yaoyao concluded, "All right, I believe this egg is indeed aiming for me. No further testing is necessary." However, her uncles were entirely oblivious, lining up like school children, determined to take their turns holding her. Next was Jean San, whose dark, impassive eyes seemed to flicker with an unusual emotion, feigning indifference. Yet when the egg approached, rather than dodging, he soared away, riding his sword for quite a distance. Jean C was the next to cradle Fu Yaoyao, but was far from pleased. "Third brother, you are being deceitful. You deliberately held onto our little one longer to waste time." Jean Sin shot him a glance. "You lack evidence." Jean C scoffed, while Fu Yaoyao remarked, "No, third uncle, is it really fair for a cool and aloof gentleman like you to resort to such tricks?" Finally, it was Jean C's turn. Lacking agility, he was directly struck by the egg, sending both him and the egg flying. "Oh dear," Fu Yaoyao exclaimed. "Must it be so forceful? My little heart can hardly withstand it." Jean C's expression darkened. After all, the preceding brothers had evaded the egg's assault, leaving him feeling utterly inept, not even capable of safeguarding a mere infant. That insatiable desire to win gnawed at him. Yet, as an alchemist, he was not naturally adept at evasion or combat. Coming to terms with this, Jean C's demeanor returned to normal, and he complimented second brother. "Where did this egg come from? Its strength is truly formidable." However, as he continued to praise, he began to mock. "It wouldn't happen to be an egg from a powerful beast, would it? What if it ends up completely hairless? Will our little one still fancy it?" Jean Eyre retorted, "Keep your silence, and no one will mistake you for a mute." Following suit, Jean Wu, Jean Shi, and Jean Ba each took their turns holding Fu Yaoyao to test the egg. Fu Yaoyao, blowing bubbles, had already resigned herself to the situation. "All right, do as you please. Regardless, I can sense that the egg poses no real threat. It appears to like me and is eager to communicate." Fu Yaoyao could feel the egg's emotions. It seemed that had it not been for the formidable cultivation of Jean Da and the others, the little egg would be keen to bond with her, wishing to become her contract treasure egg. Chapter 50. What play are you performing now? However, this did pique Fu Yaoyao's curiosity about the creature within the egg. What manner of being could it be to produce a talent like hers? Yet, in the interstellar era, no such egg-born creature had ever been recorded, especially one capable of conveying information to humans. This intrigued Fu Yaoyao immensely. Unable to resist, she reached out to poke the egg. As if spurred on by her encouragement, the egg flew back toward her. At that moment, Gene 12 held Fu Yaoyao, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Gene Air, however, wore a fervent expression. Wait, little 12, stand still. Yes, just like that. Do not move, as any disturbance will affect. Gene 12 looked skeptical, but seeing his brother's fervor, he hesitated. Just as he did, the golden egg adorned with cloud patterns began to stir, not only moving but doing so with an exceedingly slow and stealthy manner toward Gene 12. In a swift motion, it dashed into Gene 12's arms, or rather, into the embrace of little Yaoyao nestled within them. The little girl gazed up with her innocent, pure eyes, her delicate fingers poking the golden egg, creating a delightful scene. Yet, within her innocent heart, everyone could hear her thoughts. What could possibly be inside this? I'm so curious. I want to break it open and take a look. The Gene brothers exchanged glances. Gina coughed lightly. Ahem. Mother and the younger sister should be about ready. It would be prudent to consult Mother regarding the use of the Xiling Dan. Qing Wuzhenren, having lived 2 lives, possessed a bone age not exceeding 10 of her sons. Yet she was, after all, the children's biological mother, and her perspective and insights were unparalleled. The Gene brothers held her in high esteem, for the use of the Xiling Dan was not without its restrictions. In the realm of cultivation, one who seeks to transcend the heavens and mold the forces of nature must understand that their ability to cultivate is the result of countless lifetimes of karma, an endeavor beyond the reach of mere human effort. Thus, even the wondrous Xiling Dan can only effect limited change. Furthermore, once an individual's spiritual root has been cleansed by the Xiling Dan, any subsequent attempts to alter their innate qualities with similar elixirs will yield negligible results unless the potency of the medicine is extraordinarily high. Therefore, the use of the Xiling Dan must be approached with utmost caution. The Gene brothers nodded in agreement. At this moment, Fu Yaoyao finally had the opportunity to touch the egg, and the telepathic connection she experienced intensified. It seemed as though she could sense the egg's desire to communicate with her. It appeared to be quite fond of her, wishing to remain by her side forever. Yet, she mused, how could I possibly agree to such a commitment without knowing its appearance? If it resembles a creature from the insect race, then I would certainly reject the notion of eternal companionship. Fu Yaoyao obediently nestled in Gene Air's embrace, and the egg, displaying remarkable understanding, adjusted its size to accommodate her small hands and feet, shrinking just enough to fit perfectly in her arms. Gene Gu, a skilled alchemist, turned to address his brothers, inquiring about the health of their little sister. Qing Wuzhenren shook his head and replied candidly, the situation is not optimistic. He locked eyes with Gene and stated, this matter falls upon you. I require a primordial cultivation pill. The Gene brothers were taken aback. Gene Gu was the first to react. Has our little sister's condition deteriorated to this extent? Gene Gu immediately turned to leave, prompting Qing Wuzhenren to chastise him. Where do you think you are going? Gene Gu, unfazed, replied, to the Fu family. Qing Wuzhenren's expression remained impassive. What business do you have there? Gene Gu responded flatly, to seek retribution. Jinshi interjected sarcastically. We already dealt with that Fu fellow once. You were absent at the time. Upon hearing this, Gene Gu vanished in an instant. Fu Yaoyao thought to herself, my 12th uncle must have said that on purpose, knowing my 3rd uncle would want to exact retribution on that scoundrel of a father. After all, he was not present when my father was previously beaten. Hearing her thoughts, Jin Shi Jiao and Jin Ba Jiao stepped forward. King Wu Xin Rein Quistent. What are you planning to do? Jin Ba Go, with a decisive expression, distanced himself from Jin Shi Go. How could my 3rd brother go into battle without accompaniment? A performance enhances the experience. Fu Yaoyao remarked, I fear it is not accompaniment, but rather a joint effort in beating someone up. While I may disdain my father, I cannot help but shed a tear of sympathy for him. I initially came to the Jin family to seek justice, only to discover it would lead to a beating. Fu Yaoyao laughed heartily. Though as a mere infant just past a month old, her laughter was incomplete, merely a coo that drew the attention of those around her. The Jean family quickly noticed the golden egg in her grasp. Before she could express her astonishment, her elder sister exclaimed, "Second uncle, how biased you are. The moment our little sister arrives, you gift her such a beautiful egg. I want one too." Despite her words, Fu Ying harbored no jealousy towards her sister. She was simply eager to join in the excitement and playfully seek favor from her uncle. Jean Jiao, with a warm and amiable smile, beckoned, "Come here. Let me help you choose one." With a wave of his hand, a multitude of colorful beast eggs appeared before Fu Ying, eliciting a wider smile from her. To her surprise, however, the moment the eggs emerged from the spirit beast pouch, they all flew towards Fu Yaoyao. Jean Air's expression darkened. Not again? Fu Ying assumed this was the doing of her second uncle and exclaimed, "Second uncle, please don't let these eggs collide with Yaoyao." As soon as her words left her lips, the previously agitated eggs settled down, gracefully gliding to Fu Yaoyao's side, each one mimicking her by shrinking to a size that fit comfortably in her embrace. The Jean brothers and Qing Wuzhan Run, along with the Jean family, were left astonished. Jean unable to contain herself, queried, "Second brother, what is the meaning of this?" While Yaoyao was her cherished daughter, Ying was also a beloved daughter she had held dear for years. She struggled to comprehend why her brothers had seemingly favored Ying, leaving her feeling distressed. Jean feigned innocence. "Little sister, it is not my doing. How could I orchestrate such a thing?" With a gentle and harmless demeanor, he reassured her. His words were enough to convince Jean Then why? Jean G's eyes shimmered with a hint of mischief. "Little sister, you cannot blame me. These spirit beast eggs chose little Guai on their own. Ying, tell your second uncle what kind of beast you prefer, and I shall procure it for you." Fu Ying instinctively glanced at Jean and then at her little sister, who was cooing and hugging the golden egg. At that moment, she heard her sister's thoughts. "Oh dear, if my sister thinks that second uncle treats me better than her, she might be heartbroken. Surely, she won't forget her old niece just because there's a new one. Perhaps I should give her my egg? This golden one looks just like gold. My elder sister will surely adore it." Fu Ying's initial shock transformed into a radiant smile, her heart brimming with joy. Seeing her little sister, so young yet so thoughtful towards her, made her determined to reciprocate. With a wave of her small hand, she declared, "It's all right, second uncle. I have never been fond of nurturing spirit beasts, nor am I accustomed to controlling them. Let them all go to my little sister." The Jean family members felt a swell of happiness. Their greatest fear was discord among the children. Despite her current relationship with Fu Chengyuan, all of her children were her flesh and blood. If they were to be at odds, it would surely break her heart. The harmony between her two daughters filled her with indescribable joy. Qing Wuzhan Ren also smiled as he observed his two granddaughters, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Ying was a good child, and though Yaoyao possessed wisdom beyond her years, she understood the importance of supporting her sister, demonstrating her good nature. Little did they know that upon hearing Fu Ying's words, the spirit beast eggs promptly soared into Fu Yaoyao's embrace. At that moment, the golden egg in her arms suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, causing the other eager eggs to be repelled by an invisible force. Fu Yaoyao felt a swirl of aggrieved emotions enveloping her. Before she could comprehend the situation, Jean Jiao burst into hearty laughter. "It appears that our Yaoyao's egg is a jealous one. It seems this egg is indeed fated to be with our Yaoyao." The crowd fell silent for a moment, taken aback. These spirit beast eggs were essentially beast eggs. Human cultivators had always utilized resources to their fullest, treating spirit beasts likewise. A cultivator with a modicum of conscience would establish an equitable contract with a spirit beast, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Conversely, the more domineering would impose a master-servant contract, treating spirit beasts as mere tools devoid of dignity. A master could command a spirit beast to live or die at will. This dynamic had been a source of unending conflict between human and spirit beast cultivators for millennia. Spirit beasts craved the flesh and blood of humans, and humans were no different. They would exploit every aspect of a spirit beast, including its very essence. However, the Jean brothers also came to a startling realization. Spirit beasts were far more pragmatic than humans. While humans might feign certain sentiments, the spirit beast race revered strength above all else, without exception. If Yaoyao did not possess something that attracted them, they would never willingly acknowledge her as their master. This revelation hinted at the enigmatic qualities of the little girl's spiritual roots. Jean de Good turned to Jean Sure and inquired, "Has little sister's aptitude been tested?" Jean Sure replied without hesitation, "Yaoyao's aptitude is somewhat unique. It is yet to be determined. I plan to wait until she is 5 years old to test her again. She is still quite young, so there is no rush." Jean de Jian nodded. "As long as you have a plan, that is sufficient." Jean Sange has already departed with Jean Shige and Jean Bage. It was only then that the Jean family remembered one thing. Indeed, Fu Qingyuan had accompanied us this time. She paused for a moment, pondering what? Hasn't he come in to plead for help from his brothers yet? At this moment, when Jean Sure mentioned Fu Qingyuan, her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any lingering affection. The Jean brothers exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of relief. How dare that old rascal from the Fu family still show his face at the Jean household? Jean Sure mused to herself, how could he not come? If he doesn't, his life is in jeopardy. Fu Qingyuan was indeed a man who valued his life immensely. Without his life, who would scheme for his concubines and offspring in the future? A cold smile crept upon Jean Sure's lips. Earlier, in the quiet chamber, her mother had examined her health, revealing that her body had been in decline over the years, particularly due to the continuous childbirth. Had it not been for Jean Sure inheriting the physique of Qing Wu Zhenren, she might have long since perished. Jean Sure felt no particular concern. Even if her relationship with Fu Qingyuan soured, the children would still be hers. However, Qing Wu Zhenren could not simply overlook the grievances. How could that scoundrel of the Fu family so severely harm his own daughter and still expect leniency? It was utterly contemptible. Though Qing Wu Zhenren felt anger within, her expression remained calm, marked only by a hint of indifference. Your sister has not yet recovered from childbirth, but thankfully, Yaoer is in good health, she remarked. After a brief pause, she asked Jean C, "Fourth brother, have you examined your niece? How is Yaoer's health?" Jean C immediately responded, "Mother, rest assured. Although she has a slight congenital deficiency, it is not a significant issue." Only then did Qing Wu Zhenren exhale in relief. Your sister and niece have not fared well due to that useless scoundrel from the Fu family. The last time you handled that matter, you did well. Last time, when her sons had given the unwelcome son-in-law a good thrashing, Qing Wu Zhenren had thought them overly impulsive. However, after examining her daughter's condition, she no longer held that view. It was not impulsive at all, were it not for the impending beast tide, which made it unwise to provoke the Fu family and invite internal and external troubles. Qing Wu Zhenren would have undoubtedly led her Dao companion, Xianing Zhenjuan, straight to the Fu family. After all, Xi and Er had never sworn allegiance to that scoundrel. This was a loophole. They had only held a mundane wedding, which the Fu family could claim, but the Jean family had every right to disregard. Qing Wu Zhenren felt no moral burden in her thoughts and casually instructed. Although the Tsayu spider is venomous, its poison is not lethal. Let the third, seventh, and eighth brothers teach him a lesson to ensure he remembers not to harm the daughters of good families again. Ha ha ha. My grandmother is seeking revenge. Her naive daughter was deceived by a rogue man, and back then, the girl was infatuated with love, but now that she's awakened, a dignified Jindan cultivator and Yuaning cultivator cannot possibly be outdone by a rogue man. Not flaying him alive would be showing mercy. Chapter 52. The congenital Peiyuan pill. Upon hearing her little granddaughter's words, Qing Wu Zhenren was briefly taken aback, then a smile graced her lips. How had this little girl captured her heart? What a statement. Indeed, this was her most genuine thought. Having given birth to 12 sons across 2 lifetimes, she had only one precious daughter. Cultivators enjoy lengthy lifespans and possess lofty aspirations. Thus, her only daughter was cherished like a treasure. She had envisioned her daughter's future path from the moment she was born. Firstly, it was a form of inheritance. Just as sons inherit their father's legacy, it was entirely reasonable for a daughter to inherit her mother's. Qing Wu Zhenren was a woman of considerable ambition. Although the constraints placed upon women in the 9 rings cultivation realm were not as convoluted and stubborn as those in the mortal realm, The myriad connections between the two worlds demonstrated that the doctrines upholding patriarchal power still exerted influence within the cultivation community. Even in the face of insufficient cultivation, many still looked down upon female cultivators, attempting to bind them to domestic roles. Families like the Fu, which adhered to outdated secular traditions, were not uncommon. However, once one achieved a high level of cultivation, these restrictions became moot. Qing Wuzhenren was such a person, and she desired her daughter to be the same. Secondly, cultivating this particular technique granted an additional chance at life. Even in the face of danger, should the physical body fail, one could have the opportunity to start anew. Furthermore, Qing Wuzhenren did not endorse her daughter marrying and having children. Although she herself had married and born children, it had been a matter of chance. Qing Wuzhenren often found Xian Yingjinjuan overly clingy, yearning to return to singlehood at any moment. The path to the Tao was destined to be lonely and solitary. Should one become too entangled in love, it would impede their cultivation and future prospects. Of course, she had no choice. After years of adjustment, Xian Yingjinjuan had proven to be a competent partner, and they shared similar aspirations. Yet she had never anticipated that despite meticulously planning everything, she had overlooked her own daughter. As the sole daughter of the Jin family, Jin Shi had been spoiled and developed a remarkably naive and innocent personality. In Qing Wuzhenren's words, she was entirely unfit to survive in the realm of cultivation, especially without the Jin family's backing. Particularly since this girl judged others by their appearance, choosing a nameless scoundrel. In Qing Wuzhenren's view, Fu Qingyuan, aside from having a somewhat decent appearance, was virtually devoid of merit. When he was still her beloved daughter's husband, as a mother-in-law, Qing Wuzhenren could afford to be somewhat forgiving, reassuring herself that although Fu Qingyuan was lacking in many ways, at least he was diligent. This could be considered a virtue. Moreover, this was her daughter's choice, or rather, her daughter's destined fate. Now that her daughter had suddenly awakened, Qing Wuzhenren could not be happier. Perhaps this was her daughter's destiny, but it did not prevent Qing Wuzhenren from disliking Fu Qingyuan and wishing to teach him a lesson. As a mother-in-law and elder, her cultivation level was too high to engage in petty squabbles with the younger generation. However, did the Fu family not abide by the rules of the mortal realm? If her sister were wronged, it would be entirely reasonable for her brothers to band together and give the son-in-law a good beating. It was certainly not too late for her daughter to have a change of heart. Thus, a congenital Peiyuan pill was necessary to mend her foundation. This pill was exceedingly precious, with one of its primary ingredients having been lost to the cultivation world, and artificial cultivation methods proved ineffective. It could only be obtained through fortuitous encounters in remote secret realms. Hence, when the topic of the congenital Peiyuan pill arose, the Jin brothers looked utterly astonished. For even a wealthy family like the Jins, boasting an exceptional alchemist like Jin Si, lacked the main ingredient for the pill. After hearing Qing Wuzhenren's words, Jin Dage pondered before saying, "Mother, although my sister intends to wait until Yaoyao is 5 years old to test her aptitude, her situation is indeed quite special, and we would like to request your insights as well." Qing Wuzhenren's interest was piqued immediately. Is Yaoyao's aptitude truly so remarkable? She inquired. Jin sure felt a twinge of guilt. The main issue was that when Yaoyao had tested her aptitude at the Fu family, she had broken their spirit testing plate. Well, it's not that special. It was just that it couldn't be measured at the time, so I thought we should wait until Yaoyao grows a bit older. Once her aptitude stabilizes, it will be easier to measure. Jin Wugu produced the new spirit testing plate he had crafted, saying, "You can take a look for yourselves." Jin Shi was instantly captivated by this new spirit testing plate. "Fifth brother, you've created a new spirit testing plate?" Jin Wu nodded. "It's still being improved, but sufficient for testing Yaoyao's aptitude." Jin Shi nodded awkwardly. Fu Yaoyao still cradled the egg, appearing to delight in her play. However, she remained attentive, eavesdropping on the conversations of the adults. Her curiosity was piqued. Despite her apparent qualifications in the original text, how did she end up as a Lingpan killer? Fu Ying discreetly nudged her mother's arm, expressing concern that the Lingpan crafted by fifth uncle seemed far more intricate than the ones from the Fu family. She worried that her younger sister's qualities might go undetected, potentially leading to damage of fifth uncle's precious device. To her surprise, upon receiving the nod from Qing Wuzhenren, Jin Wu promptly placed the ling pan into Fu Yaoyao's hands. Yaoyao, come here. As soon as the words were spoken, the egg in Fu Yaoyao's grasp soared slightly, pressing against her cheek. Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, and soon after, the ling pan's light glimmered once more. However, the expressions of the Jin brothers shifted dramatically. Finally, Jin Lu could not contain himself, asking, "Am I seeing things?" Jin Wu's countenance grew haggard. Was his illustrious reputation about to be tarnished? After all, he was the most distinguished artifact craftsman of the Nine Rings. How could this happen? The ling pan accurately revealed Jin Da's qualifications, a dual elemental root of ice and fire, with a fire root purity of 1 and an ice root purity of 9.9. Chapter 53. Growth Type Qualification. Jin Wu immediately proclaimed, "Indeed, I am certain I have not erred. Look at the precision of my elder brother's qualifications. This confirms that my crafted artifacts are undoubtedly flawless." Jin Wu spoke with booming confidence, yet others felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, Jin Wu remained unperturbed. He had also tested his own qualifications, which yielded accurate results. In the Jin family, there were no outsiders. They were all brothers and sisters. Hence, they possessed a clear understanding of one another's qualifications. Since the artifacts were sound, it must be the little niece who had the issue. Fu Yingying had not fully observed how her younger sister's qualifications were measured in the Fu household, but she believed that fifth uncle's ling pan was certainly superior to the Fu family's. Thus, it must be the most accurate. She leaned closer to her mother, inquiring, "Mother, this is wonderful. Our little sister has qualifications. Although each elemental root's purity is only 3, which is somewhat low, it's all right. She is quite balanced. If the purity were higher, she would undoubtedly be a genius. In the realm of cultivation, higher purity of elemental roots was preferable. However, since the 5 elements were the foundation of all things, possessing all 5 was even better. Yet, for millennia, no cultivator with all 5 elements and high purity had emerged. Such individuals were exceedingly rare. Due to the lack of records, it was merely subjective conjecture among cultivators that possessing all 5 elements with high purity represented excellent qualifications. In Fu Yingying's eyes, her little sister was indeed exceptional. The Jin family was equally astonished. During their time in the Fu household, it was clear that no elemental roots had been detected, and the ling pan had malfunctioned. Not just 1 or 2, but all had been damaged by their little girl. Even so, nothing had been revealed regarding her qualifications. After the initial shock, smiles broke out on the faces of the Jin family. "I told you Yaoyao possesses qualifications," she declared, embracing Fu Yaoyao and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. "My dear, you have qualifications, and that brings me comfort," Fu Yaoyao thought. "So mother never truly believed my claims of having qualifications." The Jin family members wore peculiar expressions, prompting Jin Mama to inquire, "Is there a problem?" Jin Da and his brothers exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment. Then Jin Da spoke, "When we tested Yaoyao's elemental roots earlier, it was not like this." Qing Wuzhen Ren's interest was further piqued. "Oh." Jin Da nodded in affirmation. Jin Wu quickly added, "Indeed, just moments ago, we were debating what this child should learn. Hence we decided to test her qualifications." Fu Yingying affirmed, "Indeed, this is something my uncles are capable of." She perceived a hint of sympathy in her gaze towards her sister. She had thought that her younger sister was too young for her uncles to cause her any harm. But reality proved her naivety. Even though her sister was still young, her uncles would still meddle. Sighing, she reflected on how her uncles were all highly qualified, possessing profound cultivation, and they only wished for their family's well-being and for them to be strong enough to avoid being bullied. As Fu Yingying pondered this, she felt reassured. Yes, her uncles had kind intentions. They harbored no ill will. They were simply concerned for her. So what was there to worry about? Jin Wu continued. What we measured indicated a 5 elemental root, each with a purity of 2, not 3 at all. Everyone fell silent, processing the implications of this brief statement. Qing Wuzhen Run inquired with interest, could there be a qualification known as a growth-type qualification? Fu Yaoyao herself felt somewhat perplexed. However, upon reflection, such a qualification did not seem bad at all. One day, she would grow to become a Mary Sue. With that thought, she felt a wave of relief. Could it be? Am I destined to escape a life of mediocrity? Am I to become a Mary Sue? Jean Mama, overwhelmed by the shock, momentarily overlooked her daughter's inner thoughts. Fu Yingying queried, "What does Mary Sue mean?" The Jin brothers collectively observed that their little niece appeared quite excited, much like themselves. Qing Wu Zhenren mused, "Having lived 2 lifetimes, she has certainly seen much. Perhaps everyone's qualifications are like this? Some cultivators do not detect their qualifications until they are 1 month old, but discover them by the age of 5. This notion was not without merit. Without dynamic monitoring, no one could ascertain what transpired over those 5 years. Perhaps their little niece was one such case. The Jin brothers readily accepted this perspective. Jinna exclaimed, "If that is the case, then splendid. Our Yaoyao will not need to consume the Ling washing pill." Jin Mama was taken aback. Ling washing pill? Jin An nodded. When we tested her qualifications earlier, we found that her elemental root purity was insufficient, each being only 2, hence we considered trying the Ling washing pill. Jin Mama felt a swell of gratitude. Her brothers always seemed to think ahead for her. She felt utterly useless, having not only squandered her cultivation but also associated with someone like Fu Chengyuan, causing her parents and brothers concern. She felt like a disappointment. Jin added, "But now that we know, we need not rush to use the Ling washing pill." Jin concurred. It could be related to the harm she suffered while still in her mother's womb, which might explain the slow recovery of her qualifications. She is indeed a blessed child. This sentiment was unanimously endorsed by all. Upon mentioning the underhanded schemes, Jin Mama felt a wave of guilt. However, hearing her brothers assert that their daughter's qualifications might self-repair brought her some solace. If that were indeed the case, it would be wonderful. Jin Qi and Jin Ba beamed with joy, while Jin San remained as cold as ever, as though he'd been wronged on a grand scale. Jin Lu could not help but comment, "What is the matter with third brother?" Jin Qi responded in his robust voice, "That Fu Chengyuan is simply too weak." Third brother is not satisfied. Fu Yaoyao nearly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, my third uncle's sword could fell most in this book. That scoundrel the father is no match, ha ha." The others looked on as the corners of Jin San's lips curled slightly. At that moment, Fu Chongqing approached, and Fu Yingying immediately noticed his grim demeanor, prompting her to ask with concern, "What troubles you, third brother? Has someone owed you money?" Fu Chongqing's smile appeared forced. "And no, it's nothing." Fu Yingying was unconvinced. Being of similar age, the 2 siblings had always shared a playful bond. "I don't believe you. I can tell your true character at a glance. Something must have upset you." Fu Chongqing felt slightly awkward. Jin Beige spoke softly. "Isn't it all that scoundrel Fu Qingyuan's fault? He cannot defeat us, yet he blames it on Chongqing, truly shameless." Upon hearing Fu Qingyuan's name, Jin Shi's expression shifted dramatically. "What? He still has the audacity to blame Xinga?" Fu Chongqing's face reddened. "Mother, please stop." Suddenly, Fu Yingying's countenance turned icy. "Third brother, you wouldn't be feeling pity for him, would you? Wanting to help him, only to be the target of his ire?" Fu Chongqing, blushing, remained silent. Fu Yingying exploded with anger. "Third brother, how could you possibly do such a thing? He has been so ruthless to us and our mother. How can you?" To Fu Yingying, Fu Chongqing's sympathy for Fu Qingyuan was nothing short of betrayal. Fu Chongqing's face grew crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Fu Yaoyao was equally incensed. With such a disposition, no wonder he was deceived by the heroine's friend, becoming a shadow of himself, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Fu Qingyuan had never shown any paternal affection towards them, though before turning against them, he feigned a fatherly demeanor to deceive many. Fu Yaoyao felt a sense of consolation, as both mother and elder sister had seen through their worthless father's true nature. But regrettably, it seemed third brother could not. She had to accept that not everyone possessed the same intelligence. One could not expect everyone to be as astute as she was. Fully aware of the plot, Fu Yaoyao sighed again. Fu Chongqing, feeling ashamed, could not utter a single word. Fu Yaoyao understood that Jin Shi had always been compassionate. Such words would not be spoken unless she was truly exasperated. Fu Chongqing immediately lifted his gaze. "Mother!" Jin Shi turned her face away, and Fu Chongqing grew anxious. He was not ignorant. He knew how his parents had treated him over the years. Yet he felt a pang of reluctance. Ultimately, if he had to choose between his parents, he would undoubtedly select his mother. "Mother, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have felt sympathy for him, and I shall not do so again. Upon hearing Fu Changxing's words, Jin Shi's heart softened once more, though she maintained a stern facade. Fu Yingying could not help but interject, "Third brother, you have been deceived by his facade. Do you not realize?" She hesitated, and even Jin Shi sensed something was amiss. Jin Shi was not particularly clever. Had she not been blinded by love, she would not have insisted on marrying their worthless father, allowing herself to be deceived in such a manner. Yet, as if compelled by fate, she suddenly thought of something and quickly inquired, "You know something?" Fu Yingying pursed her lips, remaining silent. She inhaled deeply. "This matter has been buried in my heart for many years, but I was never certain until..." Fu Yingying instinctively glanced at the little sister in her mother's arms. Had she not heard her little sister's thoughts, she would never have imagined their father to be such a person. This revelation was indeed coincidental. On one occasion, Fu Yingying overheard Fu Qingyuan telling someone that their siblings should not be given any preferential treatment, claiming they had the support of the Jin family, and thus it was perfectly acceptable for the Fu family to allocate fewer resources to them. Had she not known it was Fu Qingyuan who spoke, Fu Yingying would scarcely have believed it. What kind of father would resent the resources allocated to his children? Looking back, it became clear their scoundrel father was entirely indifferent to them, even failing to regard them as his own children. However, the resources allocated to every family member in the Fu family were limited. If they were not given their due share, where did those resources go? Thus, such matters could not be contemplated too deeply, as the implications were terrifying. Originally, Fu Yingying had never doubted her biological father, believing him to be upright, which was why she had asked the family not to favor them too much, thinking it would hinder their growth. But upon hearing her little sister's thoughts and connecting the dots, Fu Yingying finally understood. There was no uprightness to speak of. It was merely a lack of concern and a desire for them not to stand out too much that led to such remarks. Furthermore, those resources that should have been allocated to them were likely diverted to support his illegitimate offspring. Jin Shi assumed that her eldest daughter's expression was one of acknowledgement for her actions. She remained impassive, unconsciously tightening her embrace around her youngest daughter. Indeed, ever since hearing her youngest daughter's thoughts, she had undergone significant changes. Perhaps her eldest daughter had discerned something from it. Yet for Jin Shi, it was a good thing that her daughter could see through Fu Qingyuan's true nature. Fu Changxing could not restrain his curiosity. "Elder sister, what have you discovered?" Fu Yingying replied flatly, "I always thought he was simply neglectful due to his poor aptitude, thus preoccupied with cultivation and neglecting us. But who would have thought he secretly told the family head that we have support from our mother and the maternal family, and that the family's resources should be given to other siblings?" Upon this revelation, not only Fu Changxing and Jin Shi, but even Qing Wu Jinren and the Jin family brothers wore grim expressions. Jin 12 could no longer contain his impatience and asked his niece, "Did he truly say that?" The Jin family was formidable, and their resources were relatively abundant. It was not uncommon to provide for nephews and nieces, yet for Fu Qingyuan to scheme against them and withhold what the Fu family ought to provide. That was indeed the fault of that scoundrel. Fu Yingying was taken aback. "But uncle, there is no evidence." Jin Lu Gu smiled warmly. "Do not worry. When has our Jin family ever required evidence to speak and act? If we say Fu Qingyuan and the Fu family are treating you poorly, then they are treating you poorly." Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, "Our Jin family is truly formidable. Having strength means one need not adhere to reason." The Jin family brothers, though acknowledging that their little niece's remarks were somewhat unreasonable, found them quite enjoyable. Qing Wu Jinren nodded in satisfaction, knowing that one must not act recklessly when it comes to the Fu family. Being an elder, her words would not hinder the younger generation's actions. For reasons unknown, Fu Yaoyao completely grasped the underlying meaning behind the conversation between her maternal grandmother and uncles. She was guilty. Jin Shi grew anxious, "Mother, although these matters are based on what Inger heard, I know Fu Qingyuan all too well. He is adept at evasion and deception. What if he denies it? The recent beast tide in Jinling City has had a significant impact. We cannot allow the Jin family to fall into a state of isolation." The Jin family was indeed powerful. While not a populous cultivation family, it was a clan boasting 3 Yuan cultivators, whose strength could not be underestimated. Such a family would not be easily dismissed by outsiders. Yet there were those who wished to see their power diminished. After all, the relationships between cultivation families were often a zero-sum game. Resources were finite. The fewer people there were to share, the more remained for those left. The distribution and competition for resources were brutally fierce everywhere. Chapter 55. Withholding resources. Qing Wuzhenren sneered. Whether he has done it or not, you may be uncertain, as are and the others, but the Fu family cannot be unaware. Jin Shi suddenly realized. The Fu family provided monthly support for qualified cultivators. If Fu Qingyuan, that scoundrel, had secretly withheld resources from and the others, the Fu family would have records of it, along with his 2 illegitimate children, whose qualifications he had concealed. What resources could possibly exist for cultivation in the realm of mortals? Fu Qingyuan, hiding them away in such a place, made one wonder whether to call him clever or foolish. 2 children with the potential for cultivation had been relegated to a location devoid of spiritual energy and lacking in resources. If they wished to enhance their abilities, they would require double the resources. The more Jin Shi pondered, the more her hatred grew. Initially, she believed the relationship between her and Fu Qingyuan was merely one of deception and concealment, yet it turned out to harbor even deeper issues. She could never forgive him. Fu Yaoyao, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, found herself musing, "Alas, my mother is unwell. She will surely not attend. I wonder if my elder sister will go. Perhaps I should devise a way for my uncles to take me along. But would it be convenient for them to bring a little infant to the Fu family?" As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she absent-mindedly caressed the small golden egg nestled in her arms. "Oh, little egg, may you hatch soon, grow swiftly, and become immensely powerful, shielding me in this life. My innate talents may not be exceptional, and I might have to settle for a carefree existence like a salted fish. Yet, even a salted fish requires certain resources. I have noticed your potential. You must grow rapidly." Jin Shi, holding her daughter, overheard her daughter's inner thoughts, prompting her lips to twitch. Fu Ying, while somewhat speechless, could not help but find her younger sister's lively charm amusing, though she stifled a laugh and deliberately said, "Uncles, might I join as well?" However, she pondered whether her father would be embarrassed by her presence, given her status as a daughter. Fu Chongxing had intended to accompany them, but upon hearing his younger sister's words, he felt somewhat awkward. "Let's remain here for now." Unexpectedly, King Wu Xinrei interjected. "No, everyone except Xnr, Chongxing, Ying'er, and Yaoyao shall go. Your father has withheld your belongings, and the Fu family is unaware of this. How can this be allowed? As aggrieved parties, you must request justice from the head of the Fu family." Fu Chang Xing and Fu Ying exchanged knowing glance, chuckling. No wonder it is said that the elderly become wise. Indeed, the old ginger is spicier. Qing Wuzhenren continued, while Jin Shi thought to herself, "This girl is rather audacious, even fabricating tales about her grandmother. Fortunately, she understands that while her mother may be formidable to outsiders, she is quite lenient with family. Moreover, it is evident that Yaoyao is exceptionally endearing. Everyone adores her. After all, she possesses innate wisdom, knowing everything, so if she wishes to join the fray, let her." Thus, the Jin family, in grand procession, set off for the Fu family, accompanied by Fu Chongxing, Fu Ying, and Fu Yaoyao. Jin Shi felt a twinge of concern, while Qing Wuzhenren remained unfazed, asserting that the children were more capable than her and advising her to focus on her health. As Fu Ying cradled her younger sister, they ultimately decided on the suggestion of Jin Shu, who proposed a majestic spirit beast as their mode of transport. This vehicle was quite fascinating, resembling a colossal white cat, upon which a pavilion structure sat, akin to a small boat with cabins, exceedingly elegant. The so-called simulator was, in fact, a holographic game utilizing advanced technology. In her previous life, Fu Yaoyao had been a formidable general on the battlefield, learning many skills through the simulator, where she excelled remarkably. Fu Ying had a penchant for furry spirit beasts, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of one, nearly leaping forward. However, she remembered the delicate infant in her arms. Typically, a 1-month-old baby would lack the neck strength to support herself. Yet children in the cultivation realm absorb celestial energy from a young age, making them quite different. Thus, Yaoyao was not only capable of kicking her legs and waving her arms, but could also sit up. Fu Yingying in Kuititia, Yaoyao. Look at that big cat. Isn't it adorable? Shall we go and pet it? Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. The magnificent cat was truly awe-inspiring. Jean Eyre Shu beamed with delight and affection, urging, "Come, let us ascend to the back of the big cat." He felt a sense of pride. As among the 12 brothers, each showcased their unique talents. Yet his 2 nieces were enamored solely with his vehicle. How could he not feel a sense of accomplishment? This visit to the Fu family was meant to settle a score. Yet with 3 children in tow, Jean Sanji's sword was deemed unnecessary. Jean Wuge, a weaponsmith, had recently endured a severe plundering, leaving him with few impressive artifacts to showcase. Initially, he attempted to impress his nieces with a top-tier magical weapon, but its gaudy appearance and sluggish speed led to its rejection. Jean Eyre had little confidence at first, but when his vehicle was revealed, it instantly captured the hearts of his 2 nieces, leaving no room for disappointment. Growing impatient, Jean Sangu, wielding only a long sword, decided against waiting for his brothers and swiftly departed. Observing Jean Sanji's haste, the other brothers summoned their own magical artifacts and followed suit. Jean Eyre, with a warm smile, proposed, "Shall we also depart? Do not underestimate my treasure. It possesses the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, the white tiger. Although its lineage is thin, its speed is unmatched, rivaling that of my brothers." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The protective array surrounding the pavilion remained intact, unaffected, creating an illusion of calmness on the ground. In an instant, the scenery beyond transformed dramatically. The distance from the Jean family to the Fu family was traversed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Fu Chengyuan had intended to seek an antidote from the Jean family, but inexplicably found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating from the Jean brothers. Despite his attempts to plead his case, the 3 Jean brothers showed no inclination to listen, launching directly into a barrage of strikes, leaving him at a loss for whom to appeal. Realizing that the Jean family was unyielding, Fu Chengyuan felt perplexed. He had not considered that Jean Shi might wish to distance herself from him. He merely assumed the Jean family was retaliating on her behalf. Chapter 56. The Feast of Hegemony. Fu Chengyuan remained puzzled about his purpose at Yuingtang. As the name suggests, Yuingtang is the place where the Fu family imparts knowledge and resolves queries for the younger generation of cultivators, as well as a hub for young cultivators to procure resources. Though baffled, Fu Chengyuan promptly made his way to Yuingtang, but an unsettling instinct nagged at him during the journey. Upon arriving, he sensed a dozen unusual presences. Just as he contemplated turning back, it was too late. He had to enter with a scowl. "Ing Air, Chongxing, come here." Upon entering, he took the initiative. Fu Chongxing regarded Fu Chengyuan's demeanor with a complex expression, but remained still. Fu Yingying, being more perceptive than her brother, also did not move. Fu Ching Yuan frowned, feeling somewhat humiliated. "You went to your maternal grandfather's house and disregarded your father's words?" He attempted to assert his authority, but was abruptly interrupted by Jean Da. The head of the Fu family was overwhelmed with frustration. How had the Jean family become adversaries of the Fu family? In terms of cultivation prowess, the combined strength of the Fu family cultivators was no match for the formidable presence of Nanli Jinjun, not to mention the other formidable beings accompanying him. If this were a vendetta, it could easily obliterate the Fu family. Previously, their sudden arrival had nearly led him to believe that the Fu family had offended a powerful cultivator and faced annihilation. Thankfully, it had only been a false alarm. Why were they here again? His heart raced uncontrollably. The head of the Fu family was much clearer on the situation than Fu Chengyuan. A mere Zhenrun dared not act recklessly in the presence of 2 Zhanjun naturally. He adopted a deeply respectful posture. Nan Li Zhanjun, having Air and Chongxing encountered any grievances outside? They are good children of our Fu family. Rest assured, if they have suffered any wrongs, we will unequivocally stand by them. Although surprised, he also felt a foreboding sense of unease. The Jean family was known for their unreasonable nature. If Ying and Chongxing had indeed faced any injustices, why would they come to seek out the Fu family? Perhaps they simply disapproved of the Fu family altogether. It must be acknowledged that Fu Qingyuan had come to an understanding. However, the head of the Fu family did not share this perspective. Jinda, also known as Nanli Jinjun, was exceedingly pleased with the head of the Fu family's deference. The practitioners of the Fu family receive a monthly allocation of resources. Is there any record to substantiate this? The head of the Fu family was taken aback. The Jin family, even if they were to support their nephews and nieces, seemed to be meddling excessively. However, confronted with undeniable evidence of strength, the Fu family head had to reluctantly concede. Indeed, there are records to prevent some practitioners from forgetting to collect their allocations, while others might claim them multiple times. Thus, a special recording stone is utilized. As soon as these words were uttered, Fu Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically. Head, did you not say that our family's recording stones were all broken? Moreover, since they are all family members, why would there be a need for evidence? Fu Yaoyao was nearly in stitches. I have never seen anyone so eager to admit to stealing. Oh, I see now. Is it possible that the Fu family head previously mentioned that the recording stones were insufficient, leading that scoundrel father to assume that resource collection would not be recorded? Thus he boldly claimed the resources belonging to my older siblings? Well, this is quite the predicament. Upon hearing her sister's words, both Fu Changxing and Fu Yingying's faces turned grim. Their biological father had schemed to fraudulently claim their resources. Who would believe such a story? What do you expect? My mother is the sole cherished jewel of the Jin family. To her, these resources from the Fu family are insignificant. Thus, my siblings should never have lacked cultivation resources and consequently never felt the need to claim them. They even thought that by claiming less, other family practitioners could receive more. And now they are utterly dumbfounded. Aren't they? Fu Yingying and Fu Changxing acknowledged that due to their mother, Jin, they had never been short of resources since their cultivation began, which is why they had never actively claimed resources from the Fu family. Yet, they never anticipated that the resources they saved for the younger practitioners of the Fu family were all taken by Fu Qingyuan. They had never lacked due to their mother. But the Fu family still included some practitioners selected from the mortal realm. These practitioners, lacking roots in the 9 circles, found little support from their biological parents, relying entirely on the family's provisions during their early stages. The first allocation of resources from the Fu family included a primary storage bag, a first-grade flying artifact, a first-grade offensive artifact in the form of a flying sword, and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, each practitioner would receive 5 low-grade spirit stones monthly. These were the provisions afforded by the Fu family, embodying the very essence of the family's existence. Should the practitioner's cultivation level increase, the provisions would also become more substantial. Among Fu Yaoyao's 3 elder brothers, Fu Urge possessed the best aptitude, currently at the 9th level of Qi training, Fu Dage at the 8th level, Fu Sange at the 6th level, while sister Fu Yingying was at the 4th level. According to the supply for practitioners in the Qi training phase, the 4 of them received 20 low-grade spirit stones each month. Spirit stones serve as currency in the cultivation world, being stones infused with spiritual energy. These stones not only function as currency within the cultivation realm, but also provide energy for practitioners' training, with a vast array of applications. While 5 spirit stones per person monthly may seem modest, accumulating 20 stones over 4 months results in over 200 stones in a year, a considerable quantity indeed. The Fu family head, being astute, immediately recognized that Fu Qingyuan had undoubtedly claimed the resources meant for his children. Not only had he taken them, but the rightful owners might be completely unaware. How absurd is it for a father to misappropriate his children's resources? Who would believe such a tale? If this were to be revealed, outsiders would think the Fu family a den of iniquity, unable to trust even their own elders. If they had forgotten, they must promptly compensate the children and clarify the situation with the true monarchs to avoid misunderstandings. After all, you are their biological father. How could you engage in such disgraceful acts of embezzling your children's resources? While the Fu family head spoke, he was signaling furiously at Fu Qingyuan. The latter's countenance darkened. Being only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and due to poor aptitude, he had never managed to advance. Thus, these resources were barely sufficient for his own use, let alone to support Xiner and her siblings, which had already stretched his finances thin. Chapter 57. Promised to return Fu Yaoyao reveled in the situation. He asked, panicking. His face has turned green. If he can produce the spirit stones, I will take his surname. Fu Changxing and Fu Yingying interjected. Sister, have you forgotten that this man is our biological father? You already share his surname. Fu Yingying silently lamented. Her younger sister was simply too adorable. Yet, how could their father be like this? She felt a deep sense of injustice for their mother. The Jin brothers were all on high alert. What good is the surname Fu? The Jin surname is far better. It seems that Xiao Yaoer dislikes the Fu surname. That is splendid. He surely cannot produce it. Let us just draw our swords. In truth, the Jin family does not lack these items. I could sell a single artifact for far more than this. The children are truly suffering at the Fu family's expense. And yet their father dares to encroach upon their resources? How shameless. I'm contemplating the possibility of assassinating that scoundrel with the Fu surname. Oh no. He treats my sister poorly and is unkind to the children. There is no need for assassination. Just a direct strike will suffice. As he has already taken what does not belong to him. Is the Fu family so impoverished? How dare he look me in the eye? My attire is my own business. Look again, and I will gouge your eyes out. Let's play a tune on the Suona for him. If he can produce them, we must count them one by one. If even one is missing, we will not believe him. If any are missing, he shall compensate. After all, our Jin family's children must never suffer losses. If my talents could be of use to that scoundrel with the Fu surname, just watch me deal with him. This scoundrel is so desperate for spirit stones. No wonder my sister urged us to quickly deplete the spirit vein, leaving him only one to drive him mad. Upon observing Fu Qingyuan's expression, the Fu family had surmised that he must have already consumed those resources. It was indeed strange. Fu Qingyuan did not appear to be a man in dire need of resources. Who in the Fu family was unaware that Fu Qingyuan had exceptional luck, managing to win the daughter of the city lord of Jinling? With such a partner, even if he were inherently upright and unwilling to take advantage of his spouse, a mere trickle of resources from the Jin family would suffice for his cultivation. Why then resort to embezzling the meager resources of his children? The Fu family head was the first to disbelieve this notion. Seeing the Jin brothers' unsavory expressions, he promptly stepped forward to clarify, assuring them that this matter would be addressed. Fu Qingyuan, reading the head's expression, understood the implications. He gritted his teeth, admitting that he had indeed taken the children's resources, merely forgetting to return them. Yes, right, forgotten. Forgotten for several years now. My memory truly is poor. Fu Yingying, aware that she ought not to laugh, nonetheless found her sister's antics amusing, stifling a chuckle. I will make it up to them. Brother Jin nodded. If that is the case, then produce them now. Fu Qingyuan's expression stiffened. He had just returned from the mortal realm, having given most of those spirit stones to Exiner and her siblings, leaving him with none. Instinctively, Fu Qingyuan glanced at Fu Changxing and Fu Yingying, but these two rebellious children would not even spare him a glance. At that moment, the Fu family had finally noticed the colorful bruises on Fu Qingyuan's face and suddenly grasped the situation. Fu Qingyuan was indeed not being forthright. Perhaps, in the name of masculine dignity, he had chosen not to utilize his wife's resources. Yet cultivation itself is an insatiable abyss. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the demands. Thus, it was plausible that he had consumed the children's resources to elevate his own cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, this had come to the attention of the Jin family. While the Jin family might be one matter, appropriating the resources of the children would not be easily overlooked. Could their uncles simply let this go? At this moment, the head of the Fu family regarded Fu Qingyuan with a hint of sympathy in his gaze. Indeed, excessive strength in any circumstance may not always be a blessing. The formidable power of the maternal clan is not entirely without its drawbacks, though the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Fu Qingyuan's countenance darkened as he requested 3 days' time. Jin Lu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Was it truly so? Merely a few thousand spirit stones, and a foundational realm cultivator like him could not procure them? I suspect my worthless father might be driven to the brink of madness. Fu Changxing, Fu Yingying, I share the same sentiment. Pressed by the circumstances, Fu Qingyuan suddenly recalled the location of a spirit vein that the Jin family had informed him about. Previously, in haste to depart for the mortal realm. He had not seized the opportunity to exploit that vein. However, possessing the vein meant that even a modest sacrifice would not be deemed excessive. He had surveyed it. It was a small spirit vein. Yet, despite being labeled as small, if ownership were personal, it could yield hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, a considerable portion of which would not be of the inferior grade. Among spirit stones, inferior grade stones contain the least spiritual energy, followed by medium grade stones, which hold 10 times the energy of their inferior counterparts, and then superior stones, which contain 10 times the energy of medium stones. Beyond superior stones, there exists a rare grade of spirit stone whose value cannot be adequately measured in multiples. The more spiritual energy contained within a spirit stone, the higher its purity, rendering it more beneficial for cultivation and thus increasing its value, which also scales by tenfold. However, in terms of worth, a single rare grade spirit stone cannot merely be equated to 10 superior grade stones. Should the Gene family's vein prove fruitful enough to yield a rare spirit stone, it would indeed be worth any number of spirit stones gifted to those young scoundrels. Upon observing her father's expression, Yaoyao immediately recalled her mother's spirit vein. TSK. He must be thinking of Mother S. vein. With such a backing, he would surely be generous with the spirit stones. After all, that small spirit vein is a fortune in its own right. Little does he know, that vein has likely been entirely drained by my uncles. The Gene brothers, Fu Chongqing. Although he had always known that his mother was favored in her maternal family, he had not anticipated the extent of that favor. His maternal grandparents had even bestowed upon her a spirit vein. No wonder she was never short of spirit stones. Fu Chongqing felt a twinge of guilt. His siblings had been fortunate to have ample resources since childhood, all thanks to the Gene family's robust support. As for the Fu family, he had always been grateful for their nurturing, but reflecting now, he realized how naive he had been. Chapter 58. Little Yaoyao understands too well the resources of the Fu family were limited. Having never lacked resources, they had mistakenly thought that by refraining from utilizing the Fu family's assets, the younger generation could benefit more. However, their selflessness was predicated on the ample resources provided by their mother and the Gene family. So, what exactly did they owe the Fu family? The love they received throughout their lives had come from their mother. The cultivation techniques were from the Gene family. And the resources were also gifts from their mother and the Gene family. The Fu family had indeed contributed something. At the very least, they bore half of the Fu bloodline. Fu Chongqing suddenly recalled the Fu family's teachings. As members of a clan of cultivators, apart from their personal cultivation, they were to prioritize the clan's interests above all. Fu Chongqing could only laugh. After the laughter subsided, he raised his head, and clarity filled his eyes. From this day forth, he would ensure that his mother would no longer be saddened or disappoint his maternal grandparents and uncles. Fu Yingying's emotions were equally complex. She had always shared a close bond with her mother, yet she remained unaware of the extent of her mother's resources. Hearing that her maternal grandparents had gifted her mother a spirit vein astonished her. The more she pondered this, the more she felt that her father was unworthy of her mother. Despite possessing such abundant resources, her mother willingly stayed at home to bear children for him. The more Fu Yingying thought about it, the angrier she became. But what had her father done? He not only plotted against her mother's possessions, but also took away what belonged to her and her siblings. Fu Yingying was intelligent. She quickly began to question why her father, a foundational realm cultivator, had not utilized the resources available to him. According to the family's provisions, every foundational realm cultivator received a monthly supply of 50 inferior spirit stones, while the Qi refining disciples were allotted 5 stones each. Although 50 inferior spirit stones were hardly sufficient for daily expenses, it was unacceptable to take from others when one was already receiving support. She was astonished. Her father, who always projected a facade of righteousness, had a serious character flaw. Furious, she longed to declare that 3 days was insufficient. Yet, as a junior in the Fu family, which upheld strict decorum, she feared that questioning her father would earn her a reprimand for disrespecting her elders. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to give him until tomorrow. At this time tomorrow, if her father had not prepared the spirit stones to deliver to the Gene family, she would take action. Upon noticing the expressions of the Fu family head and Fu Qingyuan, Jean 12 promptly interjected for his niece, stating that if the spirit stones were not delivered on time tomorrow, they would come to collect them in person. The faces of the Fu family head and Fu Qingyuan darkened simultaneously. Wasn't this an overreach by the Jean family? Yet, they dared not voice their anger. Fu Qingyuan longed to fabricate an excuse, but with the Jean family already at the door, further deceit would be futile. Reluctantly, he admitted that he had, in fact, utilized their resources. The Fu family head, eager to suggest that if he lacked resources, he should address the clan, understood very well that as a foundational realm cultivator, Fu Qingyuan had access to more channels for acquiring spirit stones than the Qi refining disciples. He could not fathom why Fu Qingyuan, whose wife belonged to the Jean family, would hesitate to request resources from her. Of course, he comprehended the reluctance to broach such a subject with a woman. Being a cultivator of the Fu family, the head could empathize with Fu Qingyuan's predicament. Yet, the more he conveyed this understanding, the darker Fu Qingyuan's expression became. It was not that he could not ask. Given Jin's attitude towards him, she would willingly provide even without a word. Jin had even revealed the location of a spirit vein to him. How could he lack confidence when he had such resources at his disposal? With this thought, Fu Qingyuan felt emboldened and assuredly stated, "Rest assured, cousin, I will handle this matter." With that, he performed a respectful bow. The Fu family head regarded him, pausing for a moment before replying, "As long as you are aware, that is sufficient." Fu Qingyuan understood the implication behind the head's words. Soon, the entire Fu family would learn of this incident, regardless of whether the head spoke of it. For so many witnesses were present today. Contemplating this, Fu Qingyuan felt a twinge of resentment towards Jean. She had always been compliant to his whims. Why had she suddenly sent her family to demand spirit stones from him? His expression grew grim as he exited the Yaoyao hall. Jean 12 was quite displeased. Had he treated his younger sister this way? Could they really afford to give him another day? Jean Lu shot him a glance, declaring that this arduous task would be his responsibility. Jean 12 turned to Fu Changxing, Fu Yingying, and little Fu Yaoyao, who was drooling and nibbling on her fingers, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "I believe granting one more day will work in our favor. Surely, my father will head to my mother's spirit vein, and upon discovering it has been depleted, tomorrow will be quite the spectacle." Jean 12. The other Jean brothers, Fu Changxing and Fu Yingying. Little sister is indeed quite clever. Jin akuhit lightly, aware that only he could hear his little niece's thoughts. He too believed this was the best course of action. "I think Yingying is right. After all, he is your biological father. If we do not grant him even a single day, what would that convey? He has already consumed your provisions, and outsiders may merely deem him an irresponsible father. However, if you, as his children, force him to repay, it would appear rather unkind." Jean Shire immediately exploded with rage. "For we cultivators defy the heavens, usurping the cultivation resources of others. This enmity is irreconcilable, regardless of whether the offender is one's own father." The crowd murmured in agreement. Yaoyao todi understands. Reflecting on this notion, anticipation for the following day grew palpable among them. Early the next morning, the Jean brothers, accompanied by Fu Changxing, Fu Yingying, and Fu Yaoyao, returned to the Fu residence, only to find Fu Qingyuan blocking their path as he prepared to leave. Fu Qingyuan remarked, "Jean Shir, arms crossed," seemed rather anxious. "Where might you be off to in such haste?" He glared incredulously at the Jean family, casting disdainful glances at Fu Changxing and his siblings. Unable to express his anger towards the Jean family, he turned to Fu Changxing, questioning their early arrival. Jean Li, towering like a small mountain, stood in front of Fu Changxing, diminishing Fu Qingyuan's bravado despite his own considerable stature. "You truly arrived quite early," Fu Qingyuan stammered. Jean Lu chuckled. "If we hadn't come early, we feared you might flee." Fu Qingyuan retorted, "This is the Fu family. With only foundational cultivation, leaving would yield him no benefits as a rogue cultivator. How could he possibly abandon the Fu family tree for a mere few thousand spirit stones?" His anger was palpable, causing his body to tremble. Chapter 59. Definitely a fugu fish grinding his teeth, he declared, "Who says I would flee? This is my home. Yet, Jean Lu's expression was laden with mockery, as if to clearly convey his disbelief. Jean Lu, your taunts are infuriating. Fu Qingyuan snapped, extending his hand in a dismissive gesture. Bring it here. Fu Qingyuan clenched his lips tightly. I shall retrieve it now. You wait here. His voice emerged strained, as if forced through clenched teeth. Were it not for his inferior strength, he would have gladly struck those of the Jean family. Yet, powerless, he seethed in frustration. Fu Yaoyao nearly erupted in laughter. If I were to liken my scoundrel of a father to an animal, it would undoubtedly be a fugu fish. His face grows round with anger, and oh, how colorful it is. Fu Yingying stifled a giggle, but Fu Qingyuan's piercing gaze swiftly directed towards her. Fu Yingying replied. Fu Qingyuan glanced at the Jean brothers, who had remained silent but steadfast. Resignedly, he conceded, do not laugh. Can you not assist your father? Kindly speak to your uncles on my behalf. Despite my disgraceful actions, I am still your kin. Even if I am foolish enough to have misused your resources, must you truly seek to eradicate me? Fu Yingying initially wavered, but soon caught wind of her younger sister's sentiments. Father, you misunderstand. We do not intend to eliminate you. As long as you return those few thousand spirit stones, my uncles will not be so ruthless as to demand your life. Fu Qinjuan scowled, casting a dark look at Fu Changxing, who finally spoke up. Father, our resources are hardly of interest to someone of your foundational cultivation level. Regardless, if you gather them for us, they will still belong to us. Let us resolve this amicably for the sake of those few thousand spirit stones. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the Fu residence. Fu Qingyuan's complexion shifted from green to white as he was cornered at his own doorstep. Isn't he a cultivator of the Fu family? How could he find himself in such a predicament? Indeed, while the Fu family was not a prestigious clan, they held a certain reputation in Linyu City. How could they find themselves in such a disgraceful situation? Whispers among the crowd grew louder and more cutting. Clearly, among the onlookers were those who possessed keen insight. Fu Qingyuan's face darkened as he reluctantly admitted, I cannot produce them at this moment. I have already used your share, and my finances are tight. I did not anticipate your early arrival. Jean spoke slowly. No matter. You may go. We shall wait. Yet, Fu Qingyuan dared not leave. The spiritual vein belonged to the Jean clan, and although they were married, he could not bring himself to retrieve spirit stones from the Jean family's spiritual vein in their presence. His pride would not allow it, and he feared ridicule from the Jean cultivators. The thought of being accused of misappropriating his children's resources while stealing from the Jean family made him feel as though his blood were boiling, wishing for a hole to hide within. In truth, Fu Qingyuan did seek a loan, but for safety's sake, he approached the head of the Fu family directly. Fu family head queried, Am I marked as a fool? He regarded Fu Qingyuan with suspicion, pondering how a man with such a wealthy wife could still find himself lacking resources. Thus he refrained from immediately handing over spirit stones. Instead, he scrutinized Fu Qingyuan, demanding, Be honest, where have all these spirit stones gone? Fu Qingyuan, wishing to hide the fact that Fu Yuezhong and Fu Yuexin possessed qualifications, had even concealed this from the Fu family, knowing they could assist if he revealed the truth. However, with only 5 low-grade spirit stones allocated to each chi refining cultivator per month, what could be achieved with such a meager amount? Thus, he kept the matter concealed. This was not the outcome Fu Qingyuan desired, so he declared, I intend to attempt condensing a golden core, which requires extensive preparation. The Fu family head's eyebrows raised, his face brightening with delight. This was monumental news for the Fu family. Another golden core cultivator would bolster their strength. He immediately inquired, What is your level of confidence? Advancing from foundational cultivation to golden core was notoriously challenging and required considerable preparation. However, the Fu family lacked sufficient resources, and often cultivators had to rely on themselves. Understanding this, the Fu family head refrained from questioning why Fu Qingyuan did not approach the Jean clan for assistance, respecting his fragile pride. Fu Qingyuan pondered earnestly, estimating his chances to be merely 30%. The Fu family head felt a twinge of disappointment, but recognizing Fu Qingyuan's limited resources, he soon reconciled with the notion. It was akin to the thousands of individuals among whom only one possessed cultivation qualifications, and among 100 qualified individuals, 90 would remain stagnant at the qi refining stage throughout their lives. Qi refining cultivators, possessing shallow skills, enjoyed only slightly extended lifespans compared to ordinary folk. However, entering the foundational stage marked the true beginning of the path to immortality, granting a modicum of influence within the cultivation realm. Fu Qingyuan was currently in the late foundational stage, on the verge of entering the golden core stage. While not the most formidable cultivator within the Fu family, he nonetheless possessed a degree of standing. Given that he was merely borrowing a few thousand spirit stones, the Fu family had ultimately decided to grant the request. One could not offend a potential golden core cultivator over such a trivial amount. Though the Fu family adhered closely to the customs of the mortal realm, they understood that in the cultivation world, strength reigned supreme. As long as one possessed sufficient power, one could disregard any so-called customs or rules. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Fu Qingyuan promptly tossed them to Fu Chongxing, who shot him a glance before breaking into a grin, cheerfully counting the stones from his storage pouch. Am I the only one who notices our scoundrel father's face growing even greener? The color of the colorful jade spider's poison certainly requires modification. A vibrant green would be far more appealing. Chapter 60. Silverhorn Python Jean Eyre rubbed his chin, contemplating the feasibility of cultivating green spiders. However, speaking of green spiders, there existed a mystical beast known as the Bayou spider, which was a higher tier than the Caillou spider, classified as a fourth-tier beast. The cultivation conditions for the Bayou Jiju are exceedingly stringent. Currently, Jean Urge does not possess a Bayou Jiju. This spider, adorned in deep green, almost black, transforms into a jade-like hue when enraged, thus earning its name. It is highly venomous. A single bite will initially leave a wound of a pale blue color, which within 7 days will morph into a deep green, nearing black. Once the wound turns black, it is beyond remedy. However, this spider is inherently timid and prefers to inhabit areas abundant in spiritual energy, particularly near water, making it quite elusive. At this moment, Fu Chongxing had finished tallying the spiritual stones. Fu Qingyuan expressed his impatience, stating, "Is that enough? You may take the spiritual stones. I have recorded it with the Luiying stone. Do not claim that I have utilized your resources again." Fu Chongxing paused momentarily, while Jean Liu let out a cold snort, asserting that the Jean family was not in need of these trifling spiritual stones and would not default on their debts. Fu Qingyuan had to suppress his anger that had been building for quite some time. Once the Jean family departed, he would immediately head to the Jean family's spiritual vein to extract more spiritual stones. At this juncture, he felt a tinge of regret, wishing he had emptied the Jean family's spiritual vein sooner, had he known of their disposition. In truth, Fu Qingyuan did desire to deplete the Jean family's vein, but it was classified as a small vein only in comparison to larger ones. However, it was still an extraordinary wealth for an individual. It would be challenging for him to extract it all alone in a short span. Yet, persistence would eventually yield results, and he could only find solace in the thought of eventually being able to do so, alongside his beloved Zhong'er and Exiner. With that, he let out a cold snort and departed swiftly, as if pursued by a rabid dog. The Jean brothers, Fu Chongxing and Fu Yingying, exchanged glances, with Fu Yingying barely able to contain her amusement at her younger sister's mischievousness. Fu Yaoyao quickly grasped the intentions of her uncles from the Jean family. After all, her mother and the irresponsible father had never held a dual cultivation ceremony. They merely had 5 children. In the realm of cultivation, it is indeed rare for powerful practitioners to have children without a partner. However, the Jean family women, possessing both strength and numerous offspring, were indeed a rarity. But without a partner residing in the Jean family, would they reside with outsiders? That would be absurd. Fu Yaoyao felt a sense of joy. She had not anticipated her uncles to be so direct and blunt. Nevertheless, as long as they did not mention this matter to the Fu family, they could reside in the Jean family without issue. What could the Fu family say? In fact, if she felt wronged, the Fu family might even need to appease her, perhaps even requesting her to return with the children. Fu Chongxing remarked that both the elder brother and second brother were out training. He glanced at Jean Sanjiu, noting that the second brother had the best aptitude and the strongest resolve towards the Tao, thus frequently ventured out for trials. Often absent for 3 to 5 years, as long as the soul lamp within the clan remained lit. The elder brother's aptitude was slightly inferior to that of the second brother, but he often took his fiancée along for training to nurture their relationship. Jean Dage believed that since his nephews were no longer children, if they felt a sense of belonging to the Jean family, they should come to reside there, honoring the bond their little sister had created. If they were attached to the Fu family, so be it. After all, the Jean family did not desperately need them. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the Fu family gate as a silver flying dragon soared in the air. Fu Yaoyao initially thought she was mistaken. Fu Yingying gefrowned, questioning who dared to be so audacious in Linyu City, where flying was prohibited. The silver-horned python charged towards the Fu family with great force, clearly disregarding the rules. It suggested that the individual was either exceptionally powerful or possessed a formidable background. Fu Changxing frowned as well, but for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with the silver dragon, though he could not recall why at that moment as it approached ever closer. It was a silver-horned python. It had been rumored that the Yu family had recently acquired one for their son. No wonder this creature was a second-tier demon beast. It was merely a juvenile silver-horned python. Yet, even in its youth, it had developed its silver horns, showcasing its exceptional potential. Thus, this individual must be the young master of the Yu family. Amidst the murmurs, Fu Yingying's expression turned cold. If it were indeed the Yu family's young master, it was no surprise he was so brazen. The Yu family was a prominent clan in Linyu City, boasting 4 Yuanying period practitioners, and the young master was the sole son of the family head. Just then, the silver-horned python emitted a soft cry, transforming into a white light. Simultaneously, a young man clad in silver robes descended, accompanied by a beautiful girl in purple and 2 Jindan period practitioners flanking them. One of the practitioners cradled a bloodied individual, and upon landing, he carelessly tossed the injured man onto the ground, also discarding a communication talisman into the Fu family premises. Fu Changxing glanced at the bloodied figure on the ground, his expression shifting dramatically. Elder brother. Fu Yingying's face mirrored his shock. What? Fu Yaoyao, exent, sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be that her elder brother had encountered misfortune? He had ventured out with his fiancée for trials and, in the act of saving someone, had lost his spiritual root, rendering him unable to cultivate further. She had thought this narrative would not unfold so soon, yet here it was, confronting her directly. The Fu family gates swung open swiftly, with the family head leading a group of cultivators outside. Upon seeing the Jean family practitioners, he momentarily froze in surprise. He had not expected them to still be present, but reconsidering, he thought it might be fortuitous. I am the head of the Fu family. May I inquire about the whereabouts of our young man? Chapter 61. The pitiful child, the Jindan period practitioner, seeing the Fu family head emerge, softened his previously haughty demeanor, stating, "Behold for yourself. Our young master has barely managed to preserve his life." He raised his chin defiantly. Despite standing before a Jindan practitioner, the proud Yu family members would not lower their noble heads. They had inquired prior, discovering that the Fu family was merely a medium-sized family in Linyu City with only 1 Yuanying practitioner, rendering them insignificant. The Fu family head instinctively turned towards Jean Dage, hesitating what exactly transpired. Just then, a delicate voice interjected. "Isn't Uncle Fu here?" The uncle she referred to as Fu Qingyuan. The Fu family had glanced back at the Jean brothers, his expression growing awkward. He was not present in the clan. He recognized the girl as Wang Yin'er, the fiancée of his son Changbai, although the Fu family could only be considered a medium-sized clan in Linyu City. The larger families like the Lin and Yu families had 3 or more Yuanying period practitioners, whereas the Fu family had only 1. This was only possible due to the medicinal resources brought by the Jean family, which had enabled their Jindan peak practitioner to advance to the initial stage of Yuanying. The Wang family is even less distinguished than the Fu family, with the most accomplished practitioner among them only reaching the pinnacle of the late Jindan stage. There exists a hierarchy among families. Clans such as the Fu and Wang families either strive to survive in the crevices of society or seek refuge with larger clans like the Lin and Yu families. However, due to the immense power of the Yu family and their domineering behavior, the Fu family has opted to align themselves with the Lin family. The Wang family maintains a close relationship with the Fu family, often engaging in marital alliances. The young woman clad in purple before us is none other than Wang Yinar, the daughter of the Wang family. Her parents are old acquaintances of the Fu family's Fu Qingyuan and his wife. The two couples frequently embarked on trials together. And shortly after the birth of Fu Zhongbai, Wang Yinar's mother welcomed her into the world. Subsequently, the Fu family had another child, Fu Zhongjun, while Wang Yinar's mother bore only this one daughter. Originally, she had her sights set on the more talented Fu Zhongjun, but it was this boy who devoted himself to the path of cultivation, proving to be less considerate than Fu Zhongbai. As a result, her mother grew increasingly fond of her son-in-law. However, during one of Wang Yinar's training outings with Fu Zhongbai, an unfortunate accident occurred, leading to Fu Zhongbai sacrificing himself to save his fiancée, Yi. Both were later rescued by Yu Qi, the young master of the Yu family. Yu Qi, the sole son of the Yu family patriarch, was exceptionally favored from a young age, possessing a flamboyant personality and a penchant for beauty. He was immediately captivated by the delicate Wang Yinar. Following the destruction of Fu Zhongbai's spiritual roots, Wang Yinar chose to annul her engagement and embrace Yu Qi instead. At this moment, Fu Yaoyao, nestled in her brother Jin's embrace, recognized the beautiful girl before her as Wang Yinar, her brother's former fiancée. Wang Yinar appeared quite distressed. After all, it was because of her that Zhongbai had become this way. Yet, she was a woman of practicality. Zhongbai's qualifications were not particularly remarkable, and since her own were average as well, it was not an issue. Moreover, he had always been gentle and considerate, making him the most exceptional young man Wang Yinar had ever known. Therefore, she had never contemplated calling off their engagement. Practitioners are advised to remain chaste before establishing their foundations, as this is beneficial for cultivation. Thus, they had agreed to marry after achieving their foundations. However, he had now been rendered a cripple, and she had fortuitously encountered Yu Qi, the young master of the Yu family. Wang Yinar's internal scales immediately tipped. As a cultivator, how could she possibly bind herself to an ordinary person incapable of cultivation? Fu Yaoyao mused that Wang Yinar was indeed strikingly beautiful, lamenting the age-old adage of beauty being a source of calamity. The Jin brothers, upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, instinctively turned their gaze towards the purple-clad maiden. Jin Shi remarked that while she was not exceptionally beautiful, if he had donned purple instead of green today, he would undoubtedly outshine her. Jin Shi then glanced at his unconscious nephew on the ground, noting that his life force was not particularly weak, and felt a pang of pity for the poor child. Just then, Yu Qi spotted Jin Shi in the crowd, his eyes glimmering with interest. Wang Yinar possessed a petite and delicate beauty that was endearing, but she could not compare to the striking Jin Shi, who had immersed himself in the art of cross-dressing for many years. Jin Shi's appearance was truly remarkable. Overshadowing Wang Yinar's charm. Thus, Yu Qi's attention swiftly shifted away from her. Greetings, Mississippi. I am Yu Qi, the son of the Lord of Lin Yu City. Fu Yaoyao thought to herself that this boy was quite audacious, introducing himself by name-dropping. Lin Yu City was evidently a shared territory between the Lin and Yu families, along with other families such as the Fu, who held less sway. In summary, Lin Yu City's geographical position and spiritual vein were not particularly outstanding, leading the major clans to disregard this territory, leaving it to the Lin and Yu families. However, neither the Lin nor Yu families possessed the strength to dominate the entirety of Lin Yu City. Chapter 62, A Hasty Retreat. Fu Yaoyao, having previously navigated military life, understood that men often boast when away from home, typically without forethought. Yet, this Yu Qi was quite amusing, introducing himself in such a manner. What was the point of flaunting one's lineage? Perhaps it held some merit, as even if one lacked personal prowess, having a powerful father could offer advantages through association. Such reasoning, albeit convoluted, is nonetheless common sense. However, Yu Qi had his sights set on her seventh uncle. The seventh uncle was indeed a master of cross-dressing. Fu Yaoyao was curious whether this young master of the Yu family would have peculiar tastes, and how he would react upon hearing her uncle speak. Knowing my uncle's nature, he would undoubtedly speak in the most boisterous voice, likely scaring the wits out of this young master. Jin, cradling Fu Yaoyao, listened intently. Unable to suppress a smile, he affectionately tousled her soft, dark hair. Don't mess it up. My hairstyle is ruined, Fu Yaoyao exclaimed. Jin's smile only widened. The other Jin brothers erupted in laughter. Originally, Fu Yingying felt a twinge of anger, as Wang Yin'er and Yu Qi, two individuals who seemingly had no connection, now stood side by side. She had long heard of Yu Qi's fondness for beauty, and it was natural for her to have suspicions, especially considering her brother's current state, while Wang Yin'er remained unscathed, casually accompanied by a protector. However, upon hearing her sister's thoughts, Fu Yingying's anger dissipated. Observing her uncle's calm demeanor indicated that her brother was likely out of danger. Although her sister appeared somewhat heartless, she decided to continue watching the unfolding drama. Jin Ba remarked that their seventh brother had been accurately assessed by his niece. Given his character, such behavior was entirely predictable. As expected, as Yu Qi looked on with anticipation, Jin Qi spoke in a voice that was unexpectedly deep and rugged, akin to that of a towering man over 6 feet tall. Yu Qi instinctively glanced around, bewildered, as he could not fathom how such a beautiful girl could possess such a voice. Jin Qi, maintaining his playful demeanor, greeted him. Yu Qi fell silent for a moment, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he turned to leave, the silver serpent swiftly retreating into the sky. Reminiscent of a hasty escape, Wang Yin'er and the two Jindan practitioners from a Yu family felt an awkward tension. Yet, witnessing their young master depart, the two Jindan practitioners opted to leave as well, leaving Wang Yin'er in an even more uncomfortable position, unable to decide whether to stay or go. Ultimately, she chose to depart. How cold-hearted. This woman epitomizes realism. My brother has become a cripple for her, and she immediately seeks solace in another's arms, barely sparing him a glance. How ruthless. Had I known this would be the outcome, my brother would have risked everything to save her. Isn't it said that cultivators are inherently selfish? Why would one care about others when they themselves are lost? My brother is truly disappointing, but what can I do? No matter how disappointing, he is still my dear brother. I cannot abandon him. Alas, I am but a useless person and cannot rescue him. Thankfully, I have my fourth uncle, so the situation is not entirely dire. After all, in the original tale, the heroine's mother, despite lacking talent, was able to find spiritual herbs. My brother's dantian is shattered, but what is there to fear? I have 12 uncles. You truly possess an audacious spirit, young one. Moreover, what misconceptions do you harbor regarding your uncles? However, being so blindly adored by their little niece, the Jin family brothers couldn't help but think, indeed, they are so powerful and numerous, capable of anything. Jin Si, the fourth uncle, puffed out his chest, declaring his next objective to concoct a potion that could entirely mend the damage to the dantian and the spiritual root. Fu Changxing, at this moment, his mind was a blank slate. His elder brother had transformed into this state for Wang Yin'er. However, given his elder brother's character, it was indeed plausible for him to undertake such a sacrifice. His elder brother had always been warm-hearted and benevolent, willing to make sacrifices for others. Yet that woman was unworthy of such devotion. With red-rimmed eyes, Fu Changxing lunged towards him. Elder brother, awaken. Fu Yingying. As a girl, her thoughts were more delicate. She understood that her elder brother, being introverted and gentle, had always regarded Wang Yin'er as his future wife. If he were to awaken and discover that Wang Yin'er had become a cripple because of him, she would surely break off their engagement and seek solace in another's embrace. He would find it unbearable. However, just as the younger sister mentioned, their uncles were so formidable that they would certainly find a solution. For some reason, after hearing her sister's heartfelt words and then gazing at her elder brother, Fu Yingying felt a flicker of hope. The inner turmoil of the Jin family brothers and the Fu siblings was palpable, though these thoughts flitted by in an instant. The head of the Fu family furrowed his brow and spoke. What shall we do about Nanli Jinjuan, Higuang Jinjuan, and Changbai? The head of the Fu family yearned for a resolution. Unbeknownst to him, he had yet to grasp the severity of Fu Changbai's injuries. From appearances alone, they were undeniably grave. Such severe injuries, if left to the Fu family alone, would surely dishearten the clan as practitioners. However, relying solely on the Fu family for treatment would require substantial resources and might not guarantee a successful recovery. The head of the Fu family had a premonition that Fu Changbai's injuries could be even more severe than anticipated. The attitude of Wang Yin'er was quite revealing. Being an astute individual, the head of the Fu family had already sensed something was amiss, though it was inappropriate to express it in front of others. Now that the Jin family had taken the initiative to take Fu Changbai, it was indeed the best course of action. He politely clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Jin Dage fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "Please wait until my fourth brother has conducted a thorough examination before notifying the Fu family." The head of the Fu family, meeting Jin Dage's gaze, felt compelled to respond promptly, "Of course, of course." On the journey back, Jin Wuge produced a small boat. This vessel was far more rudimentary compared to those forged by Jin family, yet it possessed a cabin, making it suitable for accommodating the injured. Jin Shi carefully lifted his eldest niece and leapt onto the magical boat, followed by the Jin family brothers, who took turns boarding. The magical boat shimmered briefly before vanishing into the horizon. The head of the Fu family, accompanied by several Fu practitioners, stood rooted in place, gazing at the magical boat with envy. That was undoubtedly a treasure of at least grade 5. As the head of the Fu family, possessing early-stage Jin Dan cultivation, his own treasures were merely grade 2, which he had painstakingly acquired. In the realm of magical artifacts and treasures, they are categorized from 1 to 9 grades. Typically, practitioners of Jin Dan utilize artifacts ranging from grades 1 to 4, with grade 4 treasures being highly sought after. Any artifact exceeding grade 4 is a rare sight. Yet, for the Jin family, a mere magical boat was of at least grade 5. The Jin family was indeed affluent. Little did he know, with Jin Wuge being a high-level artifact refiner, the Jin family was far from lacking in treasures. However, for practitioners, the most vital aspect is to keep their trump cards concealed. Hence, except for their own kin, outsiders remain oblivious to the Jin family brothers' talents and abilities. This secrecy is also a testament to the formidable might of the Jin family. The head of the Fu family couldn't help but lament the fortunate fate of Fu Qingyuan. Having a handsome visage proved to be advantageous. Since ancient times, medicine and alchemy have been closely intertwined. His expertise in alchemy naturally endowed him with extraordinary medical skills. However, upon examination, his expression grew somber. Indeed, just as his niece had stated, this lad not only had a gaping hole in his dantian and a ruined spiritual root, but he also had several fractured ribs, evidently the result of external injuries, with his abdomen marred by the horn of some beast. In summary, the injuries were exceedingly grave. Complete recovery seemed nearly impossible. While external wounds could heal, the damage to the dantian and spiritual root was irreversibly detrimental to a degree. Of course, Jin Si was a remarkably skilled alchemist. If he encountered a great opportunity to discover rare treasures, recovery might not be entirely out of the question. However, in the short term, he would undoubtedly be rendered a cripple. Noticing the grave expression on Jin Si's face, Jin sure couldn't help but ask, "So, can this lad recover?" Even without being an alchemist, anyone could discern that the extent of Fu Changbai's injuries was far from trivial. The dantian, located within the abdominal cavity, is crucial for practitioners in cultivating and storing spiritual energy. A damaged dantian signifies the loss of the ability to store spiritual energy. How could he be anything but a cripple? Jin Si shook his head. With a damaged dantian and a ruined spiritual root, the road to recovery is anything but easy. The Jin family members wore grave expressions. Jin Liu, should we keep this from the younger sister for now? Jin Dage shook his head in disapproval. We could deceive her for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Jin Er agreed. The younger sister is a nurturing soul. She has invested countless efforts into the children over the years. She will surely be unable to bear it. Jin Si nodded. Then we shall be truthful with our younger sister. Although Changbai's injuries are challenging to heal, there is still a glimmer of hope. That slight hope was indeed tenuous. Fu Yaoyao, however, remained optimistic. We will surely find the rare treasures. A person's aptitude for cultivation is innately determined, and such inherent qualities are the most challenging to alter. Yet, the heavens always leave a sliver of opportunity, akin to Fu Yuexin's consistent ability to uncover treasures that can change one's destiny. If such miraculous items exist, then restoring the dantian and recovering the spiritual root is not entirely impossible. It may be difficult, but it cannot be deemed unfeasible. Initially, Fu Yingying bore a serious expression, but upon hearing her younger sister's words, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Her younger sister was indeed a sage. If she believed it possible, it must be so. The Jin family brothers also caught wind of Fu Yaoyao's sentiments, and they all acknowledged her uniqueness, which made them considerably more optimistic. Especially Jin Si, who posed a question. So who shall convey this to our younger sister? He posed the question, and the brothers exchanged glances. Ultimately, no one looked at anyone else. Jin Lu stroked his chin and turned to Fu Changxing. You, my boy, should inform your mother about your elder brother's situation. Fu Changxing, you all are quite something, pushing such a matter onto me at this moment. Nonetheless, Jin Lu's suggestion garnered unanimous approval from the Jin family brothers. At present, they were unaware that even if they remained silent, the Jin family would inevitably learn of this news. Fu Yaoyao sensed she had forgotten something important, yet she couldn't recall it at the moment. Surely, nothing could surpass the significance of her elder brother's loss of potential. The following day, they were simultaneously approached by individuals from the Wang family and the Yu family. Fu Yaoyao suddenly remembered. Oh right, my elder brother has become a cripple, and his fiancée is likely to call off the engagement. The Jin family was taken aback to hear that the Wang family had sought them out. Finding it rather peculiar, she had distanced herself from the Fu family, avoiding the ensuing troubles, and for a moment, she couldn't recall who the Wang family was. Mother, which Wang family do we have dealings with? Is there a Wang family in Jinling City? Qing Wuzhenren was also taken aback. There should indeed be a Wang family in Jinling City. The Jin family brothers, Fu Changxing, Fu Yingying. Jin Shi's expression shifted awkwardly as her lips twitched in realization. Oh, indeed, the Wang family had a close relationship with the Fu family during their time in Lin Yucheng. The cultivators from both families often ventured out together for training, and their ties were further strengthened by a marriage alliance, rendering them as family friends. Chang Bai had even made a betrothal with a young lady from the Wang family, and she maintained a cordial relationship with Fu Qingyuan and the Wang couple. However, to speak candidly, the Jin family did not harbor fond feelings for that couple, as they always seemed to relish in comparisons, appearing rather petty. Moreover, during training excursions, they would often try to take advantage, despite not contributing the most effort. While it is true that cultivation is inherently self-serving, excessive self-interest that seeks to exploit others can be rather off-putting. Yet, the daughter of the Wang family was commendable. She possessed talent for cultivation and was a suitable match for Changbai, not to mention her striking beauty. Most importantly, Changbai himself was fond of her. It was this last point that led the Wang couple to propose the union, which both she and Fu Qingyuan readily accepted. Why had they come to visit now? With such questions swirling in her mind, Jin decided to take Yaoyao to meet them. Fu Yaoyao enjoyed a leisurely life in the Jin household. Apart from sleeping at night alongside her mother, Jin, she spent her time with her sister Fu Yingying or with her uncles. Her lively eyes were never at rest. The Jin brothers were particularly fond of her. This child was delightful, a true reflection of the Jin lineage, so small yet remarkably well-behaved. When Jin brought Fu Yaoyao to meet Wang Weikang and his wife, they had already been waiting for some time. Wang Weikang's wife, Song Danyang, donned a vibrant red gown, exuding an air of flamboyance. Besides the two of them, there was also an unfamiliar man present. Jin sensed that this man possessed profound cultivation. Yet he remained silent, not revealing much about himself. Not wanting to pry too hastily, Jin exchanged pleasantries with Song Danyang, inquiring how she came to visit. Song Danyang smiled nonchalantly, stating that they had come to seek Jin Mei's family, expressing her surprise at Jin Mei's illustrious background. She had not realized that Jin's family was so prominent. The Yu family merely shared the territory of Lin Yucheng with the Lin family. But the Jin family held dominion over Jinling Cheng, commanding a city through their own familial strength. Had she known this sooner, she would have treated Jin with more respect. Unfortunately, her son had already become a waste, and even with a prestigious family background, he could not be deemed worthy of her daughter. Thus, she bluntly stated that it was a pity that their yin heir lacked fortune. This remark was devoid of sincerity. Yin heir had caught the eye of the Yu family's young master. Her fortune was yet to unfold. However, to facilitate the dissolution of the engagement, it was necessary to utter some humble words. Jean was momentarily taken aback by these words, wondering how Yaoyao could be considered unfortunate. Wasn't Yaoyao a splendid child? Moreover, had it not been agreed that the two young cultivators would be wed upon reaching the foundation establishment stage? This was a tacit understanding between both families. Jean had already accepted Wang Yaoyao as her future daughter-in-law. Changbai and Yaoyao often embarked on training excursions together as an engaged couple, both to nurture their relationship and to enhance their skills. One could not say otherwise. In Jin's eyes, Yaoyao was indeed fortunate. Once married, she would cultivate alongside Changbai, and the couple would enjoy a harmonious life together, pursuing longevity. Was that not better than anything else? Song Danyang's expression faltered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise at Jin's attitude. Did she not know that her son had become a waste? Perhaps she was unaware, but that was of little consequence. Song Danyang's facade of politeness faded, revealing a shrewd demeanor. Does Jimei not know? Your Changbai has sustained injuries, damaging his dantian and spirit roots. He will become a waste, incapable of cultivation. How could he be a divine partner to our Yaoyao? Would that not burden our family? If outsiders learned that our Yaoyao had married a waste, they would mock the Wang family mercilessly. Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Her daughter spoke up. My mother is still unaware of this matter. The Wang family is truly pragmatic. Just as my elder brother has compromised his own potential for their daughter, they have come to annul the engagement merely because they have latched onto the Yu family. They're like a reed swaying in the wind. How shameless. My brother deserves better than such a Yu family. It would be terrifying if such people were to become relatives. Jin's face paled. What? Changbai had become a waste? Why had no one informed her? Song Danyang noticed that Jin was oblivious to the news of Fu Changbai's injury. This would not do. It was better to annul the engagement now, while she was still in the dark. When the truth emerged, Yaoyao would have already secured her position with the Yu family, and by then, the Jin family would pose no threat. Feigning surprise, Song Danyang replied, Does Jimei not know? It seems Fu Xiong has yet to inform you. She then cast a glance at Jin's beautiful child, a flicker of jealousy passing through her eyes. While she had only one daughter, Yaoyao, Jin seemed to bear children one after another, and each child possessed potential for cultivation. This was truly enviable. Then, adopting a tone of sympathy, she continued, Perhaps it is to spare you heartache, given that you have just given birth. I have heard that this child has not shown any potential. Song Danyang even appeared somewhat gleeful. Jimei was indeed fortunate. As a female cultivator, she had been blessed with multiple pregnancies, each child endowed with potential for cultivation. Even if this one lacked it, it was still a tremendous stroke of luck. However, recognizing the grandeur of the city lord's residence and the strength of Jin's family, Song Danyang received a discreet signal from her husband, realizing the need to temper her words. Her tone softened. Our families have a deep bond, and we would never wish for our daughter to marry an ordinary man. Surely, Jinmei, as a mother yourself, can understand our concerns. She raised her hand slightly, revealing a beautifully crafted jade pendant, albeit only half of it. Seeing this, Jin felt a lump in her throat. I can understand your desire to break the engagement, yet I wish to know the truth behind my son's injury. The couple exchanged glances, instantly grasping one another's intentions. Jinmei, why do you trouble yourself so? It is evident that, even if you remain unaware now, the truth will eventually come to light, especially with the backing of such a powerful Jin family. After Jin's pointed remark, the couple ceased their pretense. Although Changbai was injured while rescuing our Yaoyao, this is not what our Yaoyao would wish for. She desires Changbai to thrive more than anyone else. Had we known the prominence of your family, and had Fu Changbai not become a waste, there would have been no issue with fulfilling the engagement. The Jin family is not inferior to the Yu family. But alas, Fu Changbai is now a waste. Unless you are willing to have Yaoyao wed Fu Changjun instead. However, it was clear that such an idea was impossible. After all, Yaoyao had once been Fu Changbai's fiancée, and Jin would never acquiesce to that. Understanding Jin's character, Song Danyang chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she feigned sincerity. Changbai is a good child. He has cared for our Yaoyao throughout their engagement, as she has told us, and we are truly grateful. However, we must express our deepest apologies. At this point, the tone of the couple had softened significantly, a stark contrast to their initial demeanor. Jean understood that this shift was likely due to her family's influence. I have one final question. Is the decision to break the engagement yours, or is it Yaoyao's? It is indeed my mother. She remains quite clear-headed at critical moments. Expressed her admiration without hesitation. Although this statement may appear trivial, its implications are quite profound. If the decision to break off the engagement originates from Wang Yin, then she, akin to her parents, is fundamentally pragmatic and self-serving. Conversely, if this decision is driven by her parents, it is plausible that they are fabricating excuses out of a desire to protect their daughter. Ultimately, inquiries must be made. She must ensure her family's naive child relinquishes his infatuation. In Chapter 65, Fooling the Fool, it is unacceptable for the engagement to be annulled while her foolish son continues to hold the girl in his heart, idolizing her as his unattainable dream. After all, her fourth brother is renowned as the youngest and most accomplished alchemist in the Nine Rings. What if her Changbai rises from the ashes, emerging even stronger than before? This family must not be allowed to attach themselves again. Given her understanding of the Wang couple's character, Jean sure feels compelled to be cautious. Jean sure nodded, acknowledging their intentions, which are merely rooted in parental affection. Song Danyang and her husband appear moved, recognizing that Jean Mei is a reasonable person. Therefore, they decided to terminate the marriage arrangement. However, before the Wang couple could rejoice, Jean sure added, however, the smiles on their faces promptly froze. Jean sure cast a glance at the unfamiliar cultivator seated beside them. Song Danyang's expression grew somewhat uneasy, yet she smiled and clarified. My husband and I have never visited Jinling City. This individual is a kind-hearted senior. Jean sure shot a piercing glance at Song Danyang, causing her to squirm under the scrutiny. Fortunately, Jean sure refrained from probing further, stating, I can understand your desire to break off the engagement. Yet my son has sustained such grave injuries for your daughter Yenner. Yu Wang family swiftly follow up with a withdrawal. Do you not fear the score of the world? In her heart, Song Danyang wondered if Jean Sure had been deceived by Fu Sure. This is the realm of the Nine Rings. In this world, strength dictates truth. The majority of Western cultivation families feign benevolence, yet they all understand that once one can cultivate, who still engages in worldly machinations. It is merely a ruse to fool the foolish. After all, even among cultivators, there are disparities in talent and comprehension. One could easily find a fool who believes wholeheartedly. At this moment, in Song Danyang's mind, Jean sure embodies that fool. However, she could not express this overtly and thus smiled. Our Wang family is willing to offer compensation. Please name your price. Her ostentatious display of wealth only solidified Jean Shure's suspicions. It is indeed true that her Changbai suffered injuries for Wang Yenner, yet the Wang family surely harbors other secrets. Therefore, she chose not to act hastily. I am currently in seclusion and unaware of Changbai's condition. I must first consult with him to determine what compensation your Wang family should provide. Jean Sure donned a demeanor of professionalism. Having seen through the emotional entanglements, her mind became clear. Otherwise, how could she justify the injuries Changbai endured and the emotional investment wasted on Wang Yenner over the years? Moreover, in the realm of the Nine Rings, which cultivator is foolish enough to risk their life for another? As a mother, she must strategize for her son's well-being, ensuring that his sacrifices yield results. Upon hearing this, the Wang couple became anxious. This is unacceptable. The Yu family has mandated that they sever ties with the Fu family today. Although Yenner and Fu Changbai are merely engaged, such an engagement holds the recognition of the heavenly path. If not properly dissolved, even if Yenner were to marry into the Yu family, she could never become the primary wife of the Yu young master, at best becoming a concubine. What family with a capable daughter would willingly accept the role of a concubine? In the mortal realm, concubines may lack status, but they are still half-masters. However, in the realm of cultivation, concubines are often viewed as mere vessels for procreation. Though the Wang family may be weak, they cannot afford to lose face. Furthermore, Jean Shure's audacity to discuss compensation astounded Wang Weikong and his wife. Jean Shure was not known for her assertive nature. They had prepared for a confrontation with her, expecting at most to be reprimanded. However, they never anticipated that Jean Shure would directly negotiate compensation. In other words, their perception of Jinshi had completely collapsed. Song Danyang took a deep breath. What is the current condition of Changbai? We went to the Fu family, and they informed us that you were all at the Jin family. Jinshi nodded, finding this information unsurprising. What kind of place is the Fu family? Not only does Fu Qingyuan, the father, show little concern, but the family itself would never expend effort on someone who has lost their potential. Thus, Changbai could only remain at the Jin family under the protection of her parents. Jinshi had complete faith in the Jin family. Fu Yaoyao remarked, "My elder brother should still be unconscious. He is likely with fourth uncle." Jinshi, hearing her daughter's thoughts, felt no surprise. Wang Weikong and Song Danyang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. "This is unacceptable," Jinshi coldly smirked. While strength reigns supreme in the cultivation world, people are still human and possess their own gossip. Presently, the Wang family seeks to withdraw their engagement. However, if the Jin family were to come to the Wang family in the future, it would signify the Jin family's desire to dissolve their ties, changing the narrative entirely. The Wang couple wished to take advantage, but such opportunities are seldom offered. Fu Yaoyao danced joyfully, applauding her mother. "Mother, you are truly remarkable. This is the right approach to deal with such shameless individuals." In the original text, my elder brother was melancholic after the engagement was broken, especially after losing his cultivation potential. If we were to reverse the situation and announce that we are the ones breaking off the engagement with the Wang family, it would undoubtedly ease my elder brother's heart. We should wait for him to awaken before proceeding. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Jinshi gently smiled and stood to see them off. "My son Changbai is gravely injured. I must take my leave." With that, she turned and departed, offering the Wang couple no opportunity to speak. Song Danyang immediately panicked. Unable to catch up with Jinshi, she turned to Wang Weikong and asked, "What should we do?" Wang Weikong looked towards the Yu family's Yuaning cultivator, but the elder offered them naught but indifference. They were unaware that while it is human nature to kick someone when they are down, betrayal and treachery are looked down upon. Had it not been for the command of the young master, he would not have squandered his time on such trivial matters. However, the Yu family differs from others. The family head possesses the highest cultivation and absolute authority, doting on his only son, thereby ensuring the entire clan grants the Yu young master a modicum of respect. Yet that is where it ends. Offering face is one matter, but disdain is another entirely. Wang Weikong and Song Danyang exchanged glances, bewildered. In Chapter 66, The Puppet Servant, what should they do? The Yu family's directive remains unfulfilled, and the Yuaning cultivator is unwilling to lend them assistance, merely keeping them company. If, in the future, Jinshi and her son were to confront them, would their yinner not bear the stigma of a discarded daughter? The pain of betrayal finally struck the Wang couple. They believed they were acting for their daughter's best interest by seeking to annul the engagement, failing to recognize the cruelty it inflicted upon Fu Changbai. Yet when Fu Changbai comes to annul the engagement, their daughter would be the subject of gossip for being rejected by the Fu family. This they could not accept. It must be said, humanity is inherently selfish. Song Danyang suggested, "Shall we seek out Fu Qingyuan?" Wang Weikong frowned. Did not the Fu family say he is not present? Song Danyang believed this to be merely Fu Qingyuan's excuse. However, who could have known that Jinshi would prove so difficult to handle? In truth, the couple had approached the Jin family without hesitation, having previously perceived Jinshi as gentle and amiable. They had never considered that Jinshi would refuse their reasonable requests. As a result, the current attitude of Jinshi left the couple utterly dumbfounded, forcing them to contemplate alternative possibilities. In front of the Wang couple, the Jin family displayed a strong demeanor, yet once they departed, an unsettling anxiety gripped their hearts, prompting them to quicken their pace. Fu Yaoyao, tightly embraced in her mother's arms, was nearly gasping for breath. "My dear mother, I can hardly breathe. My beloved mother is still worried about my elder brother. But do not fret, for with Si Jiao around, my brother will surely be fine." Jinshi's footsteps faltered for a moment, her heart easing slightly. Her youngest daughter was right. With Si Gu and the others present, her Changbai would be safe, for as long as there is life, there is hope. Every life is exceedingly precious, especially for cultivators who understand this truth deeply. Jean Shi's thoughts raced as she made her way to the courtyard of Jean Siga. By the time she arrived, her emotions had settled considerably. Taking a deep breath, she called out, "Siga, are you there?" Jean Siga was preparing a medicinal bath for Fu Changbai, and upon hearing her voice, he opened the courtyard's barrier. Upon entering, Jean Shi saw a large wooden tub, within which sat none other than her eldest son, Fu Changbai. His complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color. Jean Shi glanced at him, her voice trembling. "Siga, how is Changbai?" Jean Siga, with no intention of concealing the truth, revealed that Changbai had sustained numerous external injuries, his abdomen gravely wounded, nearly pierced through, with a shattered dantian and damaged spiritual roots. Although she had already learned from the Wang couple about her son's serious injuries, hearing it from her own brother plunged Jean Shi into darkness. "Is there any way to help him?" Jean Siga looked at her, not wishing to hide the truth. "You need not worry about the external wounds. Some ordinary internal injuries are manageable. However, the dantian and spiritual roots cannot be repaired without heavenly materials and earthly treasures." Jean Shi's legs weakened, nearly causing her to drop Fu Yaoyao. "Dear mother, I'm about to fall." Jean Siga noticed his sister almost dropping her daughter and, upon hearing the child's thoughts, felt his sorrow somewhat alleviated. He comforted his sister, telling her that while it was challenging, it was not impossible. "Changbai is your son, and our beloved nephew. We, as uncles, will not stand idly by. But you, as his mother, must also gather your strength and elevate your cultivation. The greater our abilities, the greater the hope for Changbai's recovery." Jean Shi was instantly uplifted. "Siga, you're right." Seeing his objective achieved, Jean Siga smiled. She handed her child to Jean Siga. "Siga, please hold Yaoyao for me. I will retreat to cultivate and heal." Fu Yaoyao protested, "Vite, are you leaving me so hastily?" Fortunately, she was not a true infant. Even in her mother's absence, she would be well taken care of. Being with her uncles was far more entertaining than being with her mother, despite her deep love for her mother, who had given her life and maternal affection. However, her mother had many responsibilities, and it would be inappropriate for her to cling to her and hinder her from fulfilling them. Thus, she resolved to be an independent little child. Once Jean Shi departed, Jean Siga and Fu Yaoyao exchanged glances. "This girl, is she really leaving you with me?" Jean Siga chuckled helplessly. Although he adored his little niece, he was still tending to his elder nephew's injuries. How could his sister, a mother of 5, be so reckless? Yet, having been entrusted with the child, it was impossible to neglect her. Resigned, Jean Siga held the child tightly and looked at the elder nephew submerged in the tub. "See, your mother is willing to do anything for you. Your uncles will also assist you. You must pull yourself together and recover swiftly." Fu Changbai, with his eyes tightly closed, seemed to slightly move. Jean Siga observed him for a moment, added some medicine to the tub, and then beckoned to the house. 2 handsome, young servants emerged. Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in surprise. "I thought only the Fu family maintained a facade of propriety, but having attendants certainly makes things much more convenient." However, as this thought crossed her mind, she sensed something was amiss. The 2 young servants moved sluggishly, appearing somewhat inept, their expressions vacant. Jean Siga raised an eyebrow, explaining, "Little Wu has become weary of refining magical tools and has taken to crafting these living dolls. Frankly, I find such lifelike puppets somewhat pointless. They can only serve tea and water, with little else to offer." Fu Yaoyao pondered, "Puppets? Is that truly what I understand?" These 2 individuals are actually magical artifacts created by Wu Jiao. Chapter 67. A drawn conclusion Fu Yaoyao truly comprehended. This was akin to humanoid robots in the interstellar world. According to her understanding, the distinction between the interstellar world and the cultivation realm lies primarily in their energy systems, with minimal other differences. Thus, she readily accepted this concept. The 2 refined servants proceeded to add various colored medicinal liquids into the tub, one even pouring in hot water. Fu Yaoyao remarked, looking at the rising steam, "One might think my brother is about to be boiled." Jean Siga's lips twitched. Although his little niece was young, her imagination was quite daring, suggesting he would boil his own nephew. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a circular object from his storage artifact. This object was entirely white, resembling a beautiful bracelet adorned with a row of grooves, seemingly designed for gem inlay. Fu Yaoyao, intrigued, thought, "See, Jiao is rather vain. Wearing a necklace, even when stepping outside? Or is this a bracelet?" The items in the cultivation realm are truly perplexing. One can hardly guess their purpose merely by appearance. Nonetheless, certain objects are universally applicable across worlds, as human inventions are intended for the convenience of daily life. Whatever the item, if placed correctly, it undoubtedly serves a purpose. Fu Yaoyao firmly believed this. Similarly, in the realm of people, no individual is truly useless. If any are, it is merely a matter of being misplaced. Jin Sigu smiled slightly. He then took out several pieces of spiritual stones from his storage artifact. Fu Yaoyao recognized spiritual stones, which are colorful and magical stones said to be used for cultivation as well as a form of currency for trade. They are stunningly beautiful, with each color corresponding to a specific attribute. For instance, a spiritual stone imbued with fire energy is crimson, while one containing water energy is azure. Fu Yaoyao thought that these spiritual stones, if presented to someone unappreciative, could be fashioned into ornaments, given their vibrant colors and exquisite appearance. Wow, spiritual stones, akin to energy stones in the interstellar world. Indeed, spiritual stones were similar to energy stones. But the interstellar world had spent years studying their composition and storage forms without fully grasping their origins. However, understanding spiritual stones in this context made it somewhat comprehensible. Perhaps energy stones were composed of various attributes, just with a more complex energy form than spiritual stones. While the interstellar world may not have fully unraveled the mystery of energy stones, it had nonetheless utilized them to a certain extent. For instance, transforming it into nutrient solutions to serve as the energy source for robots, mechas, and spacecraft. In that instant, Fu Yaoyao's thoughts drifted far away. Suddenly, she observed her fourth uncle inserting 5 differently colored spirit stones directly into the white slot, channeling his spiritual energy, causing the white jade ring to swell dramatically. Fu Yaoyao widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in awe at the retractable technology before her. The corners of Jin Si's lips curled with satisfaction as he watched the white jade ring descend gracefully onto the wooden barrel, slowly tightening around its middle, securing itself firmly in place. Jin Si addressed the 2 puppets, instructing them not to add water, but merely to keep an eye on it and prevent any risk of drowning. In that moment, Fu Yaoyao suddenly comprehended the purpose of the apparatus. "A heating ring," Jin Si remarked, his words seemingly coarse, yet resonating with truth. However, he felt compelled to add, "This jade ring serves not only to heat, but can also freeze." Fu Yaoyao responded, "Ah, so it is a temperature-regulating device. Understand now." Jin Si felt a surge of satisfaction at his niece's astonished demeanor. For city dwellers often took pleasure in witnessing the bewilderment of those from the countryside. His little niece was indeed a perceptive individual, and from her thoughts, he discerned that the energy system of her original world was entirely distinct from this one. As a cultivator, she accepted such otherworldly concepts. For who truly comprehends the vastness of the universe? The greater the universe, the more insignificant humanity appears. The pursuit of immortality, which cultivators dedicate their lives to, is ultimately an exploration of the boundless cosmos. After these revelations, Jin Si carried his little niece to the residence of Jin Wu. The Jin family comprised 12 sons and 1 daughter, each possessing their own courtyard, which, while outwardly similar, displayed unique decorations reflective of their owners' personalities. Jin Si's courtyard was adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, where even the most common weeds were among the most prevalent spirit herbs of the cultivation realm. Conversely, Jin Wu's courtyard was a chaotic display of various magical artifacts and treasures, some intact while others were clearly incomplete. Among the myriad of finished and unfinished magical implements, there lay a collection of diverse materials, including animal bones, teeth, ores, and some items that Fu Yaoyao could not even recognize. For instance, a pink object resembling jade was carelessly discarded on the ground. Fu Yaoyao was certain it could not possibly be a mere piece of jade. Additionally, there were 2 bamboo-like green objects, surely not bamboo tubes made of jade. Perhaps they were some form of spirit bamboo that naturally grew in such a manner. Her eyes struggled to take in the scene. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Jean C. nearly burst into laughter. Hastening toward the source of the sound, Lao Wu, I'm here. You haven't once again forced together two conflicting materials, have you? Fu Yaoyao chimed in, fourth uncle. Do not think I cannot hear your schadenfreude. Jean C. smirked. Indeed, he relished the misfortune, for Lao Wu frequently mocked him for his failed attempts at alchemy. The two brothers, one a master craftsman and the other an alchemist, were, in truth, equally matched. Yet Lao Wu, unabashedly, often ridiculed him, claiming that he rarely experienced failures in crafting. What was that supposed to imply? It was nothing but a jab at his alchemical skills being inferior to his craftsmanship. Could he endure such taunts? Now, fate had presented him with the opportunity to confront Lao Wu. Jean Wu emerged from inside, his handsome face darkened with frustration. Yet remarkably, his attire remained unscathed. Fu Yaoyao noted, it must be made of the same material as my little outfit, akin to the armor of interstellar warriors that adjust to fit one's form. Chapter 68. The intelligent child-carrying robot Jean C. observed his younger brother, who, despite appearing disheveled, was unharmed and began to mock him mercilessly. Lao Wu, look at you. How could you be so careless? Unlike you, I exercise utmost caution during my alchemical processes. I haven't had a single explosion recently. Jean Wu's handsome face puffed up with indignation. He waved his hand, casting a cleaning spell that rendered his robe and face spotless. However, despite his appearance being tidy, his hair remained tousled from the explosion, giving him a rather dashing look. That was merely an accident. Have you never had an accident? Jean C. retorted. I have fewer accidents than you. Jean Wu glared. Nonsense. It is I who have fewer. My craftsmanship is superior. You should consider switching to crafting, for alchemy holds no future for you. Jean C's face flushed with indignation at his brother's words. The two strikingly similar handsome men exchanged verbal jabs, neither willing to concede. Fu Yaoyao commented, how dull. It feels like watching children argue. Jean C. and Jean Wu's expressions transformed instantaneously, shifting from scowls to smiles. Little Wu, what caused the explosion this time? Share with your brother for. Although I am not a craftsman, alchemy and crafting share similarities. Perhaps I could offer you some inspiration. Jean Wu's lips twitched at the absurdity of suggesting that alchemy was superior to crafting, for the two disciplines were not comparable. However, in front of his little niece, he refrained from exposing his brother's pretensions. Not being of the same ilk as his brother, he promptly shifted the topic. Fourth brother, what brings you here today? He glanced at the infant in his arms, marveling at how such a seemingly simple creature possessed an abundance of thoughts that he could perceive. Jean C's gaze flickered between Jean Wu's face and his little niece, a smile gracing his features. I did not intend for this, but perhaps my sister deemed me more reliable, which is why she entrusted Yaoyao to me. Jean Wu raised an eyebrow. If in my sister's eyes I'm not the most trustworthy, why did she not entrust Yaoyao to our eldest brother or second brother? Instead, she handed her directly to me. Jean Wu shot a glance at his brother. She did not give her to you either. She entrusted her to me. Jean Wu pondered. It must be because she is concerned about Zhang Bo's injuries, which is why she brought Yaoyao to you. What did you tell her that led her to ask you to temporarily care for Yaoyao? Fu Yaoyao thought, indeed, they're truly brothers. My fifth uncle is remarkably perceptive. Jean Wu proudly lifted his chin. Indeed, I possess remarkable foresight. Jean C felt a twinge of guilt, but fortunately, Lao Wu could not discern Yaoyao's thoughts. Otherwise, his boast would have been swiftly deflated. Jean Wu interjected, so you did not come here merely to flaunt your reliability, did you? Jean C adopted a serious demeanor. My reliability is a fact that requires no boasting. I came because he hesitated, nearly forgetting the purpose of seeking out Lao Wu. Clearing his throat, he continued, actually, your craftsmanship is quite commendable. We brothers each possess our own specialties. Our strengths complement each other, which is rather advantageous, is it not? Jean Wu regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if the sun had risen in the west. Jean C's face flushed with embarrassment. What have I said wrong? Having a top-tier alchemist in the family suffices. Your aptitude is lacking, and you are not particularly intelligent. Alchemy will undoubtedly present numerous challenges for you. If something were to go awry, How would the Jin family face the consequences? Jin Wu retorted, Jin C. I need your assistance with something. Jin Wu maintained a serene expression, lamenting his lack of talent, intelligence, and mediocre skills in weapon forging, lamenting that he had squandered even the most ordinary materials. He wondered aloud what assistance he could possibly offer, suggesting that it would be wiser for his interlocutor to seek someone more capable. Fu Yaoyao stifled laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Both of Jin Wu's uncles were known for their rivalry. It was said that in their youth, both had pursued the art of alchemy. Yet, Jin Wu's aptitude for the craft paled in comparison to that of Jin Si. Jin Wu himself had little interest in alchemy, leading him to pivot towards weapon forging. Although both disciplines involve refinement, they possess distinct differences. Surprisingly, after switching to weapon crafting, Jin Wu discovered an unexpected talent, which, however, left Jin Si feeling resentful, believing his brother lacked the resolve to remain steadfast. Eventually, Jin Si accepted this change in direction but could not resist his tendency for sarcastic remarks. Consequently, the two frequently clashed whenever they met in private. Jin Si began, Old Wu, this is where you err. You know we must focus, whether in alchemy or weapon forging. However, my sister entrusted me with Yaoyao, and I cannot betray her expectations. Jin Wu remained composed, awaiting further elaboration. Jin Si cleared his throat and posed a question regarding the puppet Jin Wu had previously procured, inquiring whether he could acquire another, specifically one designed for childcare. Jin Wu scrutinized Jin Si for a considerable time before suddenly breaking into a smile. Yes, it is possible. Jin Si pounded his chest, declaring, You can tell me anything, brother. There is no need for formality. Jin Si continued, Old Wu, this is where you err. Had you been reliable enough, my sister would have sought your help directly rather than coming to me. Jin Wu shrugged, indicating that if Jin Si insisted on that line of reasoning, he was powerless to assist. Fu Yaoyao interjected, An intelligent kid care robot. That would be splendid. Upon hearing his niece's thoughts, Jin Wu's eyes lit up. In the realm of cultivation, children were generally not pampered. If their parents were cultivators, spiritual energy infused into the fetus from conception endowed them with formidable resilience. Even children born to ordinary parents in the Johuan realm exhibited superior physical capabilities compared to those in the mundane world, a testament to the potency of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this necessitated a specialized puppet to cater to the needs of children, allowing parents to focus on their cultivation without distraction, thereby ensuring their offspring's safety and security. The market for childcare puppets was promising. If developed, they would undoubtedly sell remarkably well. Unfortunately, the difficulties faced by cultivators in procreation meant that each offspring was exceedingly precious. Jin Si found himself left outside, muttering about his brother's antics. Both Jin Si and Jin Wu shared a fervent obsession with their respective crafts. One fixated on alchemy and the other on weapon forging. Regardless, Jin Si had fulfilled his purpose and promptly departed Jin Wu's courtyard, wary of the possibility that this eccentric brother might abscond with his precious niece. However, Jin Si was uncertain of his next destination, despite his desire to boast to others. He realized that as a feeble alchemist, he was hardly formidable in combat. He could not confront his elder brothers, Jin De and Jin San. Fu Yaoyao chimed in, because Uncle De and Uncle San are quite powerful. If my fourth brother were to visit them, he would only serve as a burden, and it would be counterproductive if he were to lose me in the process. Jin Si replied, You truly are a clever one. You seem to know everything. I may have an uncle who relies on beastly allies in battle, but typically, such control-oriented cultivators possess exceptionally strong souls, categorizing them as combatants. As for my sixth uncle, he is of the assassination type, swift and ruthless, embodying that very essence. My fourth uncle cannot possibly compete. Jin Si conceded, You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Fu Yaoyao continued unabated. My seventh uncle, though somewhat effeminate, possesses a water affinity. In truth, he wields the art of soft, overcoming hard with great proficiency, delivering lethal blows. Given my fourth uncle's penchant for alchemical indulgence, he would surely fall short. Jin Si expressed gratitude. I appreciate your insight. You understand me better than anyone. He urged her to cease, but Fu Yaoyao remained undeterred, continuing. My 8th uncle is tone-deaf and also belongs to the offensive category, while my 9th uncle is a perfectionist, with only himself capable of driving him to madness. My 4th uncle, a late-stage golden core cultivator, is relatively frail, but my 10th, 11th, and 12th uncles currently possess lower cultivation levels, all only at the foundation establishment stage. Surely, he could best them, correct? Perhaps we should seek out 10th uncle and the others? Jean C. lamented. So he is only capable of defeating those undeveloped, like Old 10, Old 11, and Old 12. His situation is truly tragic. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he covered his face momentarily before lifting his head and heading toward Old 12's courtyard. Fu Yaoyao observed, I know you're unashamed, but I never realized you could be so brazen. Meanwhile, atop an inconspicuous hillock, a robed cultivator deftly maneuvered into an underground tunnel. This individual occasionally utilized earth-based techniques to clear the path ahead, and after traversing approximately 10 miles, he raised his head, his eyes glimmering with excitement. This individual was Fu Chengyuan, who had set out with fervor to locate the spiritual vein the Jin family had informed him about. Having visited previously, he was well aware of the Jin family's highly sophisticated concealment array, which facilitated his progress. He had indeed glimpsed the spiritual minds before, leading him to believe that this visit would mirror the last, with the exception that he intended to extract a greater quantity of spiritual stones to vent his frustration, ideally prompting the Jin family to seek his favor in the future. However, Fu Chengyuan was taken aback when he encountered an attack as soon as he entered the spiritual vein. Had he not been excessively cautious, he might have perished at the hands of the formidable Lingxi. How could a 4th-tier beast, the Yinan Lingxi, be present? It was precisely this characteristic that earned it the name Yinan Lingxi. Fu Chengyuan's expression darkened as he engaged in a fierce struggle against the Lingxi's relentless onslaught, his mind racing with thoughts of retreat. He could not fathom why, during his previous visit, there had been no trace of such a creature. The Jin family had mentioned that due to their specially crafted array, upon discovering the spiritual vein, they would envelop it entirely, rendering it undetectable not only to other cultivators but also to beasts. Spiritual veins were treasures of the earth, coveted by both human cultivators and beasts alike, with the latter exhibiting an even more direct affinity for them. Once beasts discovered a spiritual vein, they would settle within, intent on exhausting its resources. The Yinan Lingxi had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Fu Chengyuan's heart sank with foreboding. Could it be that the spiritual vein had already been depleted by this beast? Judging by its size, this Lingxi had reached maturity, a 4th-tier beast at that. Its strength rivaled that of a golden core cultivator, and Fu Chengyuan, at his peak and foundation establishment, was far from a match. If the spiritual vein had indeed been exhausted, the Lingxi would have vacated long ago rather than guard the entrance to prevent others from entering. Did this imply that the spiritual vein remained intact? Fu Chengyuan's eyes brightened slightly. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a shard of his magical artifact, which transformed into a cerulean longsword, hurling it toward the Lingxi. Upon sensing the aura of the artifact, the Lingxi appeared momentarily taken aback, its expression wavering. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Chengyuan lunged forward, thrusting the cerulean sword fiercely at the Lingxi. The Qingjian swept across the back of the Lingxi, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. A piercing shriek, alien to human ears, struck Fu Chengyuan's eardrums painfully, yet his eyes gleamed with a hint of joy. How wonderful! This Yinan Lingxi was not as formidable as anticipated. Perhaps it had consumed some rare treasure, causing its size to swell, but it was far from being an adult beast. As long as it was not a fully grown 4th-tier beast, what was there to fear? He possessed numerous magical artifacts bestowed by the Jin family. Although he had not fully accepted their goodwill for the sake of his pride, over time, he had accumulated quite a number of valuable items. While he could not contend with a 4th-tier beast, he had the strength to confront a 3rd-tier one. Emboldened, Fu Chengyuan, who had initially retreated to the entrance, stealthily advanced deeper into the cave. At that moment, he seemed to hear footsteps. The cavern trembled ominously. After a while, his expression changed drastically as he hurled the Qingjian, which had not yet completely lost its spiritual energy, and cursed aloud. Wasn't the Yinan Lingxi a solitary beast? To his dismay, Another Inan Lingxi emerged from the cave's entrance. Without a second thought, Fu Qingyuan turned and fled. It was only after he had traversed dozens of miles away from the spiritual vein, his feet gliding swiftly, that he finally came to a halt. He appeared quite disheveled, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. That was perilously close. Thankfully, that creature did not pursue him. However, the presence of two Inan Lingxi assuaged Fu Qingyuan's doubts about the spiritual vein within. Although Inan Lingxi were typically solitary creatures, there was an exception during their mating season. During this period, a male and female would cohabitate, usually seeking a location abundant in spiritual energy to establish their home and nurture their offspring. This suggested that the first Inan Lingxi he encountered was likely pregnant, hence its adult size, yet diminished power. In the realm of cultivation, all female beings, including humans, must utilize their internal spiritual energy to nourish the fetus during pregnancy. Regardless of their efforts in cultivation, their progress would stagnate, necessitating a stay in a spiritually rich environment. Otherwise, the mother would be drained by the fetus. Thus, the spiritual vein must still be intact. If it were not, the two Lingxi would not have chosen it as their dwelling. After a brief moment of recuperation, he set off on his return journey. At this juncture, Fu Qingyuan was unaware that the Wang family had approached the Jin family to cancel the engagement, but had not succeeded immediately and were actively seeking him out. Throughout his journey, he pondered how to deal with the two Inan Lingxi obstructing the spiritual vein. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by two individuals, instinctively growing wary. Upon recognizing them, Fu Qingyuan sighed in relief. Indeed, Fu Changbai was not a child he favored, being a scion of the Jin family. Yet a union with the Wang family would benefit the Fu family, and thus he would not refuse. Furthermore, he had previously journeyed with the Wang couple during their training. Establishing a descent rapport. Upon recognizing them, he greeted warmly, "Brother Wang, what brings you here? Is there something urgent?" Upon observing Fu Qingyuan's demeanor, the Wang couple realized he was likely unaware of Fu Changbai's predicament and their intention to annul the engagement. Song Danyang exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Weikong, and they promptly halted Fu Qingyuan. "Brother Fu, might we speak privately for a moment?" Trusting the couple, Fu Qingyuan had no reservations as they entered a nearby tavern. Having spent a significant portion of the day at the spiritual vein, he was somewhat famished and ordered a lavish spread of spiritual delicacies, indulging heartily. Once they had dined sufficiently, Wang Weikong broached the subject. "Our daughter Yen'er and your son Changbai recently ventured out for training and unexpectedly encountered a third-tier beast. Had it not been for Changbai's protective efforts, Yen'er might have perished." Fu Qingyuan remained composed, observing carefully, yet responded politely, "Given the bond between our families, it was only natural for Changbai to act. After all, it is his duty to protect Yen'er." Song Danyang smiled. "They say a tiger does not father a dog. It is due to your sense of responsibility that Changbai has turned out to be such a commendable youth." Although he held no affection for Fu Changbai, Fu Qingyuan appreciated the compliment. Nonetheless, Song Danyang continued, "While Changbai did save Yen'er, his condition is rather grave. I wonder if Sister Jean has informed you." At the mention of the Jean family, Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened. Song Danyang, adept at reading emotions, realized the couple had not communicated, and a flicker of joy crossed her face as she feigned difficulty. "Under normal circumstances, I would refrain from speaking so, but Brother Fu, we are not blessed with many children. Yen'er is our only cherished jewel. While Changbai's actions were noble, we cannot condemn Yen'er to a lifetime of hardship. Can we? As a father of a daughter, surely you understand?" Her words left Fu Qingyuan bewildered. Was it possible that Changbai was incapacitated? If that were true, Yen'er, as a woman of the cultivation world, would not be expected to marry and live in solitude. Yet the couple's insistence on speaking with him indicated that the reality was far more serious. As anticipated, Song Danyang began to weep. That was a third-tier beast. Given Yen'er's limited cultivation, encountering such a creature could have cost her life. Thankfully, Changbai, such a good lad, managed to withstand the beast's onslaught and save Yen'er. But he sustained numerous injuries, particularly to his dantian. She wiped her tears and looked toward Fu Changbai. It is likely he will never be able to cultivate again. If Changbai were merely unable to cultivate, they would certainly allow Yen'er to marry him. Anyone can utter sweet words. The truth remains that Fu Changbai had been gravely injured. Even if he were not afflicted in his dantian or spiritual root, any irreparable damage would ultimately harm his cultivation and lifespan, rendering him unsuitable as their prospective son-in-law. Moreover, their daughter had caught the eye of the heir of the Yu family, a far more promising match. However, there was no need to disclose this to Fu Qingyuan. The Wang couple had initially thought they would need to persuade him further, but were astonished when Fu Qingyuan promptly declared, "Since he is incapacitated, he is certainly unworthy of marrying my niece. Let us annul the engagement." The couple exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily dumbstruck. Conversely, Fu Qingyuan, sensing their bewilderment, asked, "What is the matter? Why you look at me like that?" Wang Weikong's face broke into a smile. "Brother Fu, you are truly remarkable." Song Danyang expressed her admiration as well. Yet she remained puzzled. "Will you not speak a kind word for your son? He has become a cripple for the sake of our Yen'er." Before she could finish, Fu Qingyuan interjected, "He has truly become a cultivator who cannot practice." Song Danyang replied, "His dantian is shattered, his spiritual root destroyed. He is utterly beyond recovery." Fu Qingyuan nodded, lost in thought, his gaze cold. "A cripple is indeed unworthy of a cultivator. Thus, the engagement shall be nullified." Hearing this, the Wang couple finally believed him. Their spirits lifted, they rejoiced. "Brother Fu is indeed the most understanding person. Given this, we can rest easy. However, while the engagement between our children has been cancelled, our families must not grow distant." Although they had aligned themselves with the Yu family, the Wang family did not wish to sever ties with the Fu family, for it is better to have more friends than foes. Song Danyang continued, however, "Elder sister Jean is unwilling." When the two families initially established their marital pact, they used a drop of blood from each child to forge a lifelong contract, sealed through those jade pendants. Thus, even though they're not yet wed, they are bound by the celestial laws. Otherwise, if their daughter were to form a union with someone else in the future, it would render the celestial oath void, which would be a source of ridicule and enmity. In summary, as cultivators, they strive to seize the essence of heaven and earth. You're subject to numerous constraints. One of these is the prohibition against making frivolous oaths. Chapter 71, The Obstruction Pill. The celestial laws truly listen and can manifest these vows into reality. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingyuan's expression soured at the mention of the Jin family. The humiliation he endured there was the most significant of his life. In truth, if viewed from another perspective, it is only natural for an uncle to trouble his nephew by marrying off a daughter. However, Fu Qingyuan possessed a strong sense of pride. The psychological shadow and damage inflicted by the Jin family multiplied his resentment. Therefore, he had no intention of visiting the Jin family anytime soon. Without a moment's thought, he declared, "Her refusal is inconsequential. I have consented." A useless person cannot match a cultivator. His demeanor was icy, as though Fu Changbai were not his own flesh and blood. Fu Qingyuan paused, recalling his indifference towards several children, particularly those born of the Jin family, whom he held no affection for. While he would not refuse to use their marriage to benefit the Fu family, he had no intention of concerning himself with their tokens. Hence, all matters lay in the hands of the Jin family. Regardless, he was certain he would not visit them again in the near future. Wang Weikong exchanged glances with Song Danyang, suggesting, "Brother Fu, why not accompany us?" Fu Qingyuan immediately declined, stating, "To be honest, I have pressing matters at hand, making it inconvenient for me." Naturally, Fu Qingyuan could not admit to a quarrel with the Jin family, especially not when his uncles had come to such an impasse. It was utterly impossible for him to join them in Jinling City, fearing that he might be publicly humiliated by his uncles. Thus, he sought to excuse himself. Wang Weikong stepped closer, placing a friendly arm around Fu Qingyuan's shoulders. "Brother, even if you have matters to attend to, set them aside for the moment. Yen'er may not become your daughter-in-law, but she is akin to a daughter. Would you not be concerned for your own daughter's affairs?" Fu Qingyuan thought to himself that he certainly was anxious about his own daughter, Yuexin. But how could he regard Wang Yen'er as anything close to a daughter? Such sentiments were not easy to communicate to Wang Weikong and his wife. Song Danyang employed moral coercion, stating, "Brother Fu, elder sister Jean may struggle with her feelings. unwilling to allow Changbai to dissolve his engagement with Yen'er. We have no other recourse but to seek your assistance. Are you not brothers with old Wang? Brothers must help each other. Fu Qingyuan found himself perplexed as to why the Jin family was so adamant about not releasing Changbai from his engagement with Wang Yen'er. Logically, Changbai had become a useless person. Could they truly desire him to marry a female cultivator of talent? Had the Jin family lost their senses? Or did they intend to cultivate a grandchild since their son had failed? As Fu Qingyuan stroked his chin, he began to grasp the Jin family's reluctance to let go. However, what did this matter to him? The moral coercion from the Wang couple failed to sway Fu Qingyuan. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that he was simply unavailable at the moment. The Wang couple, growing anxious, declared, "If Brother Fu refuses to help us, do not blame us for being impolite." They exchanged glances, and Fu Qingyuan's expression suddenly shifted. "What have you done to me?" Song Danyang replied, "Brother Fu, do not be alarmed. We are left with no choice. We only wish for you to accompany us to the Jin family. Once the marriage is annulled, we shall immediately provide you with the antidote." Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened considerably, for he sensed that the flow of spiritual energy within him had become exceedingly arduous. This was far from a favorable sign. The spiritual energy within a cultivator ought to operate smoothly when called upon. Yet now, the energy within his dantian felt lethargic, utterly unresponsive. "You have administered the obstruction pill on me?" Wang Weikong wore an apologetic expression, though his demeanor betrayed little regret. "I apologize, Brother Fu, but we truly have no alternative. To be frank, our Yen'er has caught the attention of a significant figure. If we cannot annul the engagement, shall we allow her to become someone else's concubine? That would render our Wang family a laughingstock. Female cultivators with talent are rare, especially one like Wang Yen'er, who possesses both skill and beauty. With loving parents, they were determined to retrieve the jade pendant binding her to Fu Changbai. Fu Qingyuan's countenance grew as dark as coal. This meant that he had no choice but to go to the Jin family, whether he liked it or not. The thought of the humiliating experiences he had endured filled him with resistance. Although he was capable of bending or yielding, he began to speak kindly to the Wang couple. "Wang brother, you are being too unreasonable. Yen'er may not be my daughter, but she is like one to me. If she is in trouble, how could I possibly not assist? Yet you have drugged me. This is a sign of your distrust." Wang Weikong and Song Danyang exchanged knowing glances, both inwardly scoffing. Indeed, anyone could discern the nature of Fu Qingyuan, save for his wife, Jin Shi. He was selfish and cunning, willing to engage in any act to achieve his desires. However, they had never heard of a man who could remain so composed upon learning that his own son's potential had been destroyed, rendering him a useless person. After much contemplation, the Wang couple could only conclude that Fu Qingyuan was exceedingly self-serving. He cared for no one beyond himself, not even his own flesh and blood. This realization sent a chill down their spines. Associating with such a person instilled fear, for one could never know when he might betray them for his own gain. Fu Qingyuan remained oblivious to the fact that this very demeanor had placed him squarely on the Wang couple's blacklist. Despite his attempts to feign politeness and persuade them against visiting the Jin family, he was ruthlessly escorted there by the Wang couple. Fu Qingyuan resigned himself to his fate. The obstruction pill, in truth, was not a long-lasting remedy. A single pill could only impede spiritual energy for 2 hours, after which it would need to be administered again. Thus, the Wang couple remained vigilant, ensuring that Fu Qingyuan had no opportunity to escape. Upon arriving at the Jin family, the Wang couple sought to leverage Fu Qingyuan's presence, only to discover that he could not even enter the city lord's mansion. Their expressions darkened instantly. Fu Qingyuan seethed inwardly. Why, as the son-in-law of the Jin family, was he barred from even entering their gates? Chapter 72, A Dagger to the Heart. Yet no one provided him with an answer. Fu Qingyuan, mindful of his pride, could not possibly admit to the rift with Jin Shi that had led to his place on the Jin family's blacklist. Ultimately, the Wang couple could only think a son-in-law is not a true daughter or son, and lacking relevant rights is entirely reasonable. They did not press Fu Qingyuan further, though a hint of regret lingered in the air. Originally, Wang Weikong had envied Fu Qingyuan for his association with the beautiful and influential Jin Shi. believing that her status guaranteed access to countless cultivation resources. As Jin Shi's husband, Fu Qingyuan would undoubtedly share in these resources. However, they never anticipated that Fu Qingyuan's standing within the Jin family would be so low. Song Danyang found a sense of satisfaction in this revelation. Human nature often reveals itself in such moments. She had noticed her partner's envy of Fu Qingyuan. Yet, as he was her own partner, what could she do? Now, witnessing Fu Qingyuan's treatment within the Jin family, he would finally understand that being a son-in-law to the Jin family was no easy feat nevertheless. Wang Weikong remained stubborn, believing that despite the challenges, the benefits were undeniably substantial, unlike his own situation, where he had no prospect of gain as a son-in-law to the Song family, who were even less prosperous than the Wang family. However, regardless of the circumstances, Fu Qingyuan, as a pawn, was of no use, and the couple could only continue their normal path to seek out Jin Shi. Yet, where could Jin Shi find the time for them? She was preoccupied with healing her wounds, and it would only be permissible for her to venture out in search of rare treasures for her son once her cultivation was restored, or even advance to a higher level. However, treasures capable of mending one's dantian and spiritual roots were not easily found. In the short term, Jin Shi could only resort to desperate measures. There were even signs of her becoming unhinged, but fortunately, the people from the Jin family were reliable and managed to curb that tendency in time. Once extracted from the brink of madness, Jin Shi's condition worsened further, which was something Fu Yaoyao had not anticipated. The unworthy father had been brought to the Jin family by the Wang couple, clearly to coerce her mother into returning the token and magical artifact. It seemed the Wang family was quite anxious about this matter. Fu Yaoyao, cradled by Fu Yingying, came to visit Jin Shi, and coincidentally, Jin Shi heard her younger daughter's heartfelt thoughts, stirring something within her. Fu Yingying had already received relevant information, but upon hearing her sister's words, she pondered the implications. Fu Yingying nodded, mentioning that the second heir of the Yu family had a notorious reputation, known for his fondness for beautiful women, causing considerable harm to young and attractive girls. Jin Shi furrowed her brow and inquired if Fu Yingying believed that her elder brother's injuries were related to the Yu family. Upon hearing this, Fu Yingying immediately exploded with indignation. "Mother, are you suggesting that my brother's dantian and spiritual roots were actually harmed by the Yu family in their quest for Wang Yinar?" One could not deny Fu Yingying's quick wit. As for the truth, it hardly mattered. However, Fu Yaoyao was genuinely unaware of it, as the original text primarily focused on the protagonist Fu Yuexin's various triumphs, offering scant description of Fu Changbai, her half-brother, who was merely a foil. It simply stated that he became a cripple while trying to save his childhood sweetheart. When the Wang family proposed to withdraw their engagement, Fu Qingyuan, feeling ashamed of having a son who had become a cripple, readily agreed, for the Fu family could not afford to lose face. Having a son turned into a cripple was already a disgrace, and how could they expect someone to marry into their family under such circumstances? If it were their daughter set to marry a worthless man, it would be a waste of resources. Overall, the Fu family demonstrated a callousness in this matter, further inflicting harm upon Fu Changbai. Subsequently, Fu Changbai's despondency was likely directly related to being abandoned by the family he had trusted. This time, the unworthy father's arrival was undoubtedly to side with the Wang family. Strangely enough, although Changbai was his biological son, he seemed to favor the Wang family as if Wang Yinar were his true daughter. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of love for my mother, and thus a lack of love for the child born of her. Yet, he never considered that we were also his children. Perhaps the unworthy father truly was a romantic, viewing children not born of his beloved as mere livestock. The term livestock struck a nerve with Jin Shi, causing her eyes to redden. Though she had seen through Fu Qingyuan, the treatment of her cherished children left her heart in anguish. Suddenly, she felt compelled to confront those three, eager to hear the nonsense they might utter. "Let's go out and meet our guests." Fu Yingying hesitated. "Mother, if my brother's injuries are indeed related to the Yu family, we cannot let this matter rest easily. We should keep them on a string. After all, with the Yu family's strength, they might not even wish to marry into the Wang family. Without the token and magical artifact, Wang Yinar would be reduced to nothing more than a concubine upon entering the Yu family. Is that not the greatest punishment for her?" Jin Shi smirked coldly. You are right. However, I must personally go out and meet them. What truly brings despair is not the absence of hope, but rather the sight of hope within reach, only to be plunged into despair. Fu Yingjing blinked. Upon learning that the three of them intended to meet the Wang couple and Fu Qingyuan, Jin Daijiu promptly arranged for Jin Sanjiu to accompany them. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, necessitating a proactive search for various opportunities. Fortunately, Jin Sanj, a formidable force, was at home. With him present, they had nothing to fear from the Wang couple or Fu Qingyuan's tricks. The Wang couple genuinely cared for their only daughter and hoped for a more respectable match for her in the Yu family. Willing to scheme against Fu Qingyuan to achieve their goal, they finally knocked on the door of the Jin family and, eager to enter, ushered Fu Qingyuan inside. Upon entering, Song Danyang immediately said, Sister Jin, look who we have brought for you. Jin Shi merely cast a faint glance at Fu Qingyuan, causing his expression to darken. However, constrained by the situation, he had no choice but to speak up. Yuexin, do not act recklessly. Since Changbai has already been rendered a cripple, there is no reason to delay their path. Return the token to them, and consider it a favor. What nonsense is this? The Wang couple has yet to plead with my mother to release them, yet you are already eager to speak up. How can someone like this even cultivate? Fu Yingjing was increasingly incensed by her sister's words. After all, this was their biological father. Despite her brother being crippled, he had assumed an attitude of entitlement, suggesting that Changbai should not bring misfortune upon others. Was that not akin to stabbing their mother in the heart? This was akin to a knife plunged into Jin Shi's heart. Changbai was her first child, the first she had born after marrying Fu Qingyuan. As a cultivator, Jin Shi had not initially demanded the ability to bear the offspring of her beloved, yet she had successfully given birth to Changbai. She had always believed this son brought her fortune, leading her to subsequently bear more children. However, because Changbai was her firstborn, he held a unique significance for Jin Shi. For any mother yearning for a child, the firstborn carries an unparalleled meaning, especially when the one making this suggestion was none other than her husband, the biological father of the child. Jin Shi laughed in rage. Her laughter left Fu Qingyuan and the Wang couple perplexed. Fu Qingyuan, frowning, felt humiliated but, being in the Jin family's territory, dared not utter overly harsh words. He took a deep breath and said, Yuexin, the purpose of marriage is to forge a bond between two families. Now that our Changbai has unexpectedly lost his dantian and spiritual roots, we are clearly unworthy of your daughter. Why should we cling to the token? Wang Weikong and Song Danyang exchanged glances, for the first time realizing Fu Qingyuan could be so understanding. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the blocking spirit pill. They were uncertain. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Song Danyang from continuing. Indeed, Sister Jin, we have visited twice and are determined to have the two children withdraw from their engagement. Please do not make it difficult for us. She paused. We sympathize deeply with Changbai's plight, but with the child in such a state, we cannot allow our Yinner to marry into this family, subjecting them to mutual torment for a lifetime. If our Yinner lacked cultivation talent, we might have accepted it. Regardless of whether Changbai had talent, she would wed him, having grown up together. Their bond is quite strong. But our Yinner is a cultivator. How can we, as her parents, bear to see this? Jin Shi merely shot a cold glance at Song Danyang. You two have come here time and again. I had thought I made myself quite clear last time. I am merely waiting for Changbai to awaken, eager to learn the complete truth from him. We shall personally go to the Wang family to withdraw the engagement. At that time, Jin Shi scoffed. Even if you do not wish to retain the token, we will not keep that object either. The expressions of the Wang couple turned exceedingly grim. They had not anticipated that even with Fu Qingyuan right before them, the Jin family would maintain such an attitude. Although Fu Changbai had become a mere shadow of his former self, Wang Yinner was not. Could they truly allow their daughter to be cast aside as a discarded bride by this incapacitated man from the Fu family? Wouldn't that turn her into the laughingstock of the entire Linyu city? How could Yinner live with such a stigma? If the heir of the Yu family were to discover that Yinner had been forsaken by Fu Changbai, would he still consider marrying her? Even for the sake of his own reputation? This situation was untenable. The Jin family could not be allowed to proceed in this manner. Song Danyang, in a state of distress, implored Jin Yuexin, do you possess no empathy? Your son is already a broken man. Why can you not spare my daughter? The Jin matriarch cast a fleeting glance at her, then turned her attention back to Fu Qingyuan. My son Changbai, though he is now a cripple, sacrificed himself to save others. Most decent individuals are aware that one must make amends for the harm they cause. Unlike certain people, who not only refuse to compensate but also compel others to break off engagements. Is there perhaps something more sinister at play? My son is currently in a deep coma. If he were to awaken and learn that the one he loves was pressuring his mother to annul their engagement during his unconsciousness, would he not regret his reckless decision to save another's life? Sometimes one must be a bit selfish, do you not agree? After all, one cannot ascertain whether the life saved is that of a human or a specter, can they? Fu Yaoyao listened to her mother's words, sensing an unsettling undertone, particularly the way her mother looked at her, with dark, foreboding eyes that sent shivers down her spine. Surely, my mother has not succumbed to darkness, has she? Yet, it is somewhat understandable, her own flesh and blood reduced to such a state, while those ungrateful souls have turned against her. Even the child's own father has become a mere pawn, leaving her in a position of moral ambivalence. If my mother does not lose her sanity, who will? Fu Yingying remarked, why does this girl speak so indiscreetly? Although my mother's demeanor appears slightly off, it is certainly preferable to being ensnared in the throes of infatuation, especially for one as unworthy as that scoundrel father. Fu Yingying now felt an overwhelming sense of shame regarding Fu Qingyuan, embarrassed to have such a father. While other parents protect their children, even the parents of Wang Yin'er seemed superior to him. Fu Qingyuan felt humiliated by the Jin family yet again. Despite his personal visit, she failed to recognize the need to retreat gracefully. At that moment, Fu Qingyuan remained oblivious to Jin Shi's significant transformation, still perceiving her as the easily manipulable romantic fool of the past. However, with Jin Sengu present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts or taking action, primarily due to the intimidating aura exuded by this formidable figure. Song Danyang chuckled nervously. Since ancient times, it has been the command of parents and the words of matchmakers. What does a mere child understand? She trembled at the thought of the frenzied Jin Shi potentially wielding her daughter as a bargaining chip. Jin Shi sneered, you see, I merely wish to speak a few words with Yin'er. After all, I once cherished her dearly, and we were almost family. I wanted to express my sentiments. Yet you all are unwilling. And while my Changbai, he was well and whole, yet now he is in this state. Have you considered my feelings? Wang Weikong and Song Danyang felt a chill at the piercing gaze of Jin Shi. She disregarded them and continued, I reiterate, once my son awakens, I demand to know the entire truth of this matter, preferably with the full recordings provided by the viewing stone. After a moment of silence, Song Danyang asked, what there are recordings? Jin Shi coldly replied, as long as your daughter has not wronged my son, I will voluntarily annul the engagement and return the token and artifact. She paused. If there are. The significance of that, if was palpable. The faces of the Wang couple paled. Fu Yaoyao observed the undercurrents at play. Perhaps the initial damage to her brother's reputation had little to do with Wang Yin'er, but the involvement of Yu Qi could indeed complicate matters. It now rested with the Wang family to navigate this precarious situation. Chapter 74. Unveiling hidden thoughts. Wang Weikong and his wife exchanged glances, noting the watchful presence of Jin Sangu, and found themselves at a loss, realizing they had underestimated Fu Qingyuan. They had no choice but to leave the Jin family in a state of defeat. Upon their departure, they did not hesitate to criticize Fu Qingyuan. Brother Fu, I never expected you to be so ineffective in the Jin household. As a man, Wang Weikong felt a twinge of sympathy for Fu Qingyuan. He no longer envied him. The Jin matriarch, who appeared so gentle and accommodating, had borne 5 children over the years, leading him to believe she was a docile wife. Yet, he was taken aback by her unexpectedly strong character. As men, there is often an inherent flaw in their expectations. They wish for their wives to be dazzlingly beautiful, enhancing their own stature, yet simultaneously desire that they remain unthreateningly dependent. A woman of too much capability may overshadow a man, which is unacceptable. Conversely, they do not wish for their wives to be mere empty vessels devoid of substance. An ideal partner possesses beauty, grace, and a noble lineage, yet is gentle in nature, ideally devoted to her husband. Thus, even if her family is formidable, as long as she stands by her husband, her family is rendered powerless. Previously, he had assumed Jin Shi was that kind of woman. Hence, he felt envy towards Fu Qingyuan. However, today, that envy had morphed into sympathy. Alas, Fu Qingyuan's plight was truly tragic. Just look at that formidable figure standing beside Jin Shi, emanating an aura of terror. Though his cultivation level was unknown, it was evident he was not a mere ordinary person. Rumor had it that Jin Shi had 12 brothers. Considering her fierce disposition, it seemed only Fu Qingyuan could endure her. Reflecting upon this, Wang Weikong felt quite fortunate. While Song Danyang could be occasionally headstrong, it was merely a facet of their marital dynamic. Most crucially, Song Danyang lacked 12 powerful brothers, and her parents were not so formidable as to overshadow him. In essence, they were equals, fostering a cooperative relationship, ensuring their lives were harmonious. Most importantly, their sole daughter had caught the attention of the Yu family, promising a bright future for the Wang family. Currently, they were a united front, diligently striving for their shared interests. This was the hallmark of a healthy marital relationship. However, the pressing matter at hand remained the resolution of the engagement with the Fu family. Thus, Wang Weikong proactively offered Fu Qingyuan the antidote. Yet this time, Fu Qingyuan harbored suspicions. Compounded by Wang Weikong's words, his expression darkened considerably. He hesitated for a long while before reluctantly accepting the pill from Wang Weikong, scrutinizing it closely before attempting to leave, only to be halted by Wang Weikong's firm grip on his wrist. "Hey, Brother Fu, where do you think you're going?" Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened further. "You summoned me to the Jin household. I have complied. What more do you desire from me?" He was inherently distrustful. From the moment the Wang couple had attempted to drug him, any remnants of their past camaraderie had vanished. Consequently, he felt a strong aversion towards them. "Come on, brother. I have always envied you, but now I find myself feeling a bit sorry for you." Fu Qingyuan's countenance grew even darker. "What are you implying?" Wang Weikong, maintaining a friendly demeanor, patted his shoulder. "Isn't the Jin family incredibly domineering? They leave you with no dignity whatsoever." The more Wang Weikong spoke, the more Fu Qingyuan's expression soured. "And Jin Shi, she never appeared to be such a person. What has caused this transformation? Is there some underlying reason?" Wang Weikong feigned a brotherly camaraderie. Even Song Danyang was unaware of the true intentions concealed within his motives. However, her ignorance led her to refrain from interrupting. Indeed, Fu Qingyuan, who had initially harbored deep-seated resistance and resentment, now appeared markedly less opposed. Song Danyang's eyes sparkled with insight. It was evident that a shift had transpired in the relationship between Fu Qingyuan and the Jin couple, though Jin was fully cognizant of this transformation, even orchestrating it. Yet, Fu Qingyuan struggled to accept it. Perhaps this perspective could provide a solution to her daughter's predicament. Regardless of any discord between the couple, they remained united as husband and wife, and Fu Qingyuan might serve as a potential breakthrough. Song Danyang's gaze brightened further, her mind racing with ideas. Once her partner finished speaking, she immediately donned an expression of righteous indignation, exclaiming that Sister Jean was being rather inconsiderate towards Brother Fu. Their marriage arrangement had originally been based on mutual consent. Yin'er was not a girl who could only marry Zhang Bo. Given the current predicament as parents, it was only natural to wish for their daughter's happiness and to make such choices. Her feigned astonishment only deepened Fu Qingyuan's displeasure, and his face darkened further as he perceived the underlying implications of her words, his teeth gritting in frustration. She stoked the flames, asserting that had they known it would come to this, they certainly would not have sought out Brother Fu, nor would they have troubled him with the Zuling Dan, complicating matters with the Jin family. Fu Qingyuan, enraged, declared that he had nothing to explain to the Jin family. The engagement between his daughter and their son had followed the Fu family's customs and had no ties to the Jin family. Even if the token remained with Jin, as long as he, the father, consented to the annulment, the marriage could be disregarded. Wang Weikong and Song Danyang exchanged glances. Song Danyang pressed further, inquiring about the token. Fu Qingyuan, ever confident, reassured them, promising to find a way to destroy it. Before the couple could rejoice, he spoke sternly, warning them not to treat him as a fool. Now that Zhang Bo was in trouble, they were hastily distancing themselves. Had they perhaps aligned themselves with another powerful family? Although Fu Qingyuan's pride was wounded, he had his wits about him. He laid bare the couple's hidden motives, noting that neither party was entirely innocent. Their desire to annul the engagement stemmed not solely from a reluctance to see their daughter wed to a man of questionable character, but also from a fear of offending others. Wang Weikong and Song Danyang shared a knowing glance, and in a moment of agreement, they decided to be forthright with Fu Qingyuan, confessing that Yin had attracted the attention of the young master of the Yu family. Fu Qingyuan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend which Yu family they referenced. His disbelief stemmed from the Jin family's initial insignificance in his eyes, not out of arrogance, but rather due to the vast distance between Jinling City and Linyue City. The Fu family had indeed benefited from their connection to the Jin family, but the advantages were limited. After all, even if he married into the Jin family, he could not single-handedly eradicate the formidable Lin and Yu families. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death and inciting enmity. The ancient families of the Zhehuan had thrived for millennia, establishing a stable order. Unless there were blood feuds, annihilating an entire clan was unthinkable. Should someone dare to commit such atrocities, the other families would undoubtedly unite to bring them to justice. While there may have been countless smaller families annihilated in secrecy, the reality remained that such acts left no survivors, ensuring no future vendettas. Thus, the benefits of marrying into the Jin family were limited, and any alliance with the Lin and Yu families would yield greater rewards. Yet, Fu Qingyuan lamented that no daughters from the Lin and Yu families had shown interest in him. Therefore, when he heard that the Wang family's daughter had caught the attention of the Yu family, his initial reaction was disbelief. How could it be that while he himself was overlooked, their daughter was desired? The composed expressions of the Wang couple, however, dispelled his doubts. There was no reason for them to deceive him. It was clear that they had no need to lie. Fu Qingyuan felt a twinge of envy and resentment. The Fu family remained dependent on the Lin family, limiting their prospects. Meanwhile, the Wang family had secured a connection with the influential Yu family. Fu Qingyuan would not feel pleased for the Wang couple. He understood the implications of this shift. The cake of Linyue City was finite. As the Wang family gained from their alliance with the Yu family, the Fu family would inevitably lose out. This was a truth well understood by both Fu Qingyuan and the Wang couple. Therefore, informing him of this development was akin to severing ties with the Fu family. While acknowledging their relationship with the Lin family, they had now allied with the Yu family, whose boldness stemmed from their strength. If the Wang family were to align themselves with the Yu family, it would undoubtedly encroach upon the Fu family's share. Fu Qingyuan's mind raced as he calculated the implications. A cold smile spreading across his face as he deemed the Wang couple somewhat foolish for divulging such critical information to him when the situation had yet to unfold. He feigned agreement, stating that he would ensure Zhang Bo's mother returned the token promptly or that he would discreetly destroy it himself. The Wang couple expressed their gratitude, and Fu Qingyuan pretended to dismiss their thanks, reminding them not to forget their brotherhood once they had secured their position with the Yu family. Wang Weikong clasped his hands in gratitude, assuring Fu Qingyuan that he would not forget his kindness today. The two parties exchanged insincere pleasantries before swiftly parting ways. However, Wang Weikong and Song Danyang did not leave immediately, but instead observed Fu Qingyuan's retreating figure for some time. Finally, Song Danyang inquired whether she believed he spoke sincerely. To her surprise, Wang Weikong scoffed, questioning the significance of sincerity in their line of work. How often do people like them speak from the heart? Perhaps realizing that he was addressing an equal in Song Danyang, he tempered his mirth. Nonetheless, this incident sparked an idea within him. They had indeed fallen into a vicious cycle. Song Danyang frowned as Wang Weikong elaborated that since the Yu family had taken an interest in Yin, it was imperative for them to sever all ties with the Fu family. Song Danyang nodded in agreement, expressing concern that if Yin remained entangled with the Fu family, it could incite the young master of the Yu family's ire. What if he misconstrued Yin's intentions? Wang Weikong snorted, remarking that while the Yu family desired their daughter, they displayed little sincerity. He had anticipated that they would send someone of stature to advocate on their behalf. Yet they had received no such support, leading to their humiliation during their initial encounter with the Jin family. Song Danyang recalled the Jin family's arrogant demeanor from that first meeting, her expression darkening. If the Yu family truly sought Yin, why would they need to push her towards them? Her eyes lit up as she grasped the implication of her partner's words, asking if he meant that they should wait for the Yu family to approach them directly. Wang Weikong affirmed this, suggesting that since the Jin family was uncooperative and Fu Qingyuan was merely placating them, they should bide their time, ultimately placing the responsibility on the Fu and Jin families. Wang Weikong pondered for a moment before attributing the matter to the Fu family. Song Danyang furrowed her brows in contemplation, then suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You are truly wicked." Wang Weikong chuckled softly, stating, "For the sake of our Yinner, we are left with no choice. If we approach them directly, the Yu family may not cherish Yinner as they ought. It is better to have them seek us out, thereby emphasizing Yinner's value. To parents, their children are undoubtedly their most cherished treasures. For two cultivators, the greatest joy lies in the prospect of producing a child with exceptional talent, allowing the family of three to embark on a journey toward longevity together. What could be more blissful?" Meanwhile, Fu Qingyuan had left the Wang couple and disguised himself to enter a medicinal herb shop, purchasing a dan that could dispel the restrictions placed by the Zuling San. However, his furtive behavior attracted the shopkeeper's attention, who refused to allow him to use the dan first and pay later. It is essential to note that some shops, eager to attract customers and confident in their strength, do not fear customers absconding without payment. Yet, if someone appears suspicious, it is clear they cannot simply give away their medicine. Consequently, Fu Qingyuan was firmly prevented from taking the dan. With a dark expression, Fu Qingyuan explained, "I have been secretly harmed by a Zuling San, rendering me incapable of using spiritual power and thus unable to utilize my storage bag. I possess spiritual stones and will certainly not take your dan without compensation." The shopkeeper approached, scrutinizing Fu Qingyuan from head to toe, which made Fu Qingyuan feel particularly uncomfortable. Today was particularly unfortunate. He had just been force-fed a dan by the Wang couple and had barely escaped from the clutches of a calamity spirit lizard, leaving him in a disheveled state. As the saying goes, one's appearance can greatly influence perception. Fu Qingyuan's attire appeared so ragged that the shopkeeper harbored doubts about his credibility. After all, although the dan was not an extraordinary treasure, it still required a significant amount of spiritual stones. Allowing someone to consume it without payment was unacceptable. If this seemingly disheveled cultivator were to take the dan and flee, they would suffer an irreparable loss, not to mention the damage to their reputation. Should others imitate such behavior, claiming that the shop permits all manner of customers to defer payments, how could their business possibly thrive? Having said all that, it was merely a case of underestimating others. The shopkeeper forced a smile, saying, "Indeed, you have a point. However, you must first pay with spiritual stones. We're merely a small business and hope for your understanding." Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened profoundly. This was Jinling City. He truly did not want to mention his identity as the son-in-law of the city lord, for if he did, it would likely resolve the issue. However, it would be utterly humiliating. Everyone in Jinling City knew that the city lord, Xian Yingjinjuan, had only one daughter, whom he cherished as a precious gem. As the daughter of the city lord, the Jin family enjoyed both power and wealth in Jinling City. What could they possibly lack? As her husband, how could he be unable to afford even a single dan? The Zuling San was a rare medicinal pill that obstructed the flow of spiritual energy in one's meridians. Although this dan was not of high grade and could be concocted by any alchemist, the antidote, Xingyun Dan, was a high-tier medicinal pill. As its name suggests, it allows spiritual energy to flow through the meridians as effortlessly as clouds and water, effectively countering the Zuling San. This Xingyun Dan was intriguing, but unless one had been afflicted with a Zuling San, it would be of no use. Thus, it could be said that this high-tier dan was specifically created to counter the Zuling San, yet the materials required for its creation were significantly more precious. In other words, this dan was somewhat of a double-edged sword. Its singular function came at a steep price. Fortunately, for Fu Qingyuan, if he were in any other small town, he might not have even found this particular dan. With no other option, Fu Qingyuan reluctantly revealed his identity, only for the shopkeeper to remain skeptical. "Friend, please do not jest. This is Jinling City. Do you know where our city lord's daughter has been married off?" Without waiting for Fu Qingyuan to respond, the shopkeeper continued, Our city lord and lady have but this one daughter. Fu Qingyuan thought it odd, given that there were clearly 12 sons. Why make it seem as though there is only one daughter? He mused. The shopkeeper continued, Indeed, there are 12 sons, but our city lord and lady hold their daughter in the highest regard. What use are sons? I have heard that each of those 12 young masters is quite fearsome. Fu Qingyuan wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment. His 12 brothers-in-law were indeed formidable, and even the 3 younger ones, who were of a similar age and cultivation level, were quite troublesome. Each of them regarded the Jin family as a treasure. If not for this, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened once more. Alas, the only daughter, who should be enjoying her blessings, is the happiest female cultivator in Jinling City. What kind of man could she desire that she does not already have? I have heard she's taken a liking to a young man from outside the city. This young man, it was said, lacked everything. He was reportedly short, dark, and unattractive, hailing from a modest family with nothing of note. The shopkeeper glanced at him with an apologetic tone, saying, Oh, I forgot. You just pretended to be our city lord's son-in-law. I'm not referring to you, but to our city lord's son-in-law. He is truly not a good person, and our city lord's daughter has poor taste. Before the shopkeeper could continue speaking, Fu Qingyuan interjected, I no longer require this, Dan. I shall seek someone at the city lord's residence. With that, he turned and left, leaving the shopkeeper and a low-ranking attendant exchanging perplexed glances. The attendant cautiously remarked, Shopkeeper, could he truly be our city lord's son-in-law? What shall we do if we offend him? The shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, and he waved his hand, producing a portrait from his robe. The figure depicted was none other than Fu Qingyuan himself. He chuckled, Ah, the 12th young master is indeed astute, having informed us subordinates early on. It was said that anyone named Fu in Jinling City would not be able to acquire a Dan or artifact from the Jin family without proper payment. The attendant's realization dawned upon him. So, he really is our city lord's son-in-law? He queried, anxiety creeping in. Will our actions offend him? The shopkeeper dismissed his concerns. No worries. The young master's intentions likely align with the city lord and lady's wishes. We are merely acting according to their instructions. The attendant nodded in agreement. Having been afflicted with the Zuling sand by the Wang couple, Fu Qingyuan found his spiritual energy stagnated within his dantian, akin to a still pond, rendering him incapable of mobilizing it. The distinction between cultivators and mortals lies solely in spiritual power. He possessed spiritual energy but could not utilize it, rendering him no different from an ordinary mortal. Without spiritual energy and lacking guidance, Fu Qingyuan was left to walk to the city lord's residence. It took him several hours to traverse the distance from the medicinal shop to the city lord's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance, his expression darkened further. He was now akin to a commoner. With his spiritual energy obstructed, he could not even retrieve a single spiritual stone, nor could he exert any spiritual power. Did this mean he would have to sleep on the streets? It is well known that Jinling City does not permit overnight street dwellers. The more he contemplated, the darker his expression grew. He could only hope that the Jin family had already calmed down and would promptly welcome him inside. Fu Qingyuan's visit had not been reported to the Jin family. However, Fu Yingying had learned of it, which was tantamount to Fu Yaoyao being informed. She found it quite strange, pondering, why has that scoundrel returned? Who would care for his reconciliation? Accompanying Fu Yingying was a beautiful woman holding a swaddled infant clad in pink. This infant was none other than Fu Yaoyao. It is worth mentioning that her 5th uncle is a remarkable talent, having created a childcare robot in just 2 days. In response, Fu Yaoyao could only give a thumbs up, exclaiming Lulu, and praising her 5th uncle. Let's go take a look. Fu Yingying glanced at her little sister, whose face was filled with schadenfreude, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Clearing her throat, she suggested they go see. After all, he is their biological father. They couldn't just ignore him. Chapter 77. Sisters enjoying the spectacle. As Fu Yingying spoke, she headed outside. The beautiful childcare robot was also carrying Fu Yaoyao along. Notably, this childcare robot was quite fascinating. It was exceptionally attractive, resembling Jean Sure to a certain degree. Her 5th uncle whimsically claimed that since little Yao heir was still young and could not be separated from her mother, he had crafted a puppet modeled after a younger sister. Yet, it would be rather inauspicious for this puppet to look exactly like her younger sister. Thus, it only bore a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. Although the resemblance was somewhat limited, the puppet's attire, mirroring that of Jean Sure, elevated its likeness significantly. This puppet was remarkably lifelike, with beautifully painted pink fingernails, making it nearly indistinguishable from a real person. The only discernible difference was its gaze, which, being a mere automaton, appeared somewhat dull. Nevertheless, it was far superior to the initial puppets used for serving tea in her fourth uncle's courtyard. This robot could milk, feed, and even hum lullabies, reminiscent of the nurturing companions Yaoyao had in her childhood. She accepted it quite well, feeling comfortably nestled in the robot's embrace while holding a small egg. Oh, and that cloud-patterned egg refused to leave her side. Her second uncle had directly gifted it to Yaoyao, and now she carried it everywhere. This left her with somewhat mixed feelings. Would outsiders perceive her as strange, clutching an egg while cradling a baby in a swaddle? The image was too delightful to be taken seriously. However, Yaoyao could sense the gentle energy emanating from the egg, which seemed quite reliant on her. Well, it was effortless to carry. She decided to embrace it. Fu Ying walked briskly, almost eager to step outside, but just as they approached the entrance, they were halted by Jean Sure. "Where are you off to, Ying?" Fu Ying felt a twinge of apprehension towards her uncles, her expression turning serious. "Oh, just taking my little sister out for a stroll." "Ha ha ha. My sister is afraid of our uncles. She's lying. She is clearly off to see the spectacle of our scoundrel father, yet she doesn't dare to admit it." Fu Ying thought. If not for knowing that only her sister could hear her thoughts, she would have loved to swat her little sister's bottom. Was there anyone who so blatantly undermined their elder sister? Although Jean Sure could not hear her sister's thoughts, Fu Ying felt inexplicably guilty. Jin Shi smirked, barely containing his laughter, and feigned a gentle demeanor, saying, "Oh, just go for a walk, but don't wander too far, especially not towards the endless mountains. It's best to avoid going there without her company." He had not forgotten the warning that the little niece had relayed about an impending beast tide threatening Jinling City. If not handled properly, the entire city could be in peril. Fu Ying, feeling guilty, acknowledged, understood. Uncle. Jin Shi nodded in satisfaction, reminding both nieces that if they disliked anything within the estate, they could voice their concerns. Whatever they desired from Jinling City, their uncles would procure it for them. Even if it meant exerting some effort beyond the city, it was a trivial matter. "How domineering, my uncle!" Jean Sure grinned and turned away in a suave manner. Fu Ying clicked her tongue, finding her younger uncle increasingly pretentious. "Little sister, you are still young, and I'm not much older or more powerful. In the future, when we grow up and cultivate further, we will still rely on our grandparents and our eldest uncle. Our little uncle is the youngest. He hasn't even figured out his own life yet. Yet he makes grand promises." Fu Yaoyao was nearly in stitches. "Ha ha! My sister is so blunt, ha ha ha!" Fu Ying's face flushed slightly. She vowed she was not disparaging her 12th uncle. After all, one should not underestimate youth. However, it was amusing that her little uncle was not much older than her mother. The lifespan of cultivators in the immortal realm is considerably extended compared to that of mortals. So within a century, there is hardly any generational gap. To Fu Ying, Jean Sure was very much a child, merely constrained by his status. Moreover, he was a foundational stage cultivator, while Fu Ying had already reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation. The transition from mid-stage to foundational stage was swift. Surely, whatever she or her sister desired, Fu Ying possessed the capability to obtain it. She was not a parasite, certainly not. To their surprise, there seemed to be few onlookers at the main entrance. It became clear that their scoundrel father, for the sake of his pride, had not made a grand entrance, likely opting for a more discreet approach. Yet, in the Jean residence, did not anyone have the right to simply say they wished to enter? Fu Yaoyao mused that such vanity could be quite detrimental. If their scoundrel father were clever enough to announce himself, it would be advantageous. Considering the Jean and Fu families had not completely severed ties, being the son-in-law of the Jean family held far more weight than a mere stranger. Then the sisters spotted their scoundrel father standing at the entrance, waiting. How odd. Why is there not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him? Fu Yaoyao pondered. While she had not cultivated within this particular system in her past life, she could perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding individuals. Initially, she was unaware of what it was, but upon reflecting on the local cultivation system, she deduced it must be the fabled spiritual energy. The higher the cultivation level, the more intense the spiritual energy fluctuations. The most potent energy she had encountered belonged to her grandfather. For instance, Qi cultivators radiate a soft glow around them. The color of this glow varies among individuals. Fu Yaoyao had observed that if a practitioner cultivated fire attributes, the glow would be red, deepening with the rank of the technique. This held true for other attributes as well. However, the light of foundational stage cultivators was even more luminous, not glaring, but akin to glass polished by rain, brighter and more vibrant. This indicated that the difference between Qi and foundational stage cultivators was one of quantity. But, upon reaching the golden core stage, the radiance became extraordinarily brilliant, especially when a golden core cultivator's energy was unconcealed. It could be blinding, rendering Fu Yaoyao unable to look directly at it. Yet, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, this brilliance would once again temper, becoming subtle. It remained glaring, but was tempered and deep when the owner did not exhibit any intent to attack. In any case, Fu Yaoyao could discern these differences with ease. Initially, she assumed everyone shared a similar experience, but later realized that it seemed she alone could perceive such distinctions. Chapter 78. Discovered. Could it be that our scoundrel father has had his cultivation crippled? This is indeed cause for celebration. Fu Yingying mused. There's no need to be so gleeful, she retorted. Wait, it seems I can still perceive some spiritual energy fluctuations, albeit they appear rather peculiar, as if suppressed by something. It's difficult to articulate. Fu Yingying furrowed her brow. To be honest, her little sister's description piqued her curiosity even further. What had befallen her father that led him to appear so disheveled at the Jin family's doorstep? What could be his intentions? Fu Yingying felt she was beginning to form an inkling of understanding. Was it possible that someone had secretly harmed him, prompting him to seek assistance from the Jin family? There certainly existed such a possibility. After all, from a distance, one could discern that his countenance was far from favorable. The scoundrel father must have been deceived by someone. When there is nothing, the concubine is his true love, but when there is trouble, he turns to his wife. TSK. What a cad. Fu Yingying had just begun to harbor a modicum of sympathy for her biological father when her younger sister ruthlessly shattered it. TSK. What a scoundrel. She resolved to observe the drama unfold with a detached demeanor. Once she made this decision, Fu Yingying's attitude shifted dramatically. Indeed, Fu Qingyuan was not embarking on the path of becoming a son-in-law of the Jin family. Gaining entry into the Jin household was no simple feat. He was unable to extract even a single spirit stone from his possession, while he still had some gold and silver. These were of little value in the realm of cultivation. Notably, although the Zuling San was exceedingly cruel and could only be undone by high-level detoxification pills, one could gradually alleviate its effects through sheer willpower, albeit at the cost of enduring unimaginable pain. This was the last resort. Fu Qingyuan had no desire to subject himself to such torment unless absolutely necessary. In his heart, he cursed the Jin family hundreds of times. Indeed, after sending a formal invitation to the Jin family, it felt as though it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, with not a whisper of response. Fu Qingyuan began to feel restless. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar hem of clothing. Initially, he could not see Fu Yingying, but perhaps due to the desperate circumstances he faced, he instantly recognized her attire. His eyes lit up. Yingying, how wonderful. You are here. Fu Yingying, feeling a bit stiff all over, had no choice but to step forward, silently lamenting that she should have hidden herself more thoroughly. Alas, where did this penchant for watching the commotion come from? Reluctantly, she called out, Father. There had never been a moment when Fu Qingyuan wished more fervently to see Fu Yingying. Yingying, your mother. Before he could finish, he noticed the person behind her, clad in the attire of the Jin family. His expression shifted dramatically. Jin family, you finally deigned to meet me. After several changes in his countenance, a hint of regret surfaced. Yueshin, I was wrong. Madam, how could you bear to treat me so? Wang Weikong and his wife conspired against me, administering the Zuling San. Madam, will you truly ignore me as well? Upon recognizing the face of the person behind Fu Yingying, Fu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. You. Fu Yingying cleared her throat and interjected, Father, she is not my mother. This is, before she could explain further, Fu Qingyuan immediately shifted the topic. Yingying, please take me inside. Fu Yingying thought to herself that her younger sister's conjecture was not unfounded. The scoundrel father was indeed in danger. Otherwise, why would he lower himself so? With this realization, Fu Yingying felt no urgency. She feigned innocence. Father, what trouble have you encountered? Mother is still angry. Had it not been for overhearing her sister's thoughts, both she and her mother would still be oblivious, believing that her father held deep affections for her mother, assuming that his absence during her mother's childbirth was mere coincidence. However, such coincidences could not be defined by one or two instances. It was not a mere accident. Fu Qingyuan wore a rather captivating expression, having evidently suppressed his feelings for quite some time, before forcing a smile and saying, Did I not apologize to your mother? Why is she still angry? And he recalled the terror imposed by his brothers-in-law, and his expression momentarily contorted. This is an adult matter. Children should not interfere. Observing his obviously distorted face, Fu Yingying nearly burst into laughter. Oh, I see. However, I cannot take you inside. Mother is still upset. You should understand. This is the Jin family, your wife's family. Fu Yingying feigned a look of grievance. If I bring you in and mother becomes angry, what then? Fu Qingyuan glanced at her and pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. Regardless of the circumstances, they were indeed siblings of Yue Zhong and Yue Xin. The Fu family could not compare to the Jin family at this moment. Their sibling relationships were beneficial to Yue Zhong and Yue Xin's future. Therefore, they could not afford to offend the Jin family at present. Fu Qingyuan, with his strong sense of pride, could pretend to be subservient before Jin Shi. But before his children, he could not lower himself. He could only whisper, Yingying, I have been schemed against and am currently facing some difficulties. Could you lend me a few spirit stones? Fu Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Father, who has schemed against you? The look on Fu Qingyuan's face was indescribable, as if he found her queries excessive. Shouldn't she, as his daughter, simply comply without question? Why all the unnecessary chatter? Ha! This scoundrel father is actually asking my sister for spirit stones? Absolutely do not lend him any. The scoundrel father was forced to compensate my older siblings with so many spirit stones, and the displeasure on his face back then suggested he could not repay them. Perhaps he even harbors designs on Mother S. spiritual veins. If Fu Yingying had been eating at that moment, she would surely have choked on her food from laughter. She feigned shock. Father, I never imagined you'd truly have run out of spirit stones. Did you not receive a monthly stipend of 50 spirit stones? Her expression conveyed disbelief, as if to say, 50 spirit stones. Where on earth could you spend so much? Fu Qingyuan was so furious that he nearly spat blood. He was aware that Jin Shi provided ample cultivation resources to her children monthly, ensuring they never lacked for resources. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take away their resources for so many years. Remembering that incident, Fu Qingyuan's expression darkened once more. Yingying, you are still young and do not comprehend the wickedness of human hearts. Fu Yingying retorted, No, I understand just by looking at you. What nonsense! If my sister were to lend you spirit stones, that would be sheer foolishness. Fu Yingying replied, However, it need not be so harsh. Chapter 79. Borrowing from uncle, it is impossible for me to be foolish. Fu Yingying feigned a look of difficulty, and Fu Qingyuan hastily interjected, Not too much. Just something to tide me over. At that moment, Fu Qingyuan felt an intense loathing for the Wang couple. They were excessively cruel. The Wang family and the Fu family had been close friends for many years, and he had never anticipated being schemed against by his longtime friends. Wang Weikong and his wife. Fu Yingying appeared troubled. Father, it is not that I do not wish to lend you. But Fu Qingyuan's expression soured. Inger, you must remember, I am your father. Fu Yingying thought to herself. You still recognize you are my father? I thought you were merely the father of Fu Yue Zhong and Fu Yue Xin. I know you are my father. If you were not my father, I would not give you the time of day. Fu Qingyuan felt that his daughter was behaving unusually today, though he could not tell if it was merely his perception. His patience waned, and he stated bluntly, I have been schemed against, and now require a Xingyun Dan to break the spell. However, I currently cannot produce spirit stones, and must temporarily borrow some from you. You cannot turn a blind eye. Fu Yaoyao could not help but scoff. Tisk, this scoundrel father is employing moral coercion quite adeptly. I wonder if my sister can withstand this. Fu Yingying thought. Of course, she must withstand it. She feigned a look of anxiety. Oh, is that so? However, father, I do not have that many spirit stones in hand either. I will go borrow some from my uncles. Fu Qingyuan felt a jolt in his brow and quickly stopped Fu Yingying, saying, Remember, you must never let your uncles know that this is a loan from me. Fu Yingying pretended not to hear and quickly left, rushing into the Jin family. It is impossible not to disclose who borrowed the money. How can a child borrow money without informing the parents? That is incorrect, a poor example, and children certainly should not imitate this behavior. Yingying smiled. For sisters understand each other well. Yet, which uncle should she approach? She hesitated, pondering which uncle to ask for the spirit stones. She turned to her sister, feeling that the eldest uncle was too serious and imposing, which made her reluctant to approach him. The second uncle was amiable, yet he specialized in spirit beasts. Will he be able to deliver a sufficient blow? The laughter bubbled within her as she thought, if their useless father knew, he would be beaten by his own brother. I wonder what his feelings would be. The corner of her lips curled up. What feelings would that be? Surely, it would be rather vexatious. She bounced with glee. What a third uncle. He was a sword cultivator, yet quite impoverished. Perhaps he wouldn't have enough spirit stones on him. The fourth and fifth uncles were wealthy, but they were not combat-oriented. Should they lose to their useless father, it would be quite embarrassing. The sixth uncle was a potential candidate. With his strength, he could surely make their father regret his choices, and he seemed to possess wealth as well. As for the seventh uncle, she dismissed the idea. He insisted on wearing women's clothing while fighting, claiming it was graceful. She rolled her eyes at the thought. The eighth uncle was a sound cultivator, unsuitable for this task. The ninth uncle was a logical oddity. His obsessive compulsions would only lead to trouble. The 10th, 11th, and 12th uncles had comparable cultivation levels to their father. Should they lose, it would be a disgrace. She gazed at Jeanshire for a long moment, asking 12th uncle if someone has cultivation is similar to yours. How confident are you in defeating him? In her heart, she already held the answer if the opponent was their useless father. All the uncles were capable enough to handle him. Silently, Fu Yaoyao mocked the situation. Realizing the best option, Fu Yingying decided on Jeanshire. With a composed demeanor, she stated, It's like this. My father is outside the Jin residence. He claims he's been schemed against and requires a Yun Dan to detoxify. But he may be financially constrained and wishes to borrow some spirit stones from me. Fu Yingying flipped her palm. How could I have so many spirit stones to lend him? Thus, I wish to borrow a little from you, 12th uncle. Upon hearing Fu Qingyuan's name, Jeanshire's fingers crackled ominously. Fu Yingying smiled slyly, pleased with this reaction. Jeanshire's dark eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, Borrowing spirit stones from me is no free endeavor. You must first defeat me. Come on, how many does your father need? Fu Yingying pouted, I wouldn't know. I have never consumed Yundan, hence I am unaware of the number of spirit stones it requires. You will have to accompany me to find out. Jeanshire nodded in agreement. All right, let us go see. Together, they sauntered towards the entrance of the Jin residence, their expressions revealing a shared sense of mischief. Fu Qingyuan stood at the door, peering inside, and when he saw Jeanshire emerge, he let out a sigh of relief. The disparity in cultivation levels among cultivators can feel like an insurmountable chasm, especially when it involves a significant gap. Jeanshire was the youngest, and his cultivation was comparable to Fu Qingyuan's, providing him with a fighting chance. Moreover, under the influence of the blocking spirit pill, Fu Qingyuan's strength had diminished significantly. It was unlikely that this brother-in-law would rashly engage unless he wished to be ridiculed. Fu Qingyuan approached, slightly relieved, only to be met with Jeanshire's sharp tongue. Oh, brother-in-law, why are you out here? Aren't you going inside? Fu Qingyuan thought, if he could enter, why would he be standing outside in the cold? Jeanshire was clearly feigning ignorance, yet needing something from him, he had to lower his stance. 12th brother. It's been some time. I assume Yusin's anger has subsided? If only it were as simple as fighting at the head of the bed and reconciling at the foot. If their useless father had cared a bit for their mother, she wouldn't be so heartbroken. How unfortunate. May you enjoy your time with your childhood sweetheart and the offspring of your concubines. Mother deserves better than you, Jean Shire thought, agreeing with Fu Yaoyao's sentiments. Truly, our father is wretched. He hasn't inquired about my elder brother in ages, Jean Shire remarked, his expression darkening alongside Fu Yingying's. What do you need from me regarding my little sister? Fu Qingyuan instinctively glanced at Fu Yingying, momentarily stunned. He assumed she was seeking spirit stones from Jean Shire. Yet Jean Shire's opening line left him feeling embarrassed. Chapter 80. My hairpin is missing. It was acceptable for him to ask Fu Yingying, his biological daughter, for spirit stones. Although it was shameful, it remained a private family matter. Yet, asking his brother-in-law for spirit stones would mean exposing his disgrace to the public eye. How would he possibly do that? Fu Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. Amused by the predicament, Fu Yingying quickly averted her gaze from Fu Qingyuan, who was desperately trying to signal her. She turned away, pretending not to notice his distress. Father, you all carry on. I must take my sister out for some fun. She hasn't been out in quite a while. Seizing the opportunity, she made her escape. Fu Qingyuan's face darkened dramatically. You think you can borrow a spirit stone from me? Absolutely not. As Fu Yingying swiftly exited the scene, she exclaimed, Little Yao, or where shall we go today? If I don't take you out now, we might not have another chance. How about we explore the shops? Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened with curiosity. Shopping sounds delightful. It's what women adore. In her past life, Fu Yaoyao was a formidable general who commanded respect across the stars. Yet, at her core, she too was a woman. She had not shunned shopping. Rather, she had sacrificed many joy for the sake of her mission to bring peace to the galaxy. Perhaps heaven felt pity for her, granting her this opportunity for compensation. She intended to seize this moment wholeheartedly. Fu Yingying, hearing her sister's excitement, felt invigorated. She too relished shopping. Let us go. Let us buy. The little girl waved her chubby arms joyfully. However, when it came to purchasing, Fu Yingying felt a pang of disappointment. Their mother was the cherished jewel of the Jean family, with her grandparents' treasury nearly at her disposal, brimming with spirit stones. Yet, as the third uncle had advised, until she attained absolute strength, it was unnecessary to lavish her with spirit stones, lest she provoke misfortune. Consequently, she received a meager allowance of 1,000 spirit stones monthly, a pitiful sum compared to the 2,000 their mother had once received. If she were to purchase legitimate magical artifacts, elixirs, formations, or techniques, the Jean family possessed in abundance. However, the fragrance of wildflowers could never compete with that of home. Fu Yingying longed to venture outside, to touch and experience the world. She mused, what could possibly be so captivating about that egg her sister clutched? Yet her sister held it dearly, refusing to part with it. Fu Yingying was determined to find something fun enough to persuade her sister to abandon that egg, leading her sister and a nurturing puppet. Fu Yingying stepped into the very alchemy shop where Fu Qingyuan had gone earlier. The establishment, a medicinal elixir shop, does not solely trade in elixirs. The first floor is dedicated to them, while the second floor offers an array of magical artifacts and garments. Fu Yingying made her way directly to the second floor, immediately captivated by the exquisite ornaments that complemented the magical attire, rendering her unable to move. Yaoyao, do you think this artifact would suit your sister? Isn't it's simply stunning? Fu Laolao was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the intricately designed hairpin Fu Yingying held. Fu Yingying, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I knew you would love it too. We truly are sisters. Look at you, want to grab this. No, you mustn't drool on it. Fu Laolao protested. That is not true. I'm just too young to control my facial muscles, which is why I drool. Oh, how difficult it is to be a child, even in the realm of cultivation. Fu Laolao sighed, feeling overwhelmed. The hairpin was indeed beautiful, yet Uncle Wu had remarked that it was rather impractical. Which female cultivator would wear such a thing during battle? After all, a hairpin is traditionally used by men to restrict women's movements, making it entirely unsuitable for her sister. If it weren't for you, little girl, clinging to that hairpin, I might have almost been convinced by your nonsense. Fu Yingying teased. Yaoyao, not listening to your sister could lead to a spanking. The sisters shared a knowing glance. Fu Yingying had never been short of spirit stones. And given her exceptional combat prowess, she had expended thousands on various small accessories like hairpins and ribbons. Interestingly, the ornaments favored by female cultivators were almost all designed to serve both practical and aesthetic purposes as magical artifacts. Fu Yingying hadn't forgotten to purchase a gift for her little sister, a small gourd-shaped pendant, which functioned as a miniature storage artifact. According to the description, the gourd could hold approximately 100 square meters of space for storing items, albeit only inanimate objects. Despite her determination, Fu Laolao found it impossible to store the Yunwen egg inside. Undeterred, she continued to babble about putting her sister's small hairpin into the gourd. To her amazement, the hairpin transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the gourd. Fu Laolao was thoroughly pleased, while Fu Yingying stood in shock. "Little sister, where is my hairpin?" Fu Laolao feigned innocence, her eyes wide with surprise. "Little sister knows nothing." Fu Yingying, caught between laughter and disbelief, felt a surge of astonishment. In the entire cultivation world, it was common knowledge that ordinary mortals could not wield storage artifacts. In other words, anything related to magical artifacts was the exclusive domain of cultivators. Magical treasures were of a higher grade than artifacts, unattainable even by low-level cultivators. The fact that her little sister, who had just turned a month old and whose spiritual roots had yet to develop, could use an artifact was utterly bewildering. Could it be an illusion? Or perhaps she was simply misinterpreting the situation. Fu Yingying blinked, and the hairpin still did not reappear. She swallowed hard, harboring a remarkable suspicion. Could it be that her little sister was an exceptionally rare genius? One who could use artifacts even before beginning her cultivation? Chapter 81. Letting Go of Pride and Truth. Fu Laolao was equally perplexed. Despite her lack of cultivation, she possessed an innate talent akin to the concept of spiritual awareness in the cultivation realm. Could it be that her extraordinary gift had accompanied her arrival? Fu Laolao was elated. Wonderful, although she aspired to a life of ease. The familiarity of her talent was a source of joy. Her sister must be attempting to trick her into revealing the hairpin, so she could take it away. Such childish antics could no longer deceive her. Fu Laolao feigned ignorance, reminding herself that she was merely an infant who could not possibly comprehend the words of adults. Surely, to understand adult conversations, one must be at least a year old. She was just a month-old baby, clutching the small gourd her sister had bought her. She squeezed it in her hands and playfully licked it, putting on an air of innocent cluelessness. Do all children instinctively put things in their mouths? I wonder if my performance is convincing. I must ensure my sister doesn't see through me. Fu Yingying found herself both amused and exasperated. Ultimately, if her little sister cherished an item so greatly, what harm was there in gifting it to her? Fu Yingying was indeed a doting sister. Should Laolao truly possess remarkable talent, it would be a monumental event. Fu Qingyuan, with considerable reluctance, decided to borrow spirit stones from Jean Shire. However, Jean Shire was even more brazen, rejecting him with righteous indignation. "You should borrow from my little sister. You owe her that much. As her brother, I cannot secretly borrow spirit stones from you without her consent. How would I explain that to her?" He shot a glance at Fu Qingyuan, stating that if borrowing was to be done, it must be with his little sister's approval. Fu Qingyuan lamented, "I can't even get an audience with the Jean family. How can I seek her approval?" He felt a deep sense of frustration, realizing that if he could see the Jean family, there would be no need to grovel for their favor. For years, he had grown accustomed to the Jean family's compliance and obedience, naturally assuming that his inability to see them was the cause of his predicament, rather than contemplating why he was even barred from their presence. Suddenly, Fu Qingyuan's eyes lit up. "Yingying, quickly, take your father to see your mother. It has been ages since I last saw her." Fu Yingying regarded him with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" Fu Qingyuan's expression turned regretful. "What nonsense are you spouting, child? I am your father, and your mother is my wife. I acknowledge my mistakes. You must speak well of me to your mother and persuade her to come out and speak with me, or allow me to enter to see her." Fu Qingyuan felt confident that once he met with Jean Shire, he could certainly find a way to persuade her to assist him. However, Fu Yingying replied, "Father, I have urgent matters to attend to. We can discuss this later. I must take my leave." Fu Qingyuan was unwilling to let Fu Yingying go. He sensed that this was his last opportunity. If he missed it, his ruthless brother-in-law would surely leave as well. Chapter 82. You are truly a dog. All eyes fell upon Fu Yingying, and the uncomfortable sensation returned. Qing Wu Jinren, ever understanding, held deep affection for his granddaughter, recognizing in her the same innocent charm reminiscent of Jin Shi in her youth. Seeing his granddaughter brought back memories of his daughter as childhood. Furthermore, this child's candidness, boldness, and meticulous nature made her utterly endearing. He spoke gently. Enough, no more staring at Yingying. Yingying, tell your grandfather what you discovered. Fu Yingying swallowed nervously, explaining, I took my little sister out shopping to a treasure shop, and we went to the second floor, where they sell magical artifacts and garments. And that's when the incident occurred. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Jin Shi interrupted, Yingying, are you saying your sister, a mere month old and yet to undergo formal cultivation, was able to use a storage artifact? Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Or perhaps your sister accidentally misplaced something, and you simply didn't find it? Despite her words, Jin Shi couldn't entirely dismiss her eldest daughter's account. After all, cultivators perceive the world quite differently than mortals, relying on more than just their eyesight. Despite the close bond between the two daughters, with the younger one being quite small and the elder never pretending in front of her, there are times when misunderstandings may arise. Fu Yingying began to entertain Fu Yaoyao, who realized she might have made a significant mistake. She could not exhibit her extraordinary abilities before her family in this lifetime. Or perhaps, before she immersed herself in the cultivation system of this world, she ought not to reveal the skills she possessed in her past life. In such circumstances, should she feign ignorance or, as her elder sister wished, make a display of her capabilities? After pondering this, Fu Yaoyao concluded that it was unnecessary to be overly concerned. As a mere 1-month-old infant, even if she pretended not to comprehend human speech, no one would find it strange. Thus, she resolutely decided to act oblivious. Being such a young infant, she had no intention of portraying herself as a prodigy. It would not be dignified to comply with every request made of her. With this thought, Fu Yaoyao surrendered to the idea of simplicity. After all, demonstrating her abilities was out of the question, and it would remain so for this lifetime. Consequently, amidst the expectant gazes of those around her, Fu Yaoyao held onto a small gourd, occasionally nibbling on it. After a while, she grew disinterested in the gourd, sensing that the cloud-patterned egg appeared somewhat displeased. As if feeling neglected, Fu Yingying felt a tinge of disappointment, exclaiming, Mother, I am not lying. I truly saw it. This gourd is a spatial artifact. It is unique, and since my sister likes it, I decided to purchase it. Jin Shi gently comforted her eldest daughter, saying, Do not worry, dear, I believe you. The onlookers found it difficult to articulate their feelings, torn between disappointment and disbelief. For it was utterly implausible that a girl who had not yet cultivated could wield an artifact. Such a claim would hardly be believed if spoken aloud. Nevertheless, it highlighted the uniqueness of little Yaoyao. Yet, no matter how exceptional she was, it was impossible to defy the rules of the cultivation realm. Fu Yingying remained unconvinced, determined to have her younger sister demonstrate her talent. She contemplated for a moment before resolutely retrieving a beautifully crafted, ancient-looking hairpin from her storage artifact and waved it enticingly before her sister, saying, Little sister, this is for you. Fu Yaoyao replied, You cannot possibly use such a beautiful hairpin for fishing. You will surely regret it. She longed to refuse with dignity, recognizing that her sister did not genuinely wish to gift it, but was rather trying to entice her. However, her hands seemed to have a mind of their own, and she promptly accepted the exquisite hairpin. Although she currently had no use for it, she knew it would be beneficial in the future. Upon accepting the hairpin, her hands instinctively stored it within her little gourd-shaped jade artifact. To those observing, the hairpin seemed to vanish into thin air, enveloped in a faint glow, clearly indicating it had been absorbed into a storage artifact. Anyone with a bit of experience would understand, as that was how such artifacts were typically used. Jin Wugu gazed at the little girl with astonishment, his attention fixated on the small, gourd-shaped storage artifact hanging around her neck, before murmuring, So little Yaoyao prefers such storage artifacts. Uncle Wu will craft you an even more exquisite one soon. Yes, he would create a set of decorative artifacts, allowing little Yaoyao to change her ornaments daily without repeating for an entire month. The Jin brothers chimed in, indeed. Uncle Wu is the most formidable master craftsman in the world. His name will surely be remembered for generations. Uncle Wu's creations are incomparable to what is found in shops. Only our sister is foolish enough to seek hardship after enjoying such fortune. Jin Wugu proudly raised his chin, his expression suggesting, see, my dear niece speaks the truth. He felt both gratified and moved, nearly puffing up with pride. Fu Yinging Grimarkt. This little ungrateful one shows no hesitation in taking the artifact, but begins to scorn me once it is in her possession. How will she manage when she grows up? Being so eager to flatter at such a young age? My little sister is so adorable. It seems I must continue to indulge her. Jin Si Gu, feeling somewhat indignant, offered little Yaoyao, how about I concoct some elixirs for you? Though artifacts could provide protection, elixirs were also beneficial for cultivation. Regardless of their utility, who would refuse the affection from an uncle? I will have to shower my uncles with praise daily when I learn to speak, complimenting anyone who gives me something. Instruting no repetition. Everyone laughed. Your sister might have misjudged. You truly are a little sycophant. Even Jean Sure found it hard to suppress her amusement and cleared her throat. Acknowledging that little Yaoyao was indeed a child of wisdom and perhaps possessed other extraordinary qualities. This sentiment was echoed by Qing Wu Zhenren. Jean Dego proposed, shall we reevaluate her aptitude? This suggestion resonated with everyone present. Yes, let's test again. Perhaps we shall uncover a surprise. Jin Wugu promptly retrieved the newly calibrated spirit testing plate. This latest iteration, having undergone numerous improvements, was significantly more effective than its predecessors, capable of detecting subtle changes in spirit root aptitude. This was a clear advantage of having someone skilled in the family. If not for Jin Wu Ji's exceptional prowess as a craftsman, such tools would not be readily available. Jin Shi cradled Fu Yaoyao, who had been well cared for. Her plump and healthy form a testament to this. The mother felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Had she remained in the Fu family, she would have entrusted her child to the care of servants, who, no matter how loyal and attentive, could never compare to the nurturing provided by Jin Wu Ji's creation. Jin Shi grew increasingly fond of her daughter. However, regarding the servants, she had left all of them behind when departing from the Fu family. And in the brief time spent in the Jin family, it felt as though she had lived through several lifetimes. Jin Degu announced, let us begin. Jin Shi nodded, placing Fu Yaoyao's tiny, wriggling hands upon the spirit testing plate. Fu Yaoyao's internal musings reflected her anxiety. What if nothing has changed? What if my spirit root quality has regressed? Will my mother be disappointed? At this moment, no one paid any heed to the infant's worried thoughts. The improved spirit testing plate operated with remarkable speed, illuminating with vibrant colors, each of the 5 beams indicating a score of 5. A hush fell over the crowd. Jin Ergu broke the silence, stating, if I recall correctly, little Yaoyao's previous aptitude was 5 spirit roots, each with a purity of 3. No one responded. Even Jin Shi was momentarily speechless. This result confirmed an extraordinary reality. Their little Yaoyao possessed an exceptionally rare aptitude, known as growth-type aptitude. Never had anyone heard of an individual's aptitude gradually improving. Typically, aptitude was fixed. If it could not be detected initially, it simply did not exist. And even if tested again later, any changes would be minimal. If someone was on the cusp of cultivating, perhaps luck would favor them. But if their potential was significantly lacking, no amount of fortune could alter that. Yet, Yaoyao was different. Her aptitude exhibited a profound transformation. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure brings about suspicion. Jin Shi almost immediately thought of this. Although the Jin family is large and wealthy, they are acutely aware that this so-called power is not absolute. It is merely established within the small confines of the Jiuhuan Shibu. Were it to encompass the entirety of Jiuhuan, the Jin family would be insignificant. The true extent of Jiuhuan remains a mystery to all, even to Xianning Zhenjun, a formidable Yuanian cultivator. Thus, a unanimous decision was made to keep Fu Yaoyao's true qualifications concealed from the outside world. Not only would they refrain from publicizing her abilities, but they would also seek ways to further hide and obscure them. Jin Shi exchanged a glance with Qing Wu Zhenren. The mother and daughter shared a deep understanding. Wu, This matter is entrusted to you." Jin Wu-gu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. "Rest assured, mother, little sister will be taken care of." The Jin brothers, though not foolish, soon comprehended the situation, leaving only Fu Ying perplexed. "Mother, what riddle are you playing at?" Jin Shi chuckled and changed the subject. "You performed excellently today," receiving praise. Fu Ying's face flushed with delight. "Mother, if little sister likes the jewelry I selected, I shall choose even more to share with her." Jin Shi gently patted her head, smiling. "Very well, my Ying is truly obedient." However, Fu Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment at such commendation, as no one believed that he was indeed a son-in-law of the Jin family. Could a son-in-law of the Jin family truly afford a mere Xing Yundan? It seemed implausible. Chapter 84. Fu family's apology. Yet, how many spirit stones could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possess? The Wang family's situation mirrored that of the Fu family. They were a small clan lacking a Yuanian cultivator. Even with their utmost efforts, such families could hardly provide for their own. The Wang cultivator emptied his storage bag, managing to gather enough spirit stones for Fu Chengyuan to procure a single Xing Yundan. Fu Chengyuan, unconcerned with other matters, bought the Xing Yundan and dispelled the effects of the Jiling Dan. He consumed the elixir and sought a modest in that accepted only gold and silver, spending a full 10 days to refine the pill and restore his cultivation. He contemplated confronting Jin Shi, but soon regained his composure. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. Jin Shi still held utility for him. He could not allow her to remain in the Jin family for long. Fu Chengyuan finally began to recognize his own position. He had minimal interactions with the Fu family, but had always perceived the Jin family as merely that, nothing more. The Jin family treated him with courtesy, never denying him. Why had the Jin family suddenly turned so domineering and unyielding? This was the crux of his recent tribulations. The Jin family still had value for him. He could not afford to offend them lightly. Fu Yaoyao was also surprised that her qualifications could progress. However, it puzzled her. The original character was merely a pawn relying on a powerful grandfather, never having heard of any potential for advancement. What was this situation? Reborn as a small infant. Fu Yaoyao preferred not to dwell on such matters, finding them overly taxing. Primarily, the nourishment provided by the child-rearing automaton in the cultivation realm was simply too delectable, inducing a pleasant drowsiness. After yawning, Fu Yaoyao closed her eyes, comfortably drifting into sleep in the automaton's embrace, completely oblivious to the shock she caused the Jin family. Regardless, it was of no concern to her. She muttered, "Though this device may interfere with a measuring spirit plate to some extent, the true essence of my qualifications will not be significantly affected. Have faith in your fifth uncle's prowess." Fu Yaoyao wondered, what if my worries only deepen after hearing my mother's words? Is my fifth uncle really reliable? This query likely had no concrete answer, especially since the entire Jin family utilized the magical artifacts crafted by Jin Wu. This was an undeniable fact, so she might as well place her trust in him. After donning a pair of silver bracelets, Jin Shi promptly produced a measuring spirit plate. She placed Fu Yaoyao's tiny hand upon it, and soon various values emerged. Fire purity was 7, water purity was 5, earth purity was 6, wood purity was 3, and metal purity was 4. Jin Shi appeared quite pleased, though Fu Yaoyao understood that her qualifications were not particularly exceptional. However, given the decent purity of fire and earth, they could be considered moderately below average. Out of curiosity, she removed the silver bracelet from her daughter's wrist and measured her qualifications again. The measuring spirit plate displayed new values. Purity levels were all 7. Jin Shi was taken aback. Just days prior, the readings had only been 5. Why were they now 7? Her excitement caused her heart to race. Clearly, her decision had been correct. Her little daughter possessed qualifications that were astonishing, even stirring complex emotions within Jin Shi herself. It was no exaggeration to label this child as a favored one of the heavenly path. Luckily, this child belonged to her. She still had some ability to protect her. Were it in the hands of others, the situation could be dire. What fate awaited this child? Now, it was difficult for Fu Yaoyao to remain oblivious to the purpose of the bracelets. It seemed her exceptional qualifications meant that these bracelets were designed to limit her abilities, thus providing significant protection. Fu Yaoyao was not a true infant. She understood that the Jin family's actions were undoubtedly to safeguard her, and she could not fail to appreciate their intentions. However, most importantly, she was genuinely tired and chose to sleep instead. 2 days later, Fu Yaoyao encountered Fu Chengyuan once more. This time, he came not empty-handed nor alone. He brought the head of the Fu family and several accompanying members, signifying a formal visit. Given the familial ties between the Jin and Fu families, Jin sure intended for the Fu family to first relinquish the benefits they had reaped over the years before they were dealt with. Thus, the Jin family displayed a lack of resistance. From the Fu family's perspective, there was hope. The Jin family did not aim to separate the two. They merely sought to avenge Jin Shi. This made matters simpler. As long as Jin Shi was willing to continue her relationship with Fu Chengyuan, the Jin family could do little to the Fu family. The head of the Fu family shared this sentiment, grinning like a hefty man weighing 200 pounds. Fu Yaoyao could not help but scoff. My maternal grandmother and uncles are nothing short of professional actors. The Fu family probably thinks my mother is merely seeking to vent her frustrations. It's utterly comical. They should just bring the entire Fu family forward to apologize. Jin Degu stroked his chin, contemplating how to prompt the Fu family into voluntarily offering their resources as an apology to his little sister. Qing Wu Zhanren scoffed inwardly. Her precious daughter had been so mistreated by the Fu family that even a collective apology from them would be insufficient. However, if the Fu family genuinely brought everything to the table, the Jin family would not reject it, as no cultivator would shun an abundance of resources. That would be illogical. Chapter 85. A personal visit. Why does this statement sound so uncomfortable? My mother is also a cultivator, not an ignorant woman confined to the inner chambers. Who dares mock her? Who dares to laugh? Step forward. Initially, the Jin brothers did not perceive any issue with the head of the Fu family's remarks. But upon hearing their little niece's response, they suddenly understood. The Fu family's problems were evidently quite severe. The Fu family was rotten to its core. A thoroughly corrupt clan. This realization sent chills down their spines. Absolutely unacceptable. Qing Wu Zhanren maintained a stoic expression, her attitude unmistakably clear. She respected her own opinions. She understood Fu Chengyuan's character and was acutely aware that provoking him could lead to disastrous consequences. Such a man, when angered, might resort to reckless abandon, resulting in an undesirable resolution. The last thing Jin Shi wished for was to burden her family with trouble. Thus, she begrudgingly endured the discomfort of conversing with the Fu family. Upon hearing her words, the head of the Fu family nodded in agreement, stating that they had already educated Chengyuan, who had promised to improve and suggested they communicate more in the future. This revelation genuinely surprised Jin Shi, not because she doubted her youngest daughter's words, but because, despite her daughter's lengthy account, Jin Shi was not naive enough to accept everything blindly. Her belief stemmed from her own observations of reality. People can indeed be blinded by their circumstances. It is only upon leaving their original environment that they realize how absurd their previous selves were. Now, with a clearer perspective, Jin Shi found the idea of being coerced into a dual cultivation ceremony with someone like Fu Chengyuan utterly repugnant. However, Fu Chengyuan, believing in his sincerity, feigned a deeply affectionate demeanor, pleading, "Madam, it is my fault for not being considerate enough. Please forgive me and do not hold a grudge." Jin Shi thought that if it were not for the unresolved whereabouts of Changjun, she would genuinely want to confront Fu Chengyuan. Unfortunately, she still had no idea where Changjun was. She pretended to be displeased, scoffing, "How dare you say that?" The more arrogant she became, the more delighted the Fu family appeared. Her anger was a sign of concern. If she were utterly indifferent to Chengyuan, it would indicate no possibility for them. Conversely, Jin Shi still had lingering feelings for the Fu family. She continued, "If you truly care and wish to be a good father, you should search for Changjun. He is devoted to the path, and we do not know his current state. If he is absent from our ceremony, how can I bear it?" Fu Chengyuan exchanged glances with the head of the Fu family. The head promptly reassured her, "Rest assured, Changjun is fine. His soul lamp remains lit within the clan. If you doubt my words, we could take you to see it." Jin Shi nodded. Although Fu Qingyuan might disregard Changjun, she believed that before the so-called heroine's brother exhibited greater potential than Changjun, her son held considerable weight within the Fu family. Jin Shi pointed at Fu Qingyuan, particularly irritated by him, causing his expression to darken momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his composure upon receiving a subtle cue from the head of the Fu family. Jin Shi thought to herself, "No, my scoundrel of a father cannot be this benevolent. He must be concocting a more significant scheme. Perhaps the heroine's mother intends to usurp an innocent girl for some purpose, and the only thing that could fulfill that requirement is something my mother possesses, or rather, only the Jin family has the means to obtain." Upon hearing this, Jin Shi felt little emotional response. So this is what indifference feels like. She no longer cared about Fu Qingyuan and was indifferent to whatever he did for others, even if he plotted against her for the sake of that concubine. She did not feel anger, only incredulity. Did she, Jin Yuexin, owe him anything in her previous life to be deceived by him in this one? Jin Shi rolled her eyes internally, her expression unchanging. However, her brothers from the Jin family were far less composed. What? Fu Qingyuan dares to treat our beloved sister this way for a mere mortal concubine? Jinda exclaimed. Speaking of which, you have yet to hold a dual cultivation ceremony with our little sister, according to the rules of the cultivation world. You are not yet a son-in-law of the Jin family. Jin chimed in. Indeed, that is correct. Jin Sen added scram. Jin C's tone was considerably more tactful, suggesting that since the Fu family and the Jin family did not have a formal marital connection, it was merely that their little sister had found a companion with whom she had borne several children. The brothers' thoughts suddenly aligned. Jin Wu declared, "The children belong to our Jin family." Jin Lu suggested, "Let us change the children as surnames first." Jin Qi and Jin Ba nodded in agreement. Jin Jiu proposed, "Their names must also be altered. Otherwise, they do not match our Jin family's essence." Jin Shi nodded. "Indeed, change them." Jin Shi and Jin Air exchanged glances. And Jin Air remarked, "Our sister truly should have sought a partner with better potential. It's a waste of our Jin family's exceptional lineage." Qing Wu Jinren observed this unexpected turn of events, realizing the brothers had found their footing. Fu Qingyuan trembled with rage, turning to Jin Shi, "Madam, do you think the same? Furthermore, the siblings could be considered additional spoils of war." Fu Yaoyao found the situation increasingly amusing. Had she truly turned herself into a prize? Jin Shi could not help but twitch the corners of her lips. Yet, the girl was not mistaken in her assertion. Rising to her feet, she adopted a notably domineering tone. "Brother 12, you are right. It is entirely my sister's fault." The Fu family had been unceremoniously expelled from the Jin family, thrown out as if they were mere refuse, while the valuable gifts they had brought were graciously accepted by the Jin family. Chapter 86. Fu Chongbai awakens. The expelled head of the Fu family and Fu Qingyuan exchanged glances. Neither could claim to be less disheveled. Both appeared equally miserable. Fu Qingyuan's expression remained dark, and they both felt humiliated as they quickly departed from the Jin residence. In Fu Qingyuan's eyes, the head's inquiries felt more like accusations. His mood darkened further. He had not forgotten how the Jin family regarded him as that sort of man. He had fathered children with Jin Shi, yet now the Jin family sought the children while discarding him as a son-in-law, treating him as if he were a mere male concubine. But he had refrained from holding the grand ceremony with Jin Shi for the sake of Yaoyao. He could not have anticipated that the Jin family, a reputable clan, would resort to such shameless actions. Before Fu Qingyuan could voice his thoughts, the head of the Fu family calmly stated, "We cannot allow this marriage to be ruined." Fu Qingyuan managed to regain some composure, inquiring, "What should we do then?" The head of the Fu family questioned him, "Did you not claim that Jin Shi harbored deep feelings for you?" Yet, this does not seem to be the case. He was not blind. He had clearly observed that Jin Shi displayed no reluctance toward Fu Qingyuan. If this was all an act, he would have to reassess his view of Jin Shi, whom he remembered as straightforward and genuine. Unbeknownst to them, the Jin family was entirely unconcerned about the Fu family's reaction, for Fu Chongbai had awakened. Jin Shi immediately set aside everything and rushed to the courtyard of Jin Si. Fu Chongbai remained seated in a large wooden tub, his eyes now open. Upon seeing Jin Shi, he softly called, "Mother." Tears streamed down Jin Shi's face. "Oh, my son, you have suffered." As long as you are alive, I will find a way to heal you. Hearing this, Fu Changbai's expression dimmed, and his tone turned despondent. Mother, my injuries cannot be healed. They are rooted in my foundation. This was nearly common knowledge in the cultivation world. If injuries to the dantian and spiritual roots could be easily repaired, what would be remarkable about cultivators? The dantian and spiritual roots were fundamental to a cultivator's practice. If both were damaged, his path to cultivation would come to an end. It was precisely for this reason that despair flickered in Fu Changbai's eyes. However, his sorrow was compounded not only by his injuries, but also by the fate of his childhood sweetheart. Had that girl from the Wang family done something to him? Fu Changbai furrowed his brow. At that moment, Fu Yingying, carrying Fu Yaoyao's puppet, arrived just in time to overhear his words. Indeed, my dear brother, rest assured that you may recount the events to us, and we shall seek justice on your behalf. Fu Changbai forced a smile, yet did not wish to elaborate further. The sequence of events could hardly be more tragic. It was merely a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel, sacrificing himself, only to find that the beauty was coveted by another. My elder brother may remain oblivious to the fact that, in pursuit of his little childhood sweetheart, that young master from the Yu family had even dealt him a final blow. Alas, my brother is unaware that his fiancée, he has always been cognizant of this affair. Yet, in a bid to elevate her family by aligning with the Yu clan, she chose to remain silent, despite his fervent protection. Fu Changbai appeared momentarily stunned. He could not discern the speaker, but upon closer listening, his complexion turned ashen. Jin Shi hastily rushed forward, fearful of harming Fu Changbai, and quickly halted her steps. Changbai, do not frighten your mother. Fu Changbai closed his eyes. Fourth uncle, is there truly a remedy for my injuries? At that moment, the tender voice of his little sister rang out once more. In my original world, no matter the severity of an injury, a single dose of a gene serum could not only regenerate severed limbs, but also eradicate any hidden ailments. Even if the gene serum were ineffective, medical pods could provide treatment. However, in this realm, which possesses a divine energy system, the issue should not be insurmountable. We merely need to locate some miraculous treasures. All my uncles are capable individuals, so I believe we will find a solution. At this juncture, Fu Changbai realized that the speaker was indeed his infant sister. He noted the composure of the others, indicating that only he could hear her thoughts. In that moment, Fu Changbai's emotions became rather complex. Upon awakening, he had already sensed something amiss with his body. He understood the gravity of his injuries, and the attitudes of his fourth uncle and mother had prepared him psychologically. Yet, when he truly comprehended the damage to his dantian and foundation, his heart was pierced with profound sorrow. He would have given his life for Yenner. It seemed he was not so significant in her heart. Even now, as he perceived her character, what good would it do? Could it alter his fate? It was undeniable that Fu Changbai was filled with regret. Fu Yingying, upon hearing her sister's thoughts about the gene serum and medical pods, was filled with curiosity. Yet, alas, those were not items of their world. Nevertheless, her sister was correct. If they could find miraculous treasures, there remained a possibility for recovery. Elder brother, have no fear. We shall strive together to assist you in locating the treasures that can heal your wounds. Jin Shi concurred. Your sister speaks wisely. At that moment, Fu Changxing approached. Elder brother, you are awake. Fu Changbai managed a weak smile, while Fu Changxing furrowed his brow. Jin Shi added, Changbai, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will tirelessly seek miraculous treasures for you. But you must tell me what transpired. Fu Changbai closed his eyes once more. Given the circumstances, there was little left to conceal. He recounted the events without reservation. In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. He and Wang Yenner had ventured out for trials as they usually did, both being betrothed and future partners, an arrangement their parents endorsed. After all, as future partners, they were to become the closest individuals to one another. As partners, they must be able to trust each other completely. If one cannot trust their partner, whom could they trust? Yet, unexpectedly, when danger arose, he focused on protecting Wang Yenner, only for her to use him as a shield, distancing herself from harm. Afterward, they were rescued, and Wang Yenner's attitude toward the man who saved them was decidedly ambiguous. Fu Changbai was not inherently sensitive or suspicious. Yet even he could perceive the underlying tension. Subsequently, he fell into unconsciousness, unaware of what transpired thereafter. Jin Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Fu Yingying's fury ignited. I knew that one was no good. Elder brother, do you realize that you sustained such injuries for her, and now she wishes to call off the engagement? Jin Shi understood that this matter would eventually come to light, but her heart ached at the thought. However, she had not anticipated that her eldest daughter would be the first to relay the Wang family's stance. Contemplating for a moment, she chose not to elaborate further. After all, the truth would be revealed in due time. Her son Fu Changbai had never been a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse, a sentiment she had consistently upheld. In the Jin family, whether it be Xian Ing Jinjuan or Qing Wu Jinren, or even her 12 brothers, none were timid. Not one was a sheltered flower. If one were to claim there was such a person, it would be her, the only daughter, the cherished jewel of the family, and yet deemed the only failure. Nonetheless, Jin Shi had always been clear-headed regarding her children, willing to allow them to face hardships. Otherwise, Fu Changbai would not have ventured out on trials with Wang Yan'er. However, due to the scarcity of those with cultivation aptitude, the family placed great importance on the training of their descendants. Thus, few family cultivators ventured out for experiences before reaching the late stages of qi training. Nevertheless, Fu Changbai was at the 8th level of qi training, well within the qualifications to undertake trials. What surprised everyone was that upon hearing this, Fu Changbai did not appear particularly shocked. It was only natural when they encountered danger. He had willingly placed himself in harm's way for her, while she had unhesitatingly cast him aside. Now, rendered a cripple, her desire to terminate the engagement was to be expected. Yet, he felt a sense of reluctance and wished to inquire if this decision originated from her or the Wang family. Fu Yingying, ever forthright, retorted, "Is there truly a difference? They are all resolute in their desire to sever ties with you, regardless of whose decision it is. If it is the Wang family's decision, can she oppose it? Yet, I believe it must be her own choice. How could she possibly wish to?" Fu Yingying abruptly fell silent. Fu Changbai understood. How could she ever desire to marry a cripple? He lowered his head, his expression dimming. Jin Shi shot a disapproving glance at her eldest daughter. While her words were straightforward, given Fu Changbai's current state, they should not pour salt into his wounds. "My son, rest assured, your mother, your maternal grandfather and grandmother, and your uncles are all here for you." Fu Changbai raised his gaze. "What father?" Jin Shi's expression darkened. "From now on, do not mention him. It is as if he does not exist." Fu Changbai taran tu Fu Changxing. "You speak." Fu Changxing was suddenly choked by his own words. Speak of what? He could only feign ignorance. His character differed from that of his younger sister. She spoke her mind without reservation, while he was more contemplative. Although he appeared carefree, he often pondered more deeply. Yet, it was precisely this nature that allowed him to see through certain matters. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort his elder brother. His silence spoke volumes, and Fu Changbai fell silent as well. Fu Yingying could not contain herself, exclaiming, "In other families, fathers are concerned for their children. Yet here, when the Wang family comes to break the engagement, he follows suit, even encouraging mother to agree to this. Is that not infuriating?" At this, Jin Shi shot Fu Yingying another glare. "Enough. Let's refrain from speaking further. My sister is right. Why should we remain silent?" Fu Yingying sought to persuade her mother, "Mother, how distressing it is to go to the Wang family to break the engagement. The youngest sister is still so young. Let us not involve her in such troubling matters." "No, I want to participate." Fu Yingying, "I almost forgot. My little sister is quite headstrong." This little one was exceptionally astute, far from an ordinary child. Since she had taken the initiative to join, then let her come along. No one seemed to notice that the puppet holding Fu Yaoyao was not obeying their commands, but had suddenly begun to walk on its own with her in its embrace. Only Jin Shi, the mother, was astute enough to perceive this. However, Jin Shi was also a person of considerable understanding. Her daughter was inherently different from others, and it was entirely normal for her to possess some extraordinary traits. The fact that she could control this puppet was a boon, for it meant that she could take her daughter out without any worries. Although the puppet's primary function was merely to care for children, the materials used to create it were exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. If dismantled and reforged, it could be transformed into a magical artifact, such as its worth. In essence, while this child-rearing puppet lacked combat prowess, its ability to evade danger was unparalleled, providing robust protection for Yaoyao. The Jin family arrived at the Wang family, and the sudden influx of high-ranking cultivators caused a stir among the Wang clan, reminiscent of the previous visit when the Jin brothers had accompanied them to the Fu family. The Wang family almost feared they had invited some calamity upon themselves. Fortunately, Wang Weikong and his wife had already broached the subject of annulling their daughter's engagement with Fu Zhongbai. Upon learning that the Jin family had come to dissolve the betrothal, everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. However, they may have relaxed their guard a bit too soon. For as the saying goes, a thief does not leave empty-handed. With so many from the Jin family involved, even if they aimed to break off the engagement with Wang Yin heir, there would surely be a price to pay. The oldest and most powerful cultivator of the Wang family, distinguished by his snow-white beard, appeared worn and aged, a clear sign of his dwindling lifespan. As cultivators approach the end of their years, they often exhibit rapid signs of aging. This is a universal truth, and thus, the elderly among cultivators are certainly aged. Though the young may not always be youthful, they could very well be formidable beings in disguise. The elder of the Wang family, though visibly apprehensive, endeavored to maintain an air of calmness. But who could understand the weight of the moment? They were in the presence of two formidable Yuan-Ing period cultivators. Was this not a large family coming to confront them? Even Wang Weikong and his wife sensed that matters could take a turn for the worse. Unexpectedly, Jin Shi stated plainly, "My son has encountered misfortune. His talent has been ruined, and he is indeed not a match for your daughter. Therefore, let us annul the engagement and part ways amicably." Wang Weikong exchanged glances with his wife, both seeing a flicker of hope in each other's eyes. He tentatively suggested, "In that case," Jin Shi shot him a glance, "I have come not only to break off the engagement, but also to address another matter." The hearts of the Wang cultivators leapt once more, and one of them stammered, "What do you wish to say?" Jin Shi, discarding any cryptic hints, stated directly, "Zhongbai's talent was ruined while saving your daughter. Do you acknowledge this?" Wang Weikong and his wife shared another glance and nodded immediately. How could they deny this? They had not fully allied with the Yu family yet, and they had no intention of allowing their daughter to be a concubine. Thus, they had to concede to Jin Shi's claim. "Good, as long as you acknowledge it, prepare yourselves for compensation," Jin Ing interjected. "Sister, you are absolutely right. Since the Wang family is willing to admit this, they must accept the terms of compensation." Jin Shi nodded. "So, how much do you value your daughter's life?" At this moment, not only Wang Weikong and his wife comprehended her meaning, but so did the other Wang cultivators. Just then, Wang Yin heir timidly spoke up, "Annie." Jin Shi cast her a cold glance. "I cannot accept such a title from you. Just call me by my name." Wang Yin Abitelik. Recalling how Jin Shi had treated her with kindness after her engagement to Fu Degu, in stark contrast to the indifference she now displayed. "How brazen! You have called off the engagement with my brother and sought comfort in another's arms, yet you still desire my mother's goodwill? How shameless can you be?" Jin Ing nodded in agreement, and the Jin brothers felt vindicated in their decision to bring the young girl along. She was indeed relishing the unfolding drama. Jin Shi was momentarily distracted by her daughter's musings, unsure of what expression to wear, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. Wang Yin heir, seizing the moment, asked, "Has Zhongbai awakened?" Jin Shi glanced at her. "Whether he has awakened or not is of no concern to you." Wang Yin heir's eyes immediately reddened. Song Danyang, Wang Yin heir's mother, had always doted on her daughter, and upon witnessing this treatment from Jin Shi, she felt displeasure rising within her. "Our Yin heir is merely inquiring. Do not take your frustrations out on her. Besides, the decision to annul the engagement was ours, not hers." "Ah, I understand that parents love their daughters. But do not speak so nonsensically. If Wang Yin heir were willing to marry my brother, would you truly oppose it? Would you threaten to take extreme measures?" The words of Jin Ing and even Fu Yaoyao were met with incredulity. "So, Wang Yin heir, you would still wish to wed my brother? If that is indeed the case, let us not annul the engagement. If you are willing to marry into our family, we will treat you well. Even if my brother can no longer cultivate, he still possesses talent. He is not devoid of potential. The chances of your future children inheriting the ability to cultivate would remain high." Wang Yan'er was taken aback, her eyes widening. She had no desire to marry a man stripped of his abilities. Although she harbored some feelings for Fu Zhongbai, they were insufficient to compel her to wed someone deemed a failure. Jin Ying, observing her reaction, could not suppress a sardonic smile. You are truly duplicitous. Why not speak your mind directly instead of putting on such a facade? It is utterly distasteful. Throughout this exchange, it was primarily Jin Shi and Jin Ying who spoke, while the men of the Jin family and Fu Zhongxing merely served as silent witnesses. Yet, their formidable presence made it difficult for the Wang family to ignore them. The elder of the Wang family, wise in years, had grasped Jin Shi's intent. Although the two families could not unite in marriage, the bonds of friendship from years past remained. He shifted the conversation. However, our Wang family cannot disregard our prior commitments. Zhongbai did indeed save Yin Er's life, and we cannot fail to express our gratitude. If the Wang family were to show no sign of acknowledgement, they would indeed appear ungrateful, risking enmity not only with the Fu family, but also with the Jin family. Prior to this moment, the elder had been unaware of the Jin family's substantial influence. Had he known, he might have considered marrying his daughter into the Jin family. Even with Fu Zhongbai's loss of cultivation, suddenly struck by an idea, the elder proposed, our Wang family is willing to offer Zhongbai some form of compensation and will also select another young woman from our clan to marry him. How astute of the Wang family. If Wang Yan'er declines, the family has other daughters. My brother has lost his talent, so it would be unreasonable to expect him to marry a woman of cultivation. After all, there are plenty of ordinary women to choose from. Do they think my family lacks discernment? Even in this situation, we would have no interest in a mere Wang family girl. My brother would rather remain single for life than accept a woman from the Wang family. Jin Ying pondered the entire situation, feeling somewhat nauseated. The Jin brothers maintained impassive expressions, but suddenly a palpable pressure descended upon them, emanating from the elder of the Wang family, who was only at the Jin dance stage. He abruptly coughed up blood. Forgive me, esteemed elder. Wang Weikong and his wife clung protectively to Wang Yan'er, their family appearing quite disheveled in the face of this turmoil. The elder of the Wang family contemplated. Had it not been for Wang Yan'er catching the eye of the young master of the Yu family, continuing with the arranged marriage to Fu Zhongbai would have been perfectly acceptable. Although he had been rendered incapable, he had numerous supporters backing him. The Jin family's strength was formidable. Being a subordinate to the Yu family was almost akin to being a subordinate to the Jin family. However, gazing at Wang Weikong and his wife, the elder sighed. After all, Wang Yan'er had attracted the attention of the young master of the Yu family. In the entire Lin Yu city, who was unaware of the young master's domineering ways. Wang Yan'er had visited the Yu residence several times and had already lost her primordial yin. For a low-tier female cultivator, losing her primordial yin meant her value was halved. Moreover, Wang Yan'er's aptitude was not particularly remarkable. Thus it was hardly worth the Wang family's full investment of resources in her. Faced with the Jin family, the elder resolved to be pragmatic and consider a compromise, even if it meant ceding territory and compensating them. As for the matter of ceding territory and compensation, the Jin family had done their homework. They sought something that the Wang family possessed, something exceedingly precious and of use to Fu Zhongbai. This was the only way it would hold value. The ancestors of the Wang family had once been moderately well-known alchemists. Hence, the Wang family had its roots in alchemy. And for a family of alchemists, the most valuable possession would undeniably be the alchemical formulas. Uncle Jin's expression transformed, realizing they had an alchemical formula for the Liuli Dan. While its immediate effects were rather negligible, with future refinements, it could enhance the probability of forming a Yuaning. Uncle Jin's face betrayed his barely contained excitement. A pill capable of increasing the probability of forming a Yuaning. If such a pill truly existed, it would be a rare treasure indeed. Yet, how could such a small family as the Wangs possess such a remarkable item? Though Uncle Jin was elated, he maintained a semblance of composure. He glanced at the Jin family members, inquiring about the Liuli Dan's formula. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Wang family's expression shifted significantly. However, due to the Jin family's cultivation level, he was compelled to feign a smile and affirm its existence. Uncle Jin deliberately probed further, asking if there were any special attributes to the formula. Fu Changbai was a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, unperturbed by the iron-backed bull. However, the adult golden-backed iron bull was another matter entirely. It was a second-tier strength-based demon beast, its power far surpassing that of a typical second-tier beast. Generally, second-tier beasts matched the strength of cultivators at the late stages of qi refinement, which corresponded to levels 7 to 9. However, due to their robust and resilient nature, even late-stage cultivators would typically find themselves at a disadvantage against them. Fu Yaoyao's mind raced. If her elder brother had been injured, was it not entirely due to this manipulative woman? Realizing that the strength of a second-tier beast corresponded with late-stage cultivators, she understood that regardless of how formidable the beast was, Fu Changbai should have been able to escape alone, especially if you were not encumbered by the need to protect Wang Yin'er. This was something any reasonable person could deduce. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, the matriarch of the Jin family reacted with a cold laugh, questioning what Wang Yin'er was implying. Wang Yin'er's eyes turned slightly red with fear as her mother, Song Danyang, immediately placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, gently shaking her head. Her foolish daughter. Why speak of such matters if she was unwilling to marry into the Fu family? Yet, in front of the Jin family and their entourage, Song Danyang could not voice her true thoughts, simply stating that they did not wish for Fu Changbai to end up in this state. However, her cultivation level fell short of Fu Changbai's, leaving her feeling helpless. The matriarch of the Jin family, uninterested in Song Danyang's words, focused her attention on Wang Yin'er, urging her to speak plainly. Wang Yin'er took a deep breath and warned them to be cautious of the Yu family. Song Danyang's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Wang Yin'er had discovered the young master of the Yu family had no intention of marrying her? If this were the case, it would explain her attempts to curry favor with my mother. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was her own folly. The Jin family would never come to her aid. The matriarch of the Jin family had intended to question Wang Yin'er further, but upon hearing her daughter's words, she lost interest. They could not allow Fu Changbai to be used as a target for others' grievances. It would be sheer foolishness. In truth, a little reflection would reveal Wang Yin'er's intentions. Fu Changbai was already rendered incapable. In the realm of Jiuhuan, it was nearly unheard of for someone to recover after having their aptitude and dantian destroyed. Thus, Fu Changbai had become universally acknowledged as a waste. Should the Yu family be involved in this incident, they would undoubtedly wish to keep it under wraps, preventing outsiders from knowing and would not willingly admit to their actions. Therefore, they would not actively seek trouble with Fu Changbai, at least not until he had the chance to recover his aptitude. To everyone, a cripple was hardly worth consideration. Yet, Wang Yin'er had intentionally alerted them to the fact that Fu Changbai's damaged dantian and aptitude were linked to the Yu family, effectively inviting the Jin family to confront the Yu family. Wang Yin'er felt disheartened by the Jin family's reaction. However, her courage to warn them had taken considerable effort. As they departed, Fu Yingying could not restrain her curiosity, asking her mother what Wang Yin'er had meant. Did she imply that her brother's injury was indeed related to the Yu family? If so, they could not remain passive. They must seek vengeance for their brother. The mere thought of her gentle and kind elder brother suffering at the hands of others filled Fu Yingying with rage, causing her to tremble with indignation. Even her thoughts of Wang Yin'er turned vengeful. Yet, the Wang family had already offered compensation. The Jin family could not pursue this matter further. It was an established convention in the realm of cultivation that one should refrain from annihilating entire clans over grievances. A principle established to prevent the catastrophic conflicts that had erupted among the great clans centuries ago, throwing the entire Western cultivation community into turmoil. Subsequently, everyone agreed to avoid such heinous acts. After all, who was foolish enough to invite such enmity? Thus, the Jin family's presence, alongside the brothers, was merely to amplify their stance, with no intention of harming the Wang family. However, if the Wang family had adopted a more stringent attitude, the Jin family's resentment would have sought an outlet, and Wang Yin'er would have been the prime target. The Wang family, for now, seemed amicable, refraining from throwing Wang Yin'er under the bus to appease the Jin family's ire. Alas, it was regrettable that Wang Yin'er had insinuated that the Yu family was involved in this affair. and whether she sought to shirk responsibility or incite animosity between the Jin and Yu families remained uncertain. After the Jin family departed, the head of the Wang family, the elder, wore a grim expression. He shed his compliant demeanor displayed before the Jin family and turned to face Wang Weikong and his family, stating with a heavy heart that they had sacrificed a vital alchemical formula and numerous resources for Wang Yener. Wang Weikong immediately clasped his hands and promised for his daughter, assuring the elder that Wang Yener would not lay claim to the family resources without recompense. Once she married into the Yu family, she would certainly repay in double measure. The patriarch of the Wang family gazed at them for a moment, nodding slightly, as long as you understand in your hearts. He turned to Wang Yener and suddenly let out a cold laugh, stating that once a choice has been made, one should not be fickle. In Chapter 91, regret dawned upon Wang Yener, her complexion turning pale. Yes, I dare not. The elder of the Wang family scrutinized her for a while before letting out a cold snort and turning to leave. The other esteemed elders of the Wang family also turned and departed, leaving Wang Yener drenched in cold sweat. Once they had all left, Song Danyang reproached her with a sense of disappointment. Yener, how can I express my feelings towards you? We have reached this point, yet you still. Furthermore, the Jin family will not appreciate your good intentions. What is the purpose of this? Wang Yener bit her lip. Mother, consider me as one who has betrayed her own conscience. Zhang Boji has treated me so well that he would forsake his own life for mine. Wang Yener was not devoid of conscience. She simply felt a sense of pride at the way Yu Xiaozhu looked at her. Such a figure as Yu Xiaozhu, who could take an interest in her, would undoubtedly bring her resources from a Yu family that far surpassed the benefits of marrying into the Fu family. Wang Yener was vastly different from her mother, Song Danyang. She was an ambitious young lady with a heart that had not entirely hardened. Seeing her daughter's troubled expression, Song Danyang hurriedly comforted her. It is all in the past. Wang Yener replied, but I can never forget the sight of him standing protectively in front of me. With a furrowed brow, Song Danyang asked, are you regretting it? Wang Yener suddenly lifted her head. Mother, Song Danyang sighed. Have you encountered some trouble with Yu Xiaozhu? Wang Yener immediately bit her lip and lowered her head. Upon noticing this, Song Danyang grew anxious, quickly urging her to speak. You cannot be telling me that you regret it now, can you? As she grew more frantic, Wang Yener's head dipped even lower. Song Danyang became alarmed, urging her to speak. Wang Weikong, feeling for his daughter, scolded, look at you, why are you so anxious? You have frightened her. Song Danyang glared at her partner and retorted, you be quiet. You are the one who spoiled Yener. She turned back to her daughter. If we had not approached the Jin family to withdraw the engagement, whatever you desired would have been fine. Even if there were some entanglements with the Yu family. I believe that with Zhang Bo's character and broad-mindedness, he would surely be accommodating. However, now it is too late. Moreover, Zhang Bo's future has already been ruined. You do not truly wish to marry him, do you? Wang Yener shook her head vigorously. Mother, I do not want to. But it seems the Yu family has no intention of welcoming me. In her haste, she revealed the truth to her parents. Wang Weikong and Song Danyang exchanged glances, with Song Danyang growing anxious. Yanea, what do you mean by this? You have already lost your Yuan Yin to that scoundrel Yu Qi. Do you still wish to take advantage of him? In the realm of cultivation, what is valued is not the first encounter between men and women, nor the notion of chastity. Rather, the Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang can significantly aid a practitioner's cultivation. For instance, if a person's cultivation is stuck at the early stage of foundation building, and at this time they find a lifelong partner who possesses both Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang. Through deep interaction, they can easily utilize each other's energies to make a breakthrough. This illustrates the importance of Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang. Thus, the nine-ring cultivation realm also has some malevolent practitioners who specialize in such techniques, ruthlessly plundering the Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang of untainted male and female cultivators for their own cruel gains. Therefore, in most cases, cultivators choose to reserve their first encounter for their partners. After all, it is not wise to let one's resources flow to others. If both parties can achieve a significant breakthrough through each other's energies upon becoming partners, it is undoubtedly a matter that enhances their emotional bond. Wang Yene bit her lip. Even if he has never considered forming a partnership with me, does our Wang family have the means to confront the Yu family for my sake? Wang Weikong and Song Danyang were momentarily stunned. Yena, what do you mean by this? That scoundrel Yu Qi truly. Wang Yin'er inhaled sharply. Thus I must inform Zhang Bo's family to ensure they do not let him off the hook. If it were not for his intentional sabotage of Zhang Bo, how could his dantian have been shattered, ruining his cultivation aptitude? Wang Weikong and Song Danyang stared wide-eyed in shock, as if they were seeing their daughter for the first time. However, upon reflection, they became furious. That you scoundrel truly seeks to take advantage of you? Wang Yin'er interrupted their outrage. This time, asking the clan for assistance was a promise of future benefits for the clan. If I cannot marry into the Yu family, wouldn't the patriarch and others be unwilling to let this matter rest? Wang Weikong and Song Danyang suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Song Danyang blurted out, "The Jin family strength is undoubtedly not inferior to that of the Yu family. How could we have been unaware of the Jin family's might? Had we known earlier?" Wang Yin'er wore a wistful expression. If only I had known that Zhang Bo's mother had so many powerful brothers, perhaps I would have. This was merely a beautiful assumption. After all, given the circumstances at that time, it was utterly impossible. Yu Qi was notorious in Linyu City as a libertine, and any female cultivator he took an interest in would seldom escape his grasp if her family lacked the strength to contend with the Yu family. Had Wang Yin'er not consented, she would have had to perish alongside Fu Zhangbo. Wang Yin'er was selfish. Although she felt deeply moved that Fu Zhangbo was willing to die for her, she herself did not wish to die. It was a deadlock. Mother, how many people know about the Jin family's withdrawal from the engagement? Song Danyang hesitated. The Jin family is quite powerful, having sent 2 Yuan-ing level cultivators. It would be difficult to keep this from the higher-ranking practitioners in our city. Such matters cannot be concealed. Wang Yin'er was aware, that is good. Wang Weikong was bewildered. Dear daughter, how can being rejected by the Jin family possibly be a good thing? Wang Yin'er, however, smiled brightly, stating that the Jin family's grand presence is precisely what is needed within Linyu City. The news of Fu Zhangbo and Wang Yin'er's engagement withdrawal swiftly spread throughout the city, alongside the news of Fu Zhangbo's 12 formidable uncles. Families with closer ties to the Fu family began to subtly inquire about the situation. Due to the protection of Fu Qingyuan's pride, the family of Jinshi had not widely publicized her background when she married into the Fu family. Even those in the know were reluctant to assist in promoting the Fu family, as that would only bolster others' prestige. Thus, not many knew that the Jin family hailed from Jinling City. Cultivators can soar through the skies. A journey that may take mere mortals months can be traversed in the blink of an eye by practitioners. Though Jinling City is distant, it is not far at all. Some mocked the Wang family for losing such a distinguished alliance, while others ridiculed the Fu family for failing to capitalize on the alliance they had formed over the years. There were also whispers that the Wang family had not intended to withdraw from the engagement at all. However, the Wang family, constrained by the Yu family, had no choice but to propose the withdrawal, thus missing the opportunity to forge a connection with the powerful Jin family. Why is the Wang family subjected to the Yu family's constraints? Which Yu family? Some vividly recounted the tale of Fu Zhangbo and Wang Yin'er embarking on a trial, only to encounter a golden-backed iron bull. Fu Zhangbo, willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life for his fiancée, Wang Yin'er, was fortuitously rescued by Yu Qi at a critical moment. Upon seeing Wang Yin'er, the strikingly beautiful girl, Yu Qi was smitten and thus intervened. The temperament of a Yu family's young master is well known throughout Linyu City. He is a notorious bully, abusing his family's influence without a care. His greatest delight is the allure of beauty, and given the Yu family's might, the women harmed throughout Linyu City typically suffer in silence. Such occurrences are common even in the mortal realm, let alone in the world of cultivation. If the esteemed young master were to take a fancy to an ordinary mortal woman, he could simply bestow upon her parents an inexhaustible fortune of gold and silver, thereby securing her presence in the Yu family courtyard for eternity. From that moment forth, she would be unable to escape, destined to grow old within the confines of the Yu residence. Should he desire a female cultivator instead, the formidable strength of the Yu family would typically deter any overt confrontation. At most, she would enter the Yu household, biding her time until young Master Yu grew weary of her, at which point she might receive a handsome compensation. Should one refuse such a fate, it would merely reveal their lack of discernment. This situation had long been a source of dissatisfaction among female cultivators, yet they remained silent, oppressed by the overwhelming power of the Yu family. Were it not for the Yu family's might, there would have been numerous outbursts by now. The woman in question, whom young Master Yu had set his sights upon, was the daughter of the Wang family. This Wang girl was previously betrothed to a member of the Fu family. Now, faced with unavoidable circumstances, the engagement had been dissolved, and the previously amicable relations between the Wang and Fu families could no longer be restored. News of this development swiftly reached the Yu family. With so many women already in their household, why pursue additional entanglements? Young Master Yu expressed his indifference, assuring his father that he had it all under control, and that the Wang Yinner would pose no significant challenge. Despite being young, he had already achieved mid-stage foundation establishment. However, his external safety relied on the protection arranged by his father, consisting of numerous golden core cultivators and an endless supply of talismans and magical artifacts. The head of the Yu family had no choice but to take precautions to safeguard his only son. In truth, he had already obtained Wang Yinner's primordialine, and once a prey was captured, it lost its status as prey. Ironically, that woman anticipated his marriage proposal. Yet, he found himself captivated by another, a young girl clad in a vibrant red dress, exuding warmth and vitality. Such a woman was infinitely more intriguing. A smirk played upon his lips, his gaze resolute. "Father, I am off to have some fun." The head of the Yu family advised his son to temper his exuberance. Although the Lin and Yu families reigned supreme in Lin Yu City, a delicate balance had developed over the years with the Lin family and other smaller clans. He did not wish for his son's romantic escapades to jeopardize the Yu family's standing in Lin Yu City, as such an outcome would be utterly counterproductive. The Jin family, accompanied by their children and brothers, chose not to leave Lin Yu City immediately. Having arrived, they had heard rumors of an extraordinary auction soon to take place, an event rare and coveted. Thus they decided to attend before departing. The resources typically provided by the Jin family, combined with the compensation from the Wang family, would allow them to acquire some remarkable items at the auction. This auction, as the name suggests, was orchestrated by the Lin and Yu families within Lin Yu City, showcasing an array of rarely seen resources. Such offerings included rare materials, precious beast eggs, high-tier magical artifacts or treasures, legacies from secret realms, as well as various techniques and medicinal formulas, even some cultivators with unique physiques. There were also items whose nature remained unidentified within the current cultivation world. Discovering a hidden treasure would indeed be a boon. Oh, an auction! How delightful! I cannot wait to uncover hidden gems. Fu Yaoyao suddenly recalled that the female protagonist of the story would also attend this auction. At this moment, the original protagonist's second brother had already made her acquaintance, though neither was aware of the other's true identity. The original second brother, outwardly aloof but warm-hearted within, had developed feelings for her without knowing she was his half-sister. He had even found a special way to participate in this auction. "It seems I have no choice but to attend this auction," Jean sure thought, bemused. How could this little girl be so eager to seek out hidden treasures? After all, she was still quite young, constantly dreaming of uncovering hidden gems. Did she truly believe the Jean family would neglect her? Although she feigned reluctance, it was clear to Jean Sure that the little girl was very much looking forward to it. While she thought this, Jean Sure found the little girl to be exceedingly endearing. Since the little one was so enthusiastic, they might as well go and see what they could find, perhaps procuring something delightful to gift her. However, Fu Yaoyao's next words left everyone in astonishment. "Both my second brother and the female protagonist will be attending this auction. We must find a way to thwart their budding romance. The female protagonist is our half-sister. Moreover, despite her exceptional talents, her appearance is merely mediocre. Why is my second brother so smitten with her? There must be some hidden reason behind this." What? Jean Sure was taken aback, believing she had misheard. Her second son was enamored with whom? Suddenly reminded of old matters, she felt a wave of confusion. Heroine held feelings for whom? And what was this about half-sisters? Jean Sure froze, her expression darkening. A half-sister? Wasn't that the daughter of the Fu family? The offspring of Fu Qingyuan and his concubine? Her junior could never be so indiscreet as to pursue such a relationship. Jean Sure would never allow such a thing to occur. My second brother must sever ties with the female protagonist. Otherwise, when he discovers she is his biological sister, he will surely go mad. He is the most principled of individuals, and learning such a truth would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. Chapter 93. Second brother Fu Changjun Jinshi had regained her composure and found herself in agreement with her younger daughter's assessment of her second son. Among her 5 children, she had always felt the most at ease with her second son, Fu Changjun. This child had been precocious from a young age, self-sufficient in life and diligent in his cultivation. He possessed an unwavering heart devoted to the path of cultivation. Such a child is a source of pride for any parent, as he is the least likely to cause them worry. Simultaneously, Fu Changjun was the most gifted among his siblings before the birth of his younger sister, having reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage early on. This was why he had spent considerable time away from the family, seeking to hone his skills and acquire resources for advancement. Cultivation is fundamentally about seizing the opportunities of heaven and earth. Stagnation leads to regression. Unless one cultivates a unique technique, remaining in the same place is untenable. One must continually seek resources and breakthroughs. Thus, since Fu Changjun had grown aware, he seldom saw even his own mother. Had it not been for overhearing his younger sister's sentiments, Jinshi would have had complete faith in him. However, her younger daughter was exceptionally wise, and many of her words had proven accurate, leaving no room for Jinshi to harbor any illusions. Fu Yingying was equally stunned. Her second brother had fallen for a woman, and that woman was their half-sister. If it weren't for her younger sister saying so, she would never have believed it. Fu Changjun was the most talented among them, and his resolve to cultivate was steadfast. How could he so easily fall for someone? In Fu Yingying's eyes, having seen countless female cultivators, none were worthy of her second brother. What was that Fu Yuexin even worth? After hearing her younger sister's thoughts, Fu Yingying had discreetly sought information about Fu Yuexin, the daughter of concubine Jiang. She had been sent to the mortal realm shortly after birth due to her lack of talent, fading into obscurity without raising any alarms. Fu Yingying had never cared before. Suddenly, someone informed her that their world resembled a book, and her half-sister was actually the female protagonist, a daughter of destiny. This revelation was somewhat difficult to accept. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, she would never allow Fu Yuexin to disrupt her second brother's path of cultivation. Her younger sister had mentioned that their feelings developed during their interactions. Moreover, Fu Changjun remained unaware that Fu Yuexin was indeed their father's daughter. What if he found out beforehand? Even if he currently harbors a slight affection for that Fu Yuexin, he would never be so irrational as to fall hopelessly in love with her. Fu Yingying remains confident in her elder brother. He is a man of strong principles. Had he known from the outset that Fu Yuexin was his half-sister, any fleeting feelings would swiftly vanish. He would never tread that path. Fu Changxing, too, perceives his younger sister's sentiments. Like Fu Yingying, he does not believe it in the slightest. Unlike Fu Yingying, who is cherished and coddled by her 3 brothers, the bond among these brothers is solid and genuine. Their relationship mirrors that of uncles, united by blood and shared aspirations on the path of cultivation, despite their varying talents and potentially divergent futures. He is resolutely against his elder brother embarking on such a misguided journey. The Jin family uncles remarked, "What a trivial matter. Since they encountered each other beforehand, why not simply separate them?" In Chapter 94, testing each other, Fu Changjun waved his hand, assuring Jiang that there was no need for concern. Interestingly, Fu Changjun adopted the surname Jin, while Fu Yuexin took on the surname Jiang, both reflecting their maternal lineage. Thus, no one questioned their identities. After all, Fu Changjun could not possibly know that the charming girl disguised as a boy before him was, in fact, his half-sister born of his father's concubine. Moreover, this sister had been sent to the mortal realm long ago due to her lack of talent. Despite being a minor clan in Linyu City, the Fu family had already established a certain scale and would not be oblivious to the presence of talent among their offspring. Misplacing a gifted child into the mortal realm would constitute a grave violation of family rules. Such incidents have occurred in cultivation families, where a malfunctioning artifact for assessing talent led to a gifted child being mistakenly sent to the mortal realm. That child wasted many years until, by chance, they were discovered to possess cultivation potential. Yet by then, they had aged into middle age. For a cultivator, 4 or 5 decades is merely foundational training, while for a mortal, it constitutes a significant portion of life. Due to a misjudgment, a once promising talent was left to languish for decades. Had they not been misclassified, they could have spent those years cultivating in the realm of immortals. Even with mediocre aptitude, 4 to 5 decades could have sufficed to reach the nascent stage of cultivation, rather than beginning only at the age of 40 or 50. The older one becomes, the more detrimental it is to cultivation. If they had started at the age of 3 or 5, entering the path by their 30s would still leave ample time to refine their skills and seek opportunities. However, their 4 or 5 decades were squandered in the mortal realm, where individuals of that age are already considered grandparents. It is rumored that this person, a paragon of perseverance, began their cultivation journey at 40 or 50 and quickly advanced to the later stages within just a few decades. Consequently, the Western cultivation families established strict regulations. Any misjudgment of talent would incur familial penalties. Furthermore, families have tightened their oversight of their descendants in the mortal realm, ensuring even those deemed untalented undergo re-evaluations after several years. Technically, Fu Qingyuan violated family rules by concealing the talents of 2 illegitimate children and sending them to the mortal realm for upbringing. Should this be discovered, he would bear the consequences, unless the initial misjudgment of their talent is deemed an accident. And both Fu Yuezhong and Fu Yuexin receive support from Fu Qingyuan in their cultivation rather than being left to squander their lives in the mortal realm. This matter becomes a private issue for the Fu family, detached from the greater cultivation world. In the mortal realm, Fu Yuexin and her brother were showered with affection, nurturing their innocent and lively personalities. With their father's assistance, they entered the path of cultivation, albeit imbued with many rules of the cultivation world and its inherent dangers, which the young girl dismissed as mere scare tactics intended to keep her from venturing out. Thus, she discreetly escaped, only to fortuitously encounter Fu Changjun, transitioning directly from a mortal realm to the Jiuhuan cultivation world. She could not have anticipated that her father had a more legitimate wife in this realm. The Jin family, despite their close bond with Fu Qingyuan, had little interest in the mortal realm, never visiting Fu Qingyuan's parents during their most amiable times. To them, the distinction between mortals and immortals was paramount. Even Fu Qingyuan sought to sever worldly ties, planning to resolve any blood relations only after his parents passed away unless a relative in the mortal realm was found to possess talent. Thus, Fu Yuexin and her brother were perpetually regarded as Fu Qingyuan's legitimate children. Under these circumstances, Fu Yuexin could never fathom that the charming young man before her was, in fact, her half-brother. Moreover, her perception of her parents living as celestial lovers in the cultivation world was entirely fictitious. Her biological mother, the Jiang family matriarch, was merely a secluded concubine in the Fu household. The auction house in Linyu City has a long-standing history, tracing back to the ancestors of the Lin Yu clans who founded the city. The auction square serves as the nucleus, radiating outward, resembling a colossal mushroom surrounded by a luminous protective barrier. This barrier safeguards Linyu City. On either side of the mushroom stand 2 gigantic statues, commemorating the founders of the Lin Yu clans. Come, esteemed guests, this way please. Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in awe. Indeed, Linyu City's history surpasses that of Jinling City, offering a myriad of spectacles. Even Jin Liu contemplated the mushroom thoughtfully before remarking to his elder brother, "Do you not think our Jinling City lacks such grand events compared to here?" Jin 12 shot a glance at his 6th brother. "If you wish to say we lack auctions, just say it outright." Jin Shi said, "Our Jinling City certainly has auctions. Numerous events occur, including exchanges among various levels of cultivators, all conducted in a cordial manner." Jin Liu replied, "But those are not organized by our Jin family. We have no idea if they are profitable." Fu Yaoyao's gaze wandered far, noticing 2 cultivators at the entrance of the mushroom, diligently registering those entering the auction. While termed registration, these auctions typically do not require identification. However, a certain amount of spirit stones must be paid as an entry fee. In any era, individuals are categorized into ranks. The realm of cultivation is no different. The elite comprises high-tier cultivators, followed by low-tier cultivators, and then the families of cultivators and mortals. High-tier cultivators are exempt from entry fees, while those at the Golden Core level can bring their families. Cultivators below Golden Core, but above Foundation Establishment, must pay 100 low-grade spirit stones for entry, which can be deducted from any purchases made during the auction. As for the onlookers below the Chi refining stage, should they wish to broaden their horizons at the auction, they need only pay 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, this group lacks bidding rights. In Chapter 95, entering the auction house, if one desires bidding privileges, it is simple enough. An additional 90 low-grade spirit stones must be submitted. In this regard, Linyu City is exceptionally accommodating. The purpose of organizing an auction is to maximize participation from cultivators and ensure substantial economic benefits for the Linyu and Air clans. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for the auction not to be profitable. This auction has undoubtedly reaped immense rewards. Jean Liu. After a moment of contemplation, Brother Jean nodded. The Jean family, a formidable group, along with the puppet carrying Fu Yaoyao, numbered over 10 individuals. Upon noticing them, the cultivator at the entrance responsible for collecting spirit stones was visibly excited. Before Brother Jean could exert his imposing presence, Brother Jean Air had already released a wave of formidable pressure, causing the 4 cultivators to change their expressions in an instant. They promptly invited everyone inside and escorted them directly to the VIP area. In a certain sense, cultivation level equates to financial power. From a distance, Fu Yuxian's eyes sparkled as she observed, "Brother Jean, look over there. Why are they allowed to enter the auction without paying a single spirit stone?" Despite her innocent and carefree nature, her curiosity prevailed. When Fu Changjun glanced over, he caught a glimpse of a pale yellow garment and felt a strange familiarity. But the figure moved too swiftly for him to get a clear view. As a local cultivator from Linyu City, Fu Changjun was well aware of the auction's regulations. Those individuals must be high-level cultivators accompanying their entourage. Fu Yuxian gazed intently at the auction entrance, pondering, "If I become a high-level cultivator in the future, will I also be able to enter the auction freely?" Indeed, high-level cultivators enjoy privileges wherever they go. She couldn't help but feel a sense of longing and envy. Fu Changjun nodded, "In theory, yes." Fu Yuxian's eyes brightened. "I will definitely become a high-level cultivator." One charming aspect of Fu Yuxian is her candidness. She never conceals her thoughts and is refreshingly straightforward, making her quite likable. As a cultivator, harboring the ambition to elevate one's cultivation is by no means shameful. Every cultivator aspires to enhance their prowess. Some may be more reserved and refrain from vocalizing their desires. While Fu Yuxian belongs to the open-hearted category, a quality Fu Changjun appreciates in her. "Let us also enter," he declared, handing over 200 low-grade spirit stones. Fu Yuxian was taken aback. "Brother Jean?" Fu Changjun nodded. "Let us go inside first." Following closely behind, Fu Yuxian observed his figure and mused. He is indeed a scion from a powerful family in the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could he so readily produce such a sum of spirit stones? Growing up in the mortal realm with her brother Fu Yuzong, Fu Yuxian was aware of their innate cultivation potential. Yet their father had never imposed strict demands on her. She was free to cultivate as she pleased, and he showed no compulsion. However, he maintained stringent expectations for her brother. Yet, she recognized the value of spirit stones. Prior to entering the Chi refinement stage, she had never even touched one. It was only when she reached the first layer of Chi refinement that her father gifted her a storage pouch containing 10 low-grade spirit stones, each a treasured possession she had caressed countless times. Due to their scarcity, they held immense value. Yet here was Brother Jean, who casually produced 100 spirit stones. And for her, a friend she had only recently met, he offered another 100. This demonstrated not only his abundance of spirit stones, but also his trust in her as a friend, which delighted Fu Yuxian immensely. The two were led to their seats in the main hall. Upon entering, the auction staff provided each guest possessing bidding qualifications with a mask. Fu Changjun gestured for Fu Yuxian to put hers on. She pointed at the pig-faced mask, furrowing her brow. "This?" Fu Changjun chuckled. "I took the wrong one. Let us swap." He exchanged the pig mask for one depicting a horse's face, donning the former himself. Fu Yuxian burst into laughter. eagerly putting on her mask. Fu Changjun then explained, to prevent any post-auction troubles, the best approach is to conduct the auction anonymously. These masks serve to shield one's consciousness. Fu Yuxin, being a clever girl, quickly grasped the concept. Oh, but why are those over there not wearing masks? However, as soon as she spoke, realization dawned on her. Ah, those who paid 10 spirit stones are over there. They lack bidding qualifications, so there is no need for masks. Right? Fu Shangyun nodded. Is that my second brother over there? Fu Yaoyao's group entered 2 cleverly designed rooms that provided a perfect view of the auction stage, while remaining concealed from the outside. The rooms were furnished with soft seating, spirit tea, and exquisite snacks that smelled delightful. Fu Yaoyao mused that the Lin Yu and Air families had indeed put thought into establishing this auction. Yet, it was still not comparable to the interstellar era, where technology could facilitate remote auctions and anonymous express deliveries at light speed. Here, one had to attend in person. After observing the room with curiosity for a while, she quickly lost interest, reminding herself not to forget her second brother. Soon enough, she spotted Fu Changjun in a corner of the hall. Although guests with bidding qualifications wore masks to prevent consciousness probing, Fu Yaoyao could recognize familiar auras. She sensed this familiarity might be rooted in their bloodline. The two stood out like carrots among a pile of greens. Even without probing, she could identify them at a glance. She assumed everyone else could do the same. But to her surprise, her elder sister Fu Ying soon exclaimed, "Where is my second brother? With so many people around, how can we find him without probing?" Fu Yaoyao was taken aback. Can't you sense the similar auras? Perhaps this was her unique talent? Fu Yaoyao felt a surge of happiness. This ability to locate people was indeed remarkable. Over there, the one wearing the pink pig mask is my second brother. And the one beside him should be the female protagonist Fu Yuxin. Look, they don't seem very close. They must not be in love yet. The Jin family's gaze immediately shifted to the spot Fu Yaoyao indicated. And indeed, they spotted a cultivator in a pig mask clad in blue, accompanied by a young man in pale, moon-white attire. Fu Ying promptly inquired, "Who is that young man beside my second brother?" Jin mused. He is probably not a young man. Isn't Fu Chengyuan as concubine's daughter rumored to be here? Fu Ying quickly connected the dots. Fu Yuxin's attempt at cross-dressing was far from convincing. Her stature was not tall, her frame slender, and her subtle feminine gestures made it easy to perceive her true identity. She simply looked like a girl disguised as a boy. Fu Ying smirked. She is just average looking. She thought to herself, I could easily outshine her. Jin Air, with a sunny smile, remarked, "Our Ying is definitely more beautiful than her." He assumed Fu Ying was comparing her appearance to that of Fu Yuxin. After all, they were all young girls in their teens, and it was natural for them to enjoy playful comparisons. Yet, in the eyes of the Jin family, no one could compare to Fu Ying, except perhaps Fu Yaoyao and their mother, Qing Wu Zhenren. However, their mother, Qing Wu Zhenren, had lived for several centuries. She was not an ordinary woman. And while she appreciated beauty, she was beyond the trivial comparisons of young girls. Jin Emizinta pointed Fu Ying's sentiments. She did not care whether she was more beautiful than Fu Yuxin. Instead, she found it utterly perplexing that her outstanding second brother would take a liking to someone so average-looking. This was simply unfathomable to her. She was unaware that there existed individuals known as the children of destiny. Fu Yuxin was indeed a daughter of fortune, and it was entirely normal for one to fall for such a being. Upon hearing her uncle proclaim that she was more attractive than another, Fu Ying cast a complex glance downward. Why? She mused, do I surpass her in beauty? What could possibly draw Ergu to her? Jin Lu, stroking his chin, could not stifle a laugh. Ergu always presented himself as a cheerful and bright elder brother, yet his heart was shrouded in darkness. Now, he had even misread his niece's affections. Observing the frozen smile upon his lips, Jin Lu felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Turning to the utterly perplexed Ergu, he quipped, "Love arises unbidden and runs deep. How could a young girl like you grasp such matters?" Fu Ying, bewildered, looked at Jin Lu and raised an eyebrow. "Do you understand, Lu Jiao?" Jin Lu mirrored her raised brow, their resemblance evident in their expressions. Producing a fan from seemingly nowhere, he waved it with a flourish. embodying a certain charismatic charm. Of course I comprehend. Fu Yingying retorted, I do not believe you. With that, she turned on her heel and descended the stairs. The others remarked, it seems that Xiao Shi air is indeed straightforward and unrefined. Sometimes, sheer force trumps cunning schemes. Youth and vigor are on my Jiao side. The Jin brothers, being older than Jin Shi air, pondered whether this youth's exuberance rendered them all somewhat antiquated. Amidst their self-doubt, the auction was set to commence. And Jin Lu promptly took his seat, keenly observing his surroundings with interest. It must be said that the auction in Lin Yu Cheng had indeed become a grand event for the entire small town. Such large-scale auctions occur only once every decade. As the auction began, practitioners from nearby cities flocked to Lin Yu Cheng, causing the population to swell exponentially, yet the event remained orderly. Fu Yaoyao sensed the presence of high-level practitioners concealed within certain secret chambers of the auction. These energies likely belong to Yuan Ying practitioners, who stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. With several Yuan Ying cultivators providing protection, it was no wonder that no one dared to cause trouble. However, Fu Yaoyao was acutely aware that it was not only she who could detect these energies. The practitioners below surely sensed them as well. After all, it was essential for everyone to recognize that high-level Yuan Ying cultivators were present to maintain order and ensure the auction proceeded smoothly. Chapter 97. Ice Attribute Longsword Artifact. Setting aside the matter of secrecy, the first floor viewing area and the second floor hall offered the best vantage points. Fu Yuxin expressed her dissatisfaction with a speech delivered by a beautiful female cultivator and a middle-aged man. These individuals seemed to revel in such formalities, oblivious to the fact that none of us wish to listen to their words. Fu Changjun shook his head in resignation, remaining silent. Yet, Fu Yuxin's comments drew the approval of a nearby cultivator donning a fox mask, who exclaimed, what this young brother says is indeed true. Surprised by the unexpected agreement, Fu Yuxin felt a sense of fondness for the masked stranger. Most of those seated on the second floor were at the qi refining or foundation establishment stages. Their cultivation levels relatively similar. However, those present here were either reasonably affluent or had powerful backing. After all, if one did not belong to either category, they would likely remain on the first floor, merely observers of the grand event, enviously watching others. This gentleman must also be a person of genuine character. He clasped his hands in greeting, though his expression remained obscured by the mask that blocked his spiritual perception. Having recently come from a mortal realm, Fu Yuxin possessed a naive heart and mistakenly believed she had found a kindred spirit in him. She had stumbled through the mortal world and later accompanied Fu Changjun to Jiuhua, yet she had not truly encountered the depths of human malice, though she harbored her own thoughts. While she perceived this Jin brother as rigid and composed, appearing to be a man of righteousness, who could say whether he might use such an exterior to deceive a young girl like her? Thus, she felt the need to cultivate a wider circle of acquaintances. Having already leveraged her connection with Fu Changjun to step into the realm of cultivation, she could not afford to remain passive, only listening to him. She wished to meet other friends as well, to avoid falling into a too passive position. This was Fu Yuxin's own reasoning. Fu Changjun, for his part, regarded Fu Yuxin with mere curiosity and a hint of fondness. Her innocent and lively demeanor reminded him of his younger sister, making it difficult for him to ignore her presence. However, beyond that, he felt no need to interfere with her socializing. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd, instantly capturing Fu Yuxin's attention. The short, stout, middle-aged man on stage announced, "This is the first auction item of the year, a top-tier artifact." Upon hearing the term top-tier, everyone stirred with excitement, but upon realizing it was merely an artifact, the interest of the distinguished guests waned. After all, for those above the golden core stage, artifacts are not of significant value. The distinction between the foundation establishment and golden core stages is akin to a chasm. Simply put, artifacts are simplified versions of treasures. Practitioners above the golden core stage possess highly refined and condensed spiritual energy, forming the golden core. Thus, compared to practitioners below this level, they have a more abundant supply of spiritual energy, enabling them to wield true treasures. Therefore, artifacts seem insufficient for their needs. However, Just because they cannot use them does not mean there are no suitable juniors at home. Below the golden core level, spiritual energy flows like threads and lakes, not yet condensed into a golden core. Thus, wielding true treasures is out of reach, yet artifacts suffice. The higher tier the artifact, the more potent its lethality in critical moments, making it irresistibly tempting for any lower-level practitioner. The Jean brothers displayed little interest. Jean C. remarked, "I thought it would be something extraordinary. Is this all?" He shot a glance at Jean Wu, adding, "Top-tier artifacts litter your courtyard, and no one wants them." Fu Yaoyao felt no need for such ostentation. The notion of a top-tier treasure might incite competition among lower-level practitioners, but even within the Jean family, they were not without demand. They were simply not regarded as particularly precious. Her uncles, Shi Jiao, Shi Yi, Shi Er, and her mother were all not Golden Core practitioners. Thus, top-tier artifacts were indeed most suited for their use. She remained curious, gazing at the displayed artifact touted as top-tier. It was a rather conventional artifact, a blue longsword. Its entire body of frosty azure, emanating a chilling aura. It was a rare ice attribute top-tier artifact. Practitioners must align their artifacts with their innate spiritual roots and cultivation methods to maximize their potential. However, ice attributes are considered anomalous roots and are not commonly found. Generally, when a top-tier artifact is presented, lower-level practitioners flock to it. Yet, if they acquire such an artifact without the ability to unleash its full power, it becomes somewhat of a burden. Upon realizing that this top-tier artifact was indeed an ice attribute cold weapon, the fervor of the crowd abruptly cooled. Even Jean Ergue could not help but remark, "The first auction item is a rare top-tier artifact. Lin Yucheng is indeed a hidden gem." Jean Sigu remained unimpressed, retorting, "Ergue, it is merely a top-tier artifact." Jean Ergue ignored him, turning instead to Jean Wu. "Xiao Wu, you are henceforth forbidden to forge top-tier alchemical furnaces for your fourth brother. Let him procure one himself." Jean Cge's expression changed dramatically. "Ergue, do you harbor a grudge against me?" Jean Ergue merely averted his gaze. Jean Sigu exclaimed, "He is deluded. With our fifth brother being a superior artifact craftsman, he no longer regards top-tier artifacts with any esteem." He was acutely aware that extraordinary magical artifacts were elusive treasures, not easily obtainable even for someone as skilled in crafting as Lao Wu. The existence of many exceptional magical items in his family was a result of a gradual accumulation process. However, no matter how many top-tier magical artifacts they possessed, they could not withstand the numerous family members vying for them, leading to their swift division. He awkwardly masked his discomfort, stating that the item would only be of use to his elder brother, especially if it were a supreme magical treasure. Currently, Jean Degue was utilizing a mere 9th-grade magical artifact, not a supreme one. The chances of acquiring a top-tier artifact were limited, let alone a supreme treasure. Perhaps due to Jean Wu's insufficient cultivation, he had yet to forge a supreme magical treasure. While the Jean family siblings engaged in banter, the competition for the extraordinary magical artifact on the second floor had reached a fever pitch. Despite its somewhat obscure attributes, this top-tier magical artifact remained a coveted item. Even if it could not be utilized by them or their descendants, it could serve as a valuable bargaining chip for future exchanges. Thus, securing this artifact was indeed worthwhile. To join in the excitement, the Jean family made their bid known. The starting price for this ice attribute supreme magical artifact was set at 500 low-grade spirit stones. The market had established relatively stable pricing for medicinal pills and magical artifacts, with prices for 1st and 9th-grade artifacts typically ranging from 50 to 500 low-grade spirit stones. In contrast, the pricing for supreme artifacts began at 600 low-grade spirit stones. However, the starting bid for this sword-shaped artifact was set at 500 low-grade spirit stones due to its niche attributes. For the Jean family, 500 low-grade spirit stones were merely a trifling amount. Not participating would be a sign of disrespect to their family's wealth. Hence, when the price escalated to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the Jean family raised their bid to 1,500. Fu Yaoyao couldn't help but think that her mother was inciting animosity. According to auction rules, Each bid must increase by no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yet she had raised it by 500 all at once. Unsurprisingly, the bidding voices from the second floor quieted considerably. After all, only those with substantial financial means could afford to raise the bid by such a large margin, while the low-tier cultivators on the second floor could hardly afford to offend them. Fu Yuxian was utterly astonished. Having just arrived from the mortal realm, she had little understanding of supreme magical artifacts, yet she refrained from asking Fu Chongjun for fear of revealing her ignorance. However, the starting price of 500 low-grade spirit stones was far beyond her comprehension. Goodness, she considered even a few low-grade spirit stones to be treasures. This seemingly unattractive sword was valued at 500 low-grade spirit stones. How could there be so much fervor for bidding? Fu Yuxian was in a daze. Yet at least she grasped one concept. Spirit stones were valuable, and so was this sword. Unfortunately, her finances were quite limited. Instinctively, she turned her gaze to Fu Chongjun, asking, "Jean de Gu, what do you think of this sword?" Fu Chongjun glanced at her and offered a fair assessment. It was a supreme magical artifact, known as a minor treasure, with formidable power capable of contending against false Dan cultivators. He also expressed some regret that it was of the mutated ice attribute. Had it been of a conventional attribute, its price would have been even higher. Fu Yuxian, being quite astute, immediately understood. She gasped inwardly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The ice attribute was not compatible with her own, rendering it useless even if she repurchased it. It seemed the only consolation she could offer herself was to soothe her heart, which ached from poverty and the inability to bid. The Jean family did not particularly exert themselves in bidding for the ice attribute long sword, which ultimately ended up in the hands of an individual from a clandestine private room. Fu Yaoyao paid little attention, her focus remaining on Jean 12. She couldn't help but chuckle. If anyone could freely change positions during the auction, there would be no safety whatsoever. The powerful figures in the private rooms above could easily eliminate anyone they found displeasing, leaving the integrity of the auction in shambles. Yet, the one who faced embarrassment was her uncle, which struck her as both amusing and perplexing. Jean lightly reprimanded, "All right, since we cannot roam freely, we must remain here." With his elder brother's command, Jean 12 had no choice but to sit cross-legged obediently. The first item was taken away by a beautiful attendant using a specially crafted box to deliver it to the winner, followed closely by the second item. The next prize was yet another magical artifact, specifically a supreme fire attribute artifact. Jean Sigu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "This Lin Yu family possesses quite the capabilities. They have managed to acquire 2 supreme magical artifacts consecutively. Big brother, this is a supreme fire attribute magical artifact, specifically a Dan furnace." The furnace was entirely crimson, with an ancient and exquisite design. As an ardent alchemist, Jean Sigu was instantly captivated. Jean merely cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, "I see." The starting bid for this Dan furnace was set at 600 spirit stones. In the realm of alchemy, alchemists were among the wealthiest professions. Thus, anything related to them was valued above comparable items. The more Jean Sigu gazed at the Dan furnace, the more his eyes sparkled. "Big brother, look, this furnace is even larger than mine, and its entire body is crimson. It must be a fire attribute treasure. Such a furnace, enhanced with fire properties, is sure to significantly augment the success rate of crafting Dan." Truthfully, Jean Cge's eyes gleamed with fervor. Just as his words fell, a short and stout middle-aged man began to enthusiastically introduce the item. "This is a supreme Dan furnace, and I believe everyone can immediately recognize its properties. Indeed, it is crafted from the rare Qi Yin stone, which can only be formed under extreme conditions. With its enhancement, our Qi Yin Ding will undoubtedly possess top-tier quality, normally increasing the success rate of crafting Dan by 20%. 20%? Jean Sigu could hardly suppress his excitement. As an alchemist, he understood the significance of the success rate all too well. "Big brother," Jean frowned slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Have you run out of spirit stones?" His words caused Jean Sigu to falter, his voice turning dry. "Big brother, you see, my success rate in crafting Dan has always been an issue, and it requires improvement. An increase in my success rate would be tremendously beneficial for our family. wouldn't it? Jin Wu silently added fuel to the fire. Fourth brother. After years of studying alchemy, your success rate hasn't improved. In my opinion, it must be due to a lack of talent in alchemy. You would be better off learning artifact crafting with me. I will personally guide you and ensure you become a top-tier artifact master. Jin Si-gu was at a loss for words. Fu Yaoyao nearly burst into laughter. If it weren't for fourth brother's lack of ability, considering the popularity of the Dan he crafted, he wouldn't be short on spirit stones. Fu Yaoyao mused that it was precisely because the Jin family was so capable that professions like alchemy and artifact crafting, which had strong monetization potential but high consumption rates, didn't require them to seek resources themselves. They had ample spirit stones and could simply purchase whatever they needed, while high success rates in crafting Dan and artifacts were achieved through an abundance of resources. Jin Si-ge's face flushed with embarrassment. He wasn't lacking in resources. Rather, he spent them quickly and lavishly, resulting in little savings. However, to claim he had no assets would be a grave injustice. The Dan he crafted, his prized creations, could easily fetch a considerable sum if sold. Just the Shwepa Bing mate Dan alone was favored by many high-tier female cultivators for its ability to eliminate impurities and impart a fragrant aura while promoting tranquility. Such a remarkable Dan would certainly be in high demand, trading for at least 50 low-grade spirit stones. Jin Si-gu felt indignant, but could only stare longingly at Jinda. With no other option, Jinda had to join in raising the bid. The price of the Qianding has soared to 2,200 low-grade spirit stones, a bid made by a certain cultivator from the second tier. Even among low-tier cultivators, it could very well be a core member of a prominent family. However, encountering such a wealthy patron could lead to exceptional promotions to private rooms. Whether they choose to remain in the main hall is entirely their prerogative. Fu Yuexin was once again left speechless. Brother Jin, what purpose does this ding serve that is valued so highly? Chapter 99. Fu Yuxinesse ambition. A small ding does not appear to be a formidable weapon. While it possesses a common fire attribute, how could it possibly be more expensive than an attack-type weapon like a longsword? The absurdity lies in the fact that it has been bid up to over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the eyes of the uninformed Fu Yuexin, how could something of unknown utility, perhaps merely a vessel for water, be more valuable than a chilling attack-type artifact? Are the people of the cultivation world truly so oblivious to reason? Yet, Fu Yuexin was not so arrogant as to shy away from exposing her ignorance. She felt compelled to inquire with Fu Changjun, doing so in a hushed tone, ensuring that even the male cultivator beside her, wearing a fox mask, could not overhear. Only Fu Changjun caught her words, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he replied, "This is an alchemy furnace." Instantly, Fu Yuexin covered her lips in embarrassment, feeling utterly foolish. Cultivators require artifacts to channel their spiritual energy, and they equally depend on elixirs to enhance their cultivation. Even in the mortal realm, she was aware of the value of alchemists. As alchemists are rare, the items they utilize naturally command high prices. However, being born into the mortal world, she was entirely ignorant of the alchemical process. Though she had observed elixirs before, having seen her father administer them to her grandparents, she noted that since consuming those elixirs, their health had remained remarkably robust over the years, maintaining the appearance of youth well into their 90s. As a child, she found it curious that despite her own growth, her grandparents had not aged at all. Later, she learned that it was her father who had provided them with miraculous elixirs. She had once secretly asked her brother if their father had ever given him any elixirs, to which her brother replied that he had received elixirs to strengthen his physique. Fu Yuexin had been envious, for she had never received any. She was acutely aware that her grandparents favored her brother. Yet her father had assured her that both she and her brother possessed the aptitude for cultivation, regardless of her gender. However, her father was deceptive. While he claimed they were treated equally, the precious elixirs were always given to her brother alone. Eventually, Fu Yuexin discovered the truth. Her father had indeed prepared resources and elixirs for both siblings, but her share had been secretly diverted to her brother by their grandparents. From that moment on, Fu Yuexin resolved to leave the mortal realm. If she and her brother were truly equal, both possessing the talent for cultivation, why should she yield everything to him? Why should she lack what he possessed? Yet relying on her biased grandparents was futile. Thus, She ventured out and felt no remorse. At that moment, Fu Yuexin even entertained the thought of confiding in the seemingly aloof yet gentlemanly man beside her, but she refrained. So that was it. She realized her ignorance, having not even recognized an alchemy furnace. Fu Yuexin's face flushed crimson. Fu Changjun, however, found her earnestness endearing and simply nodded. Do you desire this? Fu Changjun shook his head, noting that if his fourth uncle were present, he might show interest. But given that his fourth uncle was in the later stages of the Golden Core, he had long possessed his own life-bound artifact. He recalled that his fourth uncle was an alchemy enthusiast, deeply intrigued by anything related to alchemy, and might have pursued the Qian Ding for its potential. In any case, the few spirit stones he had were better left untouched. Fu Yuxin understood. This was a small test of her own. It seemed that the seemingly cool, yet warm-hearted Brother Jean was not an alchemist. For some reason, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Ultimately, the alchemy furnace sold for 5,800 low-grade spirit stones. A flicker of ambition ignited within Fu Yuexin's eyes. She must strive to enhance her own power. Without strength, nothing is attainable. Although her talent did not measure up to her brother's, and even though their father provided superior resources for him, she ought not harbor resentment. If she desired something, she must earn it through her own efforts. As she witnessed the transaction of the Qian Ding, Brother Jin's fourth uncle beamed with joy. Only Brother Jean 5 observed with indifference, remarking, "Isn't fourth brother fond of his beloved alchemy furnace as a twin artifact? Why acquire another Qian Ding? It is merely a superior artifact." Without hesitation, Brother Jean 4 responded, "You are unaware. I wish to experience the sensation of using an alchemy furnace enhanced by Qian stones. If the results are favorable, I shall ask third brother to help me procure some Qian stones to incorporate into my own alchemy furnace, thereby increasing the success rate of my elixirs." As anticipated, Brother Jean 5 clearly had ulterior motives. "Fourth brother, take care when you are alchemizing. Don't blow up the furnace again. Should that happen, you will need my assistance to repair it. In my opinion, it would be wise to show me how it works first." Brother Jean 4 gritted his teeth. "I will let you see it after I am done. What if you dismantle it before then?" The two brothers were locked in a contest of wills, their elder siblings completely unconcerned, while the younger ones dared not intervene. Fu Yaoyao mused, "Family, who understands? We came to watch the auction's excitement, yet our own uncle's antics are even more entertaining." Brother Jean 4 and Brother Jean 5 exchanged knowing glances, saying nothing, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Soon, the third item for auction was presented, revealing a jade vial of exquisite quality. The vial sparkled with a crystalline clarity, indicating its exceptional nature. Fu Yuexin could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Is this an elixir? What sort of elixir could possibly be featured in auction? Could it be one that enhances cultivation?" Upon this thought, her heart surged with anticipation. Indeed, all the low-tier cultivators eagerly awaited the revelation, only to hear the short, stout, middle-aged cultivator chuckle. "This is a Shuepa Bingmei Dan." Fu Yaoyao questioned in disbelief. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Is my fourth uncle truly offering such a precious gift as a greeting?" She reflected, "TSK, my fourth uncle casually threw me this elixir, and I thought it was merely a sweet pill. But because I was too young, my sister forcibly took it away. Now I realize it must be something extraordinary. Oh, my sister, how could you do this? My fragile heart has sustained a heavy blow." Fu Yingning felt somewhat embarrassed. Although the Shuepa Bingmei Dan was indeed precious, she understood that her fourth uncle could produce such elixirs with a 100% success rate, with a grade level of at least 7 or higher. It is worth noting that market elixirs vary from grade 1 to 9, with most being grade 2 or 3. Elixirs below grade 5 often carry some form of toxicity, requiring periodic detoxification if consumed in excess. However, elixirs above grade 5 are typically devoid of such toxins. The Shuepa Bingmei Dan was a unique creation of Brother Jean 4, a bestseller from the Jean family's apothecary. Chapter 100, Fragrant and Non-Fragrant Variants. This elixir not only possesses remarkable efficacy, but also consistently yields high-quality products, with each elixir being of at least grade 8. Such pure elixirs, devoid of any harmful properties, are exceedingly rare in the market. Most importantly, consuming this elixir not only cleanses the body, but also leaves one with a lingering fragrance. It must be said that Jianxi possesses not only an extraordinary talent for alchemy, but also a keen understanding of marketing, knowing precisely what products will best cater to the market. Fu Yingying felt a wave of embarrassment as her mother had mentioned that her younger sister was still too young, and it would be troublesome if she accidentally swallowed Dan. After all, her little sister was no ordinary infant at such a tender age. She could already operate a storage artifact. Consequently, the items within Fu Yaoyao's storage gourd were predominantly safe toys, devoid of any spiritual stones. A single spiritual stone is merely the size of a thumbnail, posing a considerable risk for a small child, as it could easily be mistaken for something edible. However, now trapped in the body of an infant, Fu Yaoyao sometimes found herself behaving much like one. "Mother, what is wrong with my little sister? Why is she crying? I haven't done anything to upset her. Is she hungry?" Upon hearing the word hungry, the puppet holding Fu Yaoyao promptly retrieved warm snow goat milk from its storage space and tenderly fed it to her. Fu Yaoyao let out a wail, crying uncontrollably. Fu Yingying chuckled awkwardly, urging everyone to notice how popular the Shuapa Bingmei Dan from their fourth uncle was. Jianxi glanced at the silent Jin Wu standing nearby, pride swelling within him as he declared, "Of course, the Shuapa Bingmei Dan is a product of my own research, and the formula is exclusively held by the Jin family. While there are some counterfeit versions out there, they lack my precise formula, rendering their purity questionable and ultimately pointless." As he spoke of the Shuapa Bingmei Dan, Jianxi became quite loquacious. Fu Yaoyao thought, "You bad people, why is no one comforting the crying infant? Oh wait, my childcare robot is soothing me. So only my robot mother loves me, right?" Fu Yingying suggested, "Mother, why not hold my sister for a moment?" The matriarch felt particularly awkward as the little girl wailed. Her face flushed from crying. "All right, no more tears. Let's have some milk." The flavor of the snow goat's milk was truly delightful, with a creamy texture reminiscent of ice cream. After cradling Fu Yaoyao and employing a mix of coaxing and distraction, the matriarch finally sighed in relief as her daughter fell asleep. Upon hearing that a single Dan had an opening bid of 100 low-grade spiritual stones, Fu Yuexin was utterly astonished. She could hardly contain her voice as she turned to Fu Changjun beside her, asking, "What kind of Dan is this? And why is it so expensive?" Her eyes widened in disbelief at the thought of a Dan costing 100 low-grade spiritual stones. "Good heavens!" A male cultivator wearing a fox mask chuckled softly. "That is the Shuapa Bingmei Dan. I presume this young brother just heard the introduction of this Dan. Not only does it expel impurities and detoxify, but it also leaves a fragrant scent of ice plum upon consumption. However, its value surpasses that of the Dan itself. Do you know why?" Fu Yuexin furrowed her brow, remaining silent. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked. She recognized her own naivety as a newcomer, aware that she knew little. Yet, it was precisely because of her ignorance that she felt compelled to inquire. To remain silent would imply a pretense of understanding, which she deemed shameful. Embracing her lack of knowledge and seeking clarification from others was, in her view, an admirable approach. The male cultivator continued, "Ultimately, the rarity of this Dan is what elevates its worth. It emerged decades ago, validated for its ability to purify and detoxify, with the added allure of a lingering ice plum fragrance. The value is evident to anyone who considers it. Many have attempted to crack its formula, leading to numerous counterfeit versions on the market." He did not prolong the suspense, but stated plainly, "However, the efficacy of these counterfeits falls short, meaning the Shuapa Bingmei Dan is irreplaceable." Fu Yuexin grasped the concept. A genuinely useful and irreplaceable Dan commanded a high value. Indeed, the auction was bustling, with far more cultivators vying for this Dan than for the previous two artifacts. The atmosphere was electric as the last Dan sold for 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones, a price that left Fu Yuexin astounded. She realized she was still too impoverished. Instinctively, she glanced at Fu Changjun and quietly asked, "Brother Jin, why aren't you purchasing this Dan? It could detoxify." Fu Yuexin was aware of the existence of Dan toxicity, as her father had once stated that cultivators must ultimately rely on their own abilities to enhance their cultivation. Relying solely on accumulating Dan was akin to building castles in the air, always at risk of collapse. Furthermore, due to the toxicity associated with most dan, it was advised to avoid them unless absolutely necessary. Of course, Fu Yuexin sometimes suspected her father's warning stemmed from his own difficulties in obtaining dan, aimed at preventing her from taking shortcuts in her cultivation. Surely, her father underestimated her capabilities. Was she the type to seek the easy way out? She had successfully navigated her way to the Jiuhuan Xiuxian realm alone, proving she was not one to shun hard work. Fu Yuexin planned to inquire about the Fu family's circumstances once the auction concluded. Her father had mentioned that the Fu family was a cultivation clan within the Jiuhuan realm. Since she had suddenly arrived, it was only appropriate to inform her father. After all, wandering alone was not only unsafe, but also a financial burden. Fu Changjun furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to convey to the young girl before him, who was disguised as a boy, that he had no need to purchase this dan. If he required it, he could simply ask fourth uncle. The Jin family possessed an improved version of the Shuapa Bingmei dan. Female cultivators often had an innate desire for beauty, while many male cultivators were less concerned about appearances, especially given the refreshing and long-lasting scent of ice plum. Consuming a single Shuapa Bingmei dan could keep one fragrant for half a year. Who could resist that? Thus, the Shuapa Bingmei dan was available in both scented and unscented varieties. Chapter 101. The Beast Egg from the Ancient Cave. A rugged man using the scented version would indeed be a source of amusement. Fu Changjun, with a hint of masculine roughness, found it difficult to accept his seventh uncle's preferences. It was one thing for a man to appreciate women, but quite another to don women's attire, suggesting an unusually peculiar hobby. However, could he express such a frivolous sentiment? This young lady, Jiang, hailed from the mortal realm. Despite possessing a cultivation level of the second stage of qi refining, she owned only one artifact, indicating her poverty. It was evident that cultivators from a mortal realm who managed to reach Jiuhuan were not from prominent families, but rather solitary cultivators. If they were family cultivators, they would have had arrangements for proper guidance upon arrival. Typically, members of Western Jiuhuan cultivation families descended from the mortal realm followed this path. Without guidance, they were solitary cultivators. This was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Solitary cultivators faced immense challenges, and it was better not to harm her. Thus, Fu Changjun waved his hand, stating, "I don't need this for the time being, and my spiritual stones are insufficient." He could muster over 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. But there was no need to disclose this to Fu Yuexin. Fu Yuexin appeared somewhat disappointed, pondering whether Brother Jin genuinely lacked the spiritual stones or was simply wary of her. However, recalling that she had not concealed everything from him dissipated her displeasure. Her attention was swiftly captured by the third item up for auction. Wow, what is that? As if in tandem with her curiosity, the stout middle-aged cultivator commenced the introduction of the fourth auction item. This item was an egg from a demonic beast discovered within an ancient cave. Fu Yuexin pondered. Can this truly be auctioned? What purpose could one have for such an egg? Perhaps to fry and eat it? Yet, she instinctively sensed the improbability of that notion and glanced towards Fu Changjun, who readily elucidated the matter for her. We human cultivators form contracts with demonic beasts, compelling them to serve us, typically starting from their eggs. Aside from certain naturally docile demonic beasts, they're easier to tame. Most are fiercely independent and reluctant to submit to human control, thus necessitating the beast contract. There are several types of contracts: the master-servant contract and the equal contract. The former, as the name implies, establishes humans as masters and demonic beasts as servants, where the death of the master leads to the servant's demise. The equal contract resembles a friendship, where mutual prosperity and adversity are shared. Comparatively, the equal contract is more humane and often more acceptable to demonic beasts. Nevertheless, many cultivators still resort to coercing beasts into master-servant contracts. It is noteworthy that some rebellious beasts, when forced into such contracts, will seize any opportunity to retaliate against their human masters. Thus, while master-servant contracts may provide immediate satisfaction, they require constant cultivation to ensure the beast's power does not surpass that of its master. One must remain vigilant, even during battles, to avoid betrayal by their own beasts. In contrast, equal contracts typically do not entail such risks. although a demonic beast may initially resist signing an equal contract. The leniency of the terms often fosters strong bonds during the relationship, leading to a willingness to share life and death together. Fu Yuexin suddenly comprehended. She recalled having observed numerous demonic beasts pulling carts when she first arrived in the realm of cultivation. Those were indeed beasts serving humans, albeit not of their own volition. They were all tamed, and the contract was presumably the initial step in that taming process. Not being foolish, Fu Yuexin, in fact, possessed considerable intellect, allowing her to grasp the implications swiftly. Brother Jean, does this mean that purchasing this egg will enable one to form a contract with the beast within? Fu Changjun hesitated momentarily, affirming, theoretically, yes. Fu Yuexin's curious gaze remained fixed upon him, and he continued, however, should the beast possess a particularly potent bloodline, only individuals with exceptional skills may succeed in forming a contract. Fu Yuexin enlightened further. So it follows that while human cultivators select demonic beasts, the beasts also have the agency to choose their human cultivators. Fu Changjun nodded in agreement, adding, but under most circumstances, contracts can be successfully established. Intrigued, Fu Yuexin inquired about the price of the demonic beast egg. This time, Fu Changjun remained silent as the stout middle-aged cultivator announced. This demonic beast egg was retrieved from an ancient cave. Though its vitality is not robust, its origin from an ancient site elevates its starting bid to 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Fu Yuexin gasped in disbelief. What? The starting bid for a demonic beast egg from an ancient cave is so exorbitant? Having participated in several auctions, she had developed a foundational understanding of pricing. Fundamentally, the better the item, the higher its value, an immutable truth. Additionally, rarity amplified value, even if the item itself held little worth. Thus, the egg's high price stemmed from its ancient provenance, despite its diminished life force, which could potentially lead to its death during incubation. Should that occur, the purchaser would be left lamenting their misfortune. Not everything from an ancient cave is necessarily valuable, you know? I find this demonic beast egg rather dubious. Perhaps no one will bid for it. That is unlikely, Fu Changjun countered. Fu Yuexin, unconvinced, proposed, shall we wager on it? No sooner had her words left her lips than a voice called out, I bid 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones. Fu Yuexin exclaimed, are these people out of their minds? An egg from an ancient cave could very well be spoiled, yet they're willing to bid over 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones? Fu Yingying shared her skepticism. This egg seems to possess a very weak life force, doesn't it? She glanced towards Jean Ergiu, a master beast tamer whose gaze remained fixed upon the egg. It was an egg scarcely seen before, its shell faintly shimmering with a purplish hue, accompanied by a slight electric charge dancing around its exterior. Yet, perhaps due to prolonged storage, the egg's vitality was nearly extinguished, rendering the electrical current feeble, a flickering spark that could extinguish at any moment. Jean Ergiu found himself in a quandary. As a master beast tamer, he was, to a degree, afflicted by a peculiar obsession, a compulsion to collect demonic beasts. If such an obsession could be deemed a fault, he readily admitted to it. This very affliction drove him to pursue the rare and unknown, yet he wrestled with the egg's feeble vitality. Despite the Jean family's abundance of spirit stones, it would be unwise to squander them indiscriminately. Chapter 102. A noteworthy egg. Just as Jean Ergiu contemplated, the egg on the display suddenly erupted with activity, startling the stout middle-aged cultivator. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Was it not stated that this egg was merely from a forsaken cave? How could it exhibit such vigor? The Lin and Yu families, being the de facto rulers of Lin Yu City, had co-founded the auction. However, the truly valuable items were invariably retained within their own ranks. They understood the weight of significance, discerning between what was of true worth and what was not. In other words, items brought to auction had undergone rigorous scrutiny, deemed of little utility, and merely suitable for conversion into spirit stones. Take this egg, for instance. Although sourced from an ancient and abandoned cultivator's cave, one must grasp the depths of such terminology to recognize its true implications. Genuine treasures from ancient caves differ vastly from those long abandoned and thoroughly scoured. Thus, the egg, which commanded a starting price of 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Might indeed be on the verge of death. A deceased egg holds no value whatsoever. Please remain calm, he urged, smiling as he sought to quell the crowd. He signaled to a beautiful attendant, who swiftly departed from the stage. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a man clad in a blue robe, handsome in countenance. Some recognized him as a cultivator from the Yu family. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of golden core, he was a formidable master beast tamer. It seemed something had transpired with the egg. Could it be that it had activated unexpectedly? If so, might its value far exceed 1,000 spirit stones? Fool! Who are you calling a fool? An argument erupted between two masked cultivators on the second floor. Fu Yuexin, feeling anxious, leaned towards Fu Changjun, asking, Brother Jin, what should we do? Is a conflict imminent? Fu Changjun shook his head, reassuring her, you need not worry. The Lin and Yu families are the most powerful clans in Lin Yu City. Having hosted auctions for years, few dare to cause disturbances during the event. Nothing untoward is likely to occur. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the previously tense individuals fell silent. After all, no one was foolish enough to risk being placed on the auction's blacklist over a mere quarrel. The Lin Yu City auction has been a long-standing grand event. To be blacklisted over trivial disputes will be both foolish and unworthy. Thus, while banter is all well and good, it is preferable to avoid escalating disagreements in physical confrontations. Fu Yuexin sighed in relief, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She genuinely wished to observe how other cultivators engaged in combat. What she lacked most was practical experience. Yet the moment was not opportune. She could only sit idly, feeling rather bored as she gazed at the stage. At that moment, a short and stout cultivator cheerfully announced, we have some good news. This ancient cultivator's cave dwelling has miraculously activated an egg, enhancing its vitality by 20% and its survival rate by 10%. However, our Lin Yu City auction is fair and just, maintaining a starting bid of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. We encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of cultivators participating in the auction surged. The short and stout cultivator beamed with delight, as he earned a substantial commission from each item auctioned. The higher the bids climbed, the greater his earnings, so he eagerly hoped each item fetched sky-high prices. Just as everyone thought the auction had returned to normalcy, the egg suddenly broke through its restraints and began to whirl wildly. The stout cultivator, startled, reassured the attendees. Do not be alarmed. Perhaps the life within has awakened and feels a bit anxious with so many of us present. He attempted to joke, but the beast master beside him swiftly produced a yellow talisman, intending to affix it to the egg. However, the egg soared ever higher, quickly transforming into a streak of light and darting away. The stout cultivator was now in a panic. What should we do? Quickly, notify the ancestor. At this moment, all cultivators present, including those in the private chambers, were keenly observing the scene. Most believed that the egg was experiencing some sort of malfunction rather than suspecting foul play, especially with numerous Yuanian cultivators overseeing the event. Who would dare to cause mischief here? That would be tantamount to courting death. The Jin brothers had been enjoying the spectacle, thinking that the Lin Yu families had successfully hosted auctions for years without incident. How could such a significant disruption occur during their first visit? Regardless of the egg's condition, this surely counted as an auction mishap. Yet, they never anticipated that this mishap would directly involve them. Second brother? That must be the egg that just went berserk. Jin 12 exclaimed, his spirit rekindled as he pointed to the shimmering light purple egg not far away, his eyes wide with disbelief. However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at his second brother. Everyone knew that the second brother was a beast master, fond of various magical beasts and an expert in them. Could it be that he had taken a liking to this rare egg and wished to claim it for himself? Although the Jin family's prowess was lacking, was the second brother really that kind of person? Jin's second brother retorted, why are you all looking at me like that? Don't think I don't know what you're implying. It's not me. I don't lack magical beasts, and I wouldn't do such a thing. Can I not afford 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? Jin's sixth laughed, perhaps, second brother. You simply enjoy taking the easy route? The sunny smile on Jin's second brother's face faltered momentarily, his expression darkening as he retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? Would I lose face by saying such things? Yet, Everyone believed the egg was indeed drawn to Jean's second brother, and he himself felt the same. Only Fu Yaoyao muttered softly, "This egg is quite lovely. It's my favorite light purple. Let me touch it." The Jean family felt immensely awkward. Why was this girl causing trouble at such a moment? Chapter 103. She did not possess the egg as quickly as it had come to her. Just as she was about to speak, a swift whoosh sounded, and a purple figure darted past, moving so quickly it seemed almost like an afterimage. Whether it was merely a perception, she felt that the egg appeared rather delighted. Surely, this must be a mere illusion? Jean's second brother was eagerly opening his arms, anticipating the little egg might fly into his embrace, feeling somewhat pleased. Beast masters usually shared a high affinity with magical beasts, and, at the very least, they should not provoke their dislike. Jean's second brother believed his affinity was quite decent. Among the brothers, only he had an inclination for beast mastery, so the egg had no other option but to seek him out. Only Fu Yingying wore a complex expression and choked out, "Uncles, have you not considered that this egg might not be seeking my second uncle at all?" No sooner had she spoken than the egg landed in Fu Yaoyao's hands. The little girl, having consumed snow goat milk for over a month, was chubby and fair, her arms resembling lotus roots as she extended her small hands to touch the egg. At that moment, the door was knocked upon. Fu Yaoyao felt a slight sting in her finger. Who bit me? Perhaps it was just an illusion, but she thought she saw a tiny cut appear on her plump finger. Wow, it hurts so much I'm bleeding. Is the baby going to die? Fu Yingying, most concerned for her sister, rushed to ask, "What is wrong, Yaoyao? What do you feel unwell?" The little girl wailed and fussed, creating quite a commotion. The Jean family, upon seeing the minuscule drop of blood from the little girl's finger seep into the egg, were left speechless. What did this mean? Her second brother was a beast master, a powerful gentleman with over 10 contracted magical beasts. This was not Jean's second brother's limit. He was simply picky and generally disinterested in ordinary magical beasts, which is why he only contracted a little over 10. Thus, the Jean family quickly understood. Before the Lin Yu families arrived, the egg had eagerly formed a contract with their little daughter. To say the least, Jean family was astonished. She did not possess the egg as swiftly as it had come to her. However, a magical beast voluntarily forming a contract with a cultivator is hardly a disadvantage. In fact, it brings numerous benefits. Since there was no harm, Jean family, as the mother, felt reassured. When the Lin Yu family cultivators entered, they beheld a young female cultivator cradling a remarkably beautiful baby, and within that baby's embrace lay the very egg they had lost at the auction. Given that this was a VIP room, the newcomers dared not act recklessly and soften their tone, saying, "Honored guest, this egg is our auction item. To ensure fairness, if you desire it, we suggest you participate in the bidding. Please return it to us." Jean's second brother shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid we cannot return it to you." The visitor's expression darkened suddenly. "We respect you as esteemed guests, but please do not put us in a difficult position." Jean family, rubbing her forehead, recalled her daughter's words. "Brothers, you speak too pretentiously. It easily offends others." She quickly interjected, "It's not that we do not wish to return it. This egg flew to us of its own accord and has already completed the contract with my daughter. Even if we were to return it, it would be futile. We are willing to pay 3,000 spirit stones to purchase it." The Lin family cultivator furrowed his brow at this revelation. "It has already formed a contract?" Jean family nodded. "If you do not believe us, you may call for a specialist to verify." Jean family felt helpless. The egg had acted on its own volition, and she could hardly blame her still nursing daughter. The expression of the Lin family cultivator grew even more severe. After a moment, a member of the Yu family arrived, a beast master with a specialized method of inspection. Upon examination, it was confirmed that this was no longer an unclaimed egg. Witnessing that the egg's contracted owner was a very young child, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as a thought rapidly formed in his mind. Just then, the room filled with the oppressive aura of Yuanying cultivators, causing the Yu family cultivator's complexion to turn pale and beads of sweat to form on his forehead as he instinctively lowered his head, causing that thought to vanish into thin air. How could he have been so foolish? This was a VIP room. The visitors are predominantly high-ranking cultivators. Although this infant may not appear formidable in itself, The presence of two Yuanian cultivators as personal guardians indicates that the child's identity is indeed extraordinary. This beast egg was casually picked up by him in an abandoned cave dwelling. Its vitality is nearly extinguished, rendering the prospect of hatching almost impossible. Presenting it for auction serves merely as a gimmick, showcasing a relic from an ancient cultivator's lair. If they can deceive a gullible buyer, it will be a significant profit for them. Even if they fail to find a fool, they would not incur losses. Thus, the sudden emergence of this egg, which has chosen a master willing to offer 3,000 spirit stones, leads to their substantial gain. It is incomprehensible not to profit from such a situation. Without hesitation, the buyer instructed his attendant to note the auction number and label it as Item 4 before turning to leave. They only need to settle the spirit stones before the auction concludes or before departing. Apologies for the earlier incident with the beast egg, which may possess the bloodline of an ancient beast. It is well known that ancient beasts are typically powerful entities, proud in nature and reluctant to serve humans, even in an equitable contract. Thus, it sacrificed its last vestige of life in an explosion, fortunately without causing any casualties among the esteemed guests. As compensation, we will add an additional item to the auction. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd of cultivators. Regardless of the rationale provided by the auction, having a plausible explanation left little room for further discussion, and many expressed their regret. Fu Yuexin also felt a deep sense of loss, as she too wished to behold this potential ancient beast egg. Fu Changjun raised an eyebrow, lamenting the insufficient vitality which might hinder its hatching. Fu Yuexin's mind raced, realizing that even if purchased, it could likely lead to being the fool in the transaction. "Brother Jean, how unkind of you not to warn me," she teased. Fu Changjun coughed awkwardly. Having only recently acquainted with Miss Jiang, they had not yet shared their true identities, making certain topics delicate to address. However, being pointed out directly by her felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fu Yuexin, sensing the awkwardness, reassured him, "I was just joking. Brother Jean, please don't feel constrained. Even if I were interested, I could not afford it." She playfully stuck out her tongue, though her mask concealed the gesture, lending her demeanor a whimsical flair. The cultivator beside her, adorned with a fox mask, glanced at her with a flicker of intrigue. This beast egg, albeit from an ancient cave, is not whole. Its lack of vitality typically categorizes such eggs as dead, and purchasing one often results in a loss. Thus, the auctioneer explained its fate, leaving only a few with feelings of regret. Most eyes were on the upcoming auction item, which also turned out to be a beast egg, but of a different caliber. The crowd erupted in excitement upon learning it was a 5th-tier beast egg belonging to the four-winged flying serpent, rumored to possess a trace of true dragon blood, though its authenticity remains uncertain. Can beasts condense a golden core? It may seem redundant, yet while it is challenging for beasts to achieve such a feat, they have their own cultivation system. If a beast were to condense a golden core, it could transform into human form, making these shape-shifting beasts akin to human cultivators. The implications of a 5th-tier beast are significant, especially with a hint of true dragon blood. Fu Yuexin found herself bewildered. Why is it classified as a 5th-tier beast, yet able to transform? According to this logic, wouldn't a fully grown 5th-tier beast equate to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Could it still progress further? Accustomed to voicing her inquiries, Fu Yuexin turned to Fu Changjun. "Brother Jean, what can you tell me about this beast? Is it possible for a 5th-tier beast to evolve into 6th or 7th tier?" Fu Changjun paused thoughtfully before replying. "In theory, yes. Just as with humans, one's innate capabilities can evolve over time, given the right fortuitous encounters with rare treasures." Fu Yuexin's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Fu Changjun continued, explaining that for beasts, evolution primarily hinges on bloodline. If they encounter suitable opportunities and acquire purer bloodline inheritances, they can ascend to higher tiers. Upon reaching the core condensation stage, they can assume human form. Fu Yuexin's eyes widened in astonishment. Once a beast transforms into human shape, it can still be classified as a beast? Can human cultivators still command them? Fu Changjun shook his head, clarifying, "As far as I know, those who take on human form are referred to as Yaoyao, fundamentally different from ordinary beasts, having transcended mere instinctual behavior. At that point, Any existing contracts are automatically nullified. Understanding dawned on Fu Yuexin. So, if a beast cultivates to human form, it becomes human, no longer a beast. Fu Changjun nodded. She then inquired about the true dragon bloodline, expressing curiosity about its validity. In the mortal realm, dragons hold a prestigious status, often claimed by emperors as true dragon sovereigns. The mention of the four-winged flying serpent possessing true dragon blood intrigued Fu Yuexin. However, Fu Changjun furrowed his brow, stating, theoretically, many beasts could have true dragon bloodlines. The Fu family, respected in the mortal realm, understood Fu Yuexin's admiration for dragons. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, dragons are merely a powerful race, stripped of a unique status imposed by humanity akin to the monkey and dog tribes. Of course, dragons are indeed formidable. However, the beast race has remained discreet in recent years, while the revered dragon and phoenix clans of the mortal world have long vanished from sight. Fu Changjun recalled the dragon's robust bones, ideal for crafting magical artifacts. Meanwhile, Fu Yuexin appeared lost in thought. The fifth-tier beast egg was surprisingly priced lower than the previous ancient relic. This disparity prompted Fu Yuexin to internally grumble. This is a legitimate beast egg, fifth tier, and brimming with vitality, purportedly with a trace of true dragon blood, yet is valued less than that relic from an ancient cultivator's dwelling. Fu Changjun chuckled, acknowledging the illogical nature of such circumstances. Fu Yuexin shook her head in disbelief, pondering the origins of such arbitrary rules. Fu Changjun discerned that the young lady was merely here to broaden her horizons. He could not resist asking, "Do you wish to acquire it? I can lend you the spirit stones." For reasons unknown, he found her musings delightful and did not mind parting with the spirit stones, thus offering his assistance. Fu Yuexin was taken aback. She had not anticipated Brother Jean would volunteer to lend her spirit stones, nearly moved to reveal her true identity. However, she ultimately refrained, waving her hand. "No, thank you, Brother Jean. I don't need them for now." Although the four-winged flying serpent possesses a trace of true dragon blood, it is still a serpent, and I am not fond of snakes. Her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Fu Changjun smiled gently, understanding her sentiment. It is rare for young women to have an affinity for serpents. Miss Zhang's aversion is entirely reasonable. The beast egg sparked fervent competition among the attendees, ultimately being purchased by a prominent figure in a private booth. Soon, the next auction item was unveiled, which proved to be quite intriguing, a dantian dan. As its name suggests, this elixir can preserve a person's appearance, ensuring they remain unchanged for a lifetime. Although the cultivators possess the ability to manipulate the forces of nature, they merely age more slowly than ordinary mortals rather than being entirely ageless and immortal. Should their cultivation not progress swiftly enough, they will eventually succumb to the passage of time. If one wishes to avoid aging, one must either cultivate rapidly or resort to the use of the Jiyandan. Who does not desire eternal youth? Who would not wish to preserve their beauty at its most splendid? This is especially true for female cultivators. Consequently, when the Jiyandan was introduced, the female cultivators in the audience immediately took action. The price for this item was even more extravagant than all the previous offerings combined. Even Fu Yaoyao could not help but exclaim, "Ah, truly, the money of women and children is the easiest to earn." The Jin brothers, Jin Shi, Fu Yingying, and Fu Chongxing were present as well. Fu Yingying remarked, "Our little sister is indeed perceptive. She understands this well. I wonder if my sister desires the Jiyandan. Oh wait, what kind of pill does my fourth uncle possess? The Jiyandan must be something he has left over. Never mind. I shall not draw attention to myself. I will be a good child. It is so exhausting to carry one egg in each hand. I would love to find a magical beast to store them in." The conversation continued, and the speaker's words fell on attentive ears. The so-called magical beast pouch is quite similar to a storage pouch, with the distinction that storage pouches generally only contain inanimate objects, while magical beast pouches can hold living creatures. For artifact crafters, it merely requires inscribing a few additional runes. The young girl desired a magical beast pouch. Perhaps it would be feasible to create a multifunctional one? Jin Wuge had already formulated a preliminary idea. The Jiyandan, also known as Jiyandan, was something Fu Yu Xian yearned for as well. She was aware of this elixir since her father had used it for her grandparents, which had caused quite a stir at the time. Their family was relatively newly prosperous. But with a celestial being emerging from their midst, even great wealth seemed ordinary. Even ants strive to survive, let alone humans. With a celestial being in the family, there was an even stronger hope that one person would ascend, bringing prosperity to all. This notion was often expressed in dramatic narratives, wherein the emergence of a celestial being would elevate the entire family, including their livestock, to heavenly status. Initially, the family hoped to rely on her father's ascension. However, they soon realized that achieving such a status was no simple feat and required innate talent. Consequently, they settled for the hope of receiving an elixir for eternal life. At that time, Fu Yu Xian was still quite young, yearning for a celestial gift that would grant her longevity, aspiring to be like Chang'e under the moonlight. But her father informed her that such hopes were futile. Nonetheless, cultivators have the opportunity to aspire to become celestial beings, requiring talent, time, and opportunity, each element indispensable. Were there such elixirs? Indeed, while true immortality was unattainable, one could at least hope for longevity. Fu Yu Xian recalled her father's troubled expression when faced with the family's desires. Ultimately, he procured 2 elixirs, which she vividly remembered as being pure white and exuding a rich fragrance, just as portrayed in the tales. It was said that Chang'e consumed an immortal elixir, ultimately abandoning Ho-E to ascend to the heavens. If such a celestial potion truly existed, Fu Yu Xian would wish to partake in it. Who would desire an old man like Ho-E? However, the question arose, whom should these 2 elixirs be given to? This caused considerable concern among the family. Her grandparents certainly desired them, as did her uncles, aunts, and even her uncles by marriage. Eventually, her father made the decision to bestow the 2 elixirs upon her grandparents. To placate the family, he stated that these elixirs were exceedingly rare, but that there would be future opportunities. He emphasized filial piety, leading the uncles and aunts to remain silent. After consuming the elixirs, her grandparents ceased to show signs of aging. Even their previously graying hair regained its black hue. Her grandfather, now 85, had even welcomed several more uncles and aunts in recent years. This, perhaps, was the allure of celestial potions. Later, Fu Yu Xian learned that those 2 elixirs were called Ji Yin Dan, capable of prolonging life and preserving youthful appearance. She vividly recalled her father's pained expression when he presented the elixirs to her grandparents. Despite her father's subdued demeanor, the perceptive young Fu Yu Xian discerned the value of the elixirs. Even a powerful cultivator like her father felt the sting of parting with such treasures. Now, this Jiyan Dan had resurfaced, igniting a fervor within Fu Yu Xian. Her gaze remained fixed as she listened to the short, stout cultivator introduce the Jiyan Dan. Her curiosity piquing amidst the excitement of the other cultivators, particularly the female ones. Was this not an elixir that could restore youth and prolong life? Why, then, did the male cultivators seem less enthusiastic? At this moment, a male cultivator wearing a fox mask offered an explanation. This elixir is rather superfluous. Cultivators naturally age slowly. As long as one's cultivation advances rapidly, one need not worry about aging. Moreover, most male cultivators do not place great importance on their appearance. Fu Yu Xian was taken aback. For mortals, this was an elixir for longevity and eternal youth, yet in the realm of cultivation, it seemed to hold little significance. At least, it was not universally revered. The Jiyan Dan was indeed a marvelous treasure, a boon for lower-tier female cultivators seeking eternal youth. Who would not desire it? My aptitude may not allow me to successfully establish a foundation in this lifetime, but the Jiyan Dan is precisely what I need. I shall bid 1,800 low-grade spirit stones. Though my cultivation is higher, and I may not currently require the Jiyan Dan, who knows what the future holds? I will purchase one and consume it for now. What once appeared to her as a lofty celestial elixir now seemed rather ordinary. Fu Yu Xian se perspective expanded. Ultimately, the Jiyan Dan was purchased by a female cultivator in red for 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fu Shang Yun explained, "Oh, for the majority of cultivators, the Jiyan Dan is not an essential item, The rarity of the materials required for its creation means that if one encounters them, most will not let the opportunity slip away. After all, who does not desire eternal youth? Fu Yuxian nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she realized that even if her grandparents consumed the Jiyan Dan, what would it matter? They would merely retain their youthful forms, but ultimately, death would come for them, as the Jiyan Dan could not grant immortality. Only through diligent cultivation could one aspire to achieve true longevity. Next came the fifth item for auction. This time, the short, stout cultivator refrained from immediately providing an explanation and instead unveiled a brocade cloth, revealing a blue jade slip. Fu Yuxian had seen such an item before. It was called a jade slip. She had observed it while with her father. In the realm of cultivation, information was not stored on cloth or paper. To put it differently, in the cultivation world, methods of storing knowledge extend beyond mere fabric and parchment, utilizing a spirit-rich jade stone instead. This jade stone is crafted into a thin, elongated sheet, approximately 5 inches long and half an inch wide. Once the information is inputted, it is transformed into a jade slip. Retrieving the information is remarkably convenient. One merely places the jade slip against their forehead and channels a bit of spiritual energy to access the stored information. Additionally, it can be reused. However, this jade slip does possess a drawback. Its preservation time is relatively short, though this is only a concern for cultivators. The jade slip can retain information for 1,000 years, but once it loses its spiritual energy, the information vanishes. Yet, when in use, it proves exceedingly convenient. Thus, Fu Yuxian speculated that this jade slip likely contained something of considerable value, warranting its presence at the auction. What could it be? Perhaps it contained a formidable technique? It might also be a recipe for a pill or insights from an array master. Fu Yuxian's thoughts began to flow anew. Not just her. Even Fu Yaoyao listened intently. The realm of cultivation is indeed fascinating. However, she understood well that regardless of the direction of human advancement, the essence remains remarkably similar. It is all for convenience and to meet human needs. If it's a recipe for a pill, won't my fourth uncle go mad? What if there are insights on beast taming, formations, or artifact refining? After all, with so many uncles, one is bound to go mad. The Jean Brothers, Chapter 106. A fool with abundant wealth. This mischievous child, can't he wish for something good? But alas, no matter how unruly, he is still their precious darling. The uncles have no choice but to accept it. At this moment, someone grew impatient and urged, "Stop with the suspense. Just tell us what it is." The short, stout cultivator had initially intended to build suspense, but after allowing everyone to guess for a while, he cheerfully announced, "You've guessed correctly. What's inside is a pill recipe, one from the ancient era." The entire venue fell silent. Could it truly be a recipe from antiquity? At this time, Fu Yuxian couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Why is it that when discussing ancient times, the value seems to increase? Before Fu Changjun could speak, the fox-masked male cultivator interjected, because during the ancient era, the prosperity of the cultivation world far surpassed what we see today. Thus, the items produced during that time are of high quality. He chose not to elaborate further. Fu Yuxian gradually began to understand. Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! It really is a pill recipe. My fourth uncle must be going crazy." Jin Si Jiu responded, "Thank you for the invitation, although I'm quite excited. I'm not mad yet. As long as it's a pill recipe, I'm interested." His gaze remained fixed on the exhibition stage, waiting for the stout cultivator to announce a price. Upon hearing a price, he immediately shouted an additional 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fu Yaoyao giggled. "It hasn't even started yet. And I said my fourth uncle would go mad." Jin Si Jiu was not mad. Rather, the cultivators at the auction had gone mad. Who is this person breaking the norms? ISNT the usual process for an item to be presented, followed by incremental bids of 100, 200, or even 500. Yet this individual started with an increase of 1,000, leaving no hope for the rest of us. Everyone knew that once an ancient cultivator's pill recipe was revealed, it would likely be beyond the reach of most. Nevertheless, many cultivators clung to the hope of snatching a bargain. What if fortune smiled upon them? Who can say for certain? However, with this person's opening bid of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, they felt utterly outmatched. Yet, competition did exist. The auction attracted not only family cultivators from various regions, but also those from the Loose Cultivator Alliance in the east and sect cultivators from the south, creating a diverse assembly. Lin Yueqing offered fair treatment, where all were treated as esteemed guests based on their cultivation levels. This was a universal principle. However, Jin Si Jio's coveted ancient pill recipe faced a tumultuous bidding process. One individual seemed equally determined to acquire it, persistently competing with Jin Si Jio. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. 5,500 low-grade spirit stones. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. Wow, it seems besides my fourth uncle, someone else finds this pill recipe intriguing. The competitor appears quite wealthy. Jin Si Jio thought to himself, if this little girl weren't my niece, I'd be tempted to teach her a lesson for her nonchalant attitude. The stout cultivator was absolutely delighted. It appeared that the decision to auction off the pill recipe was indeed correct. This was genuinely an ancient pill recipe, without a doubt. However, the recipe's value was exceptionally high, primarily because one of the ingredients had long since gone extinct. A recipe featuring an extinct ingredient loses nearly half its value. This was common knowledge among any alchemist. Therefore, even if one obtained this recipe, the alchemist would need to identify alternatives and reformulate it. Such efforts would significantly diminish the original significance of the recipe. It was available, but not substantially. Thus, 6,000 low-grade spirit stones were hardly justified. Yet, for someone like Jin Si Jio, an avid alchemist, such details mattered little. As the price soared to 7,500 low-grade spirit stones, he showed no signs of yielding. Gritting his teeth, he declared a bid of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The stout cultivator could no longer remain seated. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A distinguished guest has bid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones going once. Fu Yueqing was utterly astonished. Such is the cultivation world. Such as the Nine Rings. She believed attending this auction was the wisest decision of her life, as it filled many gaps in her understanding of the cultivation world. My fourth uncle must be getting taken advantage of. This fool with money. If not him, then who? Fu Yingying, who had been sipping spirit tea, could not help but spout her drink, splattering it onto Fu Changxing's face. Fu Changxing, Fu Yingying, I'm sorry. Third brother, it was unintentional. Ha ha. Fu Changxing's expression darkened. Ha ha. The look on my little brother's face is priceless. A complimentary spirit tea facial. How delightful. Fu Changxing's lips twitched as he picked up another bowl of spirit tea, only to have Fu Yingying swiftly knock it from his grasp, resulting in another spirit tea facial. Fu Yaoyao remarked, "Oh dear, my little brother is quite unfortunate. He must have done something to deserve this. He is too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could he be so easily manipulated? This soft-heartedness is a malady that must be treated." Fu Changxing, I appreciate it, but he truly didn't wish to say much. He had intended this situation for his little sister to experience a spirit tea facial as well. Yet, who could have predicted that the elder sister's reflexes would be so quick, resulting in this new bowl of tea washing his face again? He absolutely could not express his intentions. Otherwise, he might lose face entirely. Alas, at this moment, in the auction, as Jin Si Jio declared 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, the opposing bidder likely deemed this so-called ancient pill recipe unworthy and thus withdrew. Jin Si Jio successfully acquired the recipe. The young and handsome Jin Si Jio was as ecstatic as a 200-pound man. The scene was almost too delightful to behold. Following this, the sixth item up for bid was a unique material that piqued Jin Wugu's interest. Regrettably, it seemed someone else was equally eager, and when the price soared to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jin Wugu decided to forego the bid. After all, it was merely a piece of uniquely attributed, or the price called out was excessive unless one sought to forge a specific type of treasure. Thus, he relinquished his interest. Next came the seventh item, a defensive artifact. Fu Yaoyao was astonished. Artifacts can also be auctioned? R&T artifacts, typically crafted and nurtured personally by cultivators, residing within their dantians? Only in this way can the cultivator achieve the highest synergy with the artifact and unleash its full potential. As a young child, Yaoyao spent her days engaging in basic activities, making her the perfect little shadow for everyone. The cultivation world was quite accommodating, and there was no need for her to be carried. She merely needed a humanoid puppet to accompany her. Though the puppet was not a cultivator, it was akin to an artifact, impervious to blades and possessing formidable strength. Its sole drawback was the lack of independent consciousness, rendering it incapable of proactively protecting its master. Thus, an attentive guardian was required to issue commands to this puppet.